Chapter 4013 Immemorial Vermilion Bird. This wild beast was a flame tiger, and its sharp claws smashed down toward Long Chen. Seeing this, Long Chen formed hand seals, and an invisible shield appeared in front of him, causing the tiger's claws to smash into it. The shield then shattered, but the tiger was also blown back. Using the will to block enemies, Long Chen needed hand seals to do such a thing, but the dragon race's experts did not. But in this aspect, no one could help him. Long Chen would need to grope around in the dark by himself when it came to this. The next moment, Long Chen's hand seals changed, and an invisible sword shot toward the tiger. To his surprise, the tiger reacted very quickly. It opened its mouth, unleashing a wave of fire that struck the sword, destroying it. Seeing this, Long Chen snorted and his hand seals changed again, forming 18 swords that pierced toward the tiger. The tiger was struck by the 18 swords and exploded. But as soon as it did, it transformed into runes that reformed once more into the tiger, attacking Long Chen again. Using only his will to defend and attack, he then killed the tiger over 10 times, but it still refused to die. Time and time again, it reconstituted itself, its power not diminishing in the slightest. After fighting for an hour, Long Chen's head started to hurt. This was a symptom of using up too much of his will energy. As a result, Long Chen retreated to the first step to recuperate. After resting, he returned to fight the tiger again and found that the power of his will was no longer invisible. Instead, golden spots already appeared on it. Luckily, his will grew even stronger with these golden spots. Originally, his range was only 300 meters, but when those golden spots appeared, the range instantly spread to hundreds of miles. To Long Chen's surprise, refining his will didn't require the energy of his blood, qi, bones, spirit, and soul. After reaching a certain level, their energies were actually linked, mutually assisting each other. At this moment, a golden sword pierced through the flame tiger's body, blasting it apart. This tiger, which could originally endure dozens of attacks, was now unable to endure even a single blow. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. This power was essentially giving him a domain that others couldn't sense. With his will, he could definitely kill his opponents without them being aware of it. The power of his will was extremely bizarre. It was like the power of a domain or pressure, yet also like a completely different concept. If Long Chen summoned a lightning domain or a flame domain, he could control everything within it. But switching to one of them took time, and in a battle, experts could sense the fluctuations of the domain to deduce the objective of the opponent. But a domain with the power of will. The power was based on what the heart willed, so they couldn't possibly defend against it. The drawback was that it was exhausting a great deal of mental energy. With Long Chen's mental energy, he could only fight using it for 2 hours. However, Long Chen was delighted to find that as this golden energy appeared, the power of his will rapidly grew. It was like the power of his soul was merging into it. The power of his yuan spirit and soul was originally intangible, but it had become tangible through cultivation. As for the power of his will, it was something that existed between the tangible and intangible. There was a miraculous connection between the three of them that couldn't be explained with words. When Long Chen reached the 9th step of this level, he saw various flame beasts that were incredibly powerful. They gave Long Chen immense pressure. But the greater the pressure, the stronger his will grew. As he constantly formed hand seals, thousands of golden swords appeared in the air, forming a sharp sword formation that forced back those beasts. They repeatedly exploded. Currently, Long Chen's will could spread for 3,000 miles. In other words, within this domain, he could kill people with just his will. However, getting to the 10th step with just this power was very difficult because the 9th step's latter half was filled with beasts. Furthermore, every time he went back to rest, returning to his original location took a great deal of his newly recovered energy. Getting halfway through the 9th step already caused him to run out of this power, forcing him to go back and recuperate. After several attempts, Long Chen finally reached the 10th step, but as soon as he stepped onto it, before he even got a good look at his surroundings, he was already blasted away by a terrifying force. Just as Long Chen was forced back to the first step to recuperate, xianxia and the others managed to reach the 9th level. Their speed was astonishing. After the tempering on the 7th and 8th levels, they were sharpened even more. Their gazes were as sharp as a sword now. Even xianxia's aura had changed. She was still warm and gentle, but there was now a firm sharpness deep within her eyes. She was like a sheathed sword. However, Once this sword was unsheathed, its sharpness could cut down the river of stars. Furthermore, Long Chen could sense particularly powerful flame fluctuations from her. That was the aura of the heavenly rainbow flame. It seemed that this trial had caused the heavenly rainbow flame to start displaying the divine power possessed by the rank 9 heavenly flame. Once everyone arrived, Long Chen explained the situation here and brought them onward. Zhu Yunwen slashed his sword, blasting apart an invisible sword that had just begun condensing. His movements were quick and at ease. Beautiful. Long Chen praised him. Zhu Yunwen was now a true expert, and that one blow showed his true power. Zhu Yunwen smiled when he received Long Chen's praise. Long Chen's acknowledgement was the greatest encouragement to him. Although they hadn't seen Long Chen's display, the fact that he was constantly ahead of them showed that his power was unfathomable. No matter how strong they grew, they knew there was a gap between them and Long Chen. Thus, Long Chen's praise was the greatest encouragement for them. Feeling reinvigorated by his praise, they continued to push onward. When they reached the 6th step and encountered the flame beasts, the pressure instantly rose and their progress slowed down. But by working together, they still managed to charge through. Of course, compared to when Long Chen advanced on his own, these flame beasts were much weaker, perhaps less than a tenth of when Long Chen fought them. Just like that, over 800,000 imperial disciples working together managed to reach the 9th step. But the endless army of flame beasts here was too strong for them and finally forced them back. To their surprise though, as they all were about to fall back, a golden barrier blocked those flame beasts. No matter how the ladder tore at the barrier, they were unable to get through. Everyone was startled by this. No one could use magical arts or channel the laws of the heavenly Taos in this place, as it rejected all kinds of energy. Here, they could only use their most basic core flame energy to fight. Thus, when they saw Long Chen form hand seals, they were dumbfounded. They couldn't even speak. Long Chen was able to ignore the laws here. In truth, the will domain that he summoned came from within himself. He didn't need to draw energy from heaven and earth. Furthermore, this kind of energy was not restricted by this place, so it was only natural that he could use it. Long Chen summoned a barrier that gave them time to rest. Once they were mostly recovered, he led them to the 10th step. When they reached the 10th step, a deafening explosion reverberated and flames erupted, ascending skywards in a magnificent display. Gradually, an immense head materialized right before their eyes, taking shape in front of the entire group. Immemorial vermilion bird. Zhu Yunwen and the others instantly knelt on the ground when they saw that head. Chapter 4014 Corroborate the Heart. This head was an embodiment of endless flames, its fiery essence coalescing into a majestic form. Within this magnificent display of flames, 2 eyes blazed like glorious suns, illuminating the entire sky with their brilliance. At the same time, a sacred might shook the world, and an unbending will rose. It was the immemorial vermilion bird, the true vermilion bird. Everyone knelt on the ground, leaving only Long Chen standing there. Right now, the immemorial vermilion bird looked at Long Chen, and Long Chen looked straight back at it. He now understood why he had been forced back last time. Only those with faith in the vermilion bird could activate the 10th step and summon the immemorial vermilion bird. Actually, it was just a heroic spirit, the spirit of the vermilion bird which the vermilion bird empire worshipped. As long as their faith energy was not extinguished, the heroic spirit would live for eternity. Suddenly, Long Chen saw a lithe woman figure on top of the fiery head. Her hair was tied up in a high bun, but he couldn't see her face clearly. However, he could feel her sacred and noble aura. Flame energy swirled around her like mist, making her appear very mysterious. "Senior, what do you need from me?" spoke that woman suddenly. "Senior." Long Chen jumped in fright. This immemorial vermilion bird actually called him senior. Long Chen had no idea how to respond to this. "I hope that you can use the will of the vermilion bird to help him corroborate his heart." The dragon expert's voice rang out. So the vermilion bird wasn't talking to Long Chen but to the dragon expert. That shocked Long Chen even more. This woman could see the dragon expert. Furthermore, the dragon expert seemed to recognize this woman. "I will follow senior's wish then." The woman bowed slightly. Suddenly, this world quivered and the vermilion bird vanished. After that, the gate slowly opened. "We've passed." The imperial disciples cheered. After so many trials, they had finally succeeded. "Long Chen, we succeeded." Yu Qingshan held Long Chen's hand excitedly. However, Long Chen's expression was odd. He felt like things couldn't be so simple. But everyone else was excited, so he didn't feel right extinguishing their hope. He simply followed everyone through the gate. As soon as they passed through the gate though, everything turned black. This was not the Imperial Palace but a world where they couldn't even see their own fingers when they waved their hands in front of them. As they couldn't see anything, the fear of the unknown welled up within them. "This is the little black room," cried out Yu Chenshui in fright. This familiar feeling was instantly recognized by her. This meant that they hadn't passed the trial by fire, instead, they had entered an even more frightening trial. Fear instantly enveloped everyone, triggering something primal from the depths of their soul. Some people said that darkness was nothing frightening, it was death that was frightening. However, some also said that darkness was the most frightening thing, and that death was eternal darkness. Darkness was an invisible oppressive hand that slowly stripped them of everything they had. Your family, your love, and even your life. In front of it, you had no ability to resist. You could only watch as everything you had was stripped away from you. Perhaps it wasn't darkness that was frightening, but rather the feeling of utter powerlessness to fight against it. This overwhelming sensation was what could easily cause a person to crumble. To a cultivator who cultivated to protect themselves, this darkness rendered all that effort seemingly worthless. "Take it slowly, I'll wait for you up ahead." Just as everyone was overwhelmed by fear, Long Chen's calm voice rang out, still brimming with confidence. Just like that, it was like a lantern had been illuminated within this darkness, expelling the fear in their hearts. They then heard Long Chen's footsteps continuing deeper, so they advanced steadily, without any panic. Their hearts stabilized. If Big Brother can do it, I can do it too. I will take the vanguard. Everyone, follow me. Zhu Yifeng clenched his teeth. Summoning his courage, he stepped deeper into the darkness. The path was still the same old path like the previous 9 levels. The bricks on the ground guided them in the right direction, so there was no way they would get lost. However, within this endless darkness and terror, within this place where countless negative emotions bloomed, every single step was difficult to take. Only Long Chen felt no fear of this endless darkness. Instead, he felt a sense of peace akin to taking a stroll. He quickly reached the 10th step of the 10th level. After passing through the gate, he found that the darkness here was even heavier, and he also heard various voices. It felt like he could hear people laughing and roaring angrily around him. All kinds of sounds came out to disturb him. However, these sounds were unable to rattle Long Chen's heart. He was like a passerby, and whether those voices rang out right beside his ear or far off in the distance, he ignored them. Long Chen knew that the 11th level was a trial to people's wills. That was precisely what Zhu Yifeng and the other imperial disciples needed the most. But to Long Chen, it posed no difficulty at all. His heart devil was still sealed, so his heart was bright and clear without a hint of fear. Perhaps this environment was a terrifying trial for the others, but it didn't affect Long Chen at all. He then passed the 11th level and went straight to the 12th level. From this point on, strange sights also materialized to test him. Long Chen could vaguely hear his father and mother calling to him. At the same time, he saw various scenes in the Phoenix Cry Empire. After that, the people that he had slain came back to demand his life in revenge. Some of them even cried and begged him to forgive them. Long Chen suddenly paused and looked at these images. The formation here could actually peer into his heart and drag out memories hidden within him. Long Chen smiled slightly, but his eyes welled up. He saw the old man, Ku Jianying, Ling Yunzi, Hu Feng, and the 5 sovereigns. Previously, Long Chen had sealed these memories deep within him, not daring to look through them. But now that they were dragged out by the formation, Long Chen felt a well of emotions surge within him. If his heart devil was still present, this would be the most dangerous state for him to be in. But now Long Chen viewed these memories like a diary. Eventually, Long Chen sighed and continued onward. When he reached the 10th step, another gate appeared. On the other side of this gate was the 13th level. Long Chen had a premonition that this would be the final level. When Long Chen reached the gate, it slowly lit up and that woman once more appeared. She was wrapped in flames and exuded a sacred aura, illuminating this dark world. When she materialized, the figures and voices within the darkness all vanished. This world once more became bright. Senior has asked me to help you corroborate your heart. That is overestimating me. Your heart is already clear and bright, so there's no need for me to be so meddlesome. However, since Senior has entrusted this task to me, I will ask you a few questions. You cannot take time to consider them and must answer immediately. Can you do that? asked the woman. Senior, please go ahead. Long Chen then took a deep breath and became serious. He knew that the dragon expert never did anything superfluous, so there had to be a deeper meaning to this. Chapter 4015 Passing the Trial. Why are you not afraid of the dark? Asked the woman. Why would I have to be afraid of it? Asked Long Chen. The woman paused, seemingly not expecting this. She continued, why do you like the dark? Long Chen didn't hesitate and directly said, because I'm used to the dark. When I was bullied and humiliated without the power to fight back, this world of despair had no pity for me. No one had mercy, no one helped me, and no one was willing to accompany me. Only the darkness never rejected me. No matter what grievances I had, the darkness was willing to silently listen to my complaints. Even if the entire world abandons me, it will always silently accompany me. It will never reject me. Its arms will always be open to me. When I hadn't set foot onto the path of cultivation, within my world, only the darkness was my friend. In its embrace, I silently wept and nursed my wounds. I only left it when I was strong enough. When I fought until I was covered in wounds, it was my greatest comfort because I knew that it was waiting for me. If it treated me like this, why would I fear it? Why would I not like it? The woman continued, you have experienced darkness and you have experienced light. Which one do you like more? I like them both, and dislike them both, said Long Chen with a bitter smile. Then what do you think is the boundary between light and dark? There is no boundary. There is light in darkness, and darkness in light. The woman seemed to comprehend something. She said, your principle is correct. This world has no absolute black and no absolute white, there is no absolute good or absolute evil. But you must remember, there is a boundary between them. There is a yardstick to measure right and wrong. That boundary, that yardstick, it is like a judge that can determine right and wrong. Long Chen asked, is that judge really impartial? Who can guarantee that its judgment is correct? That is related to a certain thing, the scales of the heavens. It is the foundation that maintains the balance between the 10,000 Taos and laws. Between black and white, right and wrong, good and evil, movement and stillness, corporeal and incorporeal, between any two opposing forces, there is always a scale as a foundation. To use your human race's principles, it is the principle of the Tao gives birth to one, one births two, two births three, and three births all things. All things in this world both restrain and support each other. Using that as an inference, where there is yin, there must be yang. Where there is life, there must be death. Where there is good, there must be evil. Where there is movement, there must be stillness. Where there is purity, there is impurity. However, between yin and yang, life and death, good and evil, movement and stillness, purity and impurity, there is a mysterious energy separating them. 1 and 2 are diametrical. But with 3, 1 and 2 began to flow together, and the two kinds of energy formed a cycle. Only then was our world born. Long Chen was shaken, feeling like a bolt of lightning had just struck his mind. He felt like he was seeing an unprecedented world. If it is the scales that are the three, then by mixing two opposite powers, is it possible to possess the power of creation? Asked Long Chen, his voice quivering. In principle, that is the case. But in reality, you are overthinking it. The Grand Tao cannot be spoken. Any principles that can be spoken clearly with the mouth are not the true Grand Tao. Thus, the Grand Tao that we speak of is only the ordinary Tao. If the true mysteries of heaven and earth are ever exposed, then either the 9 heavens will collapse, or the 10 worlds will be reborn. Long Chen respectfully bowed to this woman. These words had essentially opened a window for Long Chen, letting him see an unknown world. Now, Long Chen understood why the dragon expert had asked her to enlighten him. Her realm was truly high. The woman nodded and her body transformed into flames that slowly dissipated. After that, Long Chen simply sat in front of the gate and slowly formed hand seals. Golden scales covered Long Chen's body, as his blood, qi, and bones ignited. Their power was like erupting volcanoes. The darkness that had returned to this world once the woman left now went away because of Long Chen. On the 10th level, everyone was taking laborious breaths in the pitch-black world. They felt like their wills were about to crumble. Within the darkness, countless negative emotions constantly invaded them. All their painful and bitter experiences were shown to them over and over again. It felt like there was an invisible wall in front of them that was blocking their progress. That wall caused them to despair. Due to it, they couldn't see the light or hope. They could only see despair. At first, Zhu Yongwen and the others were still encouraging them. Hearing the encouragement from Zhu Yunwen and the others, the imperial disciples were still able to endure. However, toward the end, other than their own breathing and heartbeats, they couldn't hear anything else. It was as if everyone else was gone, as though they were alone in the abyss of death. They called to the heavens and got no response, they called to the earth but it was silent. When they reached the last step, the darkness was even stronger. Long Chen hadn't even sensed the change due to how close he felt to the darkness. But everyone else found it difficult to endure. Even Zhu Yunwen and the others were starting to hear voices. Suddenly, they saw light. Through the cracks in the gate before them, they saw a golden light. Yu Qingshan cried out excitedly. Hearing this, everyone was instantly revitalized. Long Chen was waiting for them up ahead, so victory was in sight. In an instant, they charged through to the 11th level. There, they heard various voices, and it wasn't just in their imagination. However, they ignored the voices, focused their minds, and continued toward the light. Suddenly, there was an explosive sound, causing them all to cry out in alarm. After that, the light vanished and the darkness returned. At this moment, Long Chen was coughing up blood, and cracks covered his body. Within the darkness, he looked at his own hands and smiled. Hee, I've found it. The blood, qi, and bones are corporeal, while the spirit, soul, and will are also corporeal. They are only incorporeal on the outside. The crux of the dragon's soul body forging art is to balance the corporeal and the incorporeal with the mind. It is the foundation of the scales, the three of the Grand Tao. After resting an hour, Long Chen shouted and the golden light once more appeared, exploding out of him. At the same time, a resplendent dragon cry rang throughout the entire vermilion bird space. Long Chen's dragon scales began to ripple as if they were breathing. Formless spiritual and mental energy then mixed. With the power of his flesh and blood, no longer separable. Success! The dragon expert roared in excitement. It was even more excited than Long Chen. As for Long Chen, the moment he merged his corporeal power with his incorporeal power, he felt his body suddenly swell. It felt like it was about to burst. Long Chen let out a roar and slammed his claw at the gate. If he didn't unleash this power, he would explode. That giant gate crumbled. The next moment, space twisted and Long Chen and the others appeared in the palace once more. We're out. Zhu Yunwen and the others almost couldn't believe their eyes. They had completed the trial by fire. Excellent, you're finally out. Hurry to the battlefield. The Vermilion Bird Empire is in crisis. As soon as they appeared, they heard an ancient voice in their minds. Chapter 4016 Rushing to the battlefield. Upon hearing this, everyone's heart trembled, and they swiftly set aside their joy at passing the trial. After all, the Vermilion Bird Empire was embroiled in a fierce war. Everyone, your servant has been waiting a long time. Please prepare yourselves and hurry to the battlefield. Just then, Eunuch Wei appeared. The current Eunuch Wei no longer had any of his previous haughtiness. When he looked at Long Chen, there was even a hint of reverence in his eyes. Eunuch Wei, what is the current situation? Where are the emperor and empresses? Asked Yu Qingshan worriedly. For them to not be present, along with any other powerful experts, it was clear that the situation was not good. The 8 empires have launched their attacks, so His Majesty and the empresses have gone to the various battlefields to defend our territories. The situation is critical. I also wished to go to the battlefield, but I am not strong enough to have much use, so I was left here to wait for you, said Eunuch Wei shamefully. In truth, Eunuch Wei could be counted as an expert. Although his cultivation base was only in the half-step divine venerate realm, due to cutting off a certain thing in his youth, he had refined his chi quite a bit, making him much stronger than the average experts. However, in front of the princes and princesses, he now appeared minuscule. They had completely transformed, and Eunuch Wei could only look up at them. Brother Long, what do you think? Zhu Yunwen turned to Long Chen. After this trial, Long Chen had completely won their hearts. They would listen to him. Eunuch Wei, tell me the situation. Everyone, rest for 2 hours. Remember, you only have 2 hours. Recover all the energy that the little black room took. What awaits us is a true bloody battlefield, said Long Chen. Everyone, including Zhu Yunwen, Yu Chenshui, and the others, immediately sat and entered a meditative state. Being in the little black room had severely drained their willpower. Hence, they had to recover that energy, or their power would be greatly affected on the battlefield. Seeing Zhu Yunwen and the others follow Long Chen's orders, Eunuch Wei was shaken. As a result, when Long Chen looked at him, his heart trembled and he hastily reported the situation. The 8 empires had originally only surrounded the Vermilion Bird Empire. But 15 days ago, they suddenly pressed forward, laying siege to the empire's 8 crucial border cities. These cities formed the backbone of the empire's defenses, and their loss would result in a collapse of the entire defense system, rendering their formations ineffective. It was because these 8 cities were connected to the karmic vein of the Vermilion Bird Empire. If they were destroyed, it would rattle the very foundation of the empire. If the empire's karmic luck was damaged, then in the future, the Vermilion Bird Empire would definitely decline. Perhaps even without the 8 empires attacking, the Vermilion Bird Empire would simply decline on its own, fading away entirely. The 8 armies stood over the cities, each commanded by a 3-flower earth venerate. To confront such formidable forces, the Vermilion Bird Empire needed experts of equal power. It was evident that this was yet another probing strike, testing the empire's strength and preparedness. Hence, the Vermilion Bird Empire had to respond and show their power. Only with enough power could they shake the other side. Originally, on the surface, the Vermilion Bird Empire only possessed 3 3-flower earth venerates. They were Yu Xiaoyun, Zhang Weishen, and Shu Langxin. As the 8 empires crossed the border, a surprising turn of events unfolded. 5 additional 3-flower earth venerates emerged from within the Vermilion Bird Empire, and among them was the patriarch of the royal family. Witnessing the gravity of the situation, the emperor and empresses themselves took up positions to defend the cities, and even the patriarch didn't hesitate to join the defense. It was evident that the Vermilion Bird Empire had mobilized its entire might in response to the imminent threat. As for the 8 empires, their leaders had yet to personally descend upon the battlefield, which showed just how disadvantageous things were for the Vermilion Bird Empire. The Vermilion Bird Empire had already brought out everything it had, while the 8 empires had only brought out a fraction of their forces. From this, it was clear who had the advantage. Most vexing of all was that countless people inside the empire were fanning the flames, intentionally spreading rumors to disturb the people's hearts, encouraging them to surrender and give up. During times of crisis, bad people always jumped out first. Those fake scholars in particular finally had a chance to write all kinds of stories and fake news, sowing as many negative emotions as they could. Most hateful of all, some people even took the lead in carrying out vandalism. With the interior of the empire in chaos and them pressing down from the exterior of the empire, their enemies gradually inched closer and closer to victory. The Vermilion Bird Empire was like a dam holding back a river, but the rebels were like termites eating away at the dam, leaving giant holes. Merely 3 days ago, traders from within the Vermilion Bird Empire had led small squads from the 8 empires through unguarded gaps in the border and infiltrated the empire's territory. With the bulk of the empire's forces stationed at the crucial 8 border cities, they couldn't be swiftly redeployed. Thus, they had no choice but to rely on other available forces to handle the invaders who had stealthily sneaked in. As a result, the Vermilion Bird Empire's forces were split. While they had gathered a force to confront the infiltrators, their plans were leaked, leading to a disastrous outcome. The force meant to counter the invaders fell into an ambush orchestrated by the 8 empires' forces. This setback further strained the empire's defense and made it evident that their enemies were skilled in exploiting their vulnerabilities and internal discord. In just a short 3 days, thousands of small skirmishes had been fought and the Vermilion Bird Empire had lost hundreds of thousands of experts. When that news was spread, it fanned the flames. It felt like the Vermilion Bird Empire was on the verge of collapse, causing the residents of the empire to panic. Due to this, a growing number of people revolted and changed sides, exacerbating the turmoil within the Vermilion Bird Empire. In the end, the situation spiraled out of control and no one could stop it. Hearing eunuch Wei narrate this, Long Chen nodded. That was about what he had predicted. After all, a battle between empires was different from battles between people. When it came to wars between empires, it was rarely hatred that drove them. Instead, it was profit. In other words, the 8 empires simply wanted to consume the Vermilion Bird Empire for profit. However, in order to get the greatest profit, they had to lower the costs, and using mental warfare to throw the empire's people into chaos was such an excellent method. As long as the interior crumbled, the 8 empires' main forces wouldn't even need to do anything. Just through intimidation, they could take over the Vermilion Bird Empire. When people couldn't see any hope, they would definitely leave. In the end, all that would be left was the royal family. At that time, they would be cut off from help, and no one would be able to save the empire. They would either have a deathbed struggle or just dejectedly leave. Even if a battle was unavoidable in the end, with all 8 empires joining forces, destroying the royal family would definitely not cost that much. Wars between empires were sometimes just that simple. Using overwhelming power was the best tactic. To use the old man's words, in front of absolute power, all schemes are meaningless. At this moment, Xianxia and the others woke up after 2 hours of recovery. They were at 70 to 80% power. Long Chen, let us rush to the battlefield, said Xianxia, feeling worried about her parents. We will be going to the battlefield. But it is not the Vermilion Bird Empire's battlefield, said Long Chen. Then where are we going? Everyone was startled and confused. The Violet Thunderclap Empire. We will destroy their imperial city. Long Chen smiled sinisterly, declaring his target word by word. Chapter 4017 Huge Treasure. A giant flying boat slowly flew through the air. At this moment, countless runes flowed on top of the flying boat, reflecting the appearance of the sky. From the ground, this flying boat was completely invisible. With its slow speed, it made no sound and caused no air currents. Thus, no one would sense its existence. This was the special invisible flying boat that Guo Ran had made. The first time they reunited again, in order to show off, he directly gave it to Long Chen. But this was Long Chen's first time actually using it. With it, Long Chen and the others secretly arrived at the border without anyone being the wiser. They avoided the sentries of the Heavenly Ruler Seal Empire and headed directly for the Violet Thunderclap Empire that was behind it. Originally, Long Chen's plan was to lead them to the 8 battlegrounds. However, he then had a thought. Right now, their power was an absolute secret, so why not carry out a surprise raid? The Vermilion Bird Empire might appear to be in a crisis, but their enemies were mostly only intimidating them. They hadn't reached the point of a bloody clash. If they were to do such a thing, the 8 empires would lose many soldiers as well. That wasn't what they wanted. On the other hand, considering the Vermilion Bird Empire's preparations, for them to be so flustered, it was clear that it was intentional. Thus, he decided to do something big. As the flying boat slowly flew through the air, everyone took advantage of this time to recuperate. Long Chen himself left the flying boat to Xianxia to control while he entered his meditation state. He had reached an initial level of control over the dragon soul body forging art. The only problem left was that this technique was not the dragon race's dragon blood body tempering art. After all, there was a large difference between the two. Right now, Long Chen's dragon soul body forging art was still in an embryonic form, but it was already very hard to use. Long Chen had to use his mind to balance his blood, qi, and bones with his spirit, soul, and will. As for the mind, that was what the dragon expert called it, but Long Chen felt that it shouldn't be called that. This power should be called something else, yet he was unable to think of a word for it. In any case, the foundation of this technique was to balance the corporeal and incorporeal power within someone, producing a more primal force. Long Chen also didn't know what kind of word to call this force. It was all very profound and mysterious, beyond his current scope of understanding. Right now, the main problem lay in the fact that after he learned the dragon soul body forging art, whenever he summoned the dragon blood battle armor, it put an extremely heavy strain on his body. When Long Chen's claw attack shattered the trial gate, endless power also exploded out of his body, leaving him in a weakened state afterward. That was completely different from what he had anticipated. The dragon blood battle armor was a state that he could fight in for a long time. But now, he could only use it for one attack. There had to be a problem somewhere. Senior, what is going on? Even after thinking about it for a long time, Long Chen was still lost, so he asked the dragon expert for aid. The dragon expert seemed to be pondering the question as well, and it eventually said, I asked the Vermilion Bird expert to give you enlightenment because the Vermilion Bird has a close connection with the human race. It knows how to communicate with the human race. On the other hand, our dragon race relies on our bloodline and memory inheritance for many things. We don't record things on paper or pass things down with word of mouth. Anyway, you've already grasped the right path, so you should figure it out yourself. There are some things that I understand but cannot explain clearly. If I were to try to explain, you might misunderstand. It's like a chicken talking with a duck. It would be troublesome if you were to misunderstand. Since you've already figured out the general embryonic form, you should slowly think it over yourself. Hearing the explanation, Long Chen thought about it. That was reasonable. The dragon race's inheritances were very simple and crude, completely different from the human race's inheritances. When it came to the dragon soul body forging art, the dragon expert's explanation was different from Long Chen's comprehension of the technique in many areas. If Long Chen one day figured out the complete dragon soul body forging art, it would probably have deviated from the original and become its own peerless technique. Since there was no actual answer, Long Chen could only continue to grope around in the dark. Luckily, after condensing the corporeal and incorporeal power, he quickly found the crux of the problem. When these two powers merged, they began to clash against each other. As a result, the explosive utilization of these merged forces intensified the clash even further, leading to an even greater percentage of their energies colliding. So to put it frankly, this is the result of my scale not being stable enough. I am unable to fully isolate and control the two sides, causing their merger to be chaotic. Although it allows me to unleash explosive power, these two forces end up canceling each other out. But where does that cancelled energy go? They should remain in my body, right? Long Chen then tried again. To his surprise, he found that when these two powers cancelled each other out, they simply vanished, as if something had stolen them away. Can power really just vanish like that? Long Chen was startled. It was like he was once more a rookie on the martial heaven continent. The dragon expert's dragon soul body forging art left him dumbfounded. When cold ice met red-hot iron, it would become steam. But when Long Chen's powers cancelled themselves out, they just silently vanished. There was no reason to speak of. This is beyond my knowledge. Long Chen was truly befuddled this time. But since he couldn't figure it out, he just stopped thinking about it. He simply worked on increasing his control through the use of this so-called mind aspect. Through repeated attempts, his control over the different forces gradually grew. It was a simple case of practice makes perfect. Sometimes, there were principles that the mind couldn't understand, but the body would. In the same vein, this dragon soul body forging art had toppled Long Chen's previous understanding of cultivation. Previously, Long Chen had thought that martial techniques required comprehension first, and only after enlightenment and practice could one truly control a refined technique. However, now he found that some things were just randomly learned, randomly trained, and then randomly mastered. He himself didn't even know how he had learned this technique. Hence, Long Chen truly believed the dragon expert when it said that it was unable to explain clearly with words. This technique had opened a door to an unknown world for Long Chen. Not only did Long Chen gain a deeper understanding of power, but he felt like he saw a multicolored radiance of another world. That radiance was something that he had never encountered before. We've arrived at the border of the Violet Thunderclap Empire, whispered Xianxia. A lightning barrier had appeared in front of them. This was the Violet Thunderclap Empire's city defense. Once they got close, they would immediately be sensed. It was just like the Vermilion Bird Empire's flame barrier. Lei Linger, called out Long Chen. Leave it to me. Lei Linger's figure appeared. When the flying boat touched the lightning barrier, lightning wrapped around it, causing it to merge into the barrier and pass through without any alarm ringing. They easily slipped their way into the Violet Thunderclap Empire. Big brother Long Chen, I can sense that this place has a huge treasure inside. As soon as they passed through the barrier, Lei Linger suddenly cried out excitedly. Chapter 4018 Immemorial Lightning Beast. The Violet Thunderclap Empire was vast, with a long history. In terms of territory, it was actually even larger than the Vermilion Bird Empire. Moreover, the Violet Thunderclap Empire was the strongest of the empires around. Although they often had conflicts with the Vermilion Bird Empire, they didn't actually border each other. Thus, the Violet Thunderclap Empire chose to join forces with the empires surrounding the Vermilion Bird Empire to put pressure on them. Regardless of whether they employed brute force or cunning tactics, guided by the Violet Thunderclap Empire, the 8 empires relentlessly created obstacles for the Vermilion Bird Empire. As for the root of the Violet Thunderclap Empire's enmity with the Vermilion Bird Empire, it was a secret. It seemed to relate to some ancient secret, and outsiders didn't know. In any case, the Violet Thunderclap Empire and the Vermilion Bird Empire had fought for countless years without any true large-scale wars erupting between them. Thus, no one knew why the Violet Thunderclap Empire's pressure on the Vermilion Bird Empire would suddenly grow increasingly violent over the past few years. As a result, they gradually reached the point of no return. As the Violet Thunderclap Empire continuously grew, their pressure grew as well. To make things worse, the surrounding empires that could be said to have somewhat friendly relationships with the Vermilion Bird Empire all became allied with the Violet Thunderclap Empire. Even the Heavenly Ruler Seal Empire, which had been saved from crisis several times by the Vermilion Bird Empire, joined the dark side. The most satirical part of it was that Yu Xiaoyun's ancestor had once saved the Heavenly Ruler Seal Empire from the Violet Thunderclap Empire. The 97th generation monarch of the Violet Thunderclap Empire had tried to devour the Heavenly Ruler Seal Empire, only to be stopped by the Vermilion Bird Empire. However, now, the Heavenly Ruler Seal Empire seemed to have forgotten history and the aid that the Vermilion Bird Empire had given them. They were now the Violet Thunderclap Empire's subordinates, their most loyal dogs that bit at the Vermilion Bird Empire's legs. When Long Chen and the others snuck their way into the Violet Thunderclap Empire, they found that its cities were more numerous and flourishing than the Vermilion Bird Empire's. Furthermore, every city emitted divine radiance mixed with thunder force to form a powerful defense. They were on a tight lockdown. What's going on? Did they know that we're here? Why are they prepared for us? Exclaimed Zhu Yifeng. Even they didn't dare to think that Long Chen would bring them here, so it was inconceivable that their enemies would be prepared for such a thing. Impossible. They would never think that we'd sneak attack them. According to what they know, the Vermilion Bird Empire has used up all their power just by defending, and those forces are tied down. There is no force capable of sneak attacking them. Also, the Vermilion Bird Empire wouldn't take the risk of attacking in their critical state, especially when the attackers would have to pass through two barriers to reach this place. They are not prepared for us, said Long Chen. But look at them. Zhu Yifeng and the others stared at the cities that had rampant thunder force around them. They could not think of any other reason for this. Ignore it, we're still going forward, so maintain your peak condition. Be ready for battle at any moment, said Long Chen. The flying boat continued to fly forward slowly, and they saw countless cities covered in thunder force. However, they gradually came to realize that the people inside the cities looked very relaxed. They didn't seem to be wary of an attack. They also noticed that there seemed to be some kind of specific sequence to the cities. They vaguely sensed some kind of energy flowing beneath the ground. Those energy fluctuations were small, but they gradually grew as they went deeper into the empire. It was like tiny streams were gathering into a powerful current underground. After all, Long Chen and the others were moving toward the capital of the Violet Thunderclap Empire. That was precisely where this energy was flowing to. Could it be that they're preparing some big move? Wondered Yu Qingshan. That is the most likely case. But we'll only know what it is once we see it, said Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't expected to inadvertently find such a thing. The only reason that he had chosen the Violet Thunderclap Empire was because Lei Linger possessed two of the Violet Thunderclap Empire's princess treasures. With their help, it would be easy to pass through their barriers. Furthermore, with the two of them as probing tools, it would be even easier to get around. Fortunately, Lei Linger had already nourished both of them with her core energy. Both of them were completely loyal to Lei Linger now. Long Chen then had Lei Linger summon the two of them and try to communicate with them. He wanted to know more secrets of the Violet Thunderclap Empire. They told her that the Violet Thunderclap Empire had 4 national treasures, with the Wild Blade and the Lightning Tower being 2 of them. The others were a bell and a sword, and these 4 divine weapons were like 4 keys that could open the seal beneath the Violet Thunderclap Empire. What lay beneath the seal was a slumbering immemorial lightning beast. The Violet Thunderclap Empire seemed to be attempting to awaken that slumbering beast, but due to lacking 2 of their national treasures, they needed to borrow other power. Hence, they were using the power of the entire empire to forcibly awaken that beast even without 2 of the necessary keys. Immemorial lightning beast. Is it to counter the Vermilion Bird Empire's immemorial Vermilion Bird? Long Chen's heart shook. He instantly thought of that woman in the Vermilion Bird space. If that was the case, then this lightning beast had to be an astonishing existence. It had to at least be on the same level as that woman. Long Chen had sensed that woman's terrifying pressure, so he knew that she was a legendary existence. In front of her, 3 flower earth venerates were nothing. Then we'll have to be a bit more careful. No, Lei Linger, can we consume this piece of meat? Asked Long Chen. I don't know, but I want those other 2 divine weapons. With their assistance, we should have a chance, said Lei Linger. Ha, good, then let's go big. Long Chen laughed excitedly. If Lei Linger could subdue that lightning beast, this war really would be interesting. The imperial city was covered by a giant lightning whirlpool, which also protected this entire region. At the center was a pillar of lightning that poured into the vortex, injecting endless power into it. The whirlpool was continuously growing. Big brother Long Chen, wait a moment. Lei Linger suddenly cried out, so Long Chen hastily stopped the flying boat. After that, Lei Linger formed hand seals, summoning a saber and a lightning tower in her palms. With a light wave, the wild blade and lightning tower vanished. An incense stick's worth of time later, 4 figures appeared on Lei Linger's palms. They were a saber, a sword, a bell, and a tower. Lei Linger cried out excitedly. She had had the wild blade and lightning tower communicate with the other 2 divine weapons. Unexpectedly, they had succeeded so quickly, it was practically effortless. Just then, the lightning whirlpool quivered and Long Chen's flying boat instantly vanished, appearing above the 9 heavens. Following that, the flying boat slowly descended through the whirlpool at the center, going against the flow. Lightning then wrapped around the flying boat, concealing it within the current. This current was overseen by those 2 divine weapons. Now that they were also Lei Linger's loyal followers, with 4 divine weapons working together, they easily entered the core of the imperial palace. When the flying boat was close to the ground, Long Chen's heart shook. He saw a person seated in the air. Wang Taibei. Long Chen was startled. He hadn't expected Wang Taibei to be personally standing guard over this place. When Long Chen saw Wang Taibei's eyes flew open, his gaze as sharp as a sword. He then looked in Long Chen's direction. Not good, we've been noticed. Chapter 4019 Lightning Sea Sacrificial Altar. Long Chen and the others' hearts clenched. If they were noticed in this state, wouldn't they be instantly caught like a fish in a net? However, Wang Taibei simply looked at the pillar of lightning and didn't move. Instead, he took out a formation disc. Empire Lord, how much longer? Asked an elder beside Wang Taibei. This person was the elder that had accompanied Wang Tianyao to the Vermilion Bird Empire. In other words, it was Wang Tianyao master. The lightning pilar's color has deepened. Things are progressing well. In at most 7 days, we can awaken the immemorial lightning beast, said Wang Taibei. Long Chen and the others instantly relaxed when they heard this. It was fine as long as they weren't noticed. However, with Wang Taibei staring so intently at the lightning pillar, they didn't dare to move. They just had Lei Linger maintain their disguise. HMPH, once the immemorial lightning beast comes out, who will dare to fight us? After so many years of offerings, the immemorial lightning beast can definitely rival the immemorial vermilion bird. When all 8 empires bring out their immemorial divine beasts, no matter how powerful the vermilion bird is, it still won't be a match for all of them. There's simply no doubt to the vermilion bird empire's destruction, said Wang Tianyao's master darkly. However, we cannot be careless. Yu Xiaoyun is just an idiot that we don't need to consider, but his 2 empresses are crafty and cunning. They're not so easy to deal with. How are things going over there? Asked Wang Taibei. Everything is under control. The Vermilion Bird Empire has long since lost their sharpness. Over the past few years, their focus on martial arts declined, and their interior is a mess right now. Also, a portion of their people are on our side, while another portion is just waiting and watching. Our arrangements throughout the Vermilion Bird Empire are essentially complete. We are prepared for everything and just have to take this final step. Long Chen's heart shook. Yet another grand plot, but he still didn't know what this plot was. Good. In any case, just don't be careless, said Wang Taibei. Empire Lord, we have steadily seized victory. Why are you so cautious? Asked the elder. Wang Taibei seemed particularly careful this time, as if he didn't dare to have anything go the slightest bit off. Wang Taibei stared at the lightning whirlpool for a long time before finally saying, I don't know. I keep feeling a bit uneasy, as if some great tribulation is about to descend. Empire Lord, you're worrying for nothing. Perhaps if our Violet Thunderclap Empire were to challenge the Vermilion Bird Empire alone, we wouldn't know who would win. But with all 8 empires joining forces against them, they have no chance. Those empires also know what the consequences of failure are, so they'll definitely bring out their full power. Furthermore, we have so many backup plans. The Vermilion Bird Empire's destruction is set in stone, said the elder. I know. However, for some reason, I still feel worried. In any case, we have no other stuff to do at this point. Being careful is nothing bad. Go take a look at the situation in the other empires. You must keep up a tense atmosphere, or they'll start skimping. There can be no slip-ups at this point, ordered Wang Taibei. The elder assented and left, but he had a slightly odd expression. He felt like Wang Taibei was overthinking things. For the 8 empires to join forces against the Vermilion Bird Empire, there shouldn't be any suspense at all. If they were too cautious, the other empires might secretly look down on the Violet Thunderclap Empire. It had to be known that the Violet Thunderclap Empire displayed an even greater force than the Vermilion Bird Empire on the surface. Thus, for Wang Taibei to be so cautious showed that even after joining forces with the other empires, the Violet Thunderclap Empire was still afraid of the Vermilion Bird Empire. It had to be known that the reason the other 7 empires dared to cause trouble for the Vermilion Bird Empire was entirely because of the backing of the Violet Thunderclap Empire. They all thought that the Violet Thunderclap Empire was stronger than the Vermilion Bird Empire. What Wang Taibei didn't know was that this mission he had entrusted to Wang Tianyou's master was treated as nothing. This elder only took a stroll through the other empires. At this moment, Wang Taibei stood in the air, personally overseeing things here. When his full attention was no longer focused on the lightning pillar, Lei Linger continued to control the thunder force and send the flying boat down the stream of lightning. The flying boat finally reached the ground where an underground palace resided. There was a giant space here, practically as large as the imperial city. At the core of this space was a giant sacrificial altar with a sword and bell floating beside it. 2 empty spots could also be seen there. Clearly, this spot was jointly controlled by 4 divine weapons. 2 of them had been taken by Lei Linger, leaving only behind the sword and bell. Endless lightning filled this space, forming a giant sea of lightning with the altar as its center. On the altar, a sphere of lightning contained a curled-up beast that emitted an immemorial aura. This beast looked to be some kind of lizard, and its scales were flickering with runes, emitting heaven-shaking power. Even through the lightning sphere, everyone could sense its terrifying power. It seems that this is the immemorial lightning beast. Long Chen was delighted to see it, while Yu Qingxian and the others were not. This was an existence comparable to the immemorial Vermilion Bird, and the Violet Thunderclap Empire was planning on using it to deal with them. Furthermore, from what they had heard, the 8 empires actually planned to use all their trump cards at once, destroying the Vermilion Bird Empire in one go. They apparently possessed more than one such beast. Originally, they had been preparing to show their power after coming out of the Vermilion Bird's trial by fire. However, this one beast was like a bucket of cold water over their heads. Now, they felt a chill from the top of their heads to the tips of their toes. An existence like this was not something that they could fight, causing their high spirits to instantly vanish. Lei Linger, what do you think? Asked Long Chen. Lei Linger eyed the immemorial lightning beast greedily. After that, she formed some hand seals, and the 4 divine weapon images on her palm constantly revolved. It seemed that she was calculating something. Big brother Long Chen, give me some time. I can consume it, declared Lei Linger. Wang Taibei said that it would be done in 7 days. Can you do it? 7 days should be enough. Leave it to me. After saying that, Lei Linger transformed into a lightning dragon and slowly merged into the lightning sea, stealthily getting close to that beast. While Lei Linger dealt with the immemorial lightning beast, Long Chen had the flying boat follow the guidance of the wild blade and the lightning tower to a gate beneath the sea of lightning. The gate slowly opened. When they saw what was inside, Yu Qingxian and the others let out startled cries, while Long Chen's eyes glowed. We've struck gold. Chapter 4020 Blue Flame Voracious Wolf. When the gate opened, what was reflected in everyone's eyes was an uncountable number of treasures. There were even battleships and war chariots lined up in neat rows. Behind them was a stack of crystals. Seeing them, Zhu Yongwen and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lightning Thunderclap battleships, Lightning Thunderclap war chariots, Heavenly Lightning crystals. Having fought the Violet Thunderclap Empire for countless years, the Vermilion Bird Empire was aware of their strongest instruments of war. Their Lightning Thunderclap battleships and Lightning Thunderclap war chariots were not just quick as lightning, but their attacks also contained immense thunder force. It was almost equivalent to the full power attack of a double Supreme Earth Venerate. Even 3 Flower Earth Venerates would be in danger against hundreds of these battleships at once. Their killing power was astonishing. To their surprise, there were over 100,000 of them here. When they saw this, Zhu Yongwen and the others' expressions changed. The Violet Thunderclap Empire had clearly come prepared. Destroy them, or they will cause huge damage to the Vermilion Bird Empire. Said Zhu Yifeng quietly. Are you a fool? Why destroy them? Why don't we use them? Demanded Long Chen. But the method to use them is a secret of their empire. Only the imperial members of the Violet Thunderclap Empire can use them, and they have spiritual seals on their souls to prevent those secrets from being stolen. We can't even do a soul search, said Zhu Yunwen. The Violet Thunderclap Empire's battleships and war chariots were their instruments of war, and their secrets were tightly locked. Outsiders couldn't use them. After fighting them for so many years, the Vermilion Bird Empire had obtained some of their battleships and war chariots, but those things were just collecting dust. No matter how they studied them, they were unable to replicate or control the chariots. Can such a minor thing cause any difficulty for us? What do you think these two are for? Long Chen smiled and pointed at the Wild Blade and Lightning Tower. Lei Linger had left the Lightning Tower and Wild Blade to Long Chen's control. Their souls were shared, so the Lightning Tower and Wild Blade also viewed Long Chen as their master. Long Chen pressed his hand on the Lightning Tower. After that, its light illuminated the battleships and war chariots. A flood of information quickly entered Long Chen's mind. There was a great deal of information, including the method for creating them, inscribing the runes, and controlling them. Long Chen's spiritual strength then spread, passing this information to everyone. They were all delighted. The secret that they had been unable to uncover for so many years was dealt with in the blink of an eye by Long Chen. With insiders like the Wild Blade and the Lightning Tower, there was nothing impossible. Long Chen had everyone divide up the battleships and war chariots. The energy source for the battleships and war chariots was the heavenly lightning crystals, so they divided the crystals up as well, enough to power chariots and battleships for a long time. This was the stock that the Violet Thunderclap Empire had been accumulating for millions of years. After dividing up the battleships, war chariots, and heavenly lightning crystals, everyone sent them into their astral spaces. Long Chen was then guided to another treasury by the Wild Blade and Lightning Tower. However, what they found inside were items that only lightning attribute experts could use. Alas, the Vermilion Bird Empire's experts were all flame element cultivators, so these things were useless to them. Long Chen simply tossed all of them into his own pocket. Even if he couldn't use them, he could always sell them for some decent money. Even after emptying the treasuries, Long Chen wasn't worried about being noticed. After all, the mechanisms here were under the control of the 4 divine weapons, which belonged to Lei Linger. Thus, Long Chen had the inside scoop that granted him the ability to embezzle all these treasures. Even if Wang Taibei were to think of checking the treasuries, they could make it so that the runes in charge of opening the gates were broken, stalling him for a while. They wouldn't suspect that someone had stolen them all. Now what? Asked Yu Qingshan after they were done plundering the treasuries. Originally, Long Chen's plan was to destroy the capital of the Violet Thunderclap Empire. Even with Wang Taibei standing guard over here, Long Chen wasn't discouraged. If they couldn't beat him, they could always run. After all, with so many of them present, Wang Taibei couldn't do anything to them. However, now the plan had changed. Lei Linger was trying to control that immemorial lightning beast and needed time. They couldn't expose themselves yet. Let's take a stroll to the Blue Flame Empire. I heard that their faith divine beast is the Blue Flame Voracious Wolf. I feel like we can try it, said Long Chen. Of the 8 empires, the Blue Flame Empire was the weakest. Just like the Heavenly Ruler Seal Empire, they had once been the Vermilion Bird Empire's little brother. Having offered tribute every year and being very subservient, they were actually akin to a subordinate empire. Also, due to their faith divine beast being a flame element beast as well, the 2 empires got along quite well up until the past few years. Unfortunately, people's hearts were the hardest thing to refine. The Blue Flame Empire had joined forces with the Violet Thunderclap Empire, and a major reason for this was that they wanted to devour the immemorial Vermilion Bird in order to strengthen their Blue Flame Voracious Wolf. Right now, Lei Linger was taking control of the immemorial lightning beast. If she succeeded, her power would rise to an unbelievable level. If she could succeed, then Huo Linger could also succeed. Although she had no insider divine weapons that could help her go against the Blue Flame Voracious Wolf, Huo Linger was still stronger than Lei Linger at the moment. After all, Huo Linger had devoured countless flames, one of them being the rank 8 flame on the Heavenly Flame rankings, the Ice Soul Divine Flame. There were also the Yanshu Flame, as well as the Moon Flames and Sun Flames in the primal chaos space that she was constantly devouring. It could be said that the current Lei Linger was the Queen of Flames. Although the Blue Flame Voracious Wolf was an immemorial divine beast, it was still a heroic spirit just like the immemorial Vermilion Bird. It didn't possess a body of flesh and blood. Huo Linger would definitely have a high chance of consuming it. Even if she failed, it wouldn't be that bad. But if she succeeded, then when Lei Linger and Huo Linger unleashed the double dragon destruction, it would truly destroy the heavens. Can we even sneak into the Blue Flame Empire? Asked Zhu Yifeng. As long as you follow me, there's no need to think that much. Let's go play around. After Long Chen had everyone get on the flying boat, the Wild Blade and the Lightning Tower sent them up the lightning stream. They then saw Wang Taibei sitting in the air again. Wang Taibei once more opened his eyes and looked around suspiciously, but he still didn't notice anything. Not wasting any time, Long Chen quickly brought them to the border. After crossing it, Long Chen had everyone summon the lightning thunderclap battleships. Just like that, they brazenly flew for the Blue Flame Empire. They didn't know what Long Chen was doing with this, but since he didn't say, they didn't ask. They just thickened their faces and followed. The battleships whistled and thundered as they headed straight for the Blue Flame Empire. When they reached the border, Long Chen didn't slow down. He directly barged through their barrier, piercing straight through it. That action shook the entire Blue Flame Empire. The lightning thunderclap battleships proved to be incredibly fast. The Blue Flame Empire's capital wasn't too far from the border, so before any countermeasure could be enacted, the battleships had already come to a halt directly above the capital. Long Chen then raised his hand, and a fiery lotus bloomed with rapid intensity. An enormous flame lotus fell to the ground like a meteorite, crashing into the heart of the capital's formation. Long Chen had unleashed a thunderous attack right from the start. Chapter 4021 Blue Flame Empire Lord Lan Tianba. When the army of lightning thunderclap battleships arrived, the Blue Flame Empire's experts immediately came out to greet them. It had to be known that the lightning thunderclap battleships were a symbol of the Violet Thunderclap Empire, so everyone here thought that the Violet Thunderclap Empire's people had come. However, what greeted them was an enormous flame lotus. When it appeared, those lightning thunderclap battleships instantly vanished. It's a fake. Activate. The first person to react quickly roared, but Long Chen gave them no time at all. The world extermination flame lotus that had been brewing for a long time smashed down, causing the grand formation, which had just been activated, to shatter. The flame lotus then smashed into the heart of the capital. As a result, a wave of fire decimated the buildings, instantly turning this grand capital city into ruins. Even Zhu Yunwen and the others were dumbfounded. Long Chen was too vicious. They had never seen such a terrifying sight before. You sons of bitches of the Vermilion Bird Empire, how dare you? A furious roar rang out. After that, an elder in blue robes with a crown on his head charged out. The Blue Flame Empire Lord, Lan Tianba. Zhu Yunwen and the others' nerves tensed when they saw this elder. After all, he was a three-flower earth venerate. The Blue Flame Empire only had 2 three-flower earth venerates. One of them was besieging the Vermilion Bird Empire, and the other was right in front of them. Bastards, you dare to disguise yourselves as people from the Violet Thunderclap Empire. Not one of you will leave alive. Another elder came out of the rubble and immediately charged at Long Chen. He was a double supreme divine venerate, and his face twisted with fury. He had just gathered the army here and was admonishing them. That was because just now, Wang Tianyao master had come and transmitted Wang Taibei's words, calling for them to prepare for battle. Wang Tianyao's master had only given some simple orders, but the Blue Flame Empire was the weakest of the 8 empires, so in order to express their loyalty and sincerity, they immediately summoned their forces. Soon after Wang Tianyao's master departed, Long Chen and his companions arrived. Seeing them, the soldiers were surprised to see people from the Violet Thunderclap Empire returning so soon. However, their bewilderment turned to shock when Long Chen unleashed his devastating world extermination flame lotus upon them. Millions of their elites, the majority of which were world kings and even over 100,000 divine venerates, were wiped out in an instant. They were caught off guard and without any defenses. In the end, they died without even understanding what was going on. They had never dreamed that they would all die within the safest place inside the Blue Flame Empire. Other than those elites, there were also millions of soldiers within the buildings. It could be said that the current capital was filled with the Empire's elite soldiers, but the majority were slain with one attack from Long Chen. Hence, they felt like they were going crazy. At this moment, the ruins exploded as hundreds of divine venerates came out of the ground. The majority of those survivors were double supremes. It was only thanks to their immense power that they managed to survive Long Chen's attack. However, they were still left in a wretched state. Even though they survived, they were injured. When Zhu Yunwen and the others arrived at the capital, they could sense countless powerful auras. But now, only a few hundred survivors remained in the entire capital, and all the other auras had disappeared. Although they had experienced the vermilion bird's trial by fire and become true experts, they were still frightened by such ruthlessness. Looking at that black figure standing in front of them, they all rejoiced that this figure was a friend, not an enemy. At this moment, Lan Tianba attacked and blue flames exploded out of the space behind him, instantly covering the entire capital. Upon seeing this, Zhu Yunwen and the others' hearts quivered. They felt like their bodies were suppressed by some kind of power. The divine might of a three-flower expert. This was the most terrifying aspect of a three-flower expert. Their manifestation was one with the heavens, suppressing the aid of the heavens toward all others. With the 10,000 Daos obeying them, only fellow three-flower experts could resist this. However, Zhu Yunwen and the others were only immortal kings. They were blessed by talent, and with their heavenly Dao crowns, they were able to resist World King divine radiances, the pressure of divine venerates, and even the suppressive effects of faith energy. But the power of the three flowers was an entirely separate concept. If it was before the trial by fire, they wouldn't have been able to move a single finger under this pressure. This pressure reminded them of the pressure in the trial. However, the pressure here was even stronger. Fortunately, they were still able to resist this pressure, so they clenched their weapons and stored up energy. With the pressure being resisted by 800,000 of them, the effects were diminished. Although this would definitely affect their combat power, if they all summoned their manifestations and joined forces, they weren't afraid of it. Within this blue flame domain, Lan Tianba moved like a phantom, suddenly appearing in front of Long Chen. His hand, resembling blue lightning, aimed directly at Long Chen's throat with deadly intent. In response, Long Chen calmly swung his hand, and in that instant, a dazzling golden light erupted. Lan Tianba's face contorted in agony as he was sent hurtling backward like a shooting star. Seeing this, the experts that had followed him into battle were caught off guard. Struck directly by his body, they were blown apart by the impact. Lan Tianba slammed into the heart of the city. This capital, which had become a hole in the ground, now had a deeper hole smashed into it. Upon seeing this scene, Zhu Yunwen and the others' jaws dropped, and they stared at Long Chen in disbelief. He actually slapped a three-flower earth venerate away. Was he a monster? It wasn't just Zhu Yunwen and the others who were shocked. Even Long Chen stared at his own hand in disbelief, feeling like it was inconceivable. However, Long Chen wasn't shocked by his power. What truly astonished him was his reaction speed. Even in front of a three-flower expert, he felt as if everything was within his control. He also found that his speed, reactions, perception, and everything else had gone up by more than one level. It's nothing to be surprised about. You never intentionally trained your spirit, soul, and will. But in the Vermilion Bird Empire, you awakened their power, so your improvement will naturally be rapid, said the dragon expert lightly. However, while it spoke calmly, it couldn't conceal how pleased it was. Clearly, for Long Chen to become so powerful was also something it was proud of. Just then, the ground shook and Lan Tianba charged out of it. The moment he came out though, Long Chen's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lan Tianba, slamming his foot into his abdomen. In an instant, Lan Tianba's body curled up and slammed back into the ground 10 times faster than he had charged out. The spot that he fell was exactly the same as before. The earth exploded once again. But unlike before, the entire city suddenly began to rise out of the ground, like some monster was standing from beneath the city. Following that, a violent immemorial aura rose. With a furious roar, a giant wolf broke free from the ground, its wild power causing the stars to shake. Blue flame voracious wolf. Hee, you've finally come. Long Chen smiled sinisterly. Chapter 4022 Fighting a Three-Flower Earth Venerate. The blue flame voracious wolf was a flame divine beast of the immemorial era. Although its reputation was not as magnificent as the vermilion bird, it was still a well-known existence. When its head broke free from the ground, lifting the entire city into the air, the wolf's mouth revealed fangs stretching for miles, and its two eyes resembled blazing suns, radiating a scorching and fearsome aura. Its roar in particular seemed like it could tear apart people's souls. Fortunately, everyone had experienced the vermilion bird's trial by fire and was able to endure this pressure. Otherwise, just this roar would have been enough to shatter their yuan spirits. Great voracious wolf ancestor, these invaders possess the inheritance flame of the vermilion bird. They are your sacrifice. Enjoy them, shouted Lan Tianba. This blue flame voracious wolf was the Blue Flame Empire's faith divine beast. During this time, they had offered it countless offerings in preparation to awaken it. Unexpectedly, it was forcibly woken up by Long Chen. If the offerings they gave to awaken it didn't meet its requirements, it would be infuriated and devour countless lifeforms as compensation. Thus, the Blue Flame Empire didn't dare to awaken it for nothing. So, now that it was forcibly woken, it roared furiously. Lan Tianba's shout then locked its attention onto Long Chen and the others. Now, eating them was the only way to placate its fury. As expected, when it looked at Long Chen and the others, flames burst out of its eyes, and its killing intent erupted. With another furious roar, the earth was torn asunder, and its giant body came out of it. Its body was almost the same size as the entire capital. The moment it showed up, a violent pressure caused the world to quiver, and faint cracks appeared within heaven and earth, as if the very world was being torn apart. Zhu Yunwen and the others were shaken. They had never imagined that one day they would be fighting an immemorial divine beast that could reach the level of being a faith totem. Imperial disciples, activate a barrier. Seal this place. Do not permit anyone to run or transmit any news. Yunwen, Yifeng, Xianxia, Chenshui, all princes and princesses, summon the vermilion bird manifestation. You will face Lan Tianba, shouted Long Chen. What about the blue flame voracious wolf? Asked Yu Chenshui hastily. It's mine. Get to work. Long Chen shot toward the blue flame voracious wolf just like that. Seeing Long Chen move, the others also got to work. As 800,000 imperial disciples joined forces, summoning their manifestations, their figures merged into one enormous immemorial vermilion bird. It soared above the 9 heavens and formed a barrier around the capital city. Within the vermilion bird's trial by fire, they had learned how to combine their manifestations. Now, they could show it off. Zhu Yunwen, Yu Chenshui, Zhu Yifeng, Yu Qingxian, and the others unleashed their manifestations. Flames exploded as they attacked Lan Tianba. If it was before, they would have been full of reverence for this 3-flower earth venerate. But one kick and slap from Long Chen had blasted away that reverence. In their hearts, 3-flower earth venerates were now just humans. If Long Chen could slap them, then they couldn't be that terrifying. Qingxian, vermilion, bird cries at the 10,000 Daos. Zhu Yunwen suddenly shouted, and Yu Qingxian shot toward the front of their formation. The next moment, her hand made a sword seal, and her sword whistled down, unleashing a rainbow arc. After going through the trial, Yu Qingxian's heavenly rainbow flame was finally starting to awaken. When she unleashed her full power, her sword looked as if it could cut down the very stars. As for Zhu Yunwen, Yu Chenshui, Zhu Yifeng, and the others, they also attacked at the same time. Flame energy merged into Yu Qingxian's sword. With Yu Qingxian as the main attacker, she combined the power of over 20 people, directly attacking Lan Tianba. Seeing this, Lan Tianba hadn't expected them to be so skilled in combination arts. He suddenly realized that he, a grand 3-flower earth venerate, was actually locked down by Yu Qingxian. What he didn't know was that he wasn't really locked down by Yu Qingxian, but by the heavenly rainbow flame. The heavenly rainbow flame didn't care what level the opponent was. Once you were locked down, there was no escaping it. Ignorant juniors, face your deaths. Lan Tianba roared furiously, and a flame saber appeared in his hand. Brilliant blue divine radiance then emanated from the weapon, filling the surroundings with an otherworldly glow. With an overwhelming display of power, Lan Tianba swung his saber down with astonishing force, ripping through the very fabric of the heavens. Both their attacks clashed. The full power of a 3-flower earth venerate met the combined force of over 20 heavenly geniuses of the current era, causing flames to explode into the heavens. As a result, other than Yu Qingxian, everyone else coughed up blood. The power of a 3-flower earth venerate was unimaginably terrifying. Fortunately, they had learned how to share the pressure within the vermilion bird's trial by fire. So, although they were injured, it wasn't fatal. The other good thing was that Lan Tianba also coughed up blood. Clearly, even a 3-flower earth venerate was unable to block their full power. This fact invigorated them. Being able to rival a 3-flower earth venerate, just how prestigious was such a claim? Lan Tianba was shocked and enraged at being injured, so he shot toward them like a bolt of lightning. Seeing that their combination attack was a real threat to him, he took advantage while they were injured to press the attack, giving them no breathing room. Heavenly rainbow killing blow. However, just as he moved, Yu Qingshan became one with her sword, shooting out like a loose arrow. She was so fast that by the time he reacted, her sword was already pressed against his throat. Lan Tianba was sent staggering back, while Yu Qingshan was forced back 100 miles before being able to stabilize herself. Now, an unhealthy rosiness appeared on her cheeks. After all, the attack of a 3-flower earth venerate was not so easy to receive. Even if Lan Tianba was injured and didn't have time to accumulate power, just half of his full power attack was already enough to injure her and shake her spiritual qi. Die. Seeing Yu Qingshan injured, Lan Tianba shot after her. This was his best time to attack. You can die instead. Just then, Zhu Yifeng's sword slashed down. Following him were Yu Chenshui and the others. What infuriated Lan Tianba was that this attack was precisely Yu Qingshan's previous attack, but this one had all their power merged into it. Lan Tianba was sent flying and hacking up blood. As for Zhu Yunwen and the others, they also coughed up blood, but they grew increasingly excited. Inside their minds, they were roaring with excitement. They could now fight 3-flower earth venerates head-on, so who dared to look down on them now? Just then, the recovered Yu Qingshan unleashed a tempest of attacks, giving Lan Tianba no chance to recover. As a result, Lan Tianba was repeatedly injured. It was like he was drowning, and they were doing their best to keep his head underwater, giving him no chance to breathe. As long as he had no chance to recover, he would stay in a weakened state. It was not easy for him to finally force away Yu Qingshan, but then Zhu Yifeng and the others attacked, keeping him pinned down. Blocking Zhu Yifeng's attack further injured him, and then Yu Chenshui took his spot to attack Lan Tianba again. Yu Qingshan was in charge of disturbing him, while everyone else joined forces to attack him, leaving him with no room to retaliate. Finally, Lan Tianba grew afraid as he knew that he was entrapped. If he had no chance to recover, he would eventually die. Great voracious wolf, you! Lan Tianba shouted for aid from the blue flame voracious wolf, as the others were already slain by the imperial disciples. However, halfway through his shout, he was shocked to find that the blue flame voracious wolf was covered in flames. Long Chen's voice rang out. Following that, a sacred chanting sound resounded throughout heaven and earth. Chapter 4023 Subduing the Blue Flame Voracious Wolf. Sacred chanting resounded throughout heaven and earth like the imperial edict of a god. As Long Chen chanted, white flames rose and a terrifying heat unfurled. Surprisingly, the dome of the heavens was about to collapse from the heat, but a layer of frost still covered the earth, as if it had become a land of ice and snow. This time, Huo Linger didn't hold back. The full power of the ice soul was unleashed into the strongest raging flame prison where the blue flame voracious wolf was trapped inside. The blue flame voracious wolf roared and struggled against the prison, but even as flames exploded out of it and its claws raked across the prison, it was unable to break free. It then suddenly opened its mouth, and a blue flame sphere smashed into the flame prison. The huge flame sphere caused the prison to deform. It began to twist but didn't break. At this moment, the pillars of the prison had black flames flicker over them. Those black flames possessed a sinister aura, akin to the devil's maw devouring the blue flames. When the wild blue flame voracious wolf saw those black flames, it instantly went still. It recognized the origin of those flames. Those were the Yanshu flames. Even after devouring it, it was still so powerful that Huo Linger wouldn't lightly use them. She couldn't fully control them yet. However, with the support of the Nirvana scripture and Long Chen, she unleashed it to devour her opponent's power. Thus, the blue flame voracious wolf was now like a terrified rabbit. It was no longer even thinking about obtaining some sacrificial offering and only wanted to flee. However, the more it struggled, the more the prison shrank, terrifying it. Also, the power of the ice soul gradually permeated throughout its body, weakening its flame energy. As for the Yanshu flame, it was like maggots devouring his energy. As a result, the blue flame voracious wolf was rapidly weakening. The Yanshu flame really is terrifying. Even an immemorial divine beast is restrained by it. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked as he watched its effect. As he was forming hand seals and chanting, his spirit, soul, and will merged. In this state, every syllable of the Nirvana scripture that he chanted seemed to be able to control this world's fate. Long Chen was overwhelmed by a profound feeling he had never experienced before. It became evident to him that he had undergone a complete transformation through his dedicated practice of the dragon soul body forging art. The flame energy of the world flowed under Long Chen's control. Before this, he could only control the power of heaven and earth. But now, he had a feeling like he could control anywhere the Nirvana scripture could reach. He even felt like he could extract the flame energy of the Imperial disciples for himself. But of course, he didn't do so. That would just be weakening his own side. Strangely, he found that he was unable to support them with flame energy. He was only able to use this flame energy to support himself and Huolinger, whose soul was linked with his. Other than that, he also found that he was capable of using the power of his spirit, soul, and will through the Nirvana scripture to rapidly consume the blue flame voracious wolf's flame energy and give it to Huolinger. As a result, the blue flame voracious wolf roared in terror, but it was meaningless. As time passed, it grew weaker and weaker, while Huolinger only grew stronger. In truth, the blue flame voracious wolf only ever had one chance to escape, and that was to unleash its full power the moment the flame prison condensed. Then it would have had a high chance of shattering the flame prison. But in the end, it was the heroic spirit worshipped by the Blue Flame Empire. Having stayed alive thanks to the Blue Flame Empire's offerings and faith energy, it would not use up so much of its energy for nothing, or replenishing it would be too difficult and take too long. Thus, it hadn't unleashed a full power attack right at the start, resulting in it being caught in this prison of death. It had lost its only chance of escape. Long Chen couldn't help sighing with relief. This time, his life finally took a turn for the better. Originally, he had thought that it would take a great price to subdue this blue flame voracious wolf. But it turned out to be quite easy. The 800,000 Imperial disciples had fully sealed down this area, so no information could leave this place. As there was no worry about other variables intruding, everything was under control. Don't let him escape. Suddenly, Yu Qingshan cried out. They had just exchanged blows with Lan Tianba, causing him to cough up blood and shoot back. However, the way he flew back was a bit odd, and Yu Qingshan instantly had a bad feeling. As expected, Lan Tianba was a crafty old fox. Seeing that the blue flame voracious wolf was trapped, he knew that it was over. Thus, he borrowed their combination attack's power to fly away in the other direction, wanting to escape their blockade. Lan Tianba was extremely fast, and by the time they reacted, he was already at the edge of the barrier. Ignorant juniors, just you wait. Your Vermilion Bird Empire will pay a bloody price. Lan Tianba's saber lit up with divine light, unleashing a full power attack at the barrier. However, just as his saber slashed onto the barrier, all the Imperial disciples, including Yu Qingshan and Zhu Yunwen, rapidly formed hand seals. A giant vermilion bird totem then appeared on top of the barrier, blocking Lan Tianba's saber. Half of Lan Tianba's body instantly collapsed and his saber flew away. He almost exploded. The miserable Lan Tianba had never expected that the strongest technique of the 800,000 Imperial disciples would actually be defense. Of course, that was how they had managed to resist the terrifying pressure of the trial by fire. The combined defenses of 800,000 Vermilion Bird Empire's experts possessed such power that the backlash almost took Lan Tianba's life. Even in his peak condition, he wouldn't be able to break their absolute defense, let alone in this weakened state. But if he was in top condition, at least, he wouldn't be half dead after trying. Zhu Yifeng's sword then slashed down, taking advantage of Lan Tianba's confusion. To cut off his head, shattering his soul. Just like that, an empire's master, a majestic three-flower earth venerate, was slain by their combined forces. Looking at Lan Tianba's head, they felt like they were dreaming. They didn't dare to believe that they had actually done this. Just then, on Long Chen's side, within the endless flames, the giant blue flame voracious wolf was dragged into a black spatial gate by the flame prison. The spatial gate then slammed shut and the blue flame voracious wolf vanished. The next moment, Long Chen raised his head and laughed. Chapter 4024 Sending a Big Gift. Within the primal chaos space, the indomitable blue flame voracious wolf was no longer the slightest bit ferocious, its eyes only filled with terror. Like usual, no matter how powerful it was, once it arrived at the primal chaos space, it would just tuck its tail between its legs. Looking at the cowering blue flame voracious wolf, Long Chen smiled. The primal chaos space was practically an unrivaled existence. As long as Long Chen could drag the other side inside, they would have to submit. Regretfully, the primal chaos space was not all-powerful, and dragging an opponent inside was not easy. Huolinger, quickly devour it. Looking at the quivering blue flame voracious wolf, Long Chen felt no pity. For its spirit to not extinguish after all this time, who knew just how many souls had been offered to it? Numerous heroic spirits forged a deep connection with their believers. As devotees offered sacrifices to these spirits, they bestowed blessings upon their faithful followers. Among these heroic spirits, the blue flame voracious wolf stood out for its infamous brutality. It had earned the position of being the faith divine beast of the blue flame empire. To attain such a status, both the empire and the creature itself had likely engaged in dark and terrible deeds to nourish its power and influence. At this moment, Huolinger transformed into 800 white flame dragons and began to tear at its body. The blue flame voracious wolf yelped in pain, but its power seemed to be restrained here. Let alone in its weakened state, even in its full power state, it would have no ability to resist within the primal chaos space. Seeing that Huolinger was steadily devouring it, Long Chen's mind exited the primal chaos space. At this time, Zhu Yifeng came over while holding Lan Tianba's head. "Boss, we actually killed a 3-flower earth venerate. Not bad, but don't get overconfident. This fellow is the weakest of 3-flower earth venerates. I heard that he originally didn't even have the power to reach this level, but after offering a large number of sacrifices to the blue flame voracious wolf, it used its power to forcibly help him condense the 3 flowers. Thus, his power cannot compare to the other 3-flower earth venerates. Even so, being able to kill him with just your combined effort is enough to prove the bravery of the Vermilion Bird Empire," said Long Chen, first giving them a warning to avoid them getting conceited. "But they did deserve a praise. Big brother, what do we do now? Return to the empire and attack them from behind?" asked Zhu Yifeng. No, it's still too early. Before the information spreads, let's do another round of plundering." Long Chen then brought them around to search for the Blue Flame Empire's treasuries. They quickly found a secret space. When they saw it, they almost shouted in excitement. The treasury displayed a breathtaking sight with battleships and war chariots meticulously arranged in neat rows. As far as the eye could see, there was an abundance of battle armor and divine weapons. Moreover, an enormous mountain of heavenly flame crystals added to the awe-inspiring spectacle, shining brilliantly in their magnificent splendor. Although they had been excited by the Violet Thunderclap Empire's treasury, in the end, those treasures were of lightning elements. However, the Blue Flame Empire's treasures were all of flame elements, so they were practically made for them. There's no time to split them up. Just bring out 100 Lightning Thunderclap battleships and 100 of the Blue Flame Empire's battleships to make us seem like a contingent composed of both of their empires. We'll now go to the Feather Cry Empire. Their relationship with the Blue Flame Empire isn't good, so we'll gamble that we can attack a bit faster than the information reaches them, said Long Chen. Right now, they no longer doubted his words, so they immediately carried out his orders. They emptied the treasury and rushed to the Feather Cry Empire at full speed. According to reason, closeness bred fondness. But it was the opposite for empires. The closer they were, the worse their relationships would be. That was especially true for two empires that were evenly matched in power. It was all too easy for conflicts to erupt between them. The battleships crossed through the barrier, directly barging into the Feather Cry Empire. Before the guards could even ring the alarm bells, Long Chen's voice was like thunder resounding throughout the air. The Violet Thunderclap and Blue Flame Empires have arrived. Alert your empire lord, the plan has changed. Gather your troops for battle. Hearing that announcement and then looking at the specific Lightning Thunderclap battleships and Blue Flame battleships, the soldiers didn't dare to tarry. They immediately sent word to the capital. Then, just like that, Long Chen and the others swaggered toward the capital. When they passed through the large cities, other flying boats actually lined up around them like an escort for a respected guest. Obviously, this escort had to be the Feather Cry Empire welcoming the Violet Thunderclap Empire, not the Blue Flame Empire. But since they had come together, the Feather Cry Empire had to express enough sincerity. Otherwise, if the Blue Flame Empire were to properly fawn over the Violet Thunderclap Empire and gain their support, the Feather Cry Empire would have difficulty surviving their pressure. Originally, everyone was nervous inside the battleships, afraid of being exposed. But unexpectedly, everything went according to Long Chen's calculations. However, when they saw how things were going so smoothly that they even had escorts, they realized the crux of it. So Long Chen had seen through how the Feather Cry Empire would react in order to curry favor with the Violet Thunderclap Empire. His enemies were dancing in the palm of his hand, causing the imperial disciples to almost prostrate themselves toward him in admiration. Such control over politics was beyond their imagination. In truth, they simply overestimated Long Chen. Ignoring whether or not Long Chen really did have such a gift, the truth was that he couldn't be bothered to use it. Ever since the miserable defeat of the martial heaven continent, Long Chen had affirmed his cultivation path. He no longer bothered wasting his energy on schemes. What was the point? Long Chen had planned and strategized so much for the final battle of the martial heaven continent. They even had a genius like Li Tianxuan with countless calculations and countless preparations. But in the end, if it weren't for the dragon expert, everyone would have died. As a result, now, Long Chen was just blindly following his heart's desire. In any case, as long as he was strong enough, whatever he did was right. He didn't want to waste his precious energy and time on senseless schemes. The battleships rapidly closed in on the capital. After all, Long Chen was in a race against time. He was gambling that the Feather Cry Empire had not received word of the Blue Flame Empire's destruction before they arrived. The Feather Cry Empire's capital quickly appeared in the distance. When Long Chen saw the state of the formation around the city, he smiled. Zhu Yunwen and the others were also delighted. Their grand formation was not at full power or in any combat state. In fact, when they entered, the Feather Cry Empire's experts were lined up to welcome them. "Prepare yourselves. We're going with our original plan," said Long Chen. Everyone got to work, inserting countless crystals into the battleships. They then raised their attack power to the maximum. "Brother Qin Yu, I am sorry to make you personally welcome me. Today, I'll give you a big gift. Please kindly accept it." Long Chen suddenly imitated Wang Taibei's voice and shouted to the capital. That elder called Qin Yu was their empire lord. As it was his first time being called brother by Wang Taibei, he felt moved. "Empire Lord Wang, for you to personally come, what the fuck?" Qin Yu was in the midst of saying some courteous words when he was shocked to find that the battleships seemed to have gone out of control and were barreling toward him. Chapter 4025 Silver Wing Blood Falcon. The Feather Cry Empire's experts stood stunned as 20 battleships smashed into their capital like cannonballs. Seeing the impending disaster, countless people cried out in shock and scrambled to avoid it. However, the attack was so swift and unexpected that most of them couldn't dodge in time. 10 lightning thunderclap battleships and 10 blue flame battleships, each laden with heavenly lightning crystals and heavenly flame crystals, collided with the ground, resulting in a world-shaking explosion upon impact. The devastating blast rocked the area as flames and lightning spread, killing the surrounding experts, leaving destruction and chaos in its wake. In an instant, the glorious capital was razed to the ground, leaving Qin Yu in a state of shock and rage. He actually thought that the battleships had gone out of control. But when he saw Long Chen and the others in the air, he understood. Warriors of the Vermilion Bird Empire, the time to protect the Vermilion Bird Empire's people and dignity has come. The enemies before you are not humans, they are bloodthirsty jackals. Raise your weapons, pierce the armor of your enemies, cut off their heads, and protect your families in the Empire. On the battlefield, there is no mercy, no compassion. What you need is the courage to fight to the death against your enemies, the courage to face death and fear without retreat. Long Chen shot toward Qin Yu, his blood chi rumbling like wild thunder. "You are Long Chen, brat, you're courting death." Qin Yu finally understood that Long Chen and the others had disguised themselves as the experts from the Violet Thunderclap Empire and the Blue Flame Empire to cause a calamity for him. Just now, the detonations of those battleships had killed countless experts, which were mostly his empire's elites, causing Qin Yu's heart to drip blood. Thus, seeing Long Chen coming at him, Qin Yu exploded with killing intent. His 3 flowers then quivered, and he unleashed a claw at Long Chen, instantly using his sharpest killing blow. As the sharp claw raked through the air, an enormous claw image filled the sky, resonating with the heavenly Taos. The moment he made his move, all of heaven and earth fell under his control. Long Chen's fist then smashed into the claw, spreading a ripple through the world. In the end, both Long Chen and Qin Yu grunted and fell back, being evenly matched. Long Chen, an immortal king, was able to fight evenly against a 3-flower Earth Venerate, someone 2 major realms above him. The Feather Cry Empire's experts couldn't believe their eyes. Following that, there was another intense explosion. To everyone's surprise, Yu Qingshan was attacking a white-haired elder, who was also a 3-flower Earth Venerate. She and the other imperial disciples once more joined forces to fight a 3-flower Earth Venerate. However, this 3-flower Earth Venerate's power was actually inferior to Lan Tianba. That was because his realm was entirely created through piling up medicinal pills and outside forces. If Lan Tianba could be considered a half-step 3-flower earth venerate, then this person was a quasi-3-flower earth venerate. As a result, after receiving one blow from Yu Qingshan and the others, he already hacked up blood. Yu Qingshan, Zhu Yongwen, and the others were dumbfounded by this sight. During their intense fight with Lan Tianba, they had sustained numerous injuries, and on their way to this place, they had only managed to partially recover their strength. Thus, they had anticipated another grueling and bloody battle. But to their surprise, this elder turned out to be considerably weaker than expected. "Is he a fake?" shouted Yu Chenshui. "Who cares? Kill him first," responded Zhu Yifeng. They then joined forces against the elder. As for the other experts of the Feather Cry Empire, they tried to help as well, but the imperial disciples forced them back. Although the detonation of the battleships had killed a portion of their experts, there were still millions and millions of them. In truth, the Vermilion Bird Empire was at an absolute disadvantage just by looking at the number. Fortunately, the imperial disciples had completely transformed themselves, so they simply slaughtered their enemies, decimating the Feather Cry Empire's experts. Meanwhile, Long Chen was fighting Qin Yu. As the fight went on, the blood qi in his body circulated even faster and stronger. After learning the Dragon Soul body forging art, Long Chen's essence blood, spiritual qi, and bones all had spherical runes inside of them. They were burning, like a melting glacier, unleashing an endless flood of energy throughout Long Chen's body. Every time Long Chen's fist struck out, the void collapsed, as if heaven and earth could not contain his power. On the other hand, Qin Yu, the Empire Lord, had his 3 flowers revolving behind him. As he did so, the 10,000 Daos rumbled, and countless runes flowed on top of his body. He was clearly going all out. "Your blood qi is deficient, as well as your soul. Have you been consumed by wine and women?" As Long Chen fought, he began to force back Qin Yu. Slowly, he realized that his opponent seemed to be in a weakened state and not trying to hold back. Clearly, Qin Yu's aura was slightly stronger than Lan Tianba's, but his actual combat power was a level weaker. So, it was very curious. Long Chen knew that this was their final chance for a sneak attack. In a bit, the destruction of the Blue Flame Empire would quickly become widespread knowledge. There was no chance for another sneak attack, so Long Chen wanted to test himself against a powerful expert. "Ignorant brat, if I hadn't just sacrificed a large portion of my essence blood and soul, would you even be able to receive 3 attacks from me?" raged Qin Yu. Following his roar, the earth began to shake, and a giant sacrificial altar broke out of the ground. On it, there was a totem pole of an immemorial devil bird. It seemed to be a falcon with sharp claws that looked to be made of gold, but its wings were silver. As for its eyes, they were filled with an ominous light. "Oh, to awaken it, you sacrificed your blood and soul. No wonder you're so weak," said Long Chen. This silver-wing blood falcon was also an immemorial beast, known to be bloodthirsty and ferocious. In order to worship such a heroic spirit, you had to offer it enough blood-soul energy as tribute. Furthermore, in order to awaken it, Qin Yu had sacrificed a huge amount of blood-soul energy from others to it, but it still wasn't enough. In the end, he sacrificed a portion of his own blood-soul energy to awaken it. When this totem appeared, a berserk fearsome aura radiated throughout the world. After that, a giant figure flew out of it. It was the silver-wing blood falcon. In an instant, it locked onto Long Chen, seemingly sensing his powerful blood qi. Even without orders from Qin Yu, it already opened its mouth and inhaled, causing a giant vortex to appear. Before Long Chen could react, he was sucked into the silver-wing blood falcon's stomach. Long Chen's disappearance then caused Yu Qingshan and the others to cry out. It happened so suddenly that even someone as powerful as Long Chen had no ability to resist. He was instantly devoured. "Great heroic spirit, enjoy this top-grade sacrificial offering," shouted Qin Yu. "A little silver-wing blood falcon thinks it can devour true dragon essence blood. Are you not afraid of biting more than you can chew?" Just then, Long Chen's sinister voice rang out from within the silver-wing blood falcon's stomach. They then heard a roar that was like a god's. Dragon King Battle Armor. Chapter 4026. An immense battle starts. Following Long Chen's shout, that giant silver-wing blood falcon emitted golden light, so bright that it even covered up its silver hue. After that, people were shocked to see its body starting to inflate, growing larger and larger. The silver-wing blood falcon also seemed to have a bad feeling and opened its mouth wide, as if trying to spit Long Chen out. However, it was already too late. In a dramatic way, the falcon's body exploded, unleashing a torrent of astral winds that swept through the surroundings. The ensuing explosion was so powerful that golden light illuminated the entire world. "Summon the defensive formation," shouted Zhu Yunwen hastily. In an instant, the Imperial disciples formed hand seals. Although they had been spread throughout the battlefield, they immediately gathered together. After that, the vermilion bird barrier enveloped them. Terrifying essence blood power struck them, and the impact was like a star exploding, blowing their surroundings apart. As for their opponents, they were blown out of existence. Just like that, an entire capital vanished, along with millions of their experts. The detonation of an immemorial beast was really terrifying. As the golden light slowly dimmed, Long Chen's figure appeared. "How foolish. Did you think that you could touch my Dragon King essence blood?" These words weren't Long Chen's, but the dragon experts. Clearly, the silver-winged blood falcon's desire to devour true dragon essence blood was a daydream. "Little fellow, what do you think? You're finally seeing the true power of the dragon soul body forging art." The dragon expert's voice contained a touch of pride. Even Long Chen himself was shocked. He had never imagined that he would one day control such power. In the vermilion bird space, he had no references, so he didn't know just how high his power was rising. Now, he finally witnessed the difference between the current him and his old self. The power is terrifying, but the exhaustion is also shocking. That single attack took 30% of my energy. Long Chen couldn't help bitterly smiling. A single eruption of power where he immediately reigned in his aura actually cost him 30% of his energy. Based on that, he would probably only be able to maintain his strongest state for a few breaths' time. Your control is too lacking, so the majority of your energy is just canceling itself out. Furthermore, your human race's bodies aren't as powerful as the dragon race. The amount of power that you can store is also limited. For you to have reached this extent is already far beyond my original expectations. So, just take it easy. As your cultivation base grows, your physical body will be able to hold more power, and your control will also increase. The strength and time limit will then grow as well, consoled the dragon expert. There was no way around it. After all, a human couldn't grow to 9 feet. As for the true dragon race, after becoming dragon kings, they could easily reach a length of thousands of miles. There was no comparison between the two. Even so, Long Chen's current power was already far beyond the dragon expert's original expectation. Suddenly, blood splashed through the air as two swords swiftly swung through the sky. In a seamless and coordinated attack, both Yu Chenshui and Zhu Yunwen struck simultaneously, causing two heads to be sent soaring into the sky. Excellent. 3 flower earth venerate heads, 2 of them being Empire Lords. That's enough to raise our side's morale. Zhu Yunwen smiled excitedly as he held Qin Yu's head. However, he quickly saw Long Chen looking at the head in his hand hesitatingly, so his heart sank. "Brother Long, did I say something wrong? You shouldn't have wiped out his soul. I was planning on finding out some information." Long Chen bitterly smiled. Long Chen felt Wang Taibei to be quite sinister. Perhaps this sinister plot was something only the Empire Lords were somewhat aware of. When he had slain Lan Tianba, he hadn't had time to leave him alive. As for Yu Chenshui and Zhu Yunwen, they had attacked too quickly for Long Chen to stop them. "Ah, sorry, Brother Long. I was too brash," said Zhu Yunwen awkwardly. "It's fine. If he's dead, he's dead. They are only following the orders of the Violet Thunderclap Empire, so they might not even be aware of their top secrets. Let's clean up the battlefield and return to the Vermilion Bird Empire," said Long Chen. "Big brother, we were quite fast this time and no one escaped. Perhaps we can do another sneak attack," proposed Zhu Yunwen. The others looked at Long Chen with anticipation. They had annihilated 2 imperial capitals in such a short time, having accomplished something unprecedented in history. If they could attack another empire on top of it, their names would go down in history, and it would alleviate the pressure on the Vermilion Bird Empire. If we keep launching sneak attacks, the 8 empires will definitely fall into disarray. They'll be afraid of being the next target and be forced to defend. Even if we stop attacking, it will still apply a great deal of pressure on them, said Yu Chenshui. In their opinion, as long as the other side wasn't prepared, even if they couldn't beat their enemies, they could always run. The fact that they had repeatedly fought 3 flower experts had given them a boost of confidence. Long Chen shook his head. There will be no other chance. The success of this sneak attack was mostly luck, and news of the Blue Flame Empire should have already spread. Moreover, the 8 empires will not be withdrawing to their capitals to defend, as they don't know our next target. Rather than letting themselves be run wild by us, they will instead launch an all-out assault on the Vermilion Bird Empire. Then we'll be the ones forced to defend passively. Furthermore, if they are able to somehow calculate where we're going and ambush us midway, they won't need much to annihilate us. Just 5-3 flower earth venerates are enough to wipe us out. Further risks now are not worth it when compared to the gains. In order to avoid huge casualties on the side of the Vermilion Bird Empire, we have to immediately return before the 8 empires launch their assault. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts shook. It seemed that they had been thinking too simply. There's another important point. Wang Taibei and Wang Tianyao master mentioned something but didn't explain it in detail. You have to know that enemies you can see aren't that frightening, but the ones you don't see coming. That's the true terror. If we can't find any clues, we have to prepare ourselves in advance, said Long Chen. Everyone nodded. They then cleaned up the battlefield and returned to the Vermilion Bird Empire on their battleships. In order to avoid them from being blocked by others, Long Chen intentionally took them on a detour. When they reached the border of the Vermilion Bird Empire and saw the destroyed city along with endless corpses, Zhu Yunwen and the others' eyes instantly turned scarlet. Chapter 4027 Shadow of the Week. Everything went as Long Chen expected. The 8 empires had launched a ferocious assault upon learning of the sneak attacks. The tall city walls of their empire now lay in ruins, and the battlefield was strewn with lifeless bodies, emanating a grim and pungent scent of blood in the air. This was where our imperial father was defending. We have to reinforce him, shouted Zhu Yunwen. You go. Xianxia and I will reinforce the empresses. We'll split up here, said Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen had no intention of reinforcing Yu Xiaoyun. He was well aware that the emperor's strength far surpassed their expectations. Before coming to the Vermilion Bird Empire, Sha Guhong had told him that while in terms of intelligence, Yu Xiaoyun was a straw bag, in terms of power, he was a monster. However, Long Chen knew that from the viewpoint of members of the imperial family, being faithful patriots was necessary. As the emperor had supreme might, they held him as a god in their hearts. So, if the emperor was leading the troops in battle, they had to accompany him. Even if their own mothers were in danger, they had to view the emperor as the most important thing, unless he gave them the order to reinforce the other sides. Long Chen's original plan was to lead them to reinforce the others, but he still respected their choice. After all, the competition for the position of emperor was not always above board. If these princes and princesses wanted the position of emperor, they had to obtain the approval of the current emperor, so displaying their full power in front of him was their best chance. If the emperor didn't see all their efforts, it would be like dressing up for a walk at midnight. As for why Long Chen brought away Yu Qingshan, it was to express their position in terms of the competition for the spot of emperor. Seeing Long Chen wanted to leave them, they lost their mental pillar. Zhu Yunwen instantly grew anxious. Big brother. Zhu Yifeng also hesitated. You are all princes and princesses with your own burdens to carry. The storm tests the grass, the fire tests the gold. It is time to bare your fangs at your enemies and defend the Vermilion Bird Empire's dignity. Remember, every single one of you is a main character, a hero. Go and show off your power. Display your own light, make history remember your name, encouraged Long Chen. This encouragement set their blood on fire, stimulating their pride. Everyone, take care, crush your enemies. The dawn of victory will cast its light across every corner of the Vermilion Bird Empire. After the war, we can drink and eat until we're satisfied, said Long Chen. He then left with Yu Chenshui. Even once Long Chen was gone, his heroic words still continued to echo throughout heaven and earth, not dissipating for a long time. It aroused the battle intent within their souls. Crush our enemies. We are the descendants of the Julie bloodline, the heirs to the Vermilion Bird's will. We can't lose face for our ancestors. Zhu Yunwen roared and led all the princes and princesses away. The 800,000 imperial disciples roared as well, their killing intent shaking the heavens. It was like their anger could only be quenched through killing their enemies. A pair of golden wings suddenly appeared on Long Chen's back. As the giant wings covered the sky, his speed instantly shot up. While flying, Yu Qingshan held on tightly to Long Chen's chest, and his arm was around her waist. Watching as the space around her twisted, it was like they were in a space-time channel. She couldn't see their surroundings at all. Long Chen, these wings. Yu Qingshan's eyes suddenly widened. Yes, they're Kun Tu's wings. I refined them and extracted the runes. Now they're mine, hee. The Kunpeng race's speed really is nice, chortled Long Chen. The fastest person that Long Chen had ever seen so far was Cloud. It was said that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow's speed was slightly better than the Kunpeng race, but the attack and defense of their wings was a far cry from the Kunpeng race. Previously, Long Chen had obtained the secret arts of the Lightning Falcon race, making his speed astonishing. But compared to the Kunpeng race, they still paled in comparison. Long Chen's Kunpeng wings caused space to distort because he was incredibly fast. Due to this, he could only vaguely grasp the terrain around him through his divine sense. The major cities inside the Vermilion Bird Empire were in chaos, and there were battlefields all over the place. He could even see people from the Vermilion Bird Empire fighting and killing each other. Long Chen, why does this happen? Are people's hearts really so dark? Seeing the experts that had betrayed the Vermilion Bird Empire and become their enemies' dogs, slaughtering their old comrades, Yu Qingshan thought that they were even crueler than the real enemies. She was unable to understand these people. Why had they become like this? It was incomprehensible to her. Many people look like sheep. Facing the strong, they are gentle, humble, and pitiable. But against the weak, they become ruthless fiends, venting their own repressed feelings 100 times over onto people who are weaker than them. The weak make things hard on the weak, the poor make things hard on the poor. You can't even imagine just how merciless that world is. So the people that look the most pitiable might not be pitiable. Or perhaps I should say amongst pitiable people, there are also hateful people. Now, you see their hateful side. When the Empire wins and they are caught, they will cry and weep for mercy. Then you'll see their pitiable side. When a person commits wrongs, you can forgive the harm that they've done to you. But you cannot forgive them for the harms that they've caused to other people. After all, you cannot give forgiveness on behalf of others. In the end, the bitter fruit that you brewed must be consumed by yourself, said Long Chen. Long Chen had seen far too many people like this, so he was already numb to it. He also knew that the executions would descend in the end. Long Chen, I find that you are powerless in life a lot. I always feel pain in my heart when I see those ugly things. I feel like I've experienced this pain before, as though there are some scenes that I've seen before. Sometimes, I just cry for no reason. I feel like I don't even know who I am. Long Chen looked at Yu Qingshan. He saw her distress and pain, knowing that there was no way to fully erase all the memories of her past reincarnations. But she couldn't actually remember those memories. As they layered on top of each other, they would definitely be chaotic. Tightly holding her, he said, "Don't feel lost. Don't feel afraid. Starting now, I will protect you. I will not permit anyone to hurt you." Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshan's lost expression vanished, and a beautiful smile gradually appeared in her lips. Leaning her head against Long Chen's chest, she felt his powerful heartbeats. For her, Long Chen's embrace was the warmest abode. But suddenly, the void exploded, causing the sun and moon to lose their light. Some kind of violent power had destroyed the laws of the 10,000 Taos in the surroundings. Within endless fragments of spacetime, a figure came flying out of a collapsing space. When Yu Qingshan saw that figure, she cried out. It was none other than Zhang Weishan, but a worrisome sight greeted her. Blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Weishan's mouth, a clear sign of her injuries. After Zhang Weishan emerged from the collapsing space, three flower earth venerates followed her, showcasing their formidable presence. At this sight, Long Chen released Yu Qingshan and flapped his wings, flying like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, a fist covered in golden dragon scales, which emitted blinding divine radiance, struck one of the three. Chapter 4028 Slaying an Earth Venerate. Long Chen's fist smashed down with overwhelming power, crashing down upon those three elders who had just forced back Zhang Weishan and were chasing after her. Long Chen charged forward like a furious battle god, his speed so fast that it caused the very void to collapse. The ferocity of his strike enveloped all three of them, causing a wild wave of sand to rise and the Grand Dao runes to shatter. Within this wild tempest, they couldn't see clearly, so they fell back. All three of them felt their blood chi flipping inside of them, but they were surprised to not sense the other side's three-flower aura. Thus, one of them shouted furiously. This person was precisely the expert of the Violet Thunderclap Empire, Wang Tianyao's master. "Your dad," a sneer rang out. After that, a pair of golden wings appeared and a fist smashed toward Wang Tianyao's master. When this elder finally saw Long Chen, his eyes were full of disbelief. He refused to believe that the person to knock them back was actually this little immortal king. Seeing Long Chen actually dare to attack him, he furiously stabbed his sword at Long Chen's chest. He didn't believe that Long Chen would dare to ignore his attack. Contrary to his expectations, the direction of Long Chen's fist didn't change, and an invisible force suddenly knocked aside his sword, forcing it off its original path. Long Chen's fist then smashed into the face of Wang Tianyao master, causing countless cracks to appear on his head. The impact was so potent that it nearly took his life. His power had been focused in his sword, and he hadn't anticipated some mysterious energy to cause his attack to miss. Thus, Long Chen's fist came very close to shattering his head. Wang Tianyao's master was instantly sent flying and vanished without a trace. What a shame, I just missed a little bit. Long Chen sighed inside. He had almost killed his enemy with this attack. If Long Chen had summoned the Dragon King battle armor, this attack would have definitely blown him apart. But if he had summoned it, the latter would have sensed the threat of death and refused to fight Long Chen. Just like that, Long Chen's kunpeng wings flapped, and he vanished, chasing after Wang Tianyao's master. 3 flowers condense, 5 qis are born. Wang Tianyao's master was covered in cold sweat. He roared, and with just a thought, his almost broken head rapidly healed. At the same time, flames erupted from his 3 flowers, as he no longer dared to be the slightest bit careless. He actually ignited the power of his 3 flowers. Seeing Long Chen chasing after him, he knew that if he was forced into a passive position, what awaited him was a furious tempest of attacks. Long Chen was the typical case of a frontal attacker who would push the enemy toward death through constant attacks once he took the advantage, not giving his enemy the room to recover. As an expert who had experienced countless battles, Wang Tianyao's master knew that if he dodged, he would only die faster. So, he had to counterattack, even if he was still injured. As Wang Tianyao's master merged with his sword, his 3 flowers quivered. He then attacked with his sharpest killing blow, fighting for his chance to recover. As long as he could force Long Chen back, he would have a chance to recover. It would also buy time for his comrades to assist him. To his surprise, his all-out attack struck nothing but empty air. The Long Chen who had been charging at him turned out to be just an illusory image. A chilling realization washed over him, causing his hair to stand on end. A dreadful sense of impending doom engulfed him. 3 flower protection. He suddenly found that he had lost track of Long Chen, who was so fast that his perception couldn't keep track of him. Hence, his 3 flowers spread above his head, forming a giant barrier around him. He couldn't sense Long Chen, so he had no idea where Long Chen would come from, leaving him only able to unleash an omnidirectional defense. But that caused his defensive power to plummet. Even so, there was no way around it. He didn't dare to gamble, afraid that by the time he sensed where Long Chen was coming from, it would be too late to block him. Just as he summoned this protection, Long Chen's hand was like claws tearing through his defense. As the protective barrier around him crumbled, the 3 flowers that represented his power vanished, causing Wang Tianyao's master to cough up blood. But the moment his defenses crumbled, he sensed where Long Chen was, and his sword slashed toward him. The impact shattered the arm of Wang Tianyao's master and sent his sword flying. Just as Long Chen was preparing to launch the killing blow, the other 2 elders arrived. However, Long Chen didn't even look at them. Long Chen's foot simply stamped down on Wang Tianyao's master, and the latter instinctively raised his arm to block, only for that arm to be broken as well. It had to be known that in the trial by fire, Long Chen's physical body had been strengthened crazily. So, even 3 flower earth venerates were a far cry from him now. Seeing Long Chen ignore them to attack Wang Tianyao's master, the 2 elders were surprised and angered. They immediately prepared full power attacks for him. But before they could do so, the void collapsed and 2 flame swords slashed down. Yu Qingxian and Zhang Weishan had also joined in the fray, attacking them from behind. If the 2 elders wanted to attack Long Chen, the defenseless Long Chen might die. But they would also have no chance of survival. In an instant, their hearts grew cold as they realized that everything was within Long Chen's calculations. He had grasped the battlefield's tempo perfectly. Unless they were willing to exchange their lives for Long Chen's, they could only give up on attacking him. Unable to make such a resolution, they chose to switch to blocking. 2 explosive sounds then rang out. As Zhang Weishan's sword slashed down, her target hacked up blood, and even his weapon cracked. Clearly, on his own, he wasn't a match for Zhang Weishan. Zhang Weishan was powerful. If it was a 1 against 1 or even a 1 against 2, she would have victory in her grasp. But, she was at an immense disadvantage against 3. As for Yu Qingxian, her blood chi flipped inside of her after the impact, but her target also didn't get off lightly. Rainbow flames burned his body, consuming his core energy. With Zhang Weishan coming, they didn't dare to continue fighting in this condition and fled in fright. They simply didn't have the power to save their comrade. The next moment, Long Chen's claw stabbed through the head of Wang Tianyao master, causing him to shriek. His soul was being forcibly read. Suddenly, he exploded, transforming into a blood mist. Meanwhile, Long Chen's expression had changed. Qingxian, protect yourselves. They are carrying out a Nether River sacrificial ceremony. I'm going to stop them. Nether River sacrificial ceremony. Upon hearing this, the ever-calm Zhang Weishan's expression completely changed. Chapter 4029 Insidious Scheme. With a few flaps of his wings, Long Chen instantly reached his max speed, feeling full of anxiety. What a sinister scheme. They aren't planning on devouring the Vermilion Bird Empire but completely wiping it out. When the Nether River sacrificial ceremony is complete, the spatial gate will open, and the Nether River's water will flood into the Vermilion Bird Empire. This water is toxic, filled with endless resentment, so wherever the water goes, all life is extinguished. How would they benefit from that? Are they going to pay such a huge price just to erase the Vermilion Bird Empire? Long Chen could not comprehend why the Violet Thunderclap Empire would do such a thing. This was clearly a big chunk of meat that they were going to destroy without taking a single bite. It made no sense for Long Chen. From the memories of Wang Tianyao's master, Long Chen saw their plan. An altar for the Nether River sacrificial ceremony had secretly been constructed in the city bordering the Vermilion Bird Empire. This city served as the stronghold for the Empire's traitors, attracting countless renegades and individuals who had chosen to abandon their allegiance to the Empire. Before launching their assault, the 8 empires had announced that they were only targeting the imperial family, not indiscriminately killing commoners. Hence, they intentionally carved out a non-combatant area, which was precisely the grounds of the ceremony. Unaware of the impending death trap that awaited them, the traitors continued to gather others in hopes of earning the favor of the 8 empires. As Long Chen slew Wang Tianyao's master, the ceremony promptly commenced. The grand formation activated, and in an instant, black flames consumed the entire city. The black flames that engulfed the city were the fiendish flames of hell, and those sacrificial lambs could only meet their demise after suffering endless pain. Ah, what's going on? What are these flames? It's a trap. They're killing us. Heavens, is this the Vermilion Bird God's punishment for betraying the Empire? Countless experts wept as they tried to flee. But the moment they left the city, they were shocked to find a black barrier in front of them. No matter how they charged at it, they were forced back by a terrifying force. Meanwhile, the flames on their bodies grew, and no one could extinguish them. No. Amidst the chaos, cries of despair echoed through the air as millions of experts found themselves trapped within the flames, enduring excruciating pain. The hellish flames mercilessly consumed their bodies, souls, and yuan spirits, prolonging their suffering rather than granting them a swift end. As their lives were slowly extracted by the formation, the feeling of regret, hatred, and unwillingness lingered in the air. This endless resentment was then absorbed by the formation. The next moment, the image of a gate gradually appeared in the sky. It seemed to have the design of a flower on it, but it was too indistinct to see it clearly. As time passed, more and more resentment was absorbed by the gate, and the gate slowly lit up. Not good. The sacrifice is already starting. While rushing over, Long Chen sensed those horrifying fluctuations and grew even more anxious. Suddenly, Long Chen was struck by a ray of divine light, resembling 2 shooting stars perfectly crashing into each other. The impact sent Long Chen tumbling backward, his blood chi flipping inside of him, and stars spinning in his eyes. He almost coughed up blood. When the divine light scattered, Long Chen saw an enormous figure which caused his pupils to shrink in astonishment. Long Chen, I will repay the enmity of cutting off my wings 100-fold today. The enormous figure vanished, replaced by a man exploding with killing intent. Long Chen hadn't expected Kun Tu to actually come. Most shocking of all, his blood chi was so powerful that it didn't seem the slightest bit weaker than Long Chen's. After sensing his aura, Long Chen suddenly realized that Kun Tu had become a world king. Just how was that possible? It had only been a short time since they had last met. How could he advance to the world king realm so quickly? With the World King divine radiance behind his head, his blood chi shook the surrounding space, causing ripples of death to spread. An enormous Kunpeng image then appeared behind him. The current him was like the master of the world, his gaze exuding such power that others dared not meet his eyes. As he stood there, his icy killing intent bore down upon Long Chen like an unyielding force. As for his eyes, they glowed with golden runes, as if on the brink of bursting into flames at any given moment. Through gritted teeth, Kun Tu vowed, "Long Chen, I will tear your corpse apart today." His intense hatred for Long Chen was palpable. Merely seeing Long Chen already brought forth a surge of animosity from deep inside him. "I don't have time for you." Scram! Long Chen's Kunpeng wings flapped, and he shot at Kun Tu like a bolt of lightning. In front of Kun Tu, who had become a world king, Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He simply stamped a foot at him. Die! With a resounding roar, Kun Tu unleashed a powerful punch, determined to strike Long Chen. Yet, to his surprise, Long Chen's attack was a clever feint. In a swift motion, Long Chen's Kunpeng wings flapped, propelling him high above Kun Tu's head, and he swiftly made his escape. After all, the gates of hell had been opened and Long Chen had to stop it. Otherwise, everything would be over. "Bastard, where do you think you're going?" Feeling enraged, Kun Tu transformed into a giant Kunpeng, and countless runes flowed on top of his wings. He then shot after Long Chen like a shooting star. What shocked Long Chen was that after becoming a world king, Kun Tu's wings were completely different. Many of the runes that appeared on his wings were different from Long Chen's wings. Furthermore, his speed was actually greater than Long Chen's. Although Long Chen flew away first, Kun Tu already caught up to him in just a few breaths' time. As Kun Tu closed in on him, Long Chen swiftly swung his saber out. In response, Kun Tu folded his wings and met Long Chen's attack head-on. The collision sent powerful shockwaves rippling in all directions. As a result, Kun Tu's body staggered backward, coming to a halt, while Long Chen skillfully harnessed the force of the impact to maintain his flight. "Coward, if you have guts, fight me properly," roared Kun Tu, chasing after Long Chen once more. Undeterred by Kun Tu's pursuit, Long Chen pressed on, propelling himself forward at full speed. As Kun Tu was closing in on him, once more, Long Chen's keen eyes spotted a black barrier looming ahead. Countless people were screaming in pain inside of the black barrier. As the black flames burned, black threads slowly floated into the sky. At this moment, Long Chen saw a black spatial gate slowly condensing in the sky, having a strange design on it. Long Chen actually felt that the design was slightly similar, however, he was unable to recall where he had seen it before. When Long Chen saw that the barrier was still present, he was relieved. So, he was still on time. If the spatial gate was not fully condensed, there was still a chance to stop it. As Long Chen prepared to charge toward the barrier and shatter it, the space in front of him suddenly distorted and warped. The next moment, he found himself confronted by the Kunpeng race's patriarch, as well as the Aldeval race's old monsters, the Netherworld's experts, and even the 9 Underworld Hall's master, Liao Benkang. All the experts that had fought Sha Guhong in the Violet Flame Heaven capital had appeared. Moreover, as Long Chen had killed almost all their disciples, the moment they saw Long Chen, their eyes turned scarlet. "You bastard of the human race, return my people's lives." One of the devil race's elders roared and was the first to charge out. "Let's settle things today." Seeing all these powerful experts, Long Chen showed no hint of fear. Instead, his blood was set ablaze with battle intent. Chapter 4030 Rich Boy Bringing Wealth. As Long Chen's golden scales lit up, they enveloped the entire sky with golden divine light, resembling golden battle armor. Moreover, the brilliance of this golden light was so intense, akin to the radiance of the sun, that it rendered people unable to open their eyes in its presence. Along with its appearance, Long Chen's overwhelming aura shook the world. "Did you think that the likes of you could stop me?" With a thunderous roar, he summoned the Dragon King battle armor. It had to be known that after cultivating the Dragon Soul body forging art, the armor now possessed an unparalleled level of might. Hence, Long Chen exploded with power. While channeling the corporeal and incorporeal powers in his body, he had the desire to shatter heaven and earth with a punch. At this moment, the Aldeval expert charged at Long Chen with his spear, and the power of a 3-flower earth venerate crashed down upon him. The spear was like a demonic dragon striking from its cave, letting out a furious roar. However, when a golden hand caught the spear head, that wild spear instantly turned silent. Even the spear's runes rapidly dimmed until they vanished. Seeing this, all the other experts of the Aldeval race rushed forward to assist. As for the attacker, he was shocked. His spear, once fierce and unyielding, now seemed as helpless as a mad dog facing a mighty dragon, losing its connection to him. A chilling sensation of death then engulfed the elder, prompting him to flee even before the others could shout at him to do so. "Do you think that you can run?" Long Chen then snorted and shoved the spear, and it instantly reached that elder of the Aldeval race. In front of countless shocked gazes, the spear pierced through the elder's body and continued to strike the other experts of the Aldeval race that were rushing over. The spear was shockingly fast, and another three-flower divine venerate smashed his own spear at it to block it. As a result, both of the spears exploded, and that Aldeval race's elder hacked up blood, unable to receive even a single attack from Long Chen. "Useless trash, scram, Long Chen's life is mine." At this moment, Kun Tu's icy voice rang out, and a golden wing slashed down like a heavenly blade. Unable to react in time, Long Chen was smashed into the ground by the wing. That enormous wing practically pierced through the earth, causing cracks to spread beyond the horizon. Even the three-flower earth venerates were left trembling in fear by the overwhelming might of this attack. Such ferocity was unheard of in their lifetimes. What was most astonishing was that this devastating power emanated solely from the physical prowess of the body. Devoid of any fluctuations from the heavenly Taos, it was a force that struck with the swiftness of lightning and proved challenging to detect beforehand. Seeing that huge Kunpeng figure, all the people here were filled with awe. The Kunpeng race was indeed worthy of being a legendary supreme existence. Just as everyone thought that the battle was over and that Long Chen was smashed apart by that blow, Kun Tu's giant body began to quiver. The earth continued to crack, and Kun Tu's wing pressed deeper into the ground. The ground was deforming from the immense power. Long Chen still not dead. Everyone was shaken. Long Chen hadn't had any defenses just then, so that attack should have been fatal. No, he's not pressing down, he's... At this time, they were horrified to see that Kun Tu's claws were bracing against the ground not to press down with his wing, but in an attempt to drag his wing out of the ground. It was as if something under the ground was dragging his wing into the earth. Even the Kunpeng Patriarch's expression changed. He then transformed into a giant Kunpeng and grabbed Kun Tu, dragging him away. The next moment, a rain of blood fell. Kun Tu was pulled away, but his wing was forcibly ripped off. Kun Tu shrieked in pain. These wings were the greatest treasure he had obtained from their ancestral lands. As for his original wings, they had been torn off by Long Chen, practically crippling him. So, in order to gain greater power, Kun Tu had ventured into the ancestral lands and inherited an ancestor's wings. However, as those wings possessed his ancestor's runes, after merging with them, he was unable to control his realm and directly soared into the World King realm. According to reason, that was a good thing. But in truth, it was like plucking out sprouts to make them grow taller, severely damaging his foundation. He would quickly find himself reaching his cultivation limit. However, Kun Tu no longer cared about it. The impact of being defeated by Long Chen in the 3,000 worlds was a serious blow to him. If he couldn't get his revenge, let alone reaching his limit, he would probably have never been able to advance out of the immortal king realm. Inheriting these wings caused his power to soar. Even then, these wings weren't his, so in order to truly display their power, he required time to merge with them. But when he received news of Long Chen's whereabouts, how could he wait? He directly charged over. As a result, the foundation of his wings was superficial, and now one of them was forcibly ripped off. Kun Tu roared. This was not the result that he had wanted, completely different from what he had anticipated. Before coming, he had thought of countless ways to torment Long Chen. In fact, he had even thought about what move to use on Long Chen in order to prevent himself from accidentally killing Long Chen. So, now that his wing had been torn off again, he was overwhelmed by shock and rage. His head was blank. After all, the reality was far too different from his goal. Even the Kunpeng Patriarch hadn't expected this. What infuriated him the most was that Kun Tu had explicitly told him that he had reached the third step of merging these wings with his body. However, for his wing to be torn off just like that, it was clear that he hadn't reached that step. In his urgency to kill Long Chen, Kun Tu had actually lied to the Kunpeng Patriarch. That giant wing vanished. After that, space twisted, and Long Chen appeared with Kun Tu's original wings. Long Chen was amazed to find that this wing possessed an immemorial aura, which made him realize that these wings were not ones that Kun Tu had grown again, but treasures that he had inherited. Also, only a very small portion of this wing's runes had been activated. Clearly, Kun Tu was unable to unleash their full power, but he had still come to get revenge. Now, Kun Tu was no longer an enemy in Long Chen's eyes, but an adorable rich boy sending him wealth. Long Chen had just refined his wings and was still immersed in his joy over their speed, but Kun Tu was already in a rush to send him another set. At the same time, Long Chen was grateful to the dragon expert. If it was up to him, he would have already killed Kun Tu in the 3,000 worlds. Then he wouldn't have such a nice treasure. Did no one teach you to give gifts in pairs? If you're going to give me such a nice gift, I'll respectfully receive it. Long Chen shot after Kun Tu with flames bursting out of his body, making him look like a blazing sphere. Ignorant brat, die. Seeing this, the Kunpeng patriarch roared furiously. Long Chen was actually ignoring him and coming straight at Kun Tu. That was a complete disdain of his existence. He immediately attacked, his sharp claws raking through the air, sealing Long Chen's path. However, what no one had expected was for Long Chen's body to suddenly explode before these claws even touched him. In that instant, the Kunpeng patriarch's expression changed. As he turned around, a scene of horror greeted him. Kun Tu let out a piercing scream and a cascade of blood followed. Behind him stood Long Chen, holding yet another bloody wing. Chapter 4031. After beating the junior, beat the senior. Everyone was startled. So that was Long Chen's flame clone. It had actually managed to trick everyone, including the Kunpeng patriarch who had experienced countless battles. Long Chen's flame clone possessed his aura as it contained his spiritual strength. Hence, without a closer examination, it was impossible to tell the difference. Moreover, everyone's nerves were tense, a mix of shock and anger, causing them to be caught off guard by Long Chen's usage of what seemed like a low-level trick a clone. Even so, this basic maneuver had ended up fooling everyone. Long Chen then kicked away Kun Tu and grabbed his bloody wing happily, tossing it into the primal chaos space. A pair of treasures that Kun Tu had yet to master now fell into Long Chen's hands. Long Chen, I curse you to have a terrible death. Kun Tu felt like his soul had been torn apart, and his face was twisted like that of a ghoul. Despite his powerful shout, having lost his wings, he was severely weakened, and a finger flick from Long Chen could crush him to death. So, even with all his fury, he didn't dare to attack Long Chen. I, on the other hand, wish you a long life of 100 years, said Long Chen, smiling brightly at him. Long Chen's wings then flapped, and while everyone was still stunned, he rushed toward the hell flame barrier. Summon the fiend gates. The next moment, devil chi exploded and enormous gates broke out of the ground, completely blocking Long Chen's path. These gates had a fiendish mouth branded on them, with countless chains around the gates. It was like all these gates had something sealed behind them, something that would devour all life in this world if it was released. A total of 9 gates had appeared in a row, blocking Long Chen. This was the unbreakable defense that the audible experts had prepared for Long Chen. With a resounding roar, a dragon image appeared behind him, extending a dragon claw toward the gates. The next moment, the sharp claw tore through these 9 fiendish gates like slicing tofu and struck the flame barrier. The flame barrier exploded. However, Long Chen was startled to find that despite the barrier being broken, the flames were still burning, and the spatial gate in the sky only quivered ever so slightly. In an instant, Long Chen understood that the flames were immune to physical attacks. He then hastily told Huo Linger, gather the flames here. Huo Linger was in the midst of devouring the blue flame voracious wolf's power. But since Long Chen needed her, she stopped what she was doing and came out to help him. Huo Linger then transformed into a giant dragon that charged into the barrier. When she opened her mouth, the black hell flames flowed into her body in thousands of streams. Just then, the Kunpeng patriarch transformed into a giant Kunpeng and attacked Long Chen with his wings, which had runes flowing on top of them like stars. It was like an entire cosmos was crashing down on Long Chen. The Kunpeng patriarch was a true 3-flower earth venerate, and his 3 flowers were perfectly linked with the world, their power being able to swallow up all of heaven and earth. The Kunpeng patriarch was now fully enraged. After all, just how prideful was the Kunpeng race? They even dared to challenge the dragon race, and the 2 factions had been fighting for countless years. The Kunpeng race stood as the only flying bird race capable of posing a significant threat to the true dragons. The Kunpeng race indeed had a shameful chapter in their history, but they were so prideful that they took their revenge on the true dragon race, devouring them just to wipe out the humiliation. So, when Kun Tu first targeted Long Chen, it was because of the true dragon essence blood in Long Chen's body. Although Long Chen was a human, that trace of true dragon aura destined them to be mortal enemies. Unfortunately for Kun Tu, he had repeatedly lost to Long Chen, a human. Perhaps if Long Chen was a true member of the true dragon race, the patriarch would be able to accept this. However, Long Chen was just a little human who had absorbed true dragon essence blood, which meant an inferior race had actually beaten Kun Tu with just the power of the physical body, an absolute disgrace for the Kunpeng race. Seeing that Kun Tu had lost his ability to keep fighting, the patriarch could only thicken his face and attack Long Chen despite being a senior. After beating the junior, the senior comes out. The Kunpeng race really is a shameful existence. No wonder you begged the dragon race for mercy back then. Long Chen sneered at him and didn't dodge. As his hand took the shape of a dragon claw, he raked the air. His blood, qi, bones, spirit, soul, and will merged. Normally, these powers would clash and weaken each other, but when faced with powerful enemies, an intriguing phenomenon occurred: the clashes strangely diminished. It was akin to a group of people who were at odds with each other suddenly setting aside their differences and uniting against a powerful enemy. All conflicts were put on hold as they joined forces and formed an alliance. A dragon claw and a Kunpeng claw clashed. The moment they met, heaven and earth lost their original color. After that, one of those two claws rapidly grew until it devoured the entire world. As a result, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted, and a terrifying power raged throughout this battlefield. The impact of the strike tore apart the void, sending astral winds flying and causing the earth to be completely deformed. Now, the human settlement was nothing but a memory, replaced by giant spatial cracks everywhere. The Kunpeng patriarch grunted and was sent flipping through the air. He then furiously roared, "Impossible! Even if you have a trace of true dragon essence blood, you can't possess such power. Even the dragon kings of the true dragon race don't possess this power. Just who are you?" At this moment, he was starting to question whether or not Long Chen was a human. Was he perhaps a disguised dragon expert? Just as he roared, a figure silently slipped behind him, wielding a saber that crashed down upon the root of his wings. The next moment, blood sprayed through the air as the patriarch roared in fury. A deep cut was then left in the base of his wings. After clashing with the Kunpeng patriarch, Long Chen almost coughed up blood. But he knew that his enemy would also suffer, so he had taken the risk to sneak attack the latter. Damn, I didn't cut them off even with this. Even though the sneak attack had been pulled off, in that state, Long Chen's blood qi had yet to settle from the previous exchange, so there was no way for him to unleash a full power attack. In the end, he only left a giant cut on the Kunpeng patriarch's wings, failing to cut them off. "You despicable bastard, die!" With a roar, the Kunpeng patriarch's wings lit up. But just as he was about to blast Long Chen away, Long Chen was already making his move. He had been prepared from the moment he launched his sneak attack. His left hand grabbed the patriarch's wing, while some dark red powder appeared in his right hand. The moment Long Chen placed this powder on the cut, the patriarch's body shook and he let out a painful scream. Chapter 4032 Fighting Liao Benkang. Dragon Race, how despicable. You actually use such tricks, roared the Kunpeng patriarch. This powder was the rust scraped from the chains of a ghost ship that Long Chen had daringly climbed, and it contained the terrifying power of time. Even the Kunpeng patriarch's powerful physical body could not resist the corrosion of time, so the wound instantly rotted and spread. Feeling the pain, the Kunpeng patriarch roared and twisted, trying to throw Long Chen off. However, instead of throwing him off, Long Chen used the Kunpeng patriarch's twisting momentum to slash his other wing. Just like that, Long Chen applied the rust powder to the other wound. He then leisurely sneered, "First of all, I'm not from the dragon race. Second of all, in terms of despicableness, who can compare to your Kunpeng race? You were the ones who surrendered and begged for mercy, but then you schemed against the dragon race. I'm simply returning the favor. But even ignoring all that, you, a three-flower earth venerate who has lived for countless years, actually had the face to attack me, someone in the initial immortal king realm. Did all your years of cultivation go to thickening the skin of your face? The Kunpeng patriarch struggled crazily but was unable to throw off Long Chen. It was like Long Chen was anchored to him, and no matter what he did, he was unable to throw Long Chen off. The Kunpeng patriarch finally began to grow worried. Even someone as powerful as him was pushed to the brink of death by Long Chen. If this continued, there was no way for him to heal his wounds. Stopping the corrosion of the rust was exhausting a huge amount of his core energy. As a result, he was growing weaker and weaker. Furthermore, Long Chen was like a leopard eyeing its prey. As soon as the Kunpeng patriarch revealed an opening, he would launch a fatal blow. Return to human form. How else are you going to throw him off? Countless experts shouted at the Kunpeng patriarch. They wanted to help, but they couldn't get close without being injured by his wild flailing. With that person's reminder, the Kunpeng patriarch shrank, taking human form. It was precisely at this instant that Long Chen forcibly tore off his wings, causing the Kunpeng patriarch to shriek once more. Ha ha ha, idiot, transforming into human form severely limits your power. Did you think that you could protect this pair of wings in this state? Long Chen laughed, but suddenly, he put away his smile and apologized. Sorry, I was rude. You and Kun too are my precious clients. I shouldn't laugh at you, or I won't have any clients in the future. With a furious roar, a blood-red halberd appeared in his hands. In front of the Kunpeng patriarch's attack, Long Chen simply swung his fist, and the Kunpeng patriarch was knocked back 3 steps. As for Long Chen, his body merely swayed ever so slightly. Having lost your wings, it's like you've lost half of your cultivation base. What can you possibly rely on to act arrogantly? Your thick face that is stronger than city walls, sneered Long Chen. He didn't know if it was because of the true dragon essence blood flowing within his veins, but beating up the Kunpeng race brought him a great deal of pleasure. Suddenly, the space behind Long Chen trembled, and a sword burst through, carrying a torrent of faith energy. Long Chen retaliated, swinging his fist once more, but his arm trembled with the impact. Agonizing pain then bloomed on his bleeding knuckles. Long Chen looked back. As expected, the attacker was the 9 Underworld Hall's Liao Benkang, who had a shocked expression now. His faith energy was supposed to be unstoppable. However, he barely broke Long Chen's skin with this attack, not even close to harming his bones. It seems that your true body has finally come. If I kill you this time, I will truly be a god slayer. Long Chen glared at Liao Benkang darkly, his eyes full of icy killing intent. After all, the 9 Underworld Hall specialized in hunting down 9-star heirs before they grew up. This act was akin to harming Long Chen's kin as he was one of them. Furthermore, back in the final battle of the Martial Heaven continent, Long Chen almost died to the 9 Underworld Hall's experts. In that battle, far too many people had died, and it had brought him endless pain. Although Lord Brahma was the true master behind the scenes, Liao Benkang was the executioner who had carried out his orders. So, Long Chen would have his revenge today. Let's settle everything now. Long Chen eyed the spatial gate and then took a deep breath. With Huo Linger absorbing the hell flames, those dead spirits were no longer being burned, and so there was no longer as much resentment. As a result, the hell gate was unable to absorb enough energy to activate. Everything was still under control. With no immediate urgency to destroy the gate, Long Chen's priority shifted towards seeking revenge for the fallen 9-star heirs. Ignorant brat, who do you think you are? A god slayer. Keep dreaming. Liao Benkang sneered. The next moment, a god statue appeared behind him, enveloping him in holy light. Endless faith energy then flowed around him. Behind this giant statue were countless smaller statues. Every single statue was like a depository of faith energy, representing one of his inheritances. After all, the 9 Underworld Hall was spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the mortal world, it was unknown just how many followers they had, so their faith energy accumulated over countless years was unimaginable. This was the most terrifying point of god cultivators. They were gods that used the lives and faith of countless people to build up their position. As a result, the power of a god cultivator didn't solely stem from their realm or divine items. Instead, it derived from the abundance of faith energy they possessed. Having summoned his original divine statue, Liao Benkang was mobilizing all of his faith energy, causing his aura to ignite. Despite being only in the World King realm, his current aura was even more terrifying than the 3 Flower Earth Venerate Kunpeng patriarchs. As long as my faith energy is not extinguished, my soul is eternal. You will never be able to kill me. I can easily crush a mortal like you, said Liao Benkang coldly. Oh, then I want to test out if this so-called eternal existence really exists. Long Chen's blood suddenly began to circulate many times faster. Following that, the golden spherical runes in his body were awakened, letting Long Chen enter his strongest state. The endless power in his body threatened to erupt out of him. Long Chen then slowly reached back for the hilt of his saber. The moment Long Chen gripped the Minghong saber, killing intent as vast as a sea instantly locked onto Liao Benkang, causing the world to become still. The saber was unsheathed with a soft sound, instantly drawing in all the murderous aura in the world without leaving a single trace behind. A giant saber image then tore through the wall of the heavens, slashing down on Liao Benkang. Long Chen held nothing back with this attack. He only had one thought: to kill Liao Benkang. Chapter 4033 Supreme Dragon Might. The entire world was cut apart by this saber, and even the starry sky above the 9 heavens looked like a painting that had been slashed into two. This was not split the heavens nor any other techniques, simply pure power. However, this one swing contained Long Chen's full heart and spirit, binding the corporeal and incorporeal power in his body together. It had already been a long time since he had used his saber. When this attack was unleashed, Long Chen instantly comprehended something. In truth, there was no need for him to meticulously control the merger of corporeal and incorporeal. He simply needed a merger point for the two powers, and this merger point was his saber. Although the dragon soul body forging art came from the dragon race, in Long Chen's hands, it had been altered, so it could be considered Long Chen's unique divine ability. Long Chen had no dragon horns, but he did have his martial weapons. When yin and yang, movement and stillness, pure and impure merged into the saber, everything became bright and clear. It couldn't be blamed on Long Chen for not thinking of this possibility. After all, the dragon race simply didn't use any weapons. Every part of their bodies was their strongest weapon. As a result, when the dragon expert transmitted the dragon soul body forging art, it also instilled the principle that the body was the strongest weapon. That was why Long Chen's thinking had been limited. Now that he used the Minghong saber, when his power merged into it, countless runes lit up. It didn't just illuminate this world in harsh light but also illuminated Long Chen's path forward. The saber slashed down with unhurried grace, yet it gave the enemy no chance to dodge. This strike did not just lock down Liao Benkang but also seemed to encompass all of heaven and earth, capable of destroying the entire world, including Liao Benkang in it. In that instant, everyone felt a terrifying murderous aura lock onto them, and their hearts pounded in their ears. Using my name, I summon all lives. All lives are my power. All lives are mine. Liao Benkang began to chant. As he did, the giant divine statue behind him lit up, and 3 flowers condensed on top of it. The countless small statues then sent threads of milky light into the main statue. He's gambling all of his faith energy. Has Liao Benkang really been forced to this extent by an immortal king? It had to be known that faith energy was terrifying, but once depleted, its replenishment was a slow and gradual process. Moreover, this accumulation was not something that could be done in just a few years or even decades. Rather, it required tens of millions of years of pure devotion. This was both the strong point of God cultivators and also their weakness. If they lacked faith energy, they would not be able to advance. Liao Benkang was at the peak of the World King realm, merely a single step from being a divine venerate. According to normal standards, after a few more years, his faith energy would reach the absolute peak, and he would be able to advance. However, now that he was using up this much faith energy, even if he did kill Long Chen, his path to advancing had just stretched forward limitlessly. The price was steep. Thus, when they saw all of Liao Benkang's statues light up, those divine venerates were shocked. It seemed that Long Chen's saber was even more terrifying than it appeared. Endless faith energy flowed on top of Liao Benkang's sword. As it swung through the air, its divine light formed a crescent moon slash. Within that light, it was possible to see countless figures piously kneeling and praying. Those were Liao Benkang's followers. After that, his sword sliced forward with unmatched divine might. I have billions and billions of followers. As for you, you are just a destitute brat with no background at all. What can you possibly use to fight me? Roared Liao Benkang. Liao Benkang was furious and aggrieved, but Long Chen's saber was so powerful that it caused his golden fate lines to shake. This signified that this saber had the power to kill him, leaving him with no option but to unleash his full power. Liao Benkang had been close to advancing to become a divine venerate, but this attack would set him back for an extra 100 years. I suppose all that you're capable of is conning a bunch of brainless fools. No matter how destitute I am, I would disdain doing that. Billions and billions of followers won't change your fate of being slain by me, said Long Chen. Saber and sword finally met. The moment they did, the laws of the world shattered, turning the originally clear world into a mass of chaos. The surrounding three-flower earth venerates had long since summoned their defenses, but they were still blown back, their blood chi flipping inside of them. Some of their heads even cracked, and their yuan spirits were almost shaken to death. This was a world-shaking blow, one with enough power to throw the laws of the world into chaos. Hence, countless spatial cracks spread far and wide, looking like the gaping maws of monsters that wanted to devour this world. Power gushed out as their divine weapons locked against each other. Within this explosion of power, people saw Long Chen pressing down on Liao Benkang, their weapons quivering, roaring, and howling. People were shocked to see that even after using all of his faith energy, Liao Benkang was only capable of fighting evenly against Long Chen. No, it couldn't be considered even. That was because Long Chen was the one pressing down. As for the space behind Liao Benkang, it was constantly crumbling and collapsing. Long Chen had clearly taken the advantage. All the three-flower earth venerates here had assumed that Liao Benkang's attack would kill Long Chen or at the very least leave him mortally wounded. They were well aware of just how terrifying faith energy could be. It was a power that caused despair. Even though they were three-flower earth venerates, they all knew that once Liao Benkang went all out, they would not be able to stop him. However, Long Chen's saber was actually pressing down on him. This scene was unbelievable to them. Devoid of any technique, it was the most primitive clash of brute power. Who was strong and who was weaker was instantly revealed. As sword and saber clashed, they emitted ear-piercing explosive sounds and blinding sparks. Like stars exploding, one ripple after another spread from the epicenter. Those were ripples of death that scoured heaven and earth. At this moment, Long Chen's divine ring quivered. The giant dragon image inside of it raged and roared, unleashing endless power. Suddenly, the divine ring brightened and a majestic dragon cry rang out. This was a sound that blew apart clouds, a sound that could split rocks. It was different from the previous dragon cry, as it seemed to come from an ancient world, having pierced through time immemorial to reach the present. The impact caused heaven and earth to tremble, while golden radiance bloomed. Liao Benkang suddenly coughed up blood, and his divine statues became covered in cracks. What? In that instant, countless people's eyes bulged in disbelief. Chapter 4034 Slaying Liao Benkang. How was that possible? That was the first thought to flit through people's minds. Faith energy could only be exhausted, not beaten. After all, faith energy was a power that transcended the power of the heavenly Taos. It was the mental energy of countless lifeforms, and it was unbreakable. It was precisely due to this that even three-flower earth venerates felt trepidation toward Liao Benkang, a world king. This was the terrifying power of faith energy. However, Long Chen's power actually caused Liao Benkang's divine statues to crack. Such a thing completely surpassed their understanding. Impossible. He isn't from the dragon race. How can he possess such powerful sacred energy? The Kunpeng patriarch's eyes were full of disbelief. Sacred energy was something that the Kunpeng race possessed as well. It was a power that the Kunpeng race had strived to snatch from the heavenly Taos generation after generation. It could also be considered a power that exceeded the heavenly Taos. Only a trace of sacred energy would be born in an expert's body after fighting against the heavenly Taos and experiencing countless tribulations. This trace of sacred energy then slowly accumulated and was added to, creating a powerful inheritance for future generations. It could be said that sacred energy was a power for which innumerable generations of Kunpeng race experts had risked their very lives, waging relentless battles against the heavens to claim its profound might. Other than the Kunpeng race, there were many other races with sacred energy. They were unwilling to be limited by the heavenly Taos, and thus, struggled against their shackles, slowly accumulating the sacred energy. However, only two races had the strongest sacred energy. One was the Kunpeng race, while the other was the True Dragon race. The True Dragon race's sacred energy stood at the peak of the 10,000 races. It was due to this that they were the emperor of the beasts, their dragon might capable of suppressing all other beasts. Because the Kunpeng patriarch also possessed sacred energy, he could see through some clues. After all, only sacred energy could directly tear through faith energy. However, that was something impossible for him to accept. Long Chen's sacred energy was this terrifying. Although its aura was slightly weak, its strength was shocking. If the Kunpeng Patriarch's sacred energy could be likened to a large tree, then Long Chen's sacred energy was like a 3-inch nail. Although it was smaller, its toughness was much greater. It directly clashed with Liao Benkang's faith energy and began to obliterate it. The most bewildering thing to the Kunpeng Patriarch was that Long Chen's sacred energy did not purely stem from the true dragon race but also from himself. It was the merger of these two sacred energies that formed an unprecedented sacred energy. This completely toppled his understanding of sacred energy. Sacred energy was something gained through fighting against the heavenly Taos, the privilege and authority grasped through surviving the heavenly tribulation. Other than that, it could only be accumulated through countless generations. Since that was the case, Long Chen was from the human race and had ascended from a lower plane, so there were definitely no sacred inheritances from his ancestors. Then just how did he come to gain sacred energy? While the Kunpeng Patriarch was bewildered, Liao Benkang's smaller statues were continuing to crack. Even his largest statue was starting to crack, looking like it might fall apart at any moment. Liao Benkang was filled with disbelief and terror now. He knew little about sacred energy, even less than the Kunpeng Patriarch, so he was even more bewildered about how Long Chen was doing this. His faith energy was supposed to be unrivaled. "Help me, or you'll all die too." Liao Benkang suddenly roared. The moment he felt fear, a certain face entered his mind. That was the face of a fatty smiling sinisterly at him. Just as he roared, the countless smaller statues behind him exploded, signifying that Liao Benkang was now cut off from his followers. He could no longer absorb an unending stream of faith energy. As a result, Liao Benkang hacked up blood, and his forehead split open. But then, through the crack in his forehead, a translucent arrow shot out toward Long Chen. Splitting the mind. That's the power of a heaven venerate. The other experts rushed over. Seeing that Liao Benkang was capable of unleashing a spiritual attack while striving to defend against Long Chen with his full power, they all jumped in shock. In that state, not even an earth venerate could do such a thing. If they were unleashing their full power to defend, their essence, qi, and spirit had to be merged. To split one's attention to launch another attack was purely quickening their own death. However, Liao Benkang was capable of unleashing such an attack while still resisting Long Chen's attack. That meant that he had utilized some kind of special power. This power was called the mind in the dragon race. It had no name in the human race. Thus, it was simply said to be the power of a heaven venerate, as only heaven venerates were capable of controlling this incorporeal power. However, what was even more shocking was that, despite the appearance of this translucent arrow, Long Chen didn't attempt to dodge. Instead, that spiritual arrow simply exploded just before reaching his head. People were shocked to see a translucent shield appear in front of Long Chen's head and block Liao Benkang's attack. At this moment, the giant statue behind Liao Benkang cracked more and more, terrifying him. He tried to cry out for aid, but the moment he opened his mouth, violent pressure caused his body to explode. The Kunpeng Patriarch cried out. If they still didn't take action, Liao Benkang would be truly dead. If he died, who could stop Long Chen then? Dozens of three-flower earth venerates from the Kunpeng race, the Aldeval race, the Blood race, the Underworld race, and others attacked. However, they didn't dare to approach Long Chen and simply launched long-distance attacks. One attack after another tore through the air, containing their full power. They no longer even thought about holding back as Long Chen's power terrified them. Suddenly, another translucent barrier appeared around Long Chen. When they saw that, everyone's hearts shook. Was this a heaven venerate's power again? This time, there was no heaven-shaking explosion. The barrier around Long Chen simply twisted, and everyone's expressions changed. Not good. Our power. Long Chen coughed up blood, but Liao Benkang didn't even make a sound. He simply exploded, his divine statue disintegrating, and his faith energy dissipating into nothingness. Long Chen, I won't let you off. Liao Benkang's unwilling roar hung in the air. His physical body crumbled, and his yuan spirit transformed into nothingness. However, his faith energy still hung in the air. As long as it wasn't completely destroyed, he would have a chance of condensing a new yuan spirit. Just as all that faith energy was about to dissipate into heaven and earth, the world quivered. The spatial gate high in the sky slowly opened. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked when he saw that. How did the gates of hell suddenly open? A powerful suction force came out of the gate, sucking the faith energy inside of it. No, Enputa, You goddamn bastard. Liao Benkang's unwilling roar rang out from within that faith energy. No, this isn't the aura of hell. It's a trick. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. Just then, the spatial gate lit up, and a pillar of light shot out of it toward a certain direction. That direction was the capital. Just then, Long Chen saw black flames appear above the capital. At that sight, Long Chen's soul suddenly quivered. A terrible feeling rose within him. That's the Yanshu flame. Their target is Xianxia. Killing intent exploded out of Long Chen. Ignoring the people in front of him, he shot toward the capital. Chapter 4035 Must Kill. Long Chen was now worried. He suddenly realized that this plot was not planned by the 8 empires. This huge scheme definitely had Enputa behind it. Only Enputa would be so treacherous and capable of laying such a trap. Everything had been a preparation. Even the Nether River sacrificial ceremony was a cover. In order to achieve his goal, Enputa had not just called over the Kunpeng race, Aldeval race, Blood race, and Netherworld race, but he had even dragged Liao Benkang into it. When Long Chen killed Liao Benkang, as long as the latter's faith energy remained, he could still be reborn. However, this time, he was truly dead, not because of Long Chen's actions, but due to Enputa's cunning scheme. Enputa had craftily used Liao Benkang's life as a stepping stone to set the foundation for an even grander scheme, one that was aimed directly at Yu Xianxia. Learning of this, Long Chen's heart turned ice cold, but an overwhelming fury surged within him. The realization that even Liao Benkang's death was part of Enputa's calculated plan demonstrated the sheer terror and complexity of this treacherous trap. Long Chen blamed himself. After cultivating the dragon soul body forging art, he got so confident that he neglected to consider this terrifying opponent. Enputa, this time, I will not let you live any longer. Long Chen tore through the air, icy killing intent filling him. He knew that Enputa was truly frightening. In comparison, Liao Benkang was no match for him, neither in terms of power nor intelligence. The vast disparity between them was evident, as Liao Benkang wouldn't have fallen victim to Enputa's schemes if he stood on the same level as this cunning adversary. This time, Long Chen was truly enraged. So, despite knowing that Enputa was terrifying and had definitely come amply prepared, Long Chen had made his determination. He had to kill this scourge. After all, Enputa had touched Long Chen's reverse scale, daring to target Yu Xianxia. That made Long Chen crazy. Long Chen flew through the air, space twisting around him. It was like he was passing through a space-time channel, and he quickly arrived at the capital. The capital had lost its former brilliance. The runes on the buildings were dark and dim, akin to a city of death. Above the capital were 2 pitch-black spatial gates. One of them was emitting raging flames that could burn all things, to the point that even the laws of the heavenly Tao's were set ablaze. Those black flames emitted terrifying divine might, and Long Chen instantly recognized its aura. It was the Yanshu flame, so this gate was the Yanshu gate. The other gate was darker and more sinister, filled with death qi. This was the gate that had a strange flower on it. Moreover, this peculiar flower possessed dozens of petals, each slender and elongated, resembling leaves yet not quite. Strangely, it did not entirely resemble a typical flower either. In its center, there were stamens that resembled the sinister eyes of a fiend, giving it an eerie and enigmatic aura. This flower was the red spider lily, also known as the legendary Paramita flower. It was said that when the Paramita flower appeared, the gates of hell would open. In other words, this gate was the true hell gate. Between the Yanshu gate and the hell gate was the vermilion bird capital. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyun, Zhang Weishan, Shu Langxin, and countless other experts of the Vermilion Bird Empire were gathered up in the air above the capital. They stared coldly at the endless sea of experts surrounding them. These experts included the Empire Lords of the Violet Thunderclap Empire, the Heavenly Ruler Seal Empire, and the Eastern Light Empire. There were hundreds of experts on the level of 3 Flower Earth Venerates present. Amongst them, 2 in particular stood out. One of them was the Bloodkill Hall's Enputa. As for the other one, he was the one that infuriated the Vermilion Bird Empire the most. Yu Xianxia in particular was filled with disbelief when looking at him. Dongfang Zichu, I treated you like a brother, and I entrusted my daughter to your teachings. Haha, I really never thought that I, Yu Xiaoyun, would be so blind. Yu Xiaoyun glared furiously at the man standing beside Enputa. This person was precisely the Blazing Heaven Divine Sect's master and Yu Xiaoyun's master, Dongfang Zichu. No one had expected him to appear here and even stand on the side of Enputa and Wang Taibei. Zhang Weishan pointed her finger at Dongfang Zichu, clenching her teeth furiously. Dongfang Zichu, we entrusted you to seal the Nether Emperor's seal in Qingshan's body. But you were duping us the entire time. If you refused to help, why didn't you decline? Why did you make such a solemn oath? You made us part with our flesh and blood for so many years, and still destiny cannot be escaped. If we had known, we would have had Qingshan grow up with us. We would have seen her grow up. You are abominable. Even though she was the empress, Zhang Weishan was too overwhelmed by emotion to care about decorum now. She was sobbing, and Yu Qingshan held her. Looking from her enraged father to her heartbroken mother, Yu Qingshan didn't even know what was going on. In front of their fury, Dongfang Zichu indifferently said, "My apologies. People are all ambitious. When you sent Qingshan over, I received a mission from the great Yan Shu. Rather than wasting energy on the seal, it would be better for the Master of Destiny to awaken sooner. When Qingdixin obtained the heavenly rainbow flame, my mission was complete." Just then, the 9 heavens quivered and the void exploded. Killing intent filled this space, covering the heavens. It was as if the heavens were about to collapse. Within that furious killing intent, a roar rang out. In other words, in the heavenly flame world, when Qingshan was targeted by Yan Shu's son, it was no coincidence but arranged by you. Following that, a vengeful and murderous Long Chen appeared in the air. His black hair and robes billowed around him, giving him the appearance of a furious killing god, ready to unleash his fury upon his foes. When Yu Qingshan saw Long Chen, she could no longer hold back her tears. Her heart was kind, but that didn't mean that she was dumb. It was the opposite. She was exceptionally intelligent, and as soon as she heard their words, she knew the truth. Long Chen appeared in front of Yu Qingshan. Just like that, in front of everyone, he tightly held her. "Long Chen, how can this be?" Yu Qingshan wept in Long Chen's embrace, unable to accept this reality. Her beloved master had used her so that Yan Hong could absorb the heavenly rainbow flame. Seeing her crying like a child, Long Chen's heart was racked by sharp pain. His fury surged and he turned to Dongfang Zichu. His hatred toward Dongfang Zichu might have even surpassed his hatred for Enputa at this moment. In front of that murderous gaze, Dongfang Zichu merely smiled. "I really didn't expect you to be able to kill Liao Benkang. But you didn't know that by killing Liao Benkang, you have also killed Yu Qingshan, your beloved woman. My beloved woman will not die. As for you, you won't see tomorrow's sun." Long Chen spat out every word with power. Each word was like the hammer of a god, striking this land to the point that it quivered. This was a challenge, as well as an oath. Long Chen was determined to kill Dongfang Zichu here. Chapter 4036 Exploding Killing Intent. "I really am shocked that you could kill Liao Benkang. Unfortunately, you are unable to escape Hall Master Enputa's plot." Dongfang Zichu shook his head at Long Chen. "What?" Both friends and foes stared in shock. Long Chen had killed Liao Benkang. The master of the 9 Underworld Hall, that Liao Benkang. He was an absolutely terrifying expert. Even though his realm was only at the peak of the World King realm, only a few 3-flower earth venerates were a match for him. Just defeating him alone was as difficult as ascending the heavens. As for actually killing him, no, they couldn't believe their ears. Long Chen didn't reply. In his fury, he no longer wished to speak. Instead, he was silently accumulating power and recovering. Long Chen had killed Liao Benkang, but the one to make sure that he stayed dead was Enputa, or perhaps it should be more appropriate to say that it was Enputa and Dongfang Zichu. It was very clear that this plan was Enputa and Dongfang Zichu's arrangement. Also, they were pushing the blame of Liao Benkang's death on Long Chen by saying this. However, Long Chen didn't mind as he didn't bother quibbling. He also knew that Enputa and Dongfang Zichu were not attacking yet because they were waiting for the 2 gates to open. It just happened that Long Chen also needed to wait for his energy to recover. Time was favorable to him, but it was also favorable to his enemies. While waiting, Long Chen's murderous gaze was locked onto Dongfang Zichu, and the latter actually felt a slight chill from it. However, he still indifferently said, "Originally, I felt that making such a huge plan was making a mountain out of a molehill. However, it seems that the one to understand you the best is Hall Master Enputa. By killing Liao Benkang, you ruined the equilibrium of the Netherworld's gate. As a result, all that energy was absorbed by the Hell Gate here. You have quickened the opening of the Hell Gate. When this gate opens, my beloved disciple will forever leave this world. Just thinking about it hurts my heart. After all, I was the one who raised Qingshan. Long Chen unleashed a heaven-shaking roar. It was evident that Dongfang Zichu purposely brought up Yu Qingshan to provoke him. In an instant, Long Chen's demeanor shifted, resembling that of a wild and untamed beast. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be so angry. Do you know, Qingshan's life was destined to be bitter. When she was born, she carried the rune of the flower of hell on the sole of her foot. Do you know what that means? I'll tell you, it is the mark of the Nether Emperor's woman. Do you know who the Nether Emperor is? That is a supreme existence of the Netherworld. In front of him, we aren't even ants. At most, we can be considered specks of dust. I cultivate the blazing heaven art, and I can seal the hell flower. While it wouldn't be sealed completely, it would extend the time required for the hell flower to bloom. When His Majesty Yu Xiaoyun came to find me, he promised me many benefits, including a drop of incomparably precious immemorial vermilion bird essence blood. But no matter how precious that essence blood was, it cannot compare to the benefits that Master Yan Shu promised me. As a result, I accepted his gifts, as well as Master Yan Shu's promise. But I didn't act according to the agreement. I didn't seal the hell flower and used its characteristics to help her cultivate faster, raising her realm, gathering all kinds of flame energy to awaken her core flame, and letting her obtain the heavenly rainbow flame as quickly as possible. That way, I could complete my mission this fast, explained Dongfang Zichu casually. Dongfang Zichu, you petty little person, roared Yu Xiaoyun furiously. Petty little person, I suppose. In the cultivation world, who doesn't exist for profit? In the heavenly flame world, my mission should have been complete. However, Long Chen appeared midway and killed Yan Hong. Back then, I had no way to contact Master Yan Shu. I then waited, and just a month ago, I received word that I could hand Qingshan over. At this time, Hall Master Enputa found me and told me about the situation in the Vermilion Bird Empire. Then we came up with such a plan. Just like Hall Master Enputa, I like to be sure and prepared for my affairs. Last time, although it was an unexpected accident, Master Yan Shu was definitely unhappy with it. Therefore, this time, I opened the Yan Shu gate here, and you are present as well. All enmities and grudges can be settled now. That way, Master Yan Shu's rage won't be cast on me. It really is a double win, said Dongfang Zichu with a smile. Master, I always viewed you just like a father. I memorized all your teachings. Can you tell me that this is all a lie, that this world isn't so cruel? Yu Qingshan suddenly looked at Dongfang Zichu beseechingly. In Yu Qingshan's heart, Dongfang Zichu was a kind and gentle master, always treating her well and looking after her. Because her mother and father weren't by her side, she had viewed him as her father. However, today, this respected master of hers had become a devil who lied about everything to her. He used her, offering her to Yan Shu. She felt like she had suddenly descended into a nightmare. Her face was streaked with tears. It appeared incredibly pitiable, incredibly powerless. Just looking at her crying like that cut Long Chen's heart in pieces. He knew that in this world, the most painful thing was not the pain of the physical body, nor was it the pain of the soul. It was the pain of betrayal, especially the betrayal of the person that you trusted the most. It was enough to make people wish to die. Long Chen clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to share the burden of Yu Qingshan's pain. Thus, Long Chen's hatred for Dongfang Zichu deepened. Showing no hint of guilt, Dongfang Zichu disdainfully smiled. As master and disciple, I'll give you another lesson. If you are tricked, it only means that you are foolish. Other than that, crying is the display of the foolish and weak. Emotions are the most useless things in this world. If you want to get stronger, you have to use any means necessary, and you have to stop at nothing. From the day that your father and mother sent you to me, you already became my stepping stone to higher realms. That's enough, Long Chen roared, interrupting Dongfang Zichu. The reason people are better than animals is because they have emotions. Someone as foolish as you is a sect master. You have the face to give teachings when you are so shameless. Can it be that when your father and mother birthed you, it was just for copulation? Is that why they birthed such a cold-blooded snake? However, Dongfang Zichu didn't get angry at all. He still smiled. Keep cursing me if you please. You won't get another chance to in a bit. You have already died, so I have no anger for you, only sympathy. Sympathy? No, I will teach you what fear is, what the price of harming my woman is. Long Chen turned to the tear-streaked Yu Qingshan and gently wiped away those tears. Don't worry, even if this world betrays you, I am still here. I am willing to fight this entire world for you. Dongfang Zichu sneered, indifferently saying, when a man is about to die, they talk softly. When a bird is about to die, they cry out mournfully. You are the one about to die, but so what? Long Chen suddenly let go of Yu Qingshan and walked toward Dongfang Zichu. Every step he took caused the void to quiver. As golden dragon scales slowly appeared on his body, his aura crazily grew. In an awe-inspiring display, a majestic dragon's roar resounded throughout heaven and earth. Long Chen's hand then reached back to grasp the hilt of his saber, exuding a terrifying killing intent that made even the heavens tremble in fear. Dongfang Zichu, today, either you die or I die. In front of countless shocked gazes, Long Chen shot toward Dongfang Zichu like a grim reaper. Chapter 4037 What if you add me? Long Chen, get back. Dongfang Zichu is mine. Yu Xiaoyun roared, about to grab Long Chen. He could tell that Long Chen had just fought an exhausting battle. He might not have seen how Long Chen had killed Liao Benkang, but he knew that doing so had to have come at an immense price. If Long Chen were to fight Dongfang Zichu in this state, he would probably be killed in just a few moves. After all, Yu Xiaoyun was well aware of just how terrifying Dongfang Zichu was. Yu Xiaoyun had never liked Long Chen. One reason was that he disliked Long Chen's character. But the other reason was that based on their calculations, Yu Qingshan's Nether Emperor seal would soon erupt. They were hoping to accompany her for her final moments. That was why amongst all the princes and princesses, Yu Qingshan alone had free reign to stay in the imperial palace at all times. Yu Xiaoyun and Zhang Weishan only hoped to spend a bit more time with her in her final days. For Long Chen to come at this time to take Yu Qingshan, it revealed that a father's love was selfish and a mother's love was giving. Yu Xiaoyun didn't want anyone to take Yu Qingshan from him. But Zhang Weishan was of the opposite opinion. Even if that meant that they wouldn't have much time together as a family, she still hoped for her daughter to experience true love. But now, things had progressed to this point. Because of his feelings for Yu Qingshan, Long Chen was willing to risk his life for her family's empire. Furthermore, even in front of the likes of Dongfang Zichu, Enpuda, Wang Taibei, and countless powerful experts, Long Chen still didn't retreat. His unyielding determination and the killing intent he exuded served as undeniable proof of his deep affection for Yu Qingshan. Thus, when Long Chen wanted to fight Dongfang Zichu, Yu Xiaoyun immediately stepped forward. At this moment, he had clearly accepted Long Chen as his son-in-law. You are all too naive. You don't even realize that you are tortoises caught in a jar. Yu Xiaoyun, we once called each other brother. So, I'd advise you not to struggle. Struggling will only bring you more pain. Dongfang Zichu suddenly flicked his finger, and flames shot toward the Yanshu gate. As a result, the Yanshu gate quivered and countless black runes lit up on it. When those black runes lit up, Yu Qingshan turned as pale as paper, her body quivering. Somehow, her flame energy rapidly flowed out of her, and even her core flame wanted to leave her body. Summon the Vermilion Bird Heaven Screening Barrier. As Yu Xiaoyun roared, the imperial city's grand formation covered them, and a giant vermilion bird soared into the air above the capital, enveloping the entire capital with sacred aura. However, the black runes on the Yanshu gate spread like tentacles, pressing on the barrier. The two sides began to clash. What shocked Yu Xiaoyun and the others was that the barrier was slowly caving in. It seemed that it could not stop the invasion of those black flames. It is useless. These flames are connected to the Yanshu world. They possess the specific laws of the Yanshu world, so they cannot be absorbed or stopped. You can only accept it, said Dongfang Zichu indifferently. All of a sudden, Yu Xiaoyun formed some mystical hand seals, causing the vermilion bird's divine seal to light up on his forehead. As he channeled his inner power, a surge of blood-red flames erupted from his body, infusing the barrier with even greater strength and intensity. Imperial Father, don't. When Yu Qingshan saw this, she couldn't help crying out. Yu Xiaoyun was actually igniting his essence blood. When Zhang Weishan, Shu Langxin, and the other senior experts saw this, they also followed his lead. Then Zhu Yunwen, Zhu Yifeng, Yu Chenshui, the other princes and princesses, and all the people of the imperial family began to ignite their essence blood to support the barrier. With everyone's support, the vermilion bird barrier lit up with divine light, forcing back those black tentacles that had been about to reach Yu Qingshan. No, don't do this for me. Yu Qingshan was sobbing. So many people were burning their essence blood for her, causing her to feel moved but also terrible. Qingshan, your father and mother have let you down. We trusted the wrong person and couldn't see you grow up. But don't worry, even if we have to throw our lives away, we will protect you. Yu Xiaoyun looked back at her with love. Perhaps in this world, calling a father, dad, was the most common thing. But it was Yu Xiaoyun's first time hearing it. Compared to imperial father, he preferred it better, so a gratified smile appeared on his face. Just as the Yanshu Gate's runes lit up and Long Chen was wondering if he should attack the Yanshu Gate or Dongfang Zichu first, Huolinger said something to him. He was disappointed to find that the Yanshu flame here was not a true flame but was closer to a law, so she could not absorb it. With everyone igniting their essence blood, Yu Qingshan was temporarily protected. Long Chen then took a deep breath and stopped hesitating. With a single step, his saber came out of its sheath and attacked Dongfang Zichu. With a heaven-shaking explosion, Long Chen was blown back wretchedly, coughing up blood. Despicable! Yu Xiaoyun thundered with indignation. Just as Long Chen attacked, Dongfang Zichu, Enputa, Wang Taibei, and dozens of other experts converged on him at the same time. Thus, Long Chen had essentially fought all of them at once. So many three-flower experts joined forces against a single immortal king at once. That was practically the pinnacle of shamelessness. A man of character fights with wits, not power. In this world, it is the victor who is respected. As for shamelessness, it means nothing in front of victory. So what if we are despicable? So what if we are shameless? A group of dead people can't say anything, sneered Dongfang Zichu. When it came to using everyone's power to attack Long Chen, he didn't seem the slightest bit ashamed. Instead, he simply put on a contemptuous expression. Long Chen, don't fight them. Return to the barrier. We have the protection of the immemorial heroic spirit here. At least temporarily, they cannot touch us. Don't be brash, shouted Yu Xiaoyun. Even the always brash Yu Xiaoyun could see that Dongfang Zichu and Enputa's trap was meticulously planned, with every step leading to the next. They simply used the Yanshu Gate to deal with all of them, while they dealt with Long Chen. If Long Chen and the others allowed things to go according to their rhythm, they would have no chance to retaliate. So, they had to think of a way to break free of the trap first. Long Chen felt his blood qi churn violently within him, still reeling from the impact of the last blow. At this moment, his fury and killing intent were out of control. He knew just how terrifying of a schemer Enputa was, so thinking of a way out was meaningless at this time. He realized that brute force was his only option. Long Chen wiped some blood off the corner of his mouth and took a deep breath. With no time for probing blows and no exploitable weaknesses to capitalize on, Long Chen realized that what he needed was now absolute sheer power. After slowly sheathing the Minghong saber, in an instant, the world lost all sound. Within this deathly silence, horrifying killing intent began to condense. Everyone could tell that Long Chen was accumulating power. His next attack would be thunderous, a truly suicidal attack where life and death hung by a single thread. Seeing this scene, the silent Enputa smiled and finally spoke. Do you feel like you can deal with all of us on your own? Then what if you add me? Just then, an icy voice rang out, and a dainty figure slowly appeared within a twisted space. There's also us. In the distance, space collapsed and a group of figures appeared with overwhelming battle intent, their sharp blades unsheathed. Chapter 4038 Unrivaled Dong Mingyu. Boss, we came late. The group to come was led by Guo Ran and Sha Chen, and they had over 400 Dragonblood warriors with them. During this time, Long Chen had left a mission for the two of them to gather all the Dragonblood warriors in the Violet Flame Heaven. When the Dragonblood warriors gathered in the 3000 worlds, Sha Chen and Guo Ran noted that over 300 of them actually came from the Violet Flame Heaven. Since they knew where their sects and locations were, they reunited directly. However, even if the two of them knew where they were, most of them were still scattered throughout every corner of the land. Thus, it took all this time just to find 430 Dragonblood warriors. Perhaps there were still a few other Dragonblood warriors left in the Violet Flame Heaven. But the Violet Flame Heaven was enormous, so in the end, they could only settle for gathering this many. After gathering the Dragonblood warriors, Guo Ran and Sha Chen distributed the heavenly Dao fruit to them, as well as the dragon blood that they had gathered in the 3000 worlds so that they could condense new dragon blood battle armors. As a result, all of their powers grew explosively. Thus, they spent some time drilling to get used to their new power, and after making sure that there were no problems, they rushed over to where Long Chen was. Long Chen had told them not to rush. After all, he had only come to get a wife. Hence, they hadn't rushed and only managed to arrive at the Vermilion Bird Empire at this time. Fortunately, on their way here, they had heard that the Vermilion Bird Empire was under attack, so they immediately rushed over at full speed. Guo ran in. The others had come, and so was Dong Mingyu, causing Long Chen's heart to warm up. No, you didn't come late. You came right on time. Long Chen was moved. Just now, he had made his determination to fight to the death. But the other side had so many terrifying experts, including two unfathomable existences in the form of Dongfang Zichu and Enpuda, so he had no assurance to win at all. However, their arrival revitalized him. As for the Vermilion Bird Empire's people, they were shocked. These people were all immortal kings, yet their auras were frighteningly sharp. Among them, Dong Mingyu appeared ethereal and elusive, to the point where even Yu Xiaoyun couldn't sense her presence despite standing right before him. She seemed like a phantom, shrouded in mystery and intrigue. Big brother Long Chen, I have an agreement with my master to take Enpuda's head. Leave him to me, said Dong Mingyu. Long Chen's heart shook. Are you sure? Dong Mingyu turned to look at him and smiled. Don't worry, I will use my power to prove that I can protect you. Suddenly, Enpuda stabbed his dagger through the air, parrying another dagger that materialized in midair, causing sparks to fly. After that, Dong Mingyu's figure somehow appeared in front of Enpuda. This scene made everyone jump. Dong Mingyu had clearly been near Long Chen. How did she suddenly appear in front of Enpuda? When they looked at the Dong Mingyu by Long Chen again, they saw her figure slowly fading away. It was nothing more than an afterimage. Even 3 flower earth venerates quivered. If they were to fight someone with that speed, by the time they reacted, their head would already be on the ground. Enpuda shook his head at Dong Mingyu with their daggers crossed. You were once my follower, and I have always been waiting for your return. However, you aren't a match for me. I don't want to kill you, so you can leave. Connor, you lie to so many people that you've convinced yourself of your own lies. You brought me into the darkness, and it was Big Brother Long Chen who brought me back to the light, making me no longer a cold-killing machine, said Dong Mingyu indifferently. If that's the case, you have yet to comprehend the true essence of killing. To have pity but be pitiless, to have a heart but be heartless, killing is the law of the survival of the fittest. With our hands, we are simply taking the place of the heavenly Tao's to cleanse this world. Killing shows you what reverence is. Only with reverence can this world have order, and only with order can this world function properly. So, an assassin is an envoy that walks the line between light and dark, carrying out a heavenly mission to be the natural selector of this world. Laws are naturally heartless. When have the heavenly Tao's ever pitied the weak? Said Enpuda. Dong Mingyu smiled. If you are carrying out a heavenly mission, why do you need to take so much money? Are you sure that you're carrying out the mission of the heavenly Tao's, not the mission of making money? What a fake pretense. You lie under the title of a god, and you always have endless excuses and reasons. No wonder you are called the despicable killing god. But no matter how despicable you are, your lies are useless. I have seen your true face. You destroyed my younger years, and I will destroy your later years. That is the true heavenly Tao's. Dong Mingyu suddenly vanished. In that instant, Enpuda's expression completely changed. His fat figure swayed, and he vanished as well. The moment Enpuda vanished, Dongfang Zichu also moved, looking like a fleeing rabbit. Just as they flew away, the tiniest black dot appeared in the space where Dong Mingyu had been. That black dot suddenly grew in every direction, devouring all the nearby space. Enpuda and Dongfang Zichu were the first to run, but their comrades did not. Over 10 people were too slow to react and were touched by that black hole. The moment that happened, they turned into black dust. To everyone's astonishment, they didn't even get a chance to scream or utter a sound. They simply vanished, dissipating into nothingness, with even their yuan spirits unable to escape. That is, upon seeing this scene, Long Chen's heart shook. That was Dong Mingyu's manifestation. He had seen it once in the 3,000 worlds. Back then, her manifestation was nothing more than some support that gave her some dark energy. But now, it had become a substantial law, something that could not be resisted even by 3 flower earth venerates. It was a power that Long Chen had yet to come into contact with. The black hole vanished as if it had never appeared. In the same fashion, over 10 3-flower earth venerates would never appear again. That bizarre sight horrified countless people. After all, this was an unknown power, one that they couldn't resist. Suddenly, the void exploded, and with a roar, Enputa's divine statue appeared behind him, causing milky white light to envelope him. Similar to Liao Benkang, countless tiny statues appeared behind Enputa's large statue. But in terms of number, he possessed over 10 times more statues than Liao Benkang. Just from this, everyone could see that Enputa's true power was not something that Liao Benkang could compare to. When Liao Benkang and Enputa had fought in the past, Enputa had always restrained himself. That caused people to assume that the two were equally matched. But in truth, there was a huge difference. Suddenly, the black hole appeared once more and smashed into Enputa's faith domain. The clash of these two kinds of power emitted heaven-shaking explosive sounds. Following that, they saw Dong Mingyu appear like a phantom within that darkness. She attacked Enputa directly. Their figures once more vanished, and people could only see black and white repeatedly clashing like two worlds competing. Just as everyone's attention was drawn by Dong Mingyu, Guo Ran took the chance to cross his sabers in front of him. After that, an enormous attack shot out. Chapter 4039 Four Forms Superimposed. A giant cross-shaped slash pierced through the earth. Before the enemies could recover from their shock after seeing Dong Mingyu's attacks, they were struck by that cross. Guo Ran's timing was impeccable. He had stored up energy silently, and when he finally unleashed his stored power, it caught his enemies off guard, leaving them with no chance to defend themselves. The sheer force of his attack caused the earth to collapse beneath their feet, and a tremendous wave of earth soared into the air, making the entire capital tremble. The experts within the city were all shaken by the immense display of power. Hundreds of three-flower earth venerates were struck by his attack. Caught off guard, the majority didn't even have time to summon any defenses. At the center of the cross, 100 experts were slain. There were also many whose physical bodies crumbled, leaving behind only their yuan spirits. What a despicable sneak attack! "You goddamn bastards!" roared one of those yuan spirits. He had just roared when a talisman flew out and detonated his yuan spirit. Consequently, screams filled the air as the talisman detonated, shattering into golden fragments that rained down upon the battlefield. Upon contact with any yuan spirit, the fragments elicited agonizing cries, and black smoke emanated from them. Equipped to his teeth, Guo Ran took the vanguard position, leading the attack on those earth venerates. The Dragon Blood warriors also roared, summoning their Dragon Blood battle armor and attacking. When they charged over, dragon cries echoed each other with overflowing killing intent. Even against three-flower earth venerates, the Dragon Blood warriors showed no fear. They directly went into their killing formation. "Great immemorial lightning beast, please enjoy your offerings." Wang Taibei formed hand seals, summoning the immemorial lightning beast. As soon as the beast materialized, it wasted no time and immediately opened its colossal maw, releasing a lightning sword with a thunderous crackle. However, to everyone's astonishment, the lightning sword pierced Wang Taibei through the back. His eyes widened like saucers, filled with disbelief as he turned to look back at the source of the attack. The immemorial lightning beast then transformed into a lightning dragon. With a strike of its claws, Wang Taibei's body exploded. That was no immemorial lightning beast but Lei Linger. She had long since absorbed the lightning beast and gained all its power. After killing Wang Taibei, Lei Linger roared and attacked the other ancient beasts. At this moment, the experts of the various empires had also summoned their immemorial heroic spirits. In the form of a giant lightning beast, Lei Linger tore through their ranks. As a result, chaos reigned. Both friends and foes stared at the scene before them in dumbfounded silence, not knowing what was going on. Lei Linger was incredibly powerful and possessed an immemorial aura now. Like an ancient divine beast, she was unstoppable. With a swing of her tail, one of her opponents was directly blasted apart. On her own, Lei Linger was crushing multiple immemorial beasts. This sudden change left the other side completely flabbergasted. At this time, Long Chen caught up to Dongfang Zichu and directly unleashed his full power. As the Minghong saber tore through the heavens, terrifying killing intent locked onto Dongfang Zichu. This was a person that Long Chen hated to the bone. After all, he was the one who had hurt Yu Qingshan. In front of Long Chen's attack, Dongfang Zichu's indifferent expression instantly became serious. After that, a statue appeared behind him. What no one had expected was that Dongfang Zichu was actually a god cultivator. Moreover, the scale of his faith energy appeared to be on par with that of Enputa, and it flooded this space. It doesn't matter how strong you are. You will only be able to watch as your beloved woman dies a miserable death. Dongfang Zichu slowly raised his sword. Faith energy then poured into his sword, unleashing a brilliant divine light. Your mouth really is hateful. Long Chen slashed the Minghong saber down. With an explosive sound, Long Chen was sent flying, tumbling through the air. Startled cries rang out from the experts of the Vermilion Bird Empire. Dongfang Zichu was so powerful that Long Chen was actually at an immense disadvantage. Yu Qingshan felt the worst. She wanted to call Long Chen back, but she knew that no one could change what Long Chen had decided. Even if she did call out to him, she knew that he wouldn't stop. Instead, it would only disturb his Dao heart. Yu Xiaoyun was panicking as even he was deceived. He had always thought that Dongfang Zichu was an immortal cultivator, never suspecting that the latter possessed such awe-inspiring and terrifying faith energy. Dongfang Zichu was about to sneer at Long Chen when unexpectedly, Long Chen spun through the air and came charging back, his second attack slashing down. Furthermore, this attack contained the divine might of the previous attack. Long Chen was once more blown back. But this time, Dongfang Zichu was also forced back a few steps before managing to stabilize himself, causing his expression to change. He saw that Long Chen's saber had divine might circling it, and vast energy poured into it repeatedly. This time, Dongfang Zichu didn't wait and attacked first. He could see that with every blow, Long Chen's saber was accumulating the power of the previous attack. If he simply allowed Long Chen to continue, the consequences would be terrible. The clash of sword and saber resounded with a metallic ring as both Long Chen and Dongfang Zichu were blown back. Despite being the aggressor this time, Dongfang Zichu was unable to halt Long Chen's momentum. Long Chen's saber crazily flickered, and he stood in the sky, pointing his saber at the dome of the heavens. At the same time, Long Chen's golden dragon scales were shining, its light flowing into the Minghong saber. The next moment, the Minghong saber rumbled and cracks weaved through the sky. Even before the saber slashed down, an ear-piercing sound already shook people's souls. Suppressing the laws of the heavenly Daos. How does he possess such power? Yu Xiaoyun and the others were stunned. This was a power that only heaven venerates should possess. Long Chen let out a roar. When the saber finally fell, it was vaguely possible to see a giant figure holding a saber up above the dome of the heavens. The giant then followed Long Chen's actions, slashing the saber down on Dongfang Zichu. Seeing such power, Dongfang Zichu was completely terrified and roared. The millions of statues behind Dongfang Zichu exploded, yet they weren't destroyed by the impact. No, Dongfang Zichu had detonated them himself. As they exploded, their faith energy poured into his sword, infusing it with immense power. Dongfang Zichu's ruthlessness was evident. He was willing to sacrifice the very foundation of his strength by destroying his own statues to extract every ounce of power available. It was a costly loss, but he resorted to such extreme measures to counter Long Chen's formidable attack. The heavenly saber slashed down. In front of countless horrified gazes, it struck Dongfang Zichu's sword, which was filled with his faith energy. Chapter 4040 Retribution comes. A powerful explosion shook the world, exuding streaks of golden divine radiance and white faith energy that tore through the world. As a result, countless fragments of the Grand Tao spun through the air, and the void was riddled with holes. Within that devastation, Long Chen's body was covered in cracks as he hacked up blood. However, Dongfang Zichu was no better off. His sword was crushed by the impact, and its fragments turned him into a sieve. Dongfang Zichu was heavily injured at this moment. However, his gaze was still as sharp as a sword. I thought that I had given you a high estimation, but I didn't expect you to be able to injure me. Even so, it won't change your fate. Dongfang Zichu formed hand seals, and the Yanshu gate quivered. Two currents of divine light then flowed into Dongfang Zichu. The power of Yanshu destroys all creation. Let's see what you can use to block this. The Yanshu gate behind Dongfang Zichu actually heard his summons and lent him power. Dongfang Zichu's milky white faith energy vanished as he was surrounded by black flames, looking like a devil king from hell. He then shot at Long Chen. Long Chen had been blown back in that last exchange. On the surface, it appeared as if they were both severely injured. But in truth, the one to suffer was Dongfang Zichu. Long Chen's wounds had only been superficial, and a single breath later, his wounds already healed. With the life energy of the moon trees and Fusong trees, Long Chen was not afraid of being injured, even if his opponent used faith energy. However, Dongfang Zichu was truly crafty. With his backup plan, he used the power of the Yanshu gate to fight Long Chen. Yanshu energy, is that so amazing? In front of absolute power, It's just a joke. Long Chen snorted and surprisingly put away the Minghong saber. In the distance, Lei Linger displayed her prowess, swiftly slaughtering the opposing immemorial beasts. In the blink of an eye, she appeared on top of Long Chen's hand, as if effortlessly teleporting. Then, a magnificent flame dragon manifested on one of Long Chen's hands, while a majestic lightning dragon appeared on the other. As the two dragons elegantly coiled around his hands, the very heavens seemed to shift and transform. An ominous, apocalyptic aura then radiated from his palms, signaling the immense power he now possessed. Dongfang Zichu had not expected Long Chen to possess another trump card, one even stronger than the last one. His expression changed, but he couldn't stop his momentum anymore. So, he could only risk it all. Don't hold back, kill him. Double dragon destruction. Long Chen roared, sending his full spiritual strength into Huo Linger and Lei Linger. At this moment, the two dragons were no longer their old selves. Their power had grown by over 10 times, so unleashing the full double dragon destruction now exhausted a terrifying amount of spiritual strength. However, Long Chen didn't mind. He wanted Dongfang Zichu dead and would pay any price to make sure that bastard stayed dead. The Yanshu flame is the strongest flame of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The person to die will be you. Dongfang Zichu roared, pouring all of his power into his fist. Without any path of retreat anymore, as retreat signified definite death, he could only gamble it all. In front of countless horrified gazes, the two dragons coiling around Long Chen's hand shot out like a sharp nail toward a fist covered in flames. As multicolored divine radiance illuminated the world and a giant mushroom cloud covered the dome of the sky, people lost their vision, their scent, their taste, their hearing, and their sense of touch. Even 3 flower earth venerates felt their heads turn white. It was like time was standing still, yet also like thousands of years were passing by in the blink of an eye. The scene before them seemed to stretch into eternity, akin to being lost in the depths of primal chaos. Time itself appeared to stand still, leaving them uncertain of how long they had been trapped in this surreal state. Yet, eventually, their vision shifted, and time began to flow once more. The chaotic landscape gave way to the familiar sight of the battlefield. Long Chen was covered in blood and still in his attacking posture. As for the Dongfang Zichu in front of him, he was gone, turned into a bloody mist, but his aura still hung in the air. Suddenly, Long Chen moved, shooting out in a certain direction. Looking in that direction, people saw a translucent figure. It's Dongfang Zichu's Yuan spirit. Dongfang Zichu's body was destroyed, but he had managed to preserve his Yuan spirit. It was just that his Yuan spirit was incredibly weak, seeming like it might dissipate at any moment. Long Chen, you destroyed my physical body and the foundation of my faith. I swear that you will pay the price, howled Dongfang Zichu's Yuan spirit hatefully. Long Chen unleashed a punch, but unexpectedly, his fist simply passed through Dongfang Zichu's Yuan spirit. Long Chen suddenly raised his head. Upon seeing the figure behind Dongfang Zichu, killing intent exploded out of him. At some unknown point, an illusory image had appeared behind Dongfang Zichu. It was as light as mist and too vague to see who it was. However, Long Chen instantly recognized him. At that moment, he instantly understood why Enputa would join forces with Dongfang Zichu. They were all Lord Brahma's subordinates. With the protection of Lord Brahma's faith energy, I have an undying body. No one can kill me. Did you think that you could kill me just because you could kill Liao Benkang? Keep dreaming. It was only because Liao Benkang. Dongfang Zichu suddenly shut his mouth and changed the subject. Long Chen, I'll patiently enjoy watching you suffer as Qingshan is killed, ha ha ha. Dongfang Zichu laughed crazily. That laughter was filled with so much rancor that it made people's hair stand on end. Long Chen repeatedly attacked, but they all passed through Dongfang Zichu's spirit. It was like he was just a projection. Fool, idiot, release me, I'll kill him. Just then, within Long Chen's mind his heart devil's roar rang out. His heart devil was actually capable of speaking to him. Can Lord Brahma guarantee your protection? Not necessarily. Just then, a clear, icy voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but it still entered every single person's ears crystal clear over the ruckus of the battlefield. An icy streak of light then flew through the air, seemingly slicing through the world itself. The severance point was precisely the space between Dongfang Zichu and Lord Brahma's figure. Seeing that, Long Chen didn't bother asking who that was. Turning his fist into a claw, he hacked down on Dongfang Zichu. The void was torn apart. Dongfang Zichu's Yuan spirit was now in Long Chen's hand. Dongfang Zichu, your retribution has come. Long Chen's gaze was frightening. A lightning needle appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it into Dongfang Zichu's Yuan spirit. Chapter 4041, A Curse That Shakes the Heavens. The lightning needle pierced through Dongfang Zichu's Yuan spirit, causing him to scream so miserably. Even a three-flower earth venerate would wail in pain if their Yuan spirit was pierced. Pain was the fairest thing in this world. It didn't matter what your status, realm, or power was. In front of pain, no falsehoods could be made, they were all stripped away. A three-flower earth venerate's pain tolerance might not be greater than an ordinary cultivator. As he screamed in pain, the dignity of an expert was silently trampled. When a man is about to die, they talk softly. When a bird is about to die, they cry out mournfully. Well then, go ahead and scream as much as you please. Long Chen's expression was frightening. He was clenching his teeth, and veins bulged on his forehead. As for his eyes, they were full of icy killing intent. Another lightning needle pierced Dongfang Zichu's Yuan spirit. Having endured the harrowing process of soul refinement, Long Chen gained first-hand knowledge of the most excruciating form of torture possible, tormenting the Yuan spirit. Dongfang Zichu's Yuan spirit quivered and screamed. He was suffering through unimaginable pain at this moment. Why must you force me? Stab. If you want to kill me, why didn't you come at me? Why did you have to target Xianxia? If you want to harm me, then fine. But you cannot harm the woman I love. You harmed my woman, turning me into a devil. None of you will ever reincarnate again. Long Chen repeatedly stabbed Dongfang Zichu's Yuan spirit with a lightning needle. Dongfang Zichu repeatedly screamed like he was in hell. But he had no ability to resist. Didn't you say that you had an undying body? I don't believe in that kind of witchcraft. These lightning needles contain my will. Long Chen clenched his teeth. He suddenly bit his finger, causing blood to flow. After that, he marked Dongfang Zichu's forehead. I, Long Chen, swear my oath. All gods and devils hear me. All 10,000 Taos of the universe be the witness. Using my blood, I seal Dongfang Zichu. Starting now, heaven and earth cannot contain him. The 6 Taos cannot reincarnate him. The 3 worlds cannot accept him. He is to suffer the pain of lightning devouring his soul night and day. As long as I, Long Chen, do not die, the soul devouring cannot stop. If any one of you dares to defy me, when I rule this world, heaven and earth will collapse, the 6 Taos will crumble, and the 3 worlds will be overturned. When he swore his oath, rumbling rang throughout the world, causing heaven and earth to quiver. Each of his words seemed to be branded into the laws of heaven and earth. In that instant, heaven and earth submitted, and the 10,000 Taos obeyed. His will has exceeded the laws of the heavenly Taos, to the point that he can change the laws with just words. Just who is he? Within the darkness, a pair of beautiful concealed eyes finally showed a trace of shock. Following Long Chen's roar, a crack appeared in heaven and earth. After that, Long Chen released Dongfang Zichu. No, Lord Brahma, save me. However, no one answered him. Dongfang Zichu was dragged into the darkness by an invisible force, and it shrank until the world sealed itself once more. Dongfang Zichu was gone. Everyone knew that Dongfang Zichu was done for. He would not die and would be tortured for eternity. From this moment on, he could no longer exist within heaven and earth, the 6 Taos, and the 3 worlds. All he could do was suffer through the cracks between the 3 worlds as lightning ravaged his soul. Even if he wanted to die, he could not die. As long as Long Chen didn't die, he would suffer. This curse was truly terrifying. When people thought of Dongfang Zichu's fate, they got goosebumps. Within the capital, everyone was stunned. They were holding off the Yanshu Gates invasion, so they saw everything clearly. Long Chen was absolutely terrifying. After going through the trial by fire with him, Zhu Yifeng, Zhu Yunwen, Yu Chenshui, and the others thought that they had gained a certain level of understanding over Long Chen's power. But now, they found that they didn't understand him in the slightest. With a single oath, Long Chen made heaven and earth submit. The 10,000 Taos grew subservient. It was like an imperial edict, shaking the world with his words alone. That left them completely dumbfounded. Was this really the Long Chen they knew? Yu Qingxian's eyes were full of tears as she stared at the ferocious Long Chen who appeared to be a devil. At this moment, she felt no fear, only warmth. Long Chen had previously told her that for her, he would be willing to become a devil to fight this world. Long Chen had said it, and he had done it. To be loved by a man so deeply that he viewed her life as above his own, that was a love that no woman could resist. Yu Qingxian's tears rolled down her face. She then looked from the Yanshu gate to the deathly hell gate. Now, she knew that she did not want to die. Just then, Long Chen's kunpeng wings flapped. He actually shot toward the Yanshu gate. All of a sudden, the Yanshu gate opened and a black hand reached toward Yu Qingxian. When it appeared, an overwhelming divine pressure shook the land, causing the capital to actually begin to sink. The barrier also became covered in countless cracks. As a result, the experts inside the capital were horrified. At this moment, Long Chen reached the Yanshu gate and unleashed his remaining power. Before the Dragon King battle armor fully faded, he would destroy the Yanshu gate. However, his enormous saber image directly crumbled, the backlash causing him to hack up blood, almost dying. As for the hand, it was completely undamaged. That's a heaven venerate's power. Yu Xiaoyun and the others despaired. This hand possessed the aura of a heaven venerate, the strongest existence within the divine venerate realm. Mortal venerate, earth venerate, and heaven venerate. Although they were all in the divine venerate realm, the difference between each level was as immense as heaven and earth. Those beneath the heaven venerate realm were ants. To put it simply, even 100,000 earth venerates could not resist a single heaven venerate. As the giant hand slowly fell, the barrier cracked more and more, looking like it might shatter at any moment. Yu Xiaoyun, Zhang Weishen, Shu Langxin, and the others were bitterly enduring, but they were already pale. It seemed like they had reached their limit. Once this barrier was broken, they would at least be severely wounded, if not dead from the backlash. But they refused to give up. Yu Xiaoyun looked over everyone who was bitterly enduring, then he looked at Long Chen in the distance. Despite being badly injured, Long Chen charged back at that hand. He was like an ant trying to fight back against the hand of the heavens. His figure appeared so small and alone. Yu Qingxian suddenly cried out, "Stop! Mom, Dad, thank you all. Thank you for bringing me into this world. Thanks for letting me experience this world's beauty. Long Chen, thank you for everything that you have done for me. But you can stop now. If there is a next life, I am willing to be your wife and spend a lifetime with you to thank you for the kindness you have shown me." Yu Qingxian fully gave up when she saw all the people that she cared about fighting to the death for her. She loved this world, and she loved everyone here. So, she was willing to die rather than have them all sacrifice their lives for nothing. "I already said that as long as I am here, no one can hurt you. Trust me." Long Chen's furious roar rang out. Although he was covered in blood, his gaze was still determined. He then put away his saber and formed hand seals. Just like a moth throwing itself into the fire, he charged toward the Yanshu gate. Suddenly, a golden light lit up in front of Long Chen's forehead, and a golden lotus seed appeared in front of him. Long Chen was overjoyed. He had finally managed to summon this lotus seed. Just like that, Long Chen smashed the golden lotus seed at the Yanshu gate in the hand. Chapter 4042 Unmatched Golden Lotus Seed. As Long Chen smashed the golden lotus seed into the Yanshu gate, the golden lotus seed emitted supreme divine might. In response to this surge of energy, the giant Yanshu gate trembled and, to the shock of all present, it exploded along with the colossal hand that emerged from it. The collapse of the spatial gate resulted in a vast black vortex forming, swirling ominously. However, the divine light radiating from the golden lotus seed illuminated the depths of this dark vortex, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle for all to behold. Through the vortex, they saw a world engulfed in black flames. Within the sea of black flames, the divine light emanating from the golden lotus seed only illuminated a minuscule portion. However, within that tiny corner, they saw a long-haired man glaring at Long Chen in fury and shock. Long Chen could see that one of the man's arms was missing, and his shoulder was consumed by golden flames. "Impossible. Long Chen has killed countless lifeforms. How could he obtain your approval?" roared that man. That roar came through the vortex but still caused the 10,000 dows to crumble. Hearing this roar, Long Chen then grunted, and blood suddenly gushed out of his eyes, ears, and nose. On the battlefield, both allies and enemies were shaken and lost consciousness for a moment. Sharp pain also racked their souls as if they would be torn apart. That is definitely a heaven venerate. Yu Xiaoyun and the others were shocked. This man was absolutely terrifying. Despite his terrifying power, he was still injured by Long Chen through space. No, it should be said that he was injured through space by that golden lotus seed. Long Chen didn't answer that man. Of course, the golden lotus seed also didn't answer him. The vortex slowly shrank until it vanished. Third brother, you. Within an endless sea of black flames where primal chaos chi gushed forth, a startled cry rang out. The speaker was Yan Shu's eighth son, and the deceased Yan Hong's big brother, Yan Feng. As for the man whose arm was gone, he was Yan Shu's third son, Yan Chong. He was shocked and enraged. At this moment, the sea of flames beneath his feet erupted, and primal chaos chi rushed toward him. A million-mile sea of flames then wrapped around him. As those black flames poured into his body, the golden flames on his arm slowly extinguished. "How can this be? Even you can't deal with Long Chen," exclaimed Yan Feng. When Long Chen killed Yan Hong, Yan Feng also attempted to avenge his brother by trying to kill Long Chen. However, Long Chen possessed the protection of the golden lotus seed, rendering Yan Feng powerless to harm him. So this time, Yan Chong, a formidable heaven venerate, took matters into his own hands. But even he ended up losing an arm for nothing. "It seems that restoring this arm will require several months at the very least," Yan Chong stated gravely. "What? Within the sea of primal chaos flames, you still can't instantly recover?" Yan Chong remained silently for a long time before sighing. "I don't understand. Long Chen is a murderer. How can it have chosen him? It makes no sense. Well, the Hell Gate is already open. Long Chen probably won't survive anyway. Let's just see what happens." Yan Chong merged into the sea of primal chaos flames. As for Yan Feng, he was stunned for a long time before he also merged into the sea of flames. The vortex vanished, and along with it, the divine light of the golden lotus seed also faded away. Now, it appeared dimmer, having lost its original radiance. It became evident that Long Chen's act had exhausted all of its energy. Horrified to see that, he immediately returned it to the primal chaos space. Fortunately, once it was back in the primal chaos space, it returned to its original location, and other than being dimmer, there was nothing wrong with it. Suddenly, there was an explosive sound, and Long Chen turned to see a black dagger cut through the air, slicing through the 10,000 daos. A fat head then flew into the air. That head belonged to the Bloodkill Hall's master, Enputa. Dong Mingyu really had cut off his head. Furthermore, the weapon she had used to do so was not her original dagger, but the divine weapon that Long Chen had given her. As for Dong Mingyu, despite her paleness and weakened aura, she displayed remarkable composure. Her eyes remained as steady as two stars in the night sky, showing no signs of wavering. Even in the presence of an expert like Enputa, she remained completely collected and unfazed. How unexpected, how truly unexpected. The 3,617 attacks at the start were all preparation for your final attack. That steadiness, that patience, that scheming, they were all excellent. My loss was not unjustified. Enputa's head floated there, the wound on his neck rapidly rotting. But even as his body rotted, he calmly looked at Dong Mingyu. Within the capital, everyone gaped in utter shock at Dong Mingyu. This seemingly young girl, appearing to be merely 13 or 14 years old, had accomplished the unthinkable. She had decapitated the notorious master of the Bloodkill Hall, Enputa. Zhu Yifeng, Zhu Yongwen, Yu Chenshui, and the others stood there, their expressions dazed and sluggish, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. They couldn't comprehend how such a tiny figure could possess such terrifying power. Just then, Sha Chen, Guo Ran, and the others arrived with the Dragonblood warriors. Guo Ran's saber bore the grisly evidence of 3 corpses still hanging from it, 3 empire lords. Among them was Wang Taibei. During the intense battle, all eyes were fixated on Long Chen and Dong Mingyu, causing everyone to lose focus on the other battlefield where Sha Chen, Guo Ran, and the Dragonblood warriors were fiercely fighting. But now that the Dragonblood warriors were returning, it was clear that everything was over. They then looked and didn't find a single living enemy. The absence of the 3 Flower Earth venerates, who were either slain or had fled, signified a great triumph for the Dragonblood warriors. Such a feat would undoubtedly make their names renowned throughout the world. However, despite this remarkable achievement, the expressions of everyone, except Guo Ran, remained indifferent, as though they had merely accomplished something insignificant. This calm demeanor sent shivers through the hearts of onlookers. Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the Dragonblood warriors all stood behind Long Chen. When Yu Chenshui saw that, she couldn't help but put on a bitter smile. Any random Dragonblood warrior was actually stronger than them, the princes and princesses of the empire. However, she had actually wanted to gamble on winning the entire Dragonblood Legion. As she reflected on that, She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide herself in. Zhu Yunwen and the others couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Dragonblood warriors were dragons among men. Perhaps only a monster like Long Chen could win their recognition. We've already determined that when a man is about to die, they talk softly. I don't know what a crafty, shameless fellow like you will say before your death, said Dong Mingyu. Enputa was reduced to just a head, but Dong Mingyu did not relax. Her starry eyes were still locked onto him. Enputa smiled slightly and turned to a certain space. I've lost and I am fully convinced by it. Yi Wusheng, you can come out. Chapter 4043 8 Great Divine Commanders. Following Enputa's gaze, they looked toward an empty space. To their surprise, a mesmerizing and ethereal figure began to materialize there, slowly taking form before their eyes. She donned an exquisite outfit, a combination of elegance and power. Her skin-tight leather armor accentuated her graceful curves, reminiscent of a majestic and fierce leopardess. The sight was both alluring and intimidating, leaving onlookers in awe. Even as she materialized before them, everyone couldn't really sense her. It was as if she was intertwined with the void, remaining elusive even to those who looked directly at her. She seemed to embody the world itself, as though she held its very essence within her being. It was as if she was the master of the world, and a mere thought from her could wipe out all life in an instant. She had short hair and thin lips, with long, narrow eyes and a fair complexion. Her beauty carried a deadly allure. However, when looking at her, there was no way to form the desire between men and women. Instead, there was only fear. When she looked at you, it was like the blade of death was pressed against your throat. In front of her, it was as if all your weaknesses were fully exposed, fatal weaknesses that could not be concealed. She was a legendary existence of the immortal world, the master of the Shadow Sect, and the one who was called the Silence of the Night, Yi Wusheng. The Silence of the Night was both the name of her manifestation and her moniker. It was a name that caused countless experts to quiver in fear. As expected, only you have the ability to cut off my ties to Lord Brahma's faith. I just don't understand, are you truly challenging Lord Brahma to war? Despite Enputa being left with only his head, and even with the wound to his neck slowly rotting away, he still remained remarkably calm. You antagonized me back then, so I wanted to kill you. Lord Brahma did stop me then, so I warned him that he could protect you for the moment but not for a lifetime. No one that I want to kill has yet to survive. However, after my fight with Lord Brahma, I broke through. Killing you then would be meaningless. That is when I decided I would have my most outstanding disciple take your head. It would count as their greatest trial. Whoever could accomplish this would receive my full legacy. On the surface, you appear to have hidden yourself away and not dared to leave your hole with your true body, instead using avatars to do your business. But in truth, your true body did leave many times. You were testing me, seeing if I would pursue you. So, I pretended not to notice, and you thought it was because I was afraid of Lord Brahma. In truth, every single one of your movements was under my gaze. I was just waiting for the right opportunity. When you started plotting to kill Long Chen here, I had little you prepare herself. I knew that the opportunity had come, and little you really didn't disappoint me. In the Immortal King realm, she killed you who is at the peak of the World King realm. This also shows that the 9 heavens and 10 lands is progressing to a new era. None of us are the main characters of this era, not me, not you, not even Lord Brahma. We are all part of a larger story, playing our roles, but none of us holds the spotlight. This is a completely new era. The laws that we could not break back then will be broken by them, said Yi Wusheng expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, everyone's heart shook. Lord Brahma was a legendary existence, and his name had resounded throughout heaven and earth eras ago. Although he suddenly vanished at his most glorious time, the legends of him were known to all. At that time, Lord Brahma was a glorious, fast-rising genius who reached the very peak of the heaven-venerate realm. However, he suddenly went into seclusion, with only his apprentices and their grand apprentices doing his work. Countless years passed, geniuses rose and fell. However, the name of Lord Brahma was still known to all. However, this woman had actually fought Lord Brahma in the past. Then she had to be someone from the same era. Clearly, although Yi Wusheng also had a degree of fame, it was mostly limited to the senior generation. The youngsters in the Vermilion Bird Empire had not heard of her. That was why Zhu Yifeng, Zhu Yunwen, and the others were all stunned. They had never dreamed that someone from that ancient era would appear before them now. Could a person really live so long? This short-haired woman who looked to be in her 30s was actually such an ancient figure. However, she seemed to be full of life. Had she really lived for that many years? Enputa sighed. You were right, I didn't have your vision. Although I also knew that the new era would arise, I thought that it would be centuries from now. I was always very confident in my calculations, but it was that confidence that brought about my ruin. If I had your vision, I would have paid any price to kill Long Chen at the start. I was too conceited. I have let down Lord Brahma's trust in me. Enputa's tone was very regretful as he blamed himself. He had always viewed Long Chen as an important figure, and he had even been thinking of pulling Long Chen to his side. However, he found out later that there was no way to control Long Chen. He always liked to use the smallest price to make the greatest gains. But when it came to Long Chen, he had actually misjudged, and very badly at that. All his schemes ended up useless. In the end, he suffered a grievous defeat, one from which he could not recover. You always thought yourself smart. You know to be meticulous, down to the smallest detail. Perhaps that is perfect for doing small things, but when it comes to accomplishing anything major, you lack decisiveness and daring. That is why you only remained the master of an outer hall. You were never able to be promoted to the inner hall or to rank amongst Lord Brahma's 8 great divine commanders. If you were one of the 8 divine commanders, I would not be able to sever your tie to Lord Brahma's faith. Even though he is in seclusion, he would definitely come save you then. Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs in this world. Even a wise man who considers everything 1,000 times will make a mistake eventually. With this one mistake, you have no chance of winning anymore, said Yi Wuxiang. Enputa smiled bitterly. That is correct. There are not so many ifs in this world. I have to thank you. You have made me understand why Lord Brahma never valued me highly. I understand now. This chess piece is too small to be useful. But understanding now is too late. In the end, I still failed to live up to Lord Brahma's expectations. Long Chen was originally enraged and wanted to slice Enputa apart, but seeing Enputa acting like this before his death, without any trace of cowardice or blaming others, Long Chen had to acknowledge that Enputa was undoubtedly the most cunning adversary he had ever faced. As he calmly watched Enputa's life come to an end, a sliver of respect crept into Long Chen's heart. Enputa, as your enemy, I am willing to give you a dignified death, said Long Chen. Ha 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 ha. Enputa suddenly laughed. Chapter 4044 The Hell Gate opens. Enputa laughed. Even now that his neck was severed, his faith energy was still delaying the decay caused by the black dagger's power. But at this moment, the flesh of his lower jaw was rotting and breaking apart as he laughed, displaying a horrifying sight. Although I, Enputa, am contemptible and willing to use any means necessary, a loss is a loss. I don't need anyone's pity. I am called the despicable killing god for a reason. Do you think that I'd care about dying with dignity? At this time, he was still able to laugh. Even Long Chen had to admire that about him. Although he was contemptible, he was still admirable in some areas. After all, not everyone could face death like this. After laughing, Enputa said, Long Chen, this time it is my defeat. I underestimated your rate of growth and overestimated my control. However, just because I lost doesn't mean that you've won. I will die, but you will also follow me soon. The Hell Gate will soon open. When that happens, the emissary of the Nether Emperor will descend and bring his woman back to the depths of hell. I know how much you care about your loved ones. That is your greatest weakness, your fatal weakness. It already showed itself when you fought the Yanshu Gate. You won't just watch as Yu Qingshan dies, so you will accompany her in death. After all, no one can resist the Nether Emperor's power. I'm a dead man, and so are you. I suppose that this can be considered my final act for Lord Brahma. I can die in peace. Only when Enputa said this did everyone realize that the crisis wasn't over. They raised their heads and were shocked to see a crack in the Hell Gate. Death Qi was pouring out of it. Master, you can definitely stop it, right? Dong Mingyu's expression changed. She turned to her master with a pleading expression. However, Yi Wuxiang didn't reply. Instead, it was Enputa who answered her. As an assassin, no matter how powerful you are, any emotions will make you easy to scheme against and kill. To tell the truth, I don't like that I've lost to someone like you. The Nether Emperor's emissary will possess the laws of hell, and they are immune to all attacks from this world. So, even your master is powerless. Perhaps Long Chen's lotus seed would have had the ability to resist the laws of hell, but it is already out of energy after fighting the power of Yanshu. Other than that, Little Dong Mingyu, you should worry about yourself instead of Long Chen. That dagger you used to kill me has a terrifying background. When it was in Long Chen's hands, I already suspected its origins. When it cut through my neck, it instantly exhausted 90% of my faith energy. So, I am now sure of its origin. It already has a master. For the dagger to suddenly absorb so much faith energy, that master has definitely sensed it. When its master descends, they won't just take the dagger but also your life. You also won't be surviving. Hearing this, Dong Mingyu didn't get angry, nor did she show fear. She simply smiled. Did you think that if Big Brother Long Chen died, I would continue living? Clearly, if Yu Qingshan died, Long Chen wouldn't live either. And if Long Chen died, Dong Mingyu would follow. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They looked from Long Chen to Dong Mingyu. Both of them were peerless heavenly geniuses with limitless potential, the human race's hope. Were they all going to fall here? There's no need for you to worry about these things. Since you feel indifferent to death, I won't stand on courtesy. Long Chen suddenly appeared in front of Enputa and pointed his finger. Enputa's soul was ripped out of his head. You wish to examine my soul? Sorry, but you aren't capable of it. Enputa's soul exploded. Even so, Long Chen was prepared, and black flames enveloped those shattered soul fragments. Enputa's spiritual fragments continuously exploded, detonating 9 more times before stopping. Those spiritual fragments were smithereens now and were essentially useless. However, Long Chen's expression didn't change. It seemed that this was well within his expectations. He then summoned Huo Long, and she devoured those spiritual fragments. As Enputa's head vanished, his headless corpse was also rotting away. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before his entire corpse was gone. For an expert on Enputa's level, his body was nourished by faith energy, so it had almost reached the point of being unbreakable, immortal. However, in front of that black dagger, his physical body was still not strong enough. When Long Chen was stabbed by that dagger long ago, it clearly hadn't had that much power, or he would have long since died. It was unknown if the dagger had grown during this time, or if something in it had changed after killing some experts. In any case, this black dagger was growing increasingly powerful, like a bloodthirsty devil that had been sealed for countless years and was awakened by the taste of blood. Long Chen had no time to study the dagger. After Huo Linger devoured Enputa's spiritual fragments, she brought them into the primal chaos space. Long Chen's spiritual strength then flowed into the primal chaos space. There, Enputa's spiritual fragments began to slowly merge back together, growing bigger and bigger. Inside the primal chaos space, Long Chen reigned as its master, with all the laws under his command. No matter how severely Enputa tore up his soul, Long Chen possessed the power to mend it back together effortlessly. Originally, when Long Chen offered to give Enputa a dignified death, it came with a condition. That was to tell him the secrets relating to the Nether Emperor. However, since Enputa refused, Long Chen didn't stand on courtesy. After becoming an immortal king, the primal chaos space had gone through a mysterious change. Long Chen wasn't sure what it was, but with this first test, he really succeeded. Long Chen's entire focus was on rebuilding the spiritual fragments. After all, he wanted to know the secrets of the Nether Emperor. After a while, Long Chen finally grasped the right fragment. Feeling delighted, he started studying it. But just as he grasped the slightest information, a terrifying dangerous aura caused him to quiver. After that, he heard a howl. The moment Long Chen's mind left the primal chaos space, an ear-piercing laugh pierced his ear like a needle, causing him to feel like his soul was being cut into millions of pieces. Countless people also covered their ears and screamed. The barrier covering the capital could block the Yanshu flames, but it was unable to block out that sound. It actually shattered. Just then, the hell gate slowly opened, and black chi gushed out, along with one figure after another. When people saw those figures, their bodies turned ice cold, and they were filled with terror. Chapter 4045 I Will Save My Woman. Those figures were clad in odd clothes, a mix of men and women. Strangely, their clothes seemed to be in a state of constant decay, disintegrating as they moved, yet somehow reforming again. With the musical instruments in their hands, they played undeniably melodious tunes, but the tunes somehow carried an overwhelming sensation that made people feel as if their very souls might burst. What weirded out the people around the most was the appearance of these figures. They resembled dried-out corpses, and their faces had an eerie mix of humans and some other lifeforms. However, despite their lifeless appearance, their aura sent shivers down the spines of even the earth venerates present. Slowly, more and more these peculiar lifeforms emerged from the gate, as if they were the musical escorts for a grand event unfolding before them. Amidst the unfolding spectacle, a black palanquin appeared, looking as big as a mountain. This gigantic thing required the strength of 8 giants to carry it. When these 8 giants materialized, the world quivered. With every step they took, mountains swayed and the stars flickered. This enormous escort stretched 10,000 miles long and set its course straight for the Vermilion Bird Empire. As they approached, endless death energy filled this world, causing all vegetation within the capital to wither. The infection of this hellish aura turned the place into a corner of hell itself. "We welcome the Emperor's woman's return." Suddenly, the 8 giants shouted in unison, their voices shaking Yu Qingshan's body. And then, as if in response to their shout, flower petals materialized behind her. These petals were unusually long and slender, resembling the tentacles of some monstrous entity. Strangely, the stamens were even longer, giving them the appearance of petals, while the petals seemed to take on the appearance of stamens. A sinister aura enveloped Yu Qingshan, and she began to float toward the gigantic black palanquin. Yu Xiaoyun roared and reached out to grab Yu Qingshan, but he was shocked to see his hand simply pass right through her, unable to touch her. Yu Qingshan seemed to have turned into an apparition as they could no longer touch her. Furthermore, when Yu Xiaoyun's body passed through her body, an invisible force knocked him aside. When Yu Xiaoyun stabilized himself, people were horrified to see a few white strands appear in his black hair. He seemed to have aged. Undeterred by this, Yu Xiaoyun began to form hand seals. He was clearly intent on dragging Yu Qingshan back. Thus, Yu Qingshan could only cry out for him to stop. "Imperial Father, don't." She knew that the power of the Nether Emperor was not something that any of them could resist. If her father were to forcibly attempt, his longevity would be stripped away. However, Yu Xiaoyun refused to stop. Blood then leaked out of the space between his eyebrows, as he ignited his essence blood. At that moment, the immemorial vermilion bird in his manifestation reappeared. Yu Xiaoyun roared, "My daughter cannot be taken by anyone, not even the Nether Emperor." Seeing this, everyone was filled with horror. Zhang Weishan and Shu Lengxin desperately tried to intervene, but Yu Xiaoyun was resolute. Ignoring any restraint, he unleashed all his power in a last-ditch effort. No one could dissuade him from recklessly throwing his life away. "Imperial Father, please, I beg you." Upon seeing his father's desperation, Yu Qingshan's heart shattered. Yu Xiaoyun would definitely die if this continued. Just as the imperial family's experts despaired, a black figure appeared and reached Yu Qingshan before Yu Xiaoyun. When that happened, the void quivered and some black flames formed a screen around Yu Qingshan, knocking Yu Xiaoyun aside. "She is my woman. I will save her myself." This black figure was Long Chen. He stood in front of Yu Qingshan, looking at her tear-stained face. "You little bastard, if my son-in-law dies, will Qingshan stay alive?" "Scram, I will unleash the full vermilion bird divine radiance. Who cares about some Nether Emperor? I will save my daughter no matter what," roared Yu Xiaoyun. Yu Xiaoyun knew that if he ignited all the remaining power of the vermilion bird, he should have a shot at saving his daughter. Even so, the price of such a reckless act weighed down heavily on him. He knew that it would cost him his life and potentially jeopardize the future of the Vermilion Bird Empire. However, in this battle, he could see that his children had grown up, each being an outstanding figure, so he was no longer worried about them. With this newfound confidence, he made up his mind. No matter what, he would save Yu Qingshan. After all, amongst all his sons and daughters, he owed her the most, and this was the only way he could repay her. "Sorry, although you're my father-in-law, my woman must be protected by myself." Long Chen then cupped Yu Qingshan's face and softly said, "Qingshan, don't worry. As long as I am here, no one can take you from my side." Just like that, Long Chen spread his arms. "Don't," Yu Xiaoyun roared, while Yu Qingshan screamed in terror. The experts from the Vermilion Bird Empire couldn't bear to witness what was about to happen and shut their eyes. Dong Mingyu charged over, wanting to share life and death with Long Chen. However, Yi Wusheng pressed a hand on her, and she instantly couldn't move. Yi Wusheng simply watched everything occurring without the slightest ripple in her eyes. It was as if nothing in this world could cause her to feel the slightest concern. In front of everyone's despairing gazes, Long Chen grabbed Yu Qingshan. People were shocked to see his body also grow illusory. "Long Chen, how could you do this?" Big sister Meng Qi and the others still need you. I don't want you to die with me. Yu Qingshan's heart shattered. She knew that Long Chen would die with her. Everyone was weeping. They could not accept that these two would die just like this. This was too cruel. Long Chen and Yu Qingshan were enveloped by black energy, slowly floating toward the palanquin. Suddenly, Zhu Yifeng roared, his sword transforming into a streak of light that shot toward one of the giants carrying the palanquin. However, that giant didn't even look at it. The sword simply pierced through its body and flew out. Their bodies seemed to not exist. However, the sword turned to dust once it flew out of the giant's body. A divine weapon of the Vermilion Bird Empire was lost just like that. How can this be? Can we only watch as they die? Howled Zhu Yifeng, painfully. In the distance, Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the Dragonblood warriors didn't say anything but were clenching their fists tightly. They were also anxious. It had to be known that their enemy this time was the Emperor of the Netherworld, an existence whose name terrified the 9 heavens and 10 lands. That was a supreme existence. Even with their confidence in Long Chen, their hearts clenched. Long Chen, I don't want you to die with me. Don't die. Yu Qingshan held Long Chen and wept. On the other hand, Long Chen was calm and just held her. Suddenly, someone cried out. The flower. Only now did people realize that the strange flower that had bloomed behind Yu Qingshan was swaying. Some kind of force seemed to be affecting it. Suddenly, Long Chen reached out and grabbed one of the slender petals. What shocked everyone was that Long Chen actually managed to tear off the petal. Even more shocking though was that Long Chen then stabbed the petal into his own chest. Blood sprayed, and the petal entered his body. Long Chen, don't! Yu Qingshan screamed. She instantly realized what Long Chen was doing. Chapter 4046 The Heavens Will Be Pierced. The flower petal pierced Long Chen's body like a sharp blade, causing golden blood to gush out. As for the petal, it was like a piece of melting ice merging into Long Chen's body. Long Chen's entire body was shaking. He looked as if he was suffering unimaginable pain, but he did not hesitate to grab another petal. Yu Xiaoyun was bewildered. If Long Chen died, would Yu Qingshan wish to stay alive? Even if she lived, it would be a life worse than death for her. He is grafting the Nether Emperor's seal onto his own body. This foolish child. Zhang Weishan stared at Long Chen nervously. In order to save Yu Qingshan, Long Chen was throwing his own life away. But why bother? Would Yu Qingshan not follow him then? The next moment, Long Chen stabbed another petal into his body, and it once more quivered. However, Long Chen clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. Long Chen, don't. If you die, what would be the point in me living? Don't be selfish. You still have Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Yi Ziqiu, Tang Wan and the others waiting for you. Begged Yu Qingshan. She couldn't even move under the pressure of the Netherworld's laws, so she could only watch as Long Chen killed herself. Long Chen repeatedly plucked the petals and stabbed them into his body. The pain was something that he had never endured before. It was even more painful than refining his spirit. However, Long Chen didn't mind. After all, he had experienced something even more painful. The pain of seeing Yu Qingshan dying in front of him on the martial heaven continent was 1,000,000 times more painful. As Long Chen repeatedly stabbed the petals into his body, the hell flower gradually bloomed behind him. When he stabbed the final petal into his body, Yu Qingshan's body suddenly regained its freedom. Yu Qingshan urgently held onto Long Chen, fearing he might push her away. Her fear wasn't of death itself, instead, it was the dread of living in a world without him. Qingshan, you have to trust me. I won't let you leave me, and I won't leave you, said Long Chen solemnly. Even though Long Chen did his best to control his voice, it was still hoarse due to the pain. Upon hearing it, Yu Qingshan's dried-out eyes once more overflowed. She gently rubbed Long Chen's face. It must be painful. It doesn't hurt. It's still within the realm that I can handle. But without you, the pain would be too much to live with, said Long Chen. Go. I'm going to ask the Nether Emperor what qualifications he has to dare to take my wife. Yu Qingshan hesitated but still nodded. If you fail, I will accompany you. Long Chen nodded. Only then did Yu Qingshan let go. Long Chen lightly pushed her, and she escaped the death chi. Zhang Weishan immediately caught Yu Qingshan. She wept, unable to say a single word. Yu Qingshan then comforted her mother, but her gaze was on Long Chen. Everyone's gaze was on him. All of them were anxious. Long Chen had been fighting for a long time and had basically exhausted himself. What was he going to bring out to fight a supreme existence like the Nether Emperor? Heaven and earth were deathly silent. The envoy from hell had stopped playing their music and just watched motionlessly. Long Chen floated slowly toward the massive palanquin. As he drew nearer, the curtain gradually parted with a cracking sound. The interior of the palanquin was engulfed in darkness, and a potent aura of the netherworld surged forth from it, making it resemble the gaping maw of a fearsome beast. With a deep breath, Long Chen slowly closed his eyes and began forming intricate hand seals. As he did so, the hell flower behind him trembled and then gradually merged into his body, as if becoming one with him. What is boss doing? Guo Ran was shocked. Long Chen was absorbing the hell flower. Would he ever be able to leave it after that? Even Yi Wusheng's pupils shrank when she saw that. This is he thinking of? Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what Long Chen was doing, or what he was thinking. Long Chen's left eye snapped open, and it was pitch black. Within that darkness, the image of the hell flower slowly appeared. After that, heaven and earth quivered as a giant illusory figure enveloped the entire envoy from hell. Purgatory eyes, hell flower bloom. Long Chen let out a furious roar that shook the world. When the hell flower bloomed, the envoy from hell, including the giants and palanquin, all exploded. He can control the power of hell. Even Yi Wusheng was taken aback by the sight. Her gaze fixed upon Long Chen's eye, and a glimmer of divine light flickered in her own eyes. However, what she was thinking remained a mystery. Long Chen. Yu Qingshan let out a pained cry. Long Chen's left eye was bleeding, and black blood was flowing out of it. Furthermore, after unleashing this pupil art, his entire face grew dark, as if his soul had been sucked away. Seeing Long Chen in such a state, Yu Qingshan felt as if her heart had been pierced. She could feel the immense sacrifice he was making for her sake. She was about to rush over to him when, all of a sudden, the hell gate in the sky erupted into a massive vortex, shaking the entire scene. The exhausted Long Chen was sucked into the vortex, and this sudden change made everyone cry out. Still nothing. Yi Wusheng clenched her dagger and stared tightly at the hell gate. Based on her calculations, someone should be appearing at this time. However, no one appeared, and Long Chen was instantly sucked into the heart of the vortex. On the other side was hell, so if the gate closed behind him, there was no coming out. Fuck, I'll risk it all. Long Chen suddenly spread his arms. The next moment, space quivered and a bronze cauldron appeared in his hands. Go fuck yourself, Nether Emperor. After Long Chen poured all his remaining energy into the bronze cauldron, he smashed it at the hell gate. This was Long Chen's final trump card. The dragon expert had told him not to use it, but he had nothing else and could only risk it. The hell gate exploded with a force that seemed to pierce the heavens themselves. When the explosion occurred, the runes on the bronze cauldron briefly lit up, and it flew back to Long Chen and disappeared. The hell gate was gone. However, the imprint of an ancient cauldron remained embedded in the void, not fading for a long time. This time, the heavens will be pierced. Looking at the imprint of this ancient cauldron, Yi Wusheng muttered to herself. Chapter 4047. Sweeping through the 8 empires. The heavens had truly been pierced, and the imprint of the ancient cauldron was left in the sky. Cracks then spread through the dome of the heavens. Normally, the heavenly Daos would automatically repair themselves no matter how severe the damage they suffered. However, this time, it was as if the self-recovery abilities of the heavenly Daos had weakened. A net of cracks just hung in the air, and there was no sign of it healing. Looking at those giant cracks, people felt chills. Yu Qingshan charged over at Long Chen, who had lost consciousness. As he fell from the sky, Yu Qingshan caught him. Long Chen was covered in blood, and his eyes were closed shut. Black bloodstains still marred the skin beneath his left eye, emanating an aura of hellish darkness. However, Yu Qingshan didn't let the gruesome sight deter her. With great concern and affection, she tightly hugged Long Chen, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. Upon sensing that his spiritual strength was still present, she couldn't help but shed tears of relief and joy. Long Chen was still alive. A slender hand gently touched Long Chen's forehead, and Dong Mingyu appeared by his side. Usually, her expression was indifferent, but now it was filled with worry. After all, Long Chen's spiritual strength seemed to be hanging on, but the fluctuations were highly erratic. What troubled her even more was the presence of a sinister dark energy that was fiercely active within him. Master, Dong Mingyu looked at Yi Wusheng beseechingly. Yi Wusheng looked at Long Chen and then said, "He is fine. However, the power of hell isn't so easy to control. After using the power of hell to destroy the envoys, he had to pay a price for it. As for what the price is, only the future can tell. Anyway, he is now infected with the Nether Emperor's karma, and no one can say what will happen to him. Mingyu, we're leaving. Master, I want to. You'll have plenty of chances to reunite in the future. As your master, I promise that once you personally killed Enputa, I would pass my full legacy to you. Rather than wasting time here, you should be cultivating so that you have enough power to stay together longer, said Yi Wusheng. She then grabbed Dong Mingyu's hand and started walking away. Dong Mingyu kept looking back, her gaze heartbreaking. But ultimately, she chose to listen to her master. Suddenly, Yi Wusheng paused and looked back at everyone. When Long Chen wakes up, tell him to immediately leave the violet flame heaven. Large groups of experts will quickly come looking for him, and there might even be existences on my level. Yi Wusheng then pointed at the sky and told Yu Xiaoyun, this hole will not heal for at least 1,000 years. With the wall of the heavens broken, primal chaos chi will come out of it. If you want to strengthen your immemorial heroic spirit, do your best to create a formation around it. If you miss this chance, you will find others coming to take it from you. If that happens, the Vermilion Bird Empire will never recover. Many thanks, Senior. Yu Xiaoyun hastily bowed. He knew that this short-haired woman's origins were shocking. Yi Wusheng then waved her hand slightly. Without looking back, she vanished into the void while holding Dong Mingyu's hand. No one knew where they went. Activate the Grand Formation. Pour in all our resources to strengthen the Vermilion Bird's heroic spirit, shouted Yu Xiaoyun. Yi Wusheng was Dong Mingyu's master, and Dong Mingyu was close to Long Chen. Thus, Yu Xiaoyun was sure that Yi Wusheng wouldn't trick them. Once the Grand Formation activated, the dim capital once more lit up. At the same time, pillars of light soared out of certain places on the Vermilion Bird Empire's borders. The broken formations can be repaired. Yu Chenshui and the others were surprised. It had to be known that on their way back here, they had personally seen the broken formations of the border cities. They only broke the fake formations that we set up to trick them. After all, we wanted to capture them all in one net and settle things once and for all. However, we didn't expect them to summon the Yanshu Gate and the Hell Gate. If it weren't for Long Chen, we'd have lost, sighed Yu Xiaoyun. According to their original plan, Yu Xiaoyun had been 100% confident of crushing the 8 empires. After all, the Vermilion Bird Grand Formation's strongest technique had yet to be unleashed. If it was used, it would be enough to wipe out all their enemies, but that would also damage the Vermilion Bird Empire's foundation. Still, in his opinion, wiping out all their enemies and gaining countless years of peace was worth it. In the end, they could never unleash this technique because the Hell Gate had the ability to suppress the Vermilion Bird's heroic spirit. While the Vermilion Bird's power could combat the Yanshu flames, it proved ineffective against the power of hell. This time, Long Chen not only rescued Yu Qingshan but also safeguarded the entire Vermilion Bird Empire, thereby saving countless lives among the common people. Yu Xiaoyun quickly gave some orders. Yunwen, Yifeng, Chenshui, Zhang, Fengyi, Changfeng, Divan, Shifeng, the 8 of you led 8 squads to the 8 empires. Seal off their cities and treasuries. Tell them that starting now, the names of the 8 empires are erased. All their territory belongs to the Vermilion Bird Empire. If anyone dares to dissent, execute them. Extraordinary circumstances require extraordinary measures. There is no reason to speak of. There are only your bloody weapons. As you order. Everyone immediately assented as they were all nursing a belly of fire. This time, it had truly been dangerous. If it weren't for Long Chen, not a single soul from the Vermilion Bird Empire would have survived. With that in mind, they had no intention of being merciful or courteous toward their enemies. Also, Zhu Yunwen and the rest of the group realized that entrusting them with leading the troops was Yu Xiaoyun's way of acknowledging their outstanding performance in battle. The 8 of them then led the Vermilion Bird Empire's elites to the 8 empires. As the experts of the 8 empires had been decimated, this conquest posed no threat at all. All their city lords even came out and begged for mercy. Throughout the conquest of the 8 empires, the Vermilion Bird Empire faced minimal resistance. While there were sporadic dissenters, their absolute power obliterated any trace of opposition, leaving no room for defiance in the face of such overwhelming might. The treasures of the 8 empires were swiftly confiscated, becoming the resources of the Vermilion Bird Empire. With a newfound fervor, the empire focused on making the most of these riches. Moreover, Yu Xiaoyun and his companions were overjoyed to discover that the primal chaos chi emanating from the rift in the heavens had immensely positive effects on the vermilion bird's heroic spirit. With each passing day, its strength grew exponentially. If they were able to absorb this energy for 1,000 years, the Vermilion Bird Empire would become an unstoppable force, unafraid of any potential enemy. As the Vermilion Bird Empire got to work, Long Chen descended into endless darkness. Within this darkness, there was not the slightest sound nor the slightest light. There was only a deathly silence. However, within this darkness, Long Chen didn't feel the slightest bit nervous or afraid. Here, he felt at peace, he felt safe. Just like he said, when he was most helpless, when he was most weary, the darkness enveloped him, sympathized with him, and comforted him. Long Chen, the great 9-star heir, we've finally connected again. Within that darkness, an ancient voice rang out. That familiar voice was back. Chapter 4048 The Nether Emperor's Secret. That ancient voice was something that Long Chen had heard many times. But even to this day, he didn't know who it was. However, compared to the past, this voice was weaker, as if the speaker was lacking power now. Are you injured? Asked Long Chen suddenly. Injured? It can count as that. Communicating with you is very taxing. When you were still very weak, I had to use a great deal of time to transmit information to you. But as you grew stronger, I had to spend more energy to reach you through the monitoring of the heavenly Taos. Long Chen, you've done very well. You broke a star-peering heavenly mirror, causing millions of 9-star heirs to escape their watch. More of them will survive now, praised the ancient voice. I broke one star-peering heavenly mirror. Are you saying that there's more than one? Asked Long Chen. Yes, there were 9 star-peering heavenly mirrors, and you broke one, said the ancient voice. Then where are the other 8? Asked Long Chen. The other 8 are in the hands of Lord Brahma's 8 great divine commanders. 8 great divine commanders? Long Chen's heart shook. Yi Wusheng had mentioned the 8 great divine commanders. Apparently, not even someone as powerful as Enputa was qualified to become one of them. In other words, all 8 of them were stronger than Enputa. In any case, your future path will be harder to traverse and longer. You are a 9-star heir. I hope. Suddenly, the dragon expert's voice rang out. There's no need for you to hope. Long Chen has his own path to walk, and he doesn't need the status of the 9-star heir to bind him. All things in this world have their own path, so Long Chen has the right to choose his own cultivation style. There's no need for you to worry about it. The dragon expert's voice was icy and definitely not courteous. Hearing this, the ancient voice was silent for a long time before replying. That is correct as well. Every person has the right to choose their own path. All I can ask is that you listen to your own heart. This ancient voice was not angered by the dragon expert's rude tone, rather, it seemed to approve of it. Long Chen was shaken. The dragon expert and this mysterious elder were actually speaking within this dark world. Just what kind of existences were they? Long Chen could tell that the mysterious elder wanted to remind him that as a 9-star heir, the 9-star hegemon body art had to be his focus. However, during this time, Long Chen had been focusing on the dragon soul body forging art. As a result, the 9-star hegemon body art had not progressed at all, and his realm had not increased either, making it seem as if he had abandoned the 9-star hegemon body art. So, the elder wanted to warn him. However, that drew the dragon expert's displeasure. The dragon soul body forging art was the technique that it was proudest of. For Long Chen to inherit it was its greatest desire. Fortunately, the two of them did not start fighting. The dragon expert simply said, you should focus on your own affairs. Take care of the other 9-star heirs. Long Chen has me here, so there's no need for you to worry. The elder's presence faded away. Senior, who is that person? Asked Long Chen. He is the guide of the 9-star heirs. He is in charge of awakening you and guiding you down the path of the 9 stars as quickly as possible. However, you are different from other 9-star heirs. From the 5th star, you already deviated from the cultivation path, so your future path will need to be created by yourself. Listening to him won't benefit you. Furthermore, he's in trouble right now. Communicating with you will likely expose your position and put you in grave peril, said the dragon expert. Senior, who is the Nether Emperor? Asked Long Chen. The dragon expert was silent, seemingly hesitating. It finally said, the Nether Emperor already died and is still in Nirvana. Just like Ghost Sovereign, he was slain by someone. Yes, he was slain by the 9-star master. Just like the Ghost Sovereign, he possesses an undying body. Thus, even though his physical body was destroyed and his yuan spirit extinguished, he can still be revived. As for the woman of the Nether Emperor, it is like being his daughter. Just like your ghost sovereign seal, it is a seed. These seeds will be reaped once they grow to a certain extent. As that girl possesses the Julie bloodline, it was sensed by the heavenly Taos when she was born. So, the seed of the Hell Flower was planted in her. Originally, the Hell Flower should have only bloomed when she became a world king. However, someone interfered, using a sacrificial ceremony to open the Hell Gate. The aura of Hell then triggered the Hell Flower, causing the envoy to come. I originally thought that you would need me to interfere this time, but you dealt with it yourself. You used your purgatory eyes to seal the Hell Flower and even learned a new divine technique from it. When the Hell Gate collapsed, I was going to seal it. But then I hesitated. Sometimes, helping you is actually harming you. Thus, when you used the cauldron, I didn't stop you. Your future path is already in so much chaos that even I cannot see through it. That is why your path should be walked by you alone. When Long Chen was about to die, the dragon expert naturally wouldn't just watch. However, when Long Chen used a pupil art to seal the Hell Flower, the dragon expert felt that not helping Long Chen was a better decision. Senior, just what is this cauldron? There's no need for me to tell you. The news will quickly reach you, so you will know soon. After that, the dragon expert no longer spoke. Long Chen sank into darkness. When he finally opened his eyes again, the first thing that entered his gaze was a pair of eyes red from crying. Yu Qingshan immediately hugged Long Chen, her tears spilling out. No wonder people say women are made of water. You've cried so much that you got thinner. Stop crying. Aren't I fine? If you cry, you'll make me feel bad. I told you, I wouldn't let you be hurt. If you're hurt, I'll feel powerless. Long Chen rubbed Yu Qingshan's face guiltily, truly feeling powerless. Yu Qingshan had suffered a great deal this time. I'm not crying. I'm smiling. You are so incredible that you even drove off the Nether Emperor. No one would dare to say that you are powerless. Yu Qingshan wiped away her tears and smiled. But she still couldn't stop more tears from spilling out. Long Chen tightly hugged her and whispered into her ear, Qingshan, trust me. I won't let anyone hurt you. Yu Qingshan finally stopped crying and immersed herself in his embrace, smelling his scent and feeling his warm embrace. There was no place that made her feel safer. Just then, a sound caused Yu Qingshan to hastily flee from Long Chen's embrace. Long Chen then saw Yu Xiaoyun, Zhang Weishan, and Shu Langxin walk in. That scene just now was witnessed by them, leaving everyone with awkward expressions. Chapter 4049 Peerless Grade Golden Pill. Long Chen, are you alright? Asked Zhang Weishan to resolve the awkward atmosphere. It seems that he is fine. Before Long Chen replied, Yu Xiaoyun was already answering for him. Of course, Long Chen had to be alright, or how else could he hug his beloved daughter? Hearing this statement, Yu Qingshan reddened and Zhang Weishan glared at her husband. This fellow had promised her to talk nicely this time. How could he suddenly go back on his word? Long Chen, theoretically, since you just woke up, you still need to rest. But there is no time to rest anymore, said Zhang Weishan. Long Chen nodded. I understand, but my head still hurts, so let me just rest a bit and I'll go. Although Long Chen hadn't heard Yi Wusheng's final remarks, he knew that using the bronze cauldron would cause trouble. Even if only the Vermilion Bird Empire's people saw it, so what? With experts in the empire numbering in the trillions, who could guarantee that there were no traitors among them? Thus, even if the Vermilion Bird Empire were to enter an information lockdown, it wouldn't be long before the news spread. Given the tremendous disturbance this time, Long Chen knew that the experts in this region would undoubtedly make inquiries. The shattered void in the sky served as a clear indicator of something major happening, so Long Chen realized that he couldn't stay in this place for long. Upon awakening, he promptly directed his attention toward recovering. He then felt gratified to find that his physical body was completely fine, instilling him with confidence that he wouldn't fear facing an earth venerate if the need arose. However, his soul felt somewhat hollow, and his head throbbed as if it were about to split open. The pain in his left eye was especially excruciating, and even with the eye patch gifted by Bai Shala's mother, it felt as though sharp needles were relentlessly piercing into his eye. This pain felt like it was swelling, pulsing, and pulling at his soul. Seeing Long Chen like this, Yu Qingshan felt heartache for him. Long Chen was a man who never cried out in pain. So, for him to say that it was painful, it was definitely beyond imagination. Long Chen had acted fine upon waking up for her, but now the truth was revealed, so Yu Qingxian hastily took out a medicinal pill. When Long Chen saw the pill, he was startled. A peerless grade golden pill. This pill had golden marks flickering on top of it, moving across the surface. Also, the powerful medicinal energy was perfectly sealed within the pill, with not even a trace leaking. In the immortal world, medicinal pills had 3 classifications: spirit pills, treasure pills, and golden pills. Every one of them could be graded as low grade, middle grade, high grade, top grade, and peerless grade. Golden pills were the highest tier of pills that Long Chen had come into contact with. Furthermore, he could only refine 1 or 2 within 100 refinements. As for a peerless grade pill, that was something that Long Chen had never managed to refine, whether it was a spirit, treasure, or golden pill. This so-called peerless grade meant that there could only be one within heaven and earth. There could not be 2 identical peerless grade pills. Normally, if one peerless grade pill appeared, a second could not appear, unless the first one was consumed and vanished from this world. However, there was a more domineering method. If there was already a consummate grade pill in the world, someone who refined the same pill at the peerless grade would have to endure the baptism of heavenly tribulation to obtain the recognition of the heavenly Taos. Once the second pill received this recognition, then the first peerless grade pills would wither away and vanish from this world. In the end, only one peerless grade pill of this type could exist. Thus, refining a peerless grade pill was normally considered a great honor for an alchemist. Yu Qingxian, through sheer luck, had managed to refine a peerless grade pill, which sent waves through the entire alchemy world. It marked the first occurrence in many tens of thousands of years where a peerless grade pill was successfully refined. This is a soul-nourishing spirit-calming pill, and it just so happens that it can help with your injuries. You baddie, why didn't you say anything sooner? Rebuked Yu Qingxian. Long Chen had acted like he was fine when he first woke up. If he hadn't been pretending, she would have taken it out sooner. Upon looking at her reproachful gaze, Long Chen's heart warmed. Thus, he didn't argue and just tossed the pill into his mouth. The pill instantly melted, and a miraculous halo of light appeared above Long Chen's head. When that happened, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was instantly sucked into it and poured into Long Chen's body. A peerless grade golden pill can use heaven and earth as the medicine. The legends really are true, praised Long Chen. The effect of a peerless grade golden pill was not limited to just a medicinal pill. Its medicinal energy could draw out the essence of heaven and earth to work with the medicinal pill's energy, unleashing a medicinal effect that surpassed people's imagination. Long Chen's injuries were severe this time, and the damage to his soul and eye was the most difficult to heal. Even with the primal chaos space's energy, he could only slowly heal them. But after consuming Yu Qingxian's peerless grade golden pill, Long Chen felt immediate relief as his burning eye was refreshed, and the excruciating pain subsided. The splitting headache that had been plaguing him vanished almost instantly, leaving him feeling revitalized and full of energy. He then tore off his eye patch and opened his left eye, causing Yu Xiaoyun and the others' expressions to change. The hell flower in his left eye had yet to fully vanish. Upon seeing the hell flower in his eyes, their souls quivered. Still no good. My eye still hurts a bit, and I can't keep it open. But don't worry, I estimate that it will only take 3 to 5 days for it to heal. Long Chen felt very uncomfortable when he opened his left eye. It even teared up, so he put the eye patch back on. The peerless grade golden pill had instantly healed the wound to his soul, but its effect was limited against the purgatory eyes. After all, even the power of heaven and earth was not omnipotent. Afraid that Yu Qingxian would be disappointed, Long Chen hastily smiled and said, "A peerless grade golden pill really is amazing. Without it, my recovery would have taken at least half a year, but now I feel revitalized in no time." "Qingxian, you're amazing." Yu Qingxian was truly a bit disappointed. She had thought that this peerless grade golden pill would instantly heal Long Chen, but his praise did make her smile slightly. Zhang Weishan watched them with a smile. She then looked back at the gloomy Yu Xiaoyun and couldn't help sighing. Compared to Long Chen, Yu Xiaoyun didn't know how to make others happy. The feast was already prepared, and as Long Chen and the others walked into the venue, they were greeted with the utmost respect as everyone stood in reverence. Thinking back, when Long Chen had first come to the Vermilion Bird Empire to propose to Yu Qingxian, he had stirred anger among countless experts. Many saw him as a toad lusting after swan meat, an unworthy match for her. However, after the last battle, Long Chen's bravery and fearlessness had fully won them over. He was a true hero, and when they looked at him now, their eyes were full of reverence and gratitude. At the main table, there were 5 people: Yu Xiaoyun, Zhang Weishan, Shu Lengxin, Long Chen, and Yu Qingxian. Everyone knew that this feast was more like a family gathering, as there was a bit less dignity to it and a bit more warmth. Guo Ran and the others were placed around the main table. This time, Long Chen wasn't stingy. He took out the blood fire sorghum wine that he had kept hidden all this time. When the blood fire sorghum wine appeared, Yu Xiaoyun's gaze instantly locked onto it. Chapter 4050 Declining a Wedding. Yu Xiaoyun furiously cursed, "You little brat. As expected, you weren't sincere at all. You only bring out this wine now. Have you not heard that you don't release the hawk until you've seen the hare? You don't even know this," retorted Long Chen. "Bastard, you're calling me a hare?" Yu Xiaoyun turned red and glared at Long Chen. "Cough, that was a slip of the tongue. I just meant that if I took it out sooner, it would seem like I was bribing your majesty. That would be a blasphemy toward Qingxian. Instead, I use my true sincerity to win his majesty over and then bring out the wine as a celebration. Then it's an entirely different concept," explained Long Chen. "HMPH, at least you know how to talk." Yu Xiaoyun's anger turned into a slight smile. "And what if you were unable to win me over? If I can't win you over, I'll trick you. If I can't trick, I'll steal. If I can't steal, I'll snatch. In any case, Qingxian will definitely be mine," said Long Chen fearlessly, causing Zhang Weishan and Shu Lengxin to laugh. "To be able to spout such shameless words as if they're natural and just, I have never met anyone with such a thick face," snorted Yu Xiaoyun. "Thank you for your praise, your majesty. Many people say that I lived off of this face, but you know, I just don't like relying on face to live. So what if I'm shameless? If you don't like it, come bite me." Long Chen raised his fist fearlessly, looking like he needed a beating. "Ah, don't get angry. It's just a joke. For us 2 brothers know, for us 2 old men to drink together is a joyous occasion." Long Chen hastily opened one of the jugs of wine and poured it into Yu Xiaoyun's cup. The moment Long Chen undid the seal on the wine, everyone let out a startled cry. The fiery wine scent set people's blood ablaze. Just by smelling it, the flame energy within their body surged crazily as if it would explode. Could this be? Yu Xiaoyun's anger was instantly dispelled by this wine. Of course, if it wasn't top-grade blood fire sorghum wine, how could I bring it out for my father-in-law to drink? Long Chen was very pleased with its effect. Long Chen knew that this was Yu Xiaoyun's favorite wine. Prior to this, the best version of this wine that Yu Xiaoyun had ever tasted was a mere 3rd grade, and even then, he had already hailed it as divine. As for the current blood fire sorghum wine, being the 9th grade, it was personally crafted by a supreme expert of the Wine God Palace. The mere thought of indulging in such an exquisite and rare wine was beyond anything Yu Xiaoyun could have ever dared to dream. The wine exuded a rich, honey-like density and a captivating amber hue. Powerful flame fluctuations emanated from it, resembling the flow of molten lava. As the wine unleashed its beautiful divine light, it had a mesmerizing effect on people. Merely gazing upon it felt intoxicating, as if one could be enchanted by its mere sight. The current Yu Xiaoyun didn't even bother with Long Chen's pleased expression. He directly gulped the bowl of wine, feeling like roiling lava had been poured down his throat. When it reached his stomach, it erupted like a volcano, spreading a wave of heat throughout his body. In the end, it all gathered and condensed in his head. After drinking it, Yu Xiaoyun actually felt dizzy, like he had been sent into the clouds. At the same time, he felt like his bottleneck was loosening. Yu Xiaoyun exclaimed delightedly. He had never experienced such fiery wine before, and the feeling of carefree bliss it brought was indescribable. "If it's good wine, drink some more." Long Chen smiled and poured another bowl for him. "Here, you drink too." Yu Xiaoyun seemed to become much friendlier. My injuries have yet to heal," said Long Chen hastily. He had drunk this wine before. This thing was fatal. At that time, he had only drunk the 7th grade of the blood fire sorghum wine, and one gulp had made him collapse. If he were to drink a bowl of the top-grade wine now, he'd probably pass out. Then Yu Xiaoyun would definitely laugh at him. "HMPH, are you afraid of collapsing? How gutless. Are you fit to marry my daughter?" provoked Yu Xiaoyun disdainfully. "Your Majesty, Long Chen is still injured." "It's not like you don't know," advised Zhang Weishan. Wei Shen, don't help him speak. This brat is slippery enough. This wine is very beneficial to his wounds. If he doesn't drink it, it's obvious that he's just afraid, said Yu Xiaoyun. Being exposed, Long Chen was displeased. He could see that this father-in-law of his was planning on showing him who was boss before he left. Then I'll accompany my father-in-law today. Long Chen raised his bowl. In the worst case, he would simply collapse and be dragged away. In any case, Sha Chen and Guo Ran were also here. There was nothing to fear. Long Chen fearlessly downed 3 bowls in a row with Yu Xiaoyun, and the intensity of their drinking left their eyes tinted blue. When they exhaled, flames spurted from their mouths, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Zhang Weishan and the others were taken aback by this sight but couldn't help bursting into laughter at the fiery display. The blood fire sorghum wine was so strong that they only dared to take small sips. Its power was immense. Even with just the small sips, they were starting to feel a bit lightheaded. After 3 bowls, Yu Xiaoyun's tongue loosened, and he patted Long Chen on the shoulder. I really felt like you were an expert at vexing others at first. But now, I find that you're a super expert at pissing people off. Long Chen was no better off than him, as there was no way for him to suppress the wine energy. He looked at Yu Xiaoyun. We're in the same boat. When I first saw you, I had to take a second look. You didn't look that great. But after looking more closely, I realized that I shouldn't have taken a second look. Everyone else was speechless after hearing their slurred words. No one dared to say anything, and even the old patriarch acted like he didn't hear this. Yu Qingshan was also holding a jug of the blood fire sorghum wine, pouring it for her seniors. This wine was so precious and powerful that everyone only took the tiniest sips. On the other hand, Long Chen and Yu Xiaoyun instantly drank 3 bowls of it. They were red in the face, and even their words were no longer clear. Yu Xiaoyun patted Long Chen's shoulder. Brother, in the future, I entrust Qingshan to you. Big brother, don't worry. Junior brother's love for Qingshan is beyond the sun and moon, swore Long Chen. Good, then I'm at ease. Cheers. The 2 of you should stop drinking now. You've even messed up your seniorities. Zhang Weishan hastily grabbed their wine bowls. If these 2 kept drinking, they might do something really embarrassing. With his wine bowl gone, Yu Xiaoyun once more patted Long Chen's shoulder. My dislike for you was just a dislike for anyone who wanted to take Qingshan from my side. Qingshan, she is a good child. She's smart and kind, but you know, the more a child is smart and obedient, the less attention they get. By the time that I wanted to make it up to her, there was no longer a chance. I'm not fit to be a father, you little brat, you have to treat her. Well, Yu Xiaoyun actually began to sob. It was unknown if it was because he was drunk, but the words hidden in his heart were directly revealed. Dad, Yu Qingshan's eyes reddened with emotion. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoyun staggered. No longer able to endure the wine, he collapsed. Zhang Weishan hastily caught him and ordered people to bring him to his room to rest. Zhang Weishan then looked from Yu Xiaoyun to all the princes and princesses. In truth, His Majesty loves all of you. However, he is the ruler of this empire, so he could not give you the same familial love that commoners enjoy. As your father and mother, we feel very bitter about it. We see everything that you've done, but the burden on our shoulders does not allow us to enjoy certain things. Zhang Weishan also teared up. Even as an empress, she felt powerless when it came to many things. His Majesty doesn't wish for Qingshan to marry out of the family, but more than that, he wishes for Qingshan to be happy. Since His Majesty isn't present, let me carry out this wedding ceremony for Qingshan, said Zhang Weishan. No, I don't want a wedding. Yu Qingshan suddenly objected, startling everyone. Chapter 4051 Primal Chaos Divine Item Heaven Earth Cauldron. Qingshan, you. Long Chen was startled. Yu Qingshan's words made him sober up a bit. Long Chen, I know that you love me, but I can't be selfish. If big sister Meng Qi treats me this well, how can I marry you here? What about big sister Meng Qi and the others? Said Yu Qingshan softly. There's no buts. Big sister Meng Qi wants you to marry me, but I know that big sister Meng Qi is the heart of your heart. I would be letting down big sister Meng Qi if I were to marry you like this. You know that I don't care about ranking. All I want is to be at peace. Yu Qingshan's voice was soft but firm. Long Chen was moved, but he also felt guilty. Yu Qingshan was advocating for him, while Meng Qi was advocating for Yu Qingshan. The love of such women was something difficult to repay even if he tore apart his own body. This feast was originally prepared for Yu Qingshan, Since they didn't have much time, it was supposed to be a simple wedding ceremony. However, Yu Qingshan actually rejected this wedding, so Zhang Weishan could only end things here. After the simple feast, Yu Qingshan was sent off by Zhang Weishan and the others. She then joined Long Chen at the transportation formation. Qingshan, I know that we can't keep you here. Your father and I know that an eagle must one day spread their wings and fly away from the nest. But no matter how far or high you fly in the future, remember that when you're tired, you will always have a home in the Vermilion Bird Empire. Zhang Weishan held Yu Qingshan's hands with teary eyes. She knew that once Yu Qingshan left, she would be like a kite whose string was cut. It was unknown whether they would even meet again in this life. As her mother, Zhang Weishan was even more unwilling to part with her daughter. Mom, forgive your child for being unfilial. Yu Qingshan was also crying. She also didn't want to leave her mother. All right, good child, look after yourself. Go. Zhang Weishan knew that this would only make leaving harder for Yu Qingshan. Hence, she wiped away her tears and sent them to the transportation formation. Don't worry, I will definitely look after Qingshan, promised Long Chen. Zhang Weishan nodded and waved her hand, bidding them farewell. After that, Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and all the Dragonblood warriors stepped onto the transportation formation as well. Yu Chenshui, Zhu Yunwen, Zhu Yifeng, and the others all waved goodbye to Long Chen. They thought back to how they had barged through the trial by fire with him. They thought of how they had fought alongside him. They didn't want him to leave, but they knew that Long Chen was a dragon, and the Vermilion Bird Empire was too small to contain him. Perhaps even the entire Violet Flame Heaven was too small. He had to soar in an even vaster sky. The transportation formation glowed once more before Long Chen and the others vanished. Once they were gone, Zhang Weishan finally couldn't hold back her tears. I'm sorry, I'm a coward to have made you endure this. You didn't deserve it. Just then, an apologetic voice rang out. It was Yu Xiaoyun. Only then did people realize that he hadn't truly passed out from the wine. He simply didn't have the courage to watch as Yu Qingshan left. They all felt bitter about having Yu Qingshan leave them as a child. Amongst all their children, they owed Yu Qingshan the most, but they could only give her the least. Since they couldn't give her anything, they could only endure the pain of letting go and letting her pursue her own happiness. As long as she was happy, they could endure any pain. Xiaoyun. Zhang Weishan directly fell into Yu Xiaoyun's embrace and wept. Yu Xiaoyun then comforted her. Looking at the empty transportation formation, he sighed, raising a daughter is like growing a flower. You protect it, water it, and nourish it. In winter, you worry about the cold, and in summer, you worry about the sun. But when she one day grows up, she is taken by a bastard called a son-in-law. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoyun turned toward Yu Chenshui and the other princesses. All of you, remember, my daughters can only marry in, not out. I don't want to see any shameless bastards like Long Chen again. All the princesses, including Yu Chenshui, looked at each other in baffled silence. From the start, the Vermilion Bird Empire's princesses had never married out, no. The void quivered. The scenery before Long Chen and the others then changed as they appeared in a barren wasteland. The Vermilion Bird Empire had sent them off on a transportation formation with no fixed node. That way, no one would be able to tell where they had gone based on the spatial fluctuations. Boss, are we really leaving just like that? We just did something that shook the 9 heavens. We should bask in that glory, grumbled Guo Ran. It had to be known that Guo Ran had truly shone off a brilliant light this time. On the battlefield, he had led the Dragonblood Legion in killing many Earth Venerates. Now was his time to become famous, but instead he was silently running away. He was a bit unwilling to accept that. At the very least, he had to let others know what he looked like. Can you grow up a bit? Did you not see how serious Senior Yi Wusheng was when she warned us? An expert on her level might come to find boss. What are we going to use to stop someone like that? Scolded Sha Chen. Guo Ran simply had to let the world know about everything he did, or he would never settle down. He was just like Mo Nian. But Mo Nian didn't bother intentionally announcing himself. His fame was built up through his own abilities. Do you think that you won't have a chance to make a name for yourself when you follow me? The main thing is that taking out the bronze cauldron at the end probably poked the bear's nest, said Long Chen. Even the dragon expert had told him not to use the cauldron, or countless terrifying existences would hunt him down. Yi Wusheng had said the same thing. She clearly recognized its origins, which was why she wanted Long Chen to quickly leave. "Boss, just what is this bronze cauldron from the 3,000 worlds? I've flipped through all the ancient records that I could access, but I didn't find anything about it," said Guo Ran. "How would I know?" retorted Long Chen. Just then, a jade tablet on Long Chen's waist flashed rapidly. Looking at it, he was delighted. It was the Huayan Trading Company's message. However, when he read the message, his expression stiffened, and shock gradually filled his face. "Boss, what is it?" asked Guo Ran hastily. Long Chen didn't reply and simply handed the tablet to Guo Ran. Sha Chen impatiently stepped forward to take a look. One of the 10 great primal chaos divine items, the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, appeared within the Vermilion Bird Empire, shattering the dome of the heavens as well as the 10,000 Daos. Its chi is yin and its character is soft, so it is suspected to be the Earth Cauldron of the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. This information has already spread and shaken the 9 heavens. Seek asylum as quickly as possible. Primal Chaos Divine Item, the Heaven-Earth Cauldron. Everyone was completely shocked by this. Chapter 4052 Nirvana Overflow Heaven. When they saw the message from the Huayan Trading Company, even Long Chen was shocked. Although he knew that this cauldron's origins would be astonishing, he didn't expect it to be one of the 10 great Primal Chaos Divine Items. The Primal Chaos Divine Items were the strongest divine weapons of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. There were only 10 of them, and Long Chen only knew that one of them was the Grand Sha Dragon Sparrow. Sha Guhong had the Grand Sha Dragon Sparrow's karmic luck supporting him. Thus, when he used a trace of its power, he was unstoppable. And that was only a trace of its karmic luck, not the true Grand Sha Dragon Sparrow. But it was enough to terrify countless people. As for this bronze cauldron in Long Chen's hands, it was also one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items. Furthermore, it was the actual item, not just some karmic luck. "Wait, what does it mean, the Earth Cauldron?" asked Guo Ran, rereading the message. "The Heaven-Earth Cauldron is probably 2 cauldrons, the Earth Cauldron and the Heaven Cauldron. Only when they are merged together are they the true Heaven-Earth Cauldron." "This must be the Earth Cauldron," said Long Chen. However, even he couldn't say anything for sure, as he didn't have further knowledge of the 10 great primal chaos divine items, let alone the others. "If that's true, who knows how many people will come after you?" said Sha Chen heavily. "Tch, what's there to be afraid of? Anyone who dares to come, we'll kill." Guo Ran brandished his sabers obstinately. This battle had caused Guo Ran's confidence to inflate. These 2 sabers of his were made with the divine weapons he had smelted in the underground tomb of the 3,000 worlds. It could be said that his current equipment was as valuable as an entire city, and it embodied his greatest techniques. With this battle armor, he could even fight Wang Taibei alone, so it could be seen just how powerful he was. "Boss, what do we do now?" asked Sha Chen. Long Chen thought for a moment. "Did you finish what I asked you to do?" "It's done. In 3 more days, the formations should stealthily activate. The 3 branch academies will be revitalized, and the High Firmament Academy's experts will be able to cross heavens," said Sha Chen. When Long Chen and the others left the 3,000 worlds, he had told Sha Chen and Guo Ran to stealthily activate the 3 branch academies of the High Firmament Academy in the Violet Flame Heaven. Long Chen knew that Enputa, Liao Benkang, and the others' focus would definitely be on him. He would then draw their attention, giving Sha Chen and Guo Ran a high chance of success. However, Long Chen hadn't expected Enputa to be so treacherous. The latter had actually used Liao Benkang as bait and sacrificed him to open the Hell Gate. Thus, Long Chen almost died this time. Fortunately, just as Long Chen planned, with Enputa and Liao Benkang focusing on him, Sha Chen and Guo Ran managed to find the foundation stones of the branch academies and stealthily set up formations. The formations would merge with the foundation stones. It would take some time to awaken them, but once they did, the High Firmament Academy would instantly sense it. However, this was the Violet Flame Heaven, while the High Firmament Academy was in the Darklight Heaven. They were in different heavens, and the border of the heavens was tough. Thus, the amount of energy needed to awaken the foundation stones was much greater. If it was Long Chen, he definitely wouldn't be able to pull it off. However, it was nothing difficult for Sha Chen. 3 days, we can't wait for that. The Huayan Trading Company's information network is the fastest and most accurate. Although the Vermilion Bird Empire has locked down the information, there is no such thing as an impervious wall. If the Huayan Trading Company has received this information, the other major powers will soon receive it as well. We have to leave here within 1 day, or we might not be able to leave, said Long Chen. The Huayan Trading Company's information network was top tier. However, the other major powers also wouldn't be lacking in this regard. In particular, the Soaring Dragon Company had a deep enmity with Long Chen, so they would definitely spread this information as quickly as they could so that everyone knew. After all, the appearance of the Heaven-Earth Cauldron would definitely drive countless experts crazy, to the extent that even experts on Yi Wusheng's level would come. Although Long Chen was confident in himself, he wasn't so crazy as to think that he was unrivaled. Now that the news had leaked, he had to leave. Should we ask for the protection of the Wine God Palace? Proposed Guo Ran. Long Chen shook his head. Since when did our Dragonblood Legion rely on others to survive? Furthermore, considering how major this matter is, not even the Wine God Palace might be able to stop it. We can't implicate them. The Wine God Palace had graced Long Chen with their favor, especially Sha Guhong. He had treated Long Chen like a brother, so how could Long Chen cause trouble for him? Let's go. We'll go to the Heavenly Boundary River. We're leaving the Violet Flame Heaven, said Long Chen. The Heavenly Boundary River was how Long Chen had entered the Violet Flame Heaven. Who would have thought that he would be leaving through it again after staying in the Violet Flame Heaven for just a while? Hehe, then are we going to the Nirvana Overflow Heaven? It's even stronger than the Violet Flame Heaven. Guo Ran was excited. Yes, we're going to an even vaster world. Long Chen took a deep breath. The Nirvana Overflow Heaven was even more perfectly preserved than the Violet Flame Heaven. As its inheritances ran deep, the experts there were even stronger. Furthermore, the stronghold of the Long Aotian's Long clan was located there. In other words, going to the Nirvana Overflow Heaven would bring him one step closer to his father. Long Chen was nervous when he thought about that. He had no idea how his father was. When it came to his mother, he hadn't gained that much information, but he knew that with Luo Zichuan present, her life was not in danger. Luo Zichuan was a smart man. If he refused to tell Long Chen the situation with his mother, he had to have his own reasons. Long Chen also refused to believe that his grandfather would harm his mother. Thus, compared to his mother, he was more worried about his father. From the start, after dealing with Xianxia's matter, he had been thinking of going to the Nirvana Overflow Heaven to find his father. Even if he hadn't exposed the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, he would still be in a rush to go there. Ha ha ha, excellent, that fellow Mo Nian said. That he would go to the Nirvana Overflow Heaven after leaving the 3,000 worlds. Now, we can see who can make a name for themselves there first. Guo Ran laughed excitedly. Who cares about making a name? He either couldn't continue running where he was, or there were too many people who wanted to kill him, or he ran out of tombs to dig up, said Long Chen disdainfully. He truly understood Mo Nian far too well. As Long Chen waved his hand, Sha Chen summoned their newly built flying boat. The curtain of the heavens was like rippling water, and the flying boat merged into the void just like that, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 4053 Going to the Tiger. The Violet Flame Heaven was engulfed in turmoil as word spread like wildfire about the discovery of a primal chaos divine item. Countless ancient monsters that could be considered living fossils came out, and a relentless armada of battleships charged toward the Violet Flame Heaven, echoing with the thunderous roars of terrifying beasts. The world trembled in the face of this unprecedented upheaval. Practically, every major force sent people over. After all, the primal chaos divine items had the secrets of the primal chaos era on them. Whoever could obtain them would obtain the karmic luck of a primal chaos divine item. For example, Sha Guhong had obtained the Grand Sha Dragon Sparrow many years ago. Although the Grand Sha Dragon Sparrow vanished later on, just the trace of its karmic luck that resided within Sha Guhong was enough for him to terrify countless experts. As for when Long Chen used the Earth Cauldron, there was no karmic luck support. In other words, the Earth Cauldron had yet to truly accept him as master, and anyone could still take it. As a result, Long Chen became a thick piece of meat eyed by many hungry wolves. Everyone knew that if they themselves weren't strong enough, even if they obtained the Earth Cauldron, they wouldn't be able to keep it. To make it worse, they might even bring calamity upon their sect. However, they all believed in luck. If they could really become the master of the Earth Cauldron, they would be unmatched in this world. In any case, throughout the entire Violet Flame Heaven, everyone was talking about Long Chen. They even dug out his background. When they learned that he was the High Firmament Academy's youngest branch dean, they were startled. After that, They were even further stunned by his list of impressive wins in combat. However, the shock was just an initial reaction. In front of the allure of the Earth Cauldron, people were willing to even throw away their lives. Nothing could deter them from pursuing this captivating and dangerous quest. A fiery warhorse the size of a mountain tore through the void, akin to a bolt of lightning shooting through the air. Wherever it went, it left behind a path of fire that even space was burning. It was a terrifying sight. Damn, that warhorse's aura is much stronger than a 3-flower earth venerate. Was it on the level of a heaven venerate? A flying boat was hidden in the void. If Sha Chen had not reacted quickly and slowed them down, they might have been struck by that fiery warhorse. Guo Ran was stunned. Don't worry, now is your time to make a name for yourself. You can chase after it and kill the person on the back of the horse, claiming it for yourself, said Sha Chen. Are you being serious? Guo Ran jumped in fright. Didn't you say that you wanted to make a name for yourself? Asked Sha Chen innocently. Fuck, good brother, don't undermine me like this, exclaimed Guo Ran with embarrassment. He had to swallow back what he had said before. The main thing was that Guo Ran had not thought that the cauldron would possess such a terrifying background. If he had known that it would draw out such terrifying existences, he wouldn't have bragged so much. This might be a bit troublesome. Long Chen looked in the direction the warhorse went and turned a bit solemn. It really is a bit troublesome, nodded Sha Chen. What is troublesome? Can you not leave everyone else standing there like fools? Asked Guo Ran, looking at Long Chen and Sha Chen. Look where they're going. That's the direction of one of the ferry crossings of the Heavenly River. Although it's not the ferry crossing that we're going on, this means that the other crossing points must have similar existences guarding them. They are really fast. We won't be able to leave before they lock down all the exits. If we go now, we'll be going straight to them, explained Sha Chen. I don't think that's all. If they can seal the exits, they probably won't let us reach the Heavenly River's shore. However, considering how large the Heavenly River is, they cannot lock down the entire thing. We can only take the risk of crossing the Heavenly River through somewhere else, said Long Chen. But the Heavenly River is filled with dangers. It is home to devil beasts and demonic creatures, and straying from the main path might lead one into a giant horde of them. And there are terrifying fiend eyes that can devour us all in a single glance. I've also heard of the tales of floating corpses that appear on the Heavenly River. Those unfortunate enough to encounter those corpses are beset by ill fortune, said Yu Qingxian. Within the 9 heavens, there was the Heavenly River, the Nether Sea, and the Fiend Lake. In truth, they were all one thing. It was just that every place had a different name for it. The Heavenly River referred to the border between heavens. Also, the wall between the 9 heavens was very thick and could be likened to several star fields layered on top of each other. However, some people also said that this space was just a fake concept. According to them, the distance between heavens was as thin as a piece of paper. It was just that when people tried to cross this paper, they had to go through its entire length and not its width. They said that in the immemorial era, peak experts could directly cross the Heavenly River and enter a new heaven at will. However, most people felt like this story was impossible. The laws of the Heavenly River restricted a person's power, so either the legends were fake or the immemorial era's Heavenly River had different laws from the present. In any case, within verifiable records, there was no one capable of simply crossing the Heavenly River at will. Thus, anyone who wanted to cross heavens would obediently use the ferry crossings. There were also several comparatively safe shipping routes. Crossing the Heavenly River outside of those areas was no different from courting death. Even those so-called safe shipping routes could have dangers come upon them. Thousands of ferries would mysteriously vanish each year, leaving a trail of uncertainty in their wake. Yet, going outside of those areas was even more dangerous. The odds of someone reaching the other shore using those alternative paths were too low. I'm not worried. I always do things like this, said Long Chen with a smile. He had the Ghost Sovereign's mark, so the fiend eyes would ignore him. As for the rest, he wasn't afraid of them. Yu Qingxian smiled and didn't say anything again, as she had the utmost confidence in Long Chen. If Long Chen said that he wasn't worried, then there was nothing to fear. Thus, Sha Chen had the flying boat slowly fly to the border of the Heavenly River. On the way, they saw countless experts going back and forth. Even the weakest of those experts were 3-flower earth venerates. There were also some young experts. Although they were young, their auras were shocking, so their power was probably not inferior to Kun Tu. Clearly, The senior generation had gone crazy, and even the new generation of heavenly geniuses was drawn into it. Their ambition extended far beyond merely obtaining the Earth Cauldron. They were driven to surpass Long Chen and etch their names in history for all to remember. Everything went as Long Chen expected. Countless experts gathered around the heavenly river, seeming to have calculated that Long Chen would definitely leave the violet flame heaven. 3 days later, Long Chen had fully recovered and still had an eye patch on, but it wouldn't affect him in combat. At this time, Xia Chen's flying boat slowly reached their crossing point. However, once they got close, Xia Chen's expression changed. The ferry crossing that they wanted to use to cross the heavenly river was blocked. "Boss, there is a barrier up ahead. We will definitely be noticed if we try to go through it." "What do we do?" asked Xia Chen. "Charge. If gods block us, we will kill gods. If devils block us, we will kill devils," said Long Chen, battle intent burning in his eyes. When the flying boat touched the barrier, the void quivered. The giant barrier was instantly pierced, and at the same time, countless spatial gates opened. When that arrogant laughter rang out, countless figures flew out of the spatial gates, surrounding Long Chen's flying boat. Chapter 4054 Enemies on a Narrow Road. The heavens really do look after my soaring dragon company. Could it be that this was all foreordained? Long Chen, you destroyed so many of my branches, but today, you've brought me the Earth Cauldron. Excellent. Hand over the Earth Cauldron, and I'll let you live. At this moment, an elder with white hair and a beard blocked their path. In the wake of his arrival, heaven and earth rumbled, and a powerful pressure descended upon the scene. His voice was so powerful that it left people in a state of daze. A heaven venerate. They were so unlucky. The random spot that they chose actually had a heaven venerate standing guard over it. This elder's pressure alone was incredibly powerful, countless times stronger than an earth venerate. Now, they could see that the difference between an earth venerate and a heaven venerate was very great. They were fearless toward earth venerates, but against heaven venerates, they were like ants. To make it even worse, other than this white-haired elder, over 23 flower earth venerates were surrounding Long Chen and the others as well, leaving them with no chance to escape. "Don't resist," shouted one of them. "Of course, my bad luck never fails me. Just my luck to stumble upon the Soaring Dragon Company again," muttered Long Chen, a wry smile crossing his face as he looked at the experts of the Soaring Dragon Company. He then slammed his hands together and summoned a flash of golden light. Amidst a resounding dragon cry, the sacred might of a dragon surged forth, shattering the oppressive pressure wielded by a heaven venerate. Long Chen didn't dare to hold back in the slightest against a heaven venerate, thus, he instantly started with his strongest trump cards. A dragon claw then reached out of his divine ring toward the Soaring Dragon Company's heaven venerate. A dragonfly trying to shake a tree. It is laughable that you don't know your own power. As a heaven venerate, heaven and earth are me, and I am heaven and earth. A little immortal king like yourself thinks that you can defy the heavens. The heaven venerate simply sneered and formed hand seals. The next moment, the 10,000 Daos rumbled, and primal chaos chi flowed into a barrier in front of him. Long Chen's giant dragon claw smashed into the barrier, causing the void in millions of miles to crack like a mirror. It was like the entire world was shattered by this attack. However, Long Chen's expression changed. With this attack, he had figured out the secret of the heaven venerate realm. He also knew why divine venerates were split into mortal, earth, and heaven venerates. A mortal venerate's power came from themselves, and an earth venerate borrowed the power of the 10,000 Daos. However, a heaven venerate was different. They were existences that had merged with heaven and earth. Thus, to fight a heaven venerate was akin to fighting heaven and earth. Having merged the three flowers into one, there was no longer a distinction between them and the world. Therefore, a heaven venerate was the true master of any world that they went to. If Long Chen wanted to beat one, he had to have the power to destroy an entire world. At this moment, Long Chen's aura made the heavenly Daos rumble, causing the cracks in the void to constantly heal and break. Those earth venerates were unable to even get close to him and were forced back, coughing up blood. They were shocked. The current Long Chen was even stronger than what the rumors said. The Soaring Dragon Company's heaven venerate was also shocked. How powerful! But even so, how can you fight heaven and earth? Just hand over the Earth Cauldron. Seeing how talented you are, I can make an exception and accept you as. Just then, an arrow appeared right in front of him and pierced straight through his heavenly Dao defense. Seeing it, he jumped in fright and hastily extended a hand. The arrow exploded on his palm, causing the Heaven Venerate's expression to change. This arrow might have broken through his barrier, but it didn't possess any actual killing power. In other words, even if he had allowed the arrow to reach his face, it wouldn't harm him at all. His hasty block was just an instinct. Just as he had a bad feeling, Long Chen's dragon claw pressed down, and due to the distraction, his barrier shattered. The sharp claw raked through his barrier and struck his body. When it reached him, divine light erupted from his body. The elder was blown into the distance, but he didn't seem injured. When merged with heaven and earth, you can borrow the power of heaven and earth to attack and defend. To kill the Heaven Venerate, you must possess the ability to destroy the power of heaven and earth. Long Chen's heart shook. He had figured out the power of a Heaven Venerate. In order to kill one, you would need to be able to shatter heaven and earth. Otherwise, it was useless. However, this Heaven Venerate still felt his blood flipping inside of him from being struck. Long Chen's sacred energy had given him a great deal of pressure. Thus, he felt shocked and enraged. It was said that all those beneath Heaven Venerates were ants and that the Heaven Venerate realm was a dividing line within the cultivation world. All those who could fight across realms ended up failing when it came to the Heaven Venerate realm. No matter how strong the Earth Venerate was, they still wouldn't be qualified to challenge a Heaven Venerate. However, a little immortal king like Long Chen actually possessed such immense power. The elder was in disbelief. Long Chen's potential was too terrifying. If they allowed him to grow up, he might become a legendary existence. Heaven and earth displacement. Strip away the 10,000 laws. Condense the formation. Suddenly, thousands of talismans surrounded that Heaven Venerate. Following Sha Chen's shout, the talismans ignited. The Heaven Venerate's expression completely changed as he found himself cut off from all of heaven and earth. He instantly realized that Sha Chen's formation had temporarily cut him off from the world. With this, he wouldn't be able to rely on the power of heaven and earth to fight. In an instant, the power of all the Dragonblood warriors poured into Guo Ran. Guo Ran and Sha Chen's combination was perfect. Just as the formation took effect, the Dragonblood cross/fell. The Heaven Venerate roared, "Ignorant brats, do you really think that a Heaven Venerate without the power of heaven and earth is like a fish outside of water?" As he formed hand seals, a strange flower appeared behind him, possessing only 3 colorful petals and lacking any stamens. When they spun, he unleashed a punch. The Dragonblood cross/exploded. The attack containing all the power of the Dragonblood warriors, an attack that could instantly slay an Earth Venerate, was unable to stop an attack from a Heaven Venerate. Divine Dragon Pendulum Tail. Just after the Heaven Venerate destroyed the Dragonblood cross/, Long Chen's leg whipped out, and a giant dragon tail whistled toward him. The Heaven Venerate was enraged. Long Chen and the others' attacks were combined perfectly, giving him no chance to breathe. He had just used the power of his manifestation to shatter the Dragonblood cross/ when another powerful attack came from Long Chen. He now realized that everything beforehand had been preparation for this one attack. Most infuriating of all, he had no way to stop it anymore. The impact sent Grand Dao runes flying through the air. When the sound of bones breaking rang out, that Heaven Venerate hacked up blood and shot back like a shooting star. 2 unlucky fellows were struck by his body and blown apart. After all, Earth Venerates were simply unable to endure that terrifying power. Long Chen was a bit pale. To unleash 2 of his ultimate attacks in such a short time was extremely taxing to him. His body wasn't quite able to endure it. "You want to leave? Leave behind the Earth Cauldron first." Suddenly, the void quivered, and a giant claw crashed down toward Long Chen and the others. Long Chen's expression changed. So there had been another Heaven Venerate hidden in the surroundings. Chapter 4055 Dragon Sparrow Divine Might. As the claw fell, a burst of demonic chi erupted. They couldn't see the attacker, but from that giant claw, they could tell that it was a Heaven Venerate from the demonic beast race. "You dare to steal from my Soaring Dragon Company?" Courting death. At this moment, the Soaring Dragon Company's Heaven Venerate rose. His injury was not light, but he still roared when he saw someone come to take what was his. Still, it was too late for him to rush over. Clearly, this demonic beast Heaven Venerate had been lying in wait for a long time just for this opportunity. Long Chen's emotions swirled with a mix of shock and fury. He had the urge to smash this fellow with the Earth Cauldron, but he was also afraid that they had come prepared and were baiting him into using it. After all, Long Chen knew little about the Earth Cauldron. If others had a method to restrain it or instantly become its master, he would lose it. However, He had no other choice at this time. His blood chi was still fluctuating wildly from unleashing those 2 previous attacks, so he couldn't unleash another attack without some time to recover. Clenching his teeth, Long Chen stopped caring about his misgivings. As Long Chen readied himself to strike back with the earth cauldron, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The void suddenly tore open, and a brilliant flash of saber light sliced through it with unparalleled precision, like a divine stroke. The formidable giant claw, which seemed indomitable a moment ago, was no match for the overwhelming power of the saber light. It was sliced apart with astonishing ease, as if it were no more than soft tofu. Blood then gushed forth, creating a crimson shower, accompanied by a gut-wrenching shriek that pierced the air. The Grand Sha Dragon Sparrow. Sha Guhong, you! The demonic beast roared furiously, but his words were cut short, becoming indistinct as fear gripped him. The sight of the Grand Sha Dragon Sparrow had struck terror into his heart, and he could no longer bear to face such a formidable opponent. On the other hand, Long Chen was delighted. He hadn't expected Sha Guhong to take action at this critical time. With the attack that destroyed the claw of that demonic beast, he also cut open a gulch in heaven and earth, blocking the heaven venerate of the Soaring Dragon Company. We're leaving. Long Chen knew that Sha Guhong had created this opportunity for him. With Sha Chen and the others, they got on the flying boat and whistled away, rapidly vanishing. Long Chen and the others had just fled when the void repeatedly exploded behind them. One terrifying aura after another appeared as multiple heaven venerates were arriving, but they were one step too late. Long Chen had already fled. These heaven venerates then looked at the endless heavenly river and hesitated. In the end, no one dared to enter the heavenly river. The legends were that the higher your cultivation base, the more likely you would provoke some terrifying existence in the depths of the heavenly river. Perhaps immortal kings and world kings would have some chance of survival, but a heaven venerate essentially had no chance of coming out alive. Let alone entering the unexplored parts of the heavenly river. Even if they were to use the safer shipping routes, heaven venerates would often face blockades. They would end up being targeted by terrifying existences within the heavenly river, and once they did, the other people with the heaven venerate would have difficulty fleeing. The heavenly river was a place that caused even heaven venerates to feel fear. Thus, even the allure of the earth cauldron could not make them take the risk of entering. They still had no idea where Long Chen was going. If he were to just run around randomly in the heavenly river, they would definitely draw out some terrifying existences. Sha Guhong, what do you think you're doing? The Soaring Dragon Company's heaven venerate roared furiously, but no one replied. Sha Guhong did not appear in the end. However, an attack that cut through the body of a heaven venerate as easily as tofu and tore open a spatial restriction that could not be crossed was definitely not something that could be done with an ordinary divine weapon. As primal chaos chi still hung in the air, everyone could tell who had attacked. It had to be Sha Guhong who possessed the Grand Sha Dragon Sparrow's karmic luck. While the rumor was that the Grand Sha Dragon Sparrow had vanished, a trace of its karmic luck remained on Sha Guhong. It was said that this trace of karmic luck was enough for him to unleash 3 attacks. After 3 attacks, he would need to recuperate for a long time to recover that karmic luck. Back in the violet flame heaven, Sha Guhong had used the might of the Grand Sha Dragon Sparrow to intimidate all his enemies. He said that each attack would definitely take one of their lives. At the time, no one had dared to test him. Now that the Grand Sha Dragon Sparrow's divine might reappeared, although it was just a trace of the power of its karmic luck, it was enough to stop them. Sha Guhong didn't speak or appear, but that simple attack was enough to stop these heaven venerates in their tracks. However, as a result of this, these people were all filled with hatred for Sha Guhong. He had caused them to lose their chance to obtain the earth cauldron. Among them, the Soaring Dragon Company's heaven venerate was particularly enraged. Failing to secure the earth cauldron was humiliating enough, but being injured by a group of brats was a grave blow to his pride and reputation. Long Chen had entered the heavenly river. So, in theory, they should all leave now as their efforts were all useless. However, not one of them left. Many of them refused to believe that Long Chen would really dare to cross the heavenly river. They suspected that Long Chen was planning on tricking people into leaving while he actually went in a loop and stealthily returned to the violet flame heaven. In the end, they didn't loosen their traps throughout the heavenly river and continued to guard this area, waiting for Long Chen to return. However, it was fated that their efforts would go in vain. At this time, Long Chen and the others had switched flying boats. In a giant ship, They started crossing the heavenly river. Heaven venerates really is terrifying. The difference between heaven venerates and earth venerates really is immense, said Guo Ran. The others also felt a burst of fear. After all, heaven venerates were all unimaginably powerful. Their strength was so overwhelming that even when they all joined forces, they couldn't beat one. So, if they didn't flee this time, they wouldn't even have a chance to survive. Sha Chen had even used a formation to separate that heaven venerate from the heavenly Daos, and then Guo Ran and Long Chen had attacked at the best times. But even then, they were unable to pose any fatal danger to that heaven venerate, leaving them feeling dejected. Guo Ran in particular had thought that he would be able to sweep through the heavens now, only to be beaten so badly that his confidence was gone. He was listless. It's not that you're too weak but that your enemies are too strong. To be able to fight across so many realms is already very impressive, said Yu Qingshan. She couldn't help encouraging them when she saw how dejected they were. A heaven venerate was an almighty existence, so it was already a huge accomplishment for them to be able to flee from one. But they still weren't satisfied. They seemed to be brooding just because they couldn't beat a heaven venerate. Qingshan, ignore them, they're doing it on purpose just to hear you say that, laughed Long Chen. Ignoring whether or not they could win, the fact that they had the courage to stand against a heaven venerate was already enough to make them famous. Hence, their dissatisfied appearances were another way of showing off. They wanted Yu Qingshan to see it and praise them, and she actually fell for it. Hee, boss, what are you saying? We're clearly very dissatisfied with our display, Guo Ran awkwardly laughed. Guo Ran's awkward laughter was a clear giveaway, so Yu Qingshan couldn't help but shake her head in amusement. It was evident that their apparent dejection was staged, all for the sake of her attention. In truth, a heaven venerate is not unmatched. My formation just now wasn't strong enough to fully cut him off from the heavenly Daos. If I could fully separate him from the heavenly Daos, we could launch all-out attacks and exhaust him. In the end, we might be able to kill him, said Sha Chen. If we were prepared beforehand and willing to pay any price, perhaps we could beat a heaven venerate. But it is impossible for us to kill one. A heaven venerate is one with heaven and earth. So, if he wants to flee, we can't stop him. I think if we wish to kill a heaven venerate, we cannot use technique. We can only use brute force, said Long Chen. What kind of brute force? Asked Guo Ran. A force that can destroy a world. This can come from a magical art, a divine weapon, or a formation. In any case, the principle is that this power must destroy laws and the foundation of the 10,000 Daos. It must be truly apocalyptic, said Long Chen. I understand. If our power doesn't go through a qualitative change, it cannot pose a threat to a heaven venerate. Sha Chen nodded. Not good, boss, there's a huge whirlpool up ahead. We've lost control of the battleship and are being sucked into the whirlpool. Suddenly, the Dragonblood warrior in charge of steering cried out. Chapter 4056 Sea Whale Heaven Whale. So soon, Long Chen was startled. They were not even half a day into the heavenly river. As this area was still the border of the heavenly river, there shouldn't be any fiend eyes here yet. When Long Chen and the others arrived at the head of the ship, they were shocked to find a giant whirlpool in the distance sucking their battleship in. The immense force was not something that the battleship could resist. No, this isn't a fiend eye. Long Chen's heart shook. The whirlpool was giant, but it didn't have the sinister aura of a fiend eye. Just then, giant fish jumped out of the water, causing huge waves. Every single one of them was the size of a mountain. These fish had powerful auras. Using the human race's standards, they could be considered world kings. More and more fish began to jump from the water. Amongst them were various sea demons, some of them with auras comparable to 3 flower earth venerates. Within this giant sea region, countless sea creatures were in a panic, seemingly trying to flee into the sky. We can't control the battleship. If it gets sucked in, it'll be crushed. Sha Chen's expression changed. The heavenly river had special laws over its space, so most people were unable to fly through the air here. That meant that if their battleship was crushed, they would be lost in the sea. They would then either die inside the stomachs of some fish monster or be smashed apart by one of their stronger members. Just as everyone was panicking over this terrifying phenomenon, they suddenly felt the ship rise. An immense force then tossed the battleship into the sky. There's something in the water. Grab the railing. Long Chen's heart pounded fiercely, as he had never experienced anything like this before. To ensure the safety of everyone on board, he instructed them to grip tightly onto the battleship, preventing them from being thrown off by the intense turbulence. As the battleship was flung into the sky, the sheer force exerted within the confined space left the passengers dazed, their blood churning within. They watched in awe as the vessel soared several miles upward. However, what awaited them was an indelible sight, forever etched in their memories. From the depths of the sea emerged a gigantic mouth that swallowed the entire whirlpool space in a terrifying display. All those giant fish and sea demons were devoured by that giant mouth, stunning Long Chen and the others. Fortunately, they had been on the outer edge of the whirlpool, so they were not devoured. They observed in awe as the colossal mouth closed and gradually submerged back into the sea, leaving behind tumultuous waves that continued to rage for an extended period. As the battleship descended, Sha Chen skillfully utilized talismans to regulate their descent. With precision, he guided them to land on the crest of a massive wave, ensuring a safe touchdown. Even though they weren't struck head-on by the wave, the battleship still endured a rough ride, resulting in numerous cracks appearing on its surface. Thus, even the process of landing on the back of one of these terrifying waves almost destroyed the battleship. Even once the mouth had vanished and the giant waves settled, they remained in a state of shock and disbelief. Although they could all count as experienced people, they had never seen such a horrifying sight before. How could millions of powerful lifeforms be devoured just like that? For a moment, they could only look at each other in dumbfounded silence. Almost in unison, they asked, "What was that?" Everyone looked at Long Chen. It was a whale. It is said to be the largest lifeform in the world, larger than the kunpeng and the dragon, said Long Chen, taking a deep breath. Bigger than a dragon and kunpeng? How is that possible? The kunpeng was originally a fish, the overlord of the sea. How could it permit another lifeform to be bigger than it? Asked Guo Ran. I don't know. I only read something in an ancient tome that said that the biggest lifeform in this world is the whale. It can hide in the deep sea or high in the heavens. Those in the sea are called sea whales, and those in the sky are called heaven whales. Sea whales are ferocious and capture sea kings for food, capable of devouring the sun and moon. The heaven whales, on the other hand, swim beyond the heavenly dows, and only those with destiny can see them. As for their size, they eclipse the 9 heavens, said Long Chen. Eclipse the 9 heavens? Everyone once more jumped in shock. What thing could grow that big? How was it even possible? To be honest, I can't be certain about what we just encountered. The information in that ancient record was more like a legend than a factual knowledge. It's not that trustworthy, so I can't say for sure if it was really a sea whale. But in any case, that's all I know. Long Chen shrugged. After all, Long Chen had only read a vague introduction to it, so his understanding of a sea whale's form or characteristics was limited. Furthermore, they hadn't really gotten a clean look at the mouth. Its sudden appearance had twisted the space, making it impossible for them to describe its shape or size accurately. However, the frightening experience left them with a newfound respect for the sea. There were many secrets hidden within the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and all they had witnessed was merely a tiny drop in the ocean of hidden wonders yet to be explored. Once the waves settled, Sha Chen skillfully assessed the correct direction they needed to follow, and the journey resumed. However, the unsettling experience had left everyone much more cautious and alert. If that monstrous mouth had targeted them, then even a heaven venerate would be no match, reduced to a mere snack with no ability to resist. Don't worry, we'll just travel normally. It could be a blessing, and if it's a disaster instead, well, it can't be avoided. What will come, said Long Chen with a smile. Long Chen knew just how amazing his luck was. It had nothing to do with being careful or not. Thus, he could only charge ahead blindly and face what he met. Sha Chen skillfully navigated the battleship as usual, while he and Guo Ran continued to repair it during their journey. Fortunately, the path ahead remained peaceful, and apart from occasionally encountering formidable sea demons, they faced no imminent threats. In fact, they ended up going over the head of some enormous entity one time, and it only glanced at them before ignoring them. Not all the lifeforms in the heavenly river were violent. Occasionally, some dolphins would appear and frolic around the battleship. They seemed very friendly. Curiously, after the dolphins appeared, they no longer encountered any of those ferocious sea demons. Thus, Long Chen had a thought and had Sha Chen follow the dolphins. He felt that these were kind lifeforms, and they should be familiar with the surroundings. Most likely, if they followed the dolphins, they would be able to avoid some dangers. As expected, they enjoyed a peaceful journey for 10 days, faithfully following the guidance of the dolphins. However, on the 11th day, Sha Chen had to make the difficult decision to part ways with their marine companions, because if they continued to follow the dolphins, they would only go astray. They had no choice but to venture alone now. The dolphins then bid them farewell and continued to swim in the distance until they vanished from sight. As they continued onward, the seawater gradually transitioned from its familiar blue hue to an unsettling shade of black. The darkness sent shivers down their spines, leaving them on edge as they continued their voyage. "There's another whirlpool up ahead," called out Sha Chen. In an instant, everyone directly tensed up. Now this is a true fiend eye. Long Chen eyed the giant whirlpool and waved his hand. "Let's go see it." Chapter 4057 A Sea of Skeletons. "Boss, did I mishear something?" Sha Chen couldn't believe his ears. The legends of a fiend eye were well known, and even he had heard about them. According to the tales, anyone unfortunate enough to be sucked inside the fiend eye would never return. Others who saw a fiend eye would instantly flee, but Long Chen wanted to get closer. Did he have something wrong with his head? "Go, it'll be fine," said Long Chen. On his previous journey from the dark light heaven to the violet flame heaven, Long Chen had encountered a fiend eye. To his dismay, he and all the other passengers on the ship were just regarded as sacrificial pawns by the Soaring Dragon Company. During that particular moment, Long Chen became acquainted with a brother and sister named Bai Feng and Bai Rui. Tragically, the two of them had endured a harrowing past, and even after that, they were still schemed against by the Soaring Dragon Company. Because of this matter, Long Chen found himself grappling with a profound sense of guilt, which then fueled his intense hatred toward the Soaring Dragon Company. Seeing the fiend eye again, he was reminded of the siblings' sacrifice. But now, he had undergone a significant transformation and possessed the Earth Cauldron, which granted him power far beyond his previous self. With his newfound strength, he wanted to investigate the fiend eye further. Feeling helpless, Sha Chen could only steer the battleship toward the giant whirlpool. Once they were closer, an irresistible force pulled them in. Within the heart of the whirlpool, space quaked with explosive rumbles, and fierce winds howled relentlessly. It felt like hell on Earth. The entire area was filled with a sinister aura that sent shivers down their spines, making their hair stand on end. Yu Qingshan stood by Long Chen's side, her face a bit pale. Seeing her fright, Long Chen comforted her. "Don't worry, I'm here. I just want to understand something." Suddenly, the deafening sound of the storm subsided, and the raging winds were gone. In this peaceful atmosphere, their battleship slowly fell. Just like that, they had reached the heart of the fiend eye. Within this enormous whirlpool, their battleship was as tiny as a speck of sand. Surrounded by the giant walls of the whirlpool, it felt as though they were sinking into the jaws of a malevolent creature. Now, the battleship could no longer escape. All its runes had lost effect, so they could only watch as they slowly descended. The most frightening thing about this place was the complete absence of sound. The eerie calmness made it feel like a realm of death, where silence prevailed and all life seemed to have vanished. Long Chen stood at the very front of the ship, observing everything without a hint of fear. He suddenly asked, "Qingshan, do you feel like the aura of this place is a bit familiar?" Yu Qingshan was startled at first, but after sensing it, she was astonished. "Now that you mention it, it really is a bit familiar. It's like the aura of hell," said Long Chen. Long Chen nodded. "Most likely, this fiend eye is connected to the Nether Emperor. If it's related to the Nether Emperor, why did you have to come here?" Yu Qingshan turned pale. Was this not throwing themselves into the enemy's net? Long Chen smiled slightly. "It is precisely because it is related to the Nether Emperor that we have to come and take a look." Yu Qingshan didn't know that the Nether Emperor had been slain by the 9-star Master and was still in the middle of Nirvanic rebirth. Of course, if that wasn't the case, the Nether Emperor wouldn't be searching for heavenly geniuses from various races to serve as seeds for his plans. Time seemed to stand still in this place. They didn't know how long it was before they saw what was on the bottom of the whirlpool. When they saw it, even Long Chen gasped. It was a giant sacrificial altar with a mountain of endless skeletons piled up around it. They could see no end to those skeletons. Guo Ran and the others felt chills. These skeletons were all human skeletons, and the number was simply impossible to calculate. At the heart of the altar was a strange tree, a giant towering tree. However, within this enormous space, it appeared small. As they got closer, they saw that this tree's roots were embedded into a skull. However, the skull was covered by so many skeletons piled up around it that they couldn't see its exact shape. Thus, they didn't know if it was a human skull or some other life form. For some reason, when Long Chen saw this skull, he thought of the skull that he had seen in the immemorial path thanks to the Eastern Wasteland bell. His heart then pounded wildly. Were they connected? The number of skeletons littering this enormous space was incredulous. They were piled up thousands of miles high, further than the eye could see. Even the Dragonblood warriors were shaken by this sight. The majority of these skeletons are in the Immortal King and World King realms. Only a very small portion is in the Divine Venerate realm, said Sha Chen after examining the skeletons. All of them were high-level cultivators. Just how many people are here? Trillions. Trillions of trillions. Guo Ran's voice quivered. This was not just a number but lives lost. Therefore, at the same time as they were shaken, they were also filled with rage. The human race was actually viewed as prey to be slaughtered and sacrificed here. It was unacceptable. Suddenly, space quivered and a horrifying aura engulfed them, causing them to startle in fear. A Heaven Venerate. They took out their weapons, thinking that a Heaven Venerate had managed to chase after them in the Heavenly River. However, they quickly realized that they were wrong. This Heaven Venerate's aura was chaotic and hadn't locked onto them, so they weren't his target. In fact, he was fleeing. The next moment, the void quivered, and they quickly saw his figure. It was an elder in gray robes. With a sword in his hand, he swung it through the void, causing cracks to split open. He then used the cracks as stairs and ran up them. It was evident that he had been pulled into the Fiend Eye and was desperately attempting to break free. Unluckily for him, the Fiend Eye's interior was governed by unique laws that nullified the power of heavenly Daos, including Sha Chen's talismans. Unable to use his full power but still able to cut through the void, it seemed that he was truly a terrifying Heaven Venerate. However, no matter how he struggled, he was still descending rapidly. When he was near the bottom, he noticed Long Chen and the others. Startled by the sudden turn of events, the Heaven Venerate didn't even get a chance to react before the strange tree sprang to life. Its branch shot forward, piercing him like a deadly spear. The Heaven Venerate let out a horrifying scream as a faint wisp of smoke emanated from the wound. In an instant, his essence, chi, and spirit were completely drained. Devoid of his body, the Heaven Venerate's clothes dropped to the ground, and his sword clattered onto the altar. Unable to comprehend how a Heaven Venerate could just vanish like that, Long Chen and the others stared at each other in appalled silence. Chapter 4058 Life Crystal. The Heaven Venerate was pierced by a branch, and his body mysteriously vanished. His clothing and sword simply fell to the earth, leaving Long Chen standing in stunned silence. He was struggling to grasp the surreal scene unfolding before him. Long Chen had never encountered a more formidable existence than a Heaven Venerate. The collective might of all those who had crossed his path paled in comparison to the power wielded by such an expert. And yet, in a matter of moments, one had been effortlessly eliminated just like that, leaving everyone present in a state of disbelief. They could only stare at the tree in horror. The scene before them was too terrifying. Don't move, I'll go take a look at it. Long Chen walked toward the altar. When he reached the altar, he found that the ground beneath his feet was bone. In other words, the heart of the altar truly was a skull. Long Chen then arrived beneath the tree. As he touched its scale-like bark, his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "How brazen! You dare to not reveal yourself before this lord." Guo Ran and the others were dumbfounded. What was their boss doing? Was he shouting at a tree? However, the tree didn't respond, not reacting at all. So, Long Chen furiously swung his hand. The next moment, black soil flew out, covering the roots of the tree. This was the black soil of the primal chaos space. To their surprise, black chi suddenly rose out of the tree and blocked the soil. After that, a panicked voice rang out. "Great Nether Emperor Sun, forgive me. Please take back your punishment." Within the black chi, a strange elder appeared, draped in black robes. His stature was small and withered, yet an exquisite sapling could be seen sprouting from the crown of his head. At this moment, that sapling's leaves quivered, looking as if there were countless eyes on it. This elder hastily kowtowed toward Long Chen reverently, causing Guo Ran and the others' jaws to drop. They didn't know what they were seeing. Why would such a terrifying existence be kowtowing toward Long Chen? With a sweeping gesture, Long Chen commanded the black soil to retract, drawing it back into the depths of the primal chaos space. He had long since noticed that there was something off with the tree. So, it was actually a powerful tree demon. Upon their descent, the tree had unmistakably sensed their presence, but it directly ignored them after that. Even so, Long Chen still sensed its divine sense the moment it swept over them. At that moment, Long Chen knew that this tree demon was the guard of this place, and he also noted the diagram of the hell flower on the altar below. Due to these factors, he could guess its identity. However, as for why this tree demon would see them and then ignore them, he had no idea. That was why he took this risk, and it worked. He managed to scare the tree demon. Based on Long Chen's thinking, the fiend eye was connected to the Nether Emperor. In that case, since Long Chen had absorbed the Nether Emperor's mark, the fiend eye wouldn't make things hard on him. That was why he dared to be so brazen. This little elder was ignorant. Seeing you come with humans, I didn't dare to rashly greet you. Please forgive me, said the elder fearfully. What nonsense. Do you think that this lord would believe such lies? How could you not recognize my aura? Why is it that the others immediately come greet me when I arrive, but you alone have the guts to ignore me? You even killed a heaven venerate in front of me. Are you trying to scare me off? Demanded Long Chen. I would not dare. Seeing Long Chen chide the elder and the elder not daring to retort, Guo ran and the others were dumbfounded. Their boss was too badass, wasn't he? That was an existence that could slay heaven venerates. Just what was happening with this world? This lord wishes to know how long you have been here, said Long Chen coldly. This lowly elder has been here for 87 million years. During this time, I have always been carrying out my work dutifully, answered the elder respectfully. Long Chen nodded. Then amongst the guards, you're actually quite young. Long Chen actually had no idea. He was just trying to see what information he could dredge up. Yes, this lowly elder truly has not been working for the great Nether Emperor for long. Compared to my seniors in the other fiend eyes, I am a junior. However, I will definitely work hard to not betray the Nether Emperor's expectations. As expected, no wonder he didn't even mention the Ghost Sovereign's mark. It seemed that he was unable to sense it. Otherwise, he would be questioning Long Chen. Even if he didn't ask directly, he would be suspicious and ask a few roundabout questions. Since that was the case, it seemed that this tree demon's power was inferior to the fiend eye that Long Chen had previously encountered. This lord has been ordered by the Nether Emperor to inspect the 16 fiend eyes in this region. I will judge just how much you have contributed, said Long Chen arrogantly, his hands clasped behind him. In any case, his Nether Emperor mark was clearly sensed by this tree demon. With this status, he could spout nonsense without care. 16 fiend eyes. This section of the heavenly river only has 13, right? The tree demon elder was startled. Ah, Long Chen had gone too far. He should have gone with a lower number. However, just who was Long Chen? His face was astoundingly thick, so he didn't even twitch. Did you think that the dark light heaven and the violet flame heaven had no fiend eyes between them? Did you think that this lord was just bragging? This lowly elder would not dare. Since you have come to inspect the situation, please take a look, said the elder, finally rising from his kowtow. At this moment, the altar beneath Long Chen's feet split open. Only then did Long Chen realize that there was such an enormous space down below. Standing here, Long Chen could see the interior of the space. Countless chains extended inside, intricately linking to the core where a giant crystal resided. To his surprise, it was a cubic crystal stretching over 30 miles in length with an enormous amount of energy flowing within it. Moreover, this crystal contained such pure life energy, which could only form when countless lives were merged into one. Long Chen understood that the life energy of all the skeletons had been extracted and injected into this crystal. In an instant, the purpose of the fiend eyes became clear to him. The Nether Emperor had been slain by the 9-star master and was still in the midst of a nirvanic rebirth. Therefore, this entire thing must be related to the revival of the Nether Emperor, leaving him feeling shocked and enraged. How many fiend eyes were set up within the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Just how many members of the human race were they killing? This crystal's life energy is astonishing. Perhaps it really does have the ability to revive a dead person. However, as a member of the human race, how can I use the lives of my people to heal myself? I'll need to think of a way to destroy it. Long Chen made his resolve. Don't destroy it, that would be too wasteful. Suddenly, the dragon expert's voice rang out in his mind. Take it and feed it to the earth cauldron. It can help the cauldron recover, said the dragon expert. However, if you want to take it, you'll need to think of a way to deal with that tree demon first. That fellow won't be so easy to provoke. With your current power, you definitely aren't a match for it. Sometimes, when you don't have power, using wits as your only option. Long Chen's gaze suddenly turned to the tree demon, causing that elder's expression to change subtly. Seeing Long Chen's gaze, the elder had a bad feeling. Chapter 4059 Undying Dragon Tree. Great son of the Nether Emperor, do my humble efforts meet your esteemed satisfaction? Inquired the tree demon, its voice quivering with a mix of trepidation and respect. Yet, its fear did not stem from Long Chen's presence, but rather from the weight of his exalted status. Don't call me the son of the Nether Emperor. Call me the Lord of the Nether Emperor. Can you not see that I am different from the sons of the Nether Emperor? I have the Nether Emperor's supreme will on me. I don't believe that you can't see it. Long Chen then took off his eye patch and opened his left eye. The image of the hell flower materialized within Long Chen's black pupil, looking like the devil's eye. But immediately after, black traces of blood quickly flowed out of his left eye, so he hurriedly shut it and put on the eye patch. His left eye had yet to fully recover, so opening it was still very painful. However, this was enough. As expected, the tree demon was so frightened upon seeing it that he kowtowed reverently. Just looking at that pupil caused him to shiver in fear. After the hell flower was absorbed by the purgatory eyes, it had gone through a transformation. Its energy was beyond the scope that Long Chen could control. Thus, even if Long Chen's cultivation base wasn't worth anything in front of this tree demon, this hell flower could still terrify him. This lowly elder greets the great lord of the Nether Emperor, cried the tree demon hastily. Seeing him so frightened, Long Chen felt very confident. He said, "You are not a member of my netherworld. You come from the undying world, am I right?" The elder was startled. "Great lord of the Nether Emperor, although I am not a life form from the netherworld, I don't dare to be the slightest bit." Long Chen flapped his hand. "You don't need to be afraid. I am not questioning your loyalty to the Nether Emperor." Hearing that, the elder instantly relaxed a great deal. Long Chen continued, "Do you come from the undying world's corpse devil demon forest?" Reporting to the, "You can just speak directly," interrupted Long Chen. "If I have not misjudged, you should be from the undying race's undying dragon tree, correct?" The tree demon was startled, not expecting Long Chen to have seen through his origins. However, he still didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Thus, with a quivering voice, he said, "Yes, this lowly elder was originally from the undying dragon tree race." "Then I will ask you a question. Do not lie, or it would be the greatest betrayal toward the Nether Emperor." Long Chen's expression suddenly grew dark and strict. "Great one, please ask your question. This lowly elder will not dare to hide the slightest thing. What relationship do you have with the undying willow race? The undying dragon tree?" Long Chen had seen an introduction about them in the High Firmament Academy. Just like the Devil Eye Water Lily, they were from the undying world, but Long Chen wanted to be sure. "Do not hesitate," ordered Long Chen coldly. The elder was originally hesitant to answer, but once Long Chen urged him on, he could only clench his teeth and say, "Our undying dragon tree race is a subsidiary of the undying willow race. We have sworn our lives to the undying willow race." Long Chen smiled. That was the answer he had been hoping for. Seeing this smile, the elder instantly relaxed a great deal. It seemed that Long Chen was satisfied with his answer. "May I know what relationship the great lord of the Nether Emperor has with our undying dragon tree race?" probed the elder. Long Chen pointed at the elder's head, sending images relating to Lu Ruyan into his mind. "So you have such a deep relationship with our emperor race." The elder's delight was overwhelming, almost bordering on disbelief. The images Long Chen gave him were of Lu Ruyan fighting alongside him and the others, along with some conversations they had. It was enough proof of their connection. "Hehe, since you're on the side of the undying willow race, it should be easy to talk now. Tell me, how did you end up here? Why are you helping the Nether Emperor?" asked Long Chen. The elder hesitated. Long Chen smiled. "In order to express my sincerity, I'll tell you who I really am. I'm not the son of the Nether Emperor, nor am I his daddy. Actually, I have no relationship with the Nether Emperor at all. I faked my identity to come and take a look at this place. And now, I want to see if I can steal the life crystal." "You?" The elder couldn't believe his ears. "Are you not afraid of me?" Long Chen smiled. "Don't think that just because you are stronger that you can lie to me. You don't have the power to lie in front of me, so I believe you." The elder stared at Long Chen for a long time before bitterly smiling and shaking his head. "Little brother, you should leave. You cannot take the life crystal. Even if you have a relationship with the undying willow race, I cannot help you. Once the life crystal is taken, I will also die. I know, you have the Nether Emperor's seal on you, but I can help you remove the seal. You can regain your freedom, said Long Chen. You can do that. In an instant, the elder's calmness was shattered, his voice quivering with both excitement and nervousness. Of course, there would be no point in me lying to you. You were caught by the Nether Emperor and forced to act as a guard here, right? Asked Long Chen. The elder nodded. Actually, he wasn't caught by the Nether Emperor himself, but by some of his attendants who found him in the Undying World. During that time, the Nether Emperor's seal was forcibly imposed upon him, and he found himself ensnared within the intricate web of the Devil Eye Grand Formation. Just like that, he became the Nether Emperor's slave, tasked with the arduous duty of harvesting life energy. According to him, various forces would send a few sacrifices his way, and he was only in charge of gathering them. Amongst those powers was also the Soaring Dragon Company. Additionally, some of those powers would simply lure Heaven Venerates into the surroundings, and he would be in charge of killing them. As this explanation sank in, Long Chen realized a sobering truth: the lives lost here weren't claimed by the Nether Emperor, but rather by the actions of fellow humans. Those powers that were sacrificing humans to the Nether Emperor were definitely related to him. As for what benefits there were for them, this elder didn't really know. After all, he was only in charge of the reaping. Certain powers would draw their most powerful enemies here to get rid of them without using the slightest effort. For example, that poor Heaven Venerate. He had been sent here through a trap transportation formation. Other than the sacrifices, the Fiend Eye would also draw in any prey that wandered. Here, anyone who attracted its attention would die, as even Heaven Venerates were nothing in front of the power of a Fiend Eye. After all, this place was backed by the power of the Nether Emperor. Even if it was just a trace of it, it wasn't something that ordinary Heaven Venerates could resist. After learning all of this, Long Chen said, "Senior, prepare yourself. I am going to start absorbing the Nether Emperor's seal. However, I have one condition. Once you regain your freedom, you must be my guard for a certain amount of time. Once I become a world king, you can leave, and we will owe each other nothing. Is that acceptable to you?" Chapter 4060 Devouring the Life Crystal. If you can help me remove my bindings and leave this damnable place, I will be your guard for a lifetime. Implored the elder of the Undying Dragon Tree race. In this place, he was nothing more than a slave to the Nether Emperor. He had no freedom at all. Having guarded this damn place for millions of years, he was about to go crazy. Therefore, Long Chen's condition wasn't even worth mentioning. After all, Long Chen was already an immortal king. According to this elder's standard, in the blink of an eye, Long Chen would become a world king. Moreover, as long as he could leave this place, he was willing to accept any conditions at all. As an undying dragon tree, being trapped in the heavenly river was torture. The laws of this place were constantly eroding his body. After so many years, all he could do was preserve his cultivation base. Just managing to prevent his power from regressing was already an enormous fortune to him. No need. Once I have the power to protect myself, you can return to the Undying World. You can also help me send word to the Undying Willow race. Help me ask where a friend know, where two friends are. Long Chen had a feeling that Lu Ruyan and Chu Yao were together. After all, the two of them never left each other. If Lu Ruyan had returned to the Corpse Devil Demon Forest, she would definitely have brought Chu Yao. Prepare yourself. It might be a bit painful, so you must endure. Long Chen took a deep breath and once more tore off his eye patch. The moment Long Chen opened his left eye, the Hell Flower once more appeared. This time, Long Chen used his pupil art to activate the Hell Flower, and a terrifying death energy erupted. The Hell Flower mark on the altar then lit up. At the same time, strange lines also appeared on the elder's body. The elder couldn't help but scream in pain, his whole body quivering. However, if this was his price of freedom, he would endure it without complaint. As the entire Fiend Eye quivered, some kind of black energy formed ripples of death that converged into Long Chen's purgatory eyes. Just like that, blood ran out of his left eye once more, and it was even more painful than the last. However, Long Chen wasn't afraid. He knew that absorbing this energy would strengthen the purgatory eyes. It wasn't a bad thing for him. As long as he could endure, the purgatory eyes would grow stronger. On the other hand, the elder was almost convulsing on the ground, feeling like his soul was being stripped out of his body. However, he bitterly endured and held back his screams. He knew that Long Chen had to be enduring a similar pain to him. Also, as a member of the undying dragon tree race, he had his own pride. He couldn't be lacking compared to a member of the junior generation. Suddenly, the entire fiend eye shook one final time, and endless black energy poured into Long Chen's left eye. When it was done, Long Chen hastily shut his left eye. Half of his face was now covered in blood, looking like it was stained by black spiderwebs. Intense fiery pain pierced his eye, as though his eyeball might break. The pain also extended to half of his head, creating a sensation as if it was about to explode. "Master, are you all right?" The elder urgently ran over to Long Chen. At this time, the elder's face was no longer scrunched in pain. Instead, he was beaming gratefully. Long Chen really had managed to remove the Nether Emperor's seal on this elder, so he had finally escaped his shackles and regained his freedom. "You don't need to call me master. There's no need to be so courteous. You can just call me Long Chen." It was only after a bit that Long Chen recovered enough to reply. "How can that be? You are my greatest benefactor, and I will never be able to repay you in this lifetime. You want me to be your guard? Then during this time, you are my master. My undying dragon tree race cannot be known as ingrates who do not repay kindness," said the elder solemnly. The undying dragon tree race. They were a famous race within the undying world, and they cared a great deal about their reputation. After receiving such favor from Long Chen, this elder was full of gratitude. Thus, he was determined to protect Long Chen to death during this time. At this time, Sha Chen, Guo ran, and the others also ran over. As for Yu Qingshan, she was aggrieved to see Long Chen in such pain, but she didn't say anything. She only fed him a healing pill to alleviate the pain. After consuming the pill, Long Chen could feel the pain fading quite a bit. The elder then said, "Master, do you really want to take this life crystal? If you take it, the fiend eye will crumble and the nether servants may come to hunt you down. Senior, in order to make it easier in the future, I'll just call you Uncle Tree, alright? Uncle Tree, this life energy is very useful to me. I must take it. As for the rest, I don't care that much. So, please guard me while I take it." Long Chen then went to the life tree. After he formed hand seals, the void quivered and a bronze cauldron appeared. The earth cauldron had always been like a dead object, so Long Chen was only capable of using it to smash people and defend. However, when it appeared today, countless runes quivered on its body as if it had come to life. It was automatically drawn to the giant life crystal, and in an instant, the enormous amount of life energy within the crystal vanished. It had to be known that this elder had spent countless years absorbing life energy. This meant that the lives of trillions and trillions of experts were absorbed in a second. After absorbing the life crystal, quite a bit of rust fell from the cauldron, and the portions that were free from rust began to emit a strange shine. Through this light, it was possible to see its profound runes. All of this life energy only allowed a third of its rust to fall. Sigh, I guess awakening it will need at least 2 more of these life crystals. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. The Heaven-Earth Cauldron was truly worthy of being a primal chaos divine item. Fully restoring it would take some effort. From the area without the rust, Long Chen could feel a slight spiritual connection. "This is, yes, you now have the power to use it," said the dragon expert. "Really? Then can I use it to suppress heaven venerates?" asked Long Chen excitedly. "Yes, in theory. What does that mean? In reality, I said that you could use it, not drawing out its full power. You misunderstand. It is the Earth Cauldron of the Heaven-Earth Cauldron, and it is not a fighting weapon. Its focus is on defense. Anyway, you are too weak to activate even a single one of its runes, let alone activate its actual defensive might," said the dragon expert. "Then doesn't that mean that I can't use it?" demanded Long Chen, his excitement extinguishing. "You can't use it in combat. But you can use it for other purposes." "Like what?" "For example, refining pills." Long Chen was instantly revitalized. Chapter 4061 Leaving the Fiend Eye. "Wait, the Heaven-Earth Cauldron is actually used for alchemy?" Long Chen asked, a mixture of surprise and delight in his tone. "Not quite. Only the Earth Cauldron can be used for alchemy, as it focuses on life and defense. On the other hand, the Heaven Cauldron is a killing weapon, focusing on offense and slaughter. One heaven and one earth, their characteristics are different. The Earth Cauldron can't become a powerful weapon used to kill your enemies, but you can gain other benefits from it. Furthermore, if you use it to refine pills, the pills will become spiritual entities and draw down heavenly tribulation. The earth cauldron can then absorb the power of heavenly tribulation to strengthen itself, said the dragon expert. So that's the case. Long Chen was overjoyed as he really had profited this time. Senior, can I increase my cultivation base now? Asked Long Chen. Now still isn't the time. In truth, the disparities between human realms aren't all that substantial. It's all about preparing to become a heaven venerate. Before a heaven venerate, whether you're an immortal king, a world king, a mortal venerate, or an earth venerate, the difference fades away. You'd all be crushed by the might of a heaven venerate. You are now in the golden period for cultivating the dragon soul body forging art, and you will have around 1 month until this golden period is over. Thus, you should focus on it for now. Once the foundation of your body is solid, raising your realm will take no more than a thought. Raising 1 heaven stage a day will be nothing difficult. Once your blood chi circulates at will, once you can unleash and pull back your power with ease, once the ways to use the power of your blood, chi, bones, spirit, soul, will, and mind are engraved into the depths of your soul and woven into your combat instincts, you can raise your realm. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the immortal king realm, when you've harnessed king chi and your will covers the heavens, you can then strive to further evolve your 7-star battle armor. If you trust me, just do as I say, said the dragon expert. What are you saying, senior? You saved this life of mine. Of course I trust you. HMPH, I'm just worried about you getting into one of your tempers again and causing trouble. Well, it wouldn't be the first time, snorted the dragon expert. Long Chen had not listened to the dragon expert multiple times now. That was why it warned Long Chen, to avoid him messing around. It had to be known that when it came to certain things, you had to follow the prescribed order. Otherwise, it could easily cause major trouble. One mistake and Long Chen's life would be lost. Thus, the dragon expert had no choice but to give a stern warning, or Long Chen would never listen. Long Chen naturally acted very obedient now, as he knew that the dragon expert would not harm him. However, when they had different philosophies, Long Chen would still listen to himself. Of course, Long Chen only thought this and didn't say anything to avoid enraging the dragon expert. If the dragon expert were to stop speaking to him in the future, he would be doomed. After all, he still had many things that he had to learn from it. The earth cauldron had absorbed the life crystal, but fortunately, the fiend eye didn't show any reaction. Seeing this, Uncle Tree sighed with relief. Long Chen then had Guo Ran gather the rust that had fallen off. Since this rust came from the earth cauldron, Long Chen still had a purpose for it. Boss, it doesn't seem like this rust has any power at all. Guo Ran examined the rust and found that other than having the power of time on it, it didn't seem to be able to cause any injury to anyone. It was a far cry from the rust scrapped from the chains of the ghost ship. I know, keep the rust. When there's time, help me create a few fakes of the earth cauldron. Then add this rust to it, and we'll see if we can find a few fools who want to trade them with good stuff, said Long Chen. Goddamn, Guo Ran stared at his boss admiringly. This was his boss, a wellspring for all kinds of cons. After all, the heaven-earth cauldron was an existence of legends. Who had personally seen it before? Thus, inspecting the rust would be the best way to verify its authenticity. Suddenly, Long Chen pointed a finger, and black flames flew out, landing on the sea of skeletons. This was the Yanshu flame, something capable of incinerating all things. Those corpses quickly ignited. They had eroded after all this time, so as soon as the fire touched them, they turned to ash. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Since you're already dead, your husks don't need to remain. I just wonder whether or not you will enter the cycle of reincarnation, Long Chen sighed. How pitiful. The nameless fallen of the heavenly river. It's like being trapped in a nightmare. I wonder if their beloved are all awaiting word of them. Yu Qingshan held Long Chen's hand as she watched all those corpses turn to dust. Every single one of them had been a living person. They had fathers, mothers, wives, husbands, and children. Perhaps the thoughts of those who missed them could call back their souls. Long Chen held Yu Qingshan's hand tightly, feeling the same sadness as well. Thinking about it, fate had always been a merciless whip that drove all the lifeforms of the world. Everyone was racing as fast as they could, but as soon as they slowed down, they were struck by that merciless whip and turned to dust. Just how much had Long Chen thirsted for power when he was bullied by others? Just how badly had he envied cultivators, envied their powerful abilities that allowed them to control their own fates? However, once he set foot onto the path of cultivation, he found that he had leapt from a pool to a raging river. The path of cultivation was one of no return. The higher his cultivation base grew, the more he felt like his fate was not under his control. Looking at these corpses, Long Chen had a feeling that if he didn't work hard enough, he would also become one of them. Even if he worked as hard as he could, who could guarantee that they wouldn't be the next one lying in this hole? Heaven and earth were like a game board, while everyone was a game piece. If they wanted to escape the board, they had to constantly cultivate and get stronger so that they would become the ones playing the game. After watching the corpses burning, Long Chen and the others left this dark hole. This place had special spatial laws, but they were no problem for Uncle Tree. He simply stood behind Long Chen, and Sha Chen was instantly capable of sending the battleship into the sky. The altar grew smaller and smaller below them until it vanished. However, it took quite a long time for the battleship to rise above the whirlpool. When Uncle Tree saw the whirlpool fall further and further into the distance, he smiled. "Uncle Tree, you'll be able to return home soon." Long Chen saw how emotional he was. He knew that after being enslaved for so many years, this release had to feel indescribable. "It's all thanks to you, Master," said Uncle Tree. Just then, the entire sea began to roil, and the sound of the void breaking rang out. They then saw an enormous entity appear. Sha Chen and the others jumped in fright when they saw it. Chapter 4062 Expert of the Primal Chaos Era. When the sinister wind blew, the world grew dark and dim, covered by black clouds. In an instant, thick ghost chi filled the air. With it, everyone's hair stood on end, and a freezing sensation ran through their bones. It was like they had fallen into an ice house, and an icy hand was wrapping around their souls. They didn't even dare to move. They simply watched as a giant wooden ship broke through the waves. It was enormous, almost like a floating island. Compared to it, Guo Ran's battleship was like an ant in front of a dragon. The pitch-black wooden ship had spots of rust on it, while the mast and sail were riddled with holes, looking like they were on the verge of collapse. "Damn, what a huge ship. But it's actually a dugout." Guo Ran instantly saw that despite its size, its shape was that of a simple dugout. "Good, a lucky ship. Sha Chen, send us over. Be careful not to touch the chains or body, or our battleship will instantly collapse," said Long Chen excitedly. "Boss, are you serious?" Sha Chen was green with fright. "Come on, it's not like it's the first time." Long Chen smiled. Last time, he had been conned by the Soaring Dragon Company and stumbled upon a ghost ship in an unexpected turn of events. After that, Long Chen managed to send the ghost ship charging straight into the Soaring Dragon Company's pier. Hearing his boss's order, Sha Chen could only summon his courage. He then turned the battleship, sending it toward the ghost ship at maximum speed. Despite that, the ghost ship was actually much faster than them, reaching them in just a few seconds. Fortunately, despite sailing across the air rapidly, it was more like flying on top of the surface of the water. Since there were no raging waves, they didn't need to fear that the ship would capsize. Standing at the head of the ghost ship, Long Chen checked his timing and tossed a chain accurately onto the ship's railing. During his previous encounter on the ghost ship, Long Chen had successfully obtained quite a few chains. While a portion of them had been expended, he still had an ample supply. These chains were Long Chen's sole defense against the power of corrosion, as other chains would instantly decay before even getting close to the ghost ship. Borrowing the ghost ship's momentum, with a simple pull, Long Chen ended up on the railings. After he landed, he immediately tossed the chain behind him to Uncle Tree. Uncle Tree simply caught it with his left hand and raised his right hand toward everyone else. Branches then grew out of his arm and wrapped around everyone else. Long Chen pulled, and everyone flew into the air, accurately landing on the ghost ship. "Don't touch the mast or the sail. Also, don't touch anything made of iron," warned Long Chen. Long Chen found that this ghost ship was different from all the other ghost ships that he had encountered. The iron parts were covered in specks of rust and gave off a very frightening feeling. This was definitely a particularly special ghost ship. Everyone felt chills seeing it. Even if Long Chen didn't say anything, they wouldn't dare to touch anything here. After all, the aura was too sinister, too frightening. "Master, this place is ominous. There are strange fluctuations. There are many impure things down below." Uncle Tree's gaze cautiously swept through the ship, his expression grave. Compared to the other ghost ships, this one wasn't covered in corpse soldiers, so the top of the ship was completely empty. Long Chen also had a bad feeling. At this moment, they heard a strange noise beneath their feet. It was an extremely odd noise, like footsteps yet also like a broom sweeping. When it appeared, it felt like millions of needles stabbing their souls, causing their souls to quiver and their skins to become covered in goosebumps. As this sound pierced their souls, to say that they weren't afraid would be a lie. The most terrifying thing was that they still had no idea what it was. Don't worry, I have the Ghost Sovereign's mark on me, so the ghost ship's lifeforms won't attack me. Let's take a look, said Long Chen. Long Chen started walking to the center of the ship because he saw a passageway there. Everyone simply followed behind him. The ghost ship was so large that it took them a full 2 hours to reach the entrance. On the way, they kept hearing strange noises. Fortunately, they were true experts, otherwise, just those unknown noises would cause their souls to crumble. It was also fortunate that they had Long Chen by their side. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to keep going. Once they arrived at the entrance, they saw that it led to the lower level. As soon as they walked in, the world grew darker, and those strange noises also grew clearer. They didn't know how long they walked down the passageway before they reached the lower level. There was not much light here, but some did come through the small chinks in the deck, so it wasn't particularly difficult to see their surroundings. They had just walked down when they heard strange noises behind them. Guo Ran screamed. Not that far from him, a strange life form suddenly appeared. Guo Ran instinctively summoned his armor and hacked his saber at this life form. When the spark flew, that life form quivered ever so slightly, while Guo Ran was tumbling back. Uncle Tree had to catch him and drag him back, countering the power. It was only thanks to him that Guo Ran didn't cough up blood. Because of the sparks, everyone managed to see what Guo Ran had attacked. It was a life form in ancient battle armor, its body gaunt and its eyes sealed shut. It was completely devoid of life. Its general form resembled that of a human, with limbs in proportions akin to one. Yet, a horn protruding from its head indicated its non-human origin. Guo Ran's attack only caused its body to sway, and it ignored Long Chen. Its legs were dragging across the ground as it continued walking. What kind of life form is this? How is it so powerful? Exclaimed Guo Ran. He had not been holding back with his last attack, but he was unable to damage this life form in the slightest. In fact, all he caused was the slightest mark on its armor, a mark as fine as a strand of hair. It was impossible to notice it without looking. This person was a heaven venerate when he was alive. Furthermore, he should be considered a very strong existence amongst heaven venerates, said Uncle Tree as he examined this life form. A heaven venerate corpse. They were all startled. They had only experienced just how terrifying heaven venerates were. So, why was there a heaven venerate corpse here? Could it be that heaven venerates were actually all over the place? The sound that they had been hearing came from its feet dragging across the ground. This life form's posture was bizarre. It was moving slowly, as if every step was laborious. Just then, they saw another strange life form in the distance. Just like this one, it was dragging its feet, its movements odd. Long Chen observed that their footsteps maintained a consistent and uniform distance from one another. Each step was flawlessly identical. Suddenly, Long Chen saw that these lifeforms seemed to be holding something. Also, they were expressionlessly walking in one direction. Long Chen beckoned everyone, and they rushed off in the direction those lifeforms were going. Before long, they encountered a barrier obstructing their path. Beyond the barrier stood an imposing figure. At the sight of this entity, Long Chen's very soul quivered, and even Uncle Tree's countenance shifted. An expert from the Primal Chaos era. Chapter 4063 Warrior of the Starry Sky. This was a large, long-haired man who was a whole head taller than Long Chen and extremely muscular. Also, his upper body's scarlet, copper, and bronze-colored skin was covered in strange marks. At this moment, he was standing within the barrier, his body bound by chains that connected him to the ship from below and above. From what Long Chen could see, those chains had black chi swirling around them. It seemed that some energy was being slowly injected into his body. Even from a great distance, Long Chen and the others could sense the terrifying primal chaos chi coming from this person's body. Even if Uncle Tree didn't say anything, they would have been able to tell that he was from the primal chaos era. However, the life form gave off no aura of life as though it was a corpse. But why would a corpse be bound with chains? Just then, one of those strange life forms appeared in front of the barrier and slowly extended a hand. At this time, Long Chen finally saw what it was holding. It was a thumb-sized crystal. The crystal then merged into the barrier and transformed into threads like a spiderweb that wrapped around the long-haired man. When those black threads merged into his body, the chains on him quivered. Long Chen then saw strange fluctuations on top of the chains. It's absorbing this person's life energy. He's not dead. Long Chen was startled. This life form from the primal chaos era wasn't dead. It still had life energy to absorb. That was too terrifying. A life form from the primal chaos era, was that not a true living fossil? It seems that these life forms and chains are absorbing his life energy so that he doesn't wake up. Master, take a look. All of these life forms are walking like machines, using the black crystals to absorb his life energy. This expert from the primal chaos era has such astonishing life energy that they can only use this method to prevent him from awakening. It seems that this entire ghost ship is set up as a prison, and the only one in this prison is him, deduced Uncle Tree gravely. Long Chen nodded. That seems to be the case. We just have no idea what kind of background this life form has. Should we save him or not? If he turns on us, we'll have died to our own hands. Long Chen continued to examine the long-haired man. Although he was just silently standing there like a corpse, Long Chen could sense the apocalyptic power within his body. Once he woke up, let alone him, even a heaven venerate would only be an ant in front of this existence. From Uncle Tree's expression, it seemed that this expert was many times stronger than him as well. They simply weren't on the same level. Senior, wake up. What is going on? What should I do? Long Chen called out to the dragon expert with his soul. However, the dragon expert didn't reply. Even when Long Chen shouted several more times, he still got nothing. Just as Long Chen thought that he couldn't reach the dragon expert, its voice suddenly rang out. A warrior of the starry sky. You've actually encountered him. The dragon expert's voice was filled with a hint of astonishment. Warrior of the starry sky. That sounds a bit familiar. I feel like I've heard it before. Long Chen felt like he had heard this name before, but he wasn't able to recall where. Of course it's familiar. Back in Pill Valley, that girl Wan Qing asked you about the origin of shooting stars, and you came up with some ridiculous story about you being an unrivaled warrior of the starry sky who would give her shooting stars. You don't remember your own cons. Long Chen was embarrassed. No wonder it sounded so familiar, so he had come up with that name himself. He hadn't expected the random name he had tossed out to be a true existence. To alleviate his embarrassment, Long Chen asked, Senior, can he be saved? Should I save him? You can save him, and he won't attack you. The Ghost Sovereign is trying to turn this guy into his puppet. That is why he left him with the slightest trace of life. However, a warrior of the starry sky possesses an extremely strong life force. If his life energy was not being constantly kept in check, he would quickly awaken. That's why they are using this barrier and crystals to bind him. They don't want the flame of his life to extinguish, but they also don't want him to awaken, said the dragon expert. Long Chen felt much more at ease after hearing that. After all, the enemy of his enemy was his friend. If the Ghost Sovereign wanted to do something, Long Chen should stop him whenever he could. Even if he couldn't get anything good from it, he didn't mind. Normally, the core of something was located at the center or head. However, this ghost ship's core was actually located at the tail. There was a giant rudder here, which was sealed. But fortunately, Long Chen already had some experience. By inserting spiritual strength into it, it quickly reacted. Once he could control the rudder, he could guide the ghost ship wherever he wanted. However, this time, Long Chen didn't just want to control the direction but also the entire ghost ship. Enduring the pain, he took off the eye patch. As his left eye creaked open, a chilling scream nearly escaped his lips, despite his remarkable pain tolerance. From deep within his eyes, the hell flower manifested once more, causing the rudder to quiver. At that moment, everything in the ghost ship appeared within Long Chen's mind's eye. Grimacing in agony, Long Chen covered his left eye with a trembling hand. He could no longer see out of it. To use it repeatedly without it fully recovering was exacting a heavy toll on it. After a moment, Long Chen wiped off the blood flowing out of his eye. Afraid that Yu Qingshan would feel worried, he only returned after he was able to control his expression. With this new information, he knew that this ghost ship had 3 levels. The warrior of the starry sky was bound in the middle level, and the crystals were from a chest in the lower level. Just like that, the puppets were constantly going from the lower level to the middle level, their movements robotic. Originally, there was a barrier between the two levels. But with Long Chen's new control over the ghost ship, this barrier had no effect on him. He then arrived at the chest of crystals and saw countless thumb-sized crystals here, all of them containing an immense amount of life energy. Long Chen had no idea what use these things could have, so he simply tossed them into the primal chaos space. With that, the puppets just began to randomly rove around the chest since there were no crystals. Having lost their purpose, those puppets were like idiots not knowing what to do. After that, Long Chen had Sha Chen steer them, and they directly used this giant ghost ship to travel. Long Chen and the others stood guard over the warrior of the starry sky. On the 7th day, the latter's hand quivered, exciting Long Chen and the others. Chapter 4064 Whale Corpse. The warrior's fingers twitched a few times, emitting sharp metallic sounds as though his knuckles had rusted, causing all the people around to wince. It's only been 7 days, and he has recovered a bit. Is the life force of a warrior of the starry sky really so amazing? Asked Long Chen. I can only look at him through your eyes, so I cannot judge his true power. But if he can start freeing himself up from the Ghost Sovereign's laws in just 7 days, he probably is extraordinary even amongst warriors of the starry sky, said the dragon expert with a hint of interest in its tone. Why are they called warriors of the starry sky? Asked Long Chen. Because they are from the starry sky race of the primal chaos era and have innate star diagrams on their bodies. Relying on astral energy to cultivate, they were said to be the strongest warriors beneath the starry sky back then. They were fearless, but they mysteriously vanished in the immemorial era. Due to how much time has passed, the legends of the warriors of the starry sky are not known to many, said the dragon expert. The strongest warriors beneath the starry sky. Long Chen's heart shook. Didn't that mean that they were unrivaled? Or did it mean that there were stronger existences above the starry sky? Boss, there's land up ahead. Sha Chen's excited cry rang out while everyone was paying attention to the warrior of the starry sky. Thus, Long Chen and the others were pleasantly surprised. Had they crossed the heavenly river so quickly? Feeling a bit reluctant, Long Chen and the others left the side of the warrior and went up the ghost ship. As expected, there was an endless landmass up ahead. No, Master, that's not land. That is the body of a life form. It was Uncle Tree who cried out upon seeing that, land. A body, what? Guo Ran and the others couldn't believe their ears. They were still very far from the landmass. However, from what they saw, it seemed to cover the entire horizon and spread as far as they could see. What life form's body could be so large? Could it be? Wondered Long Chen. Yes, it probably is. No other life form would be that big. Uncle Tree nodded, thinking the exact same thing as Long Chen. The ghost ship continued onward. Once they were closer to the landmass, a bloody scent struck them as they saw countless birds, fish-like monsters, and sea demons around. They saw multiple sea demons that were so powerful that they should be considered heaven venerates. From the ghost ship, they could see their enormous bodies. There were countless sea demons devouring this landmass. When the ghost ship got close, those terrifying sea demons retreated, with some even directly fleeing. Is this a sea whale? But Guo Ran still couldn't believe what he was seeing. The one we saw was probably a young sea whale, but this one should be a mature one whose longevity reached an end and died of old age here, said Long Chen. Died of old age? No way. Shouldn't an existence of this level be immortal? Even if they do die, their bodies should be immune to rot and decay. It wouldn't be something that can be consumed like this, said Guo Ran. All things in this world have their own fate. Also, the sea whale race is different from the Kunpeng race. They always follow the natural Tao and do not fight against the heavens, allowing the bindings of the heavenly Taos. They are born in the sea, grow in the sea, and die in the sea. And before dying, they allow their cultivation base to dissipate so that other lifeforms can consume them. All their defenses are removed as they await for death to descend. Everything that the great sea gave them, they will give back to the sea. It is their way of repaying the place that raised them. This can be considered another kind of nirvanic rebirth. When their flesh is consumed, their bodies sink to the bottom of the sea. After that, more sea demons will continue consuming them until they fall all the way to the depths of the seafloor, and the weakest lifeforms at the bottom of the sea will consume the leftovers, gaining enough nutrients for them to grow and reproduce for millions of years. From the point that the sea whales die to the point that their corpses fall to the bottom of the sea, tens of thousands of years will have passed. This process is given a mournful yet beautiful name, the whale fall. The whale devours 10,000 lifeforms, and the whale fall. Feeds 10,000 lifeforms. Before this, we saw a sea whale devouring countless sea demons. Now, we see the whale fall feed countless sea demons. It is like fate, sighed Long Chen emotionally. The sea whale couldn't be called a saint, but at least it knew when to repay kindness. It followed the natural Tao and didn't just selfishly demand more and more. In the end, it returned everything back to the sea. But humans, only a few would do such a thing. After all, humans were the greediest bunch. No matter how much they obtained, they always demanded more. Fiends killed each other. As for humans, they were sometimes even worse than fiends. Just what made humans so cruel? Pure greed. It probably wasn't so simple. Was there a sinister hand within heaven and earth constantly drawing out the darkness within people's hearts, pushing humanity into the depths of evil? When the ghost ship passed by the sea whale's corpse, some sea demons roared at them, glaring at the ghost ship, fearful yet unwilling to leave their territories. It's too bad that it's too big. There's no way to store it, said Guo Ran. What? You want to eat it too? It returns its body to the sea, and you weren't born from the sea, said Sha Chen. You're right, Guo Ran sighed. Let's go around. Long Chen looked at the immense flesh and blood. To tell the truth, he was a bit enticed. If this was tossed into the primal chaos space, who knew just how much life energy would be unleashed? Would the Fusong trees and the moon trees instantly grow into towering trees? However, Long Chen had his own bottom line. Sha Chen was correct. The sea whale had returned itself to the sea. If he were to take it, it would be like stealing from charity. Long Chen couldn't do such a thing. Thus, he could only sigh and leave. The sea whale's size could not be calculated with simple numbers. It took Long Chen and the others 3 days to go from its body to its head. During these 3 days, they only grew more shocked. Just how many beasts did the sea whale consume in its life in order to grow to this size? Fortunately, it returned itself to the sea. Otherwise, perhaps every life form in the sea would be devoured. When they reached the head of the sea whale, they were surprised to find that this region had no sea demons. What's going on? Is the whale's head too tough for them to eat? Guo Ran couldn't help looking at Long Chen. Long Chen was also puzzled. Don't look at me, everything I know is just from the Academy's books. I don't know what's happening. Just then, they heard the sound of chains being dragged across the deck, causing them to turn back and see that the warrior of the starry sky had walked onto the deck, having left the formation. With deliberate slowness, the warrior of the starry sky tilted his head upward, allowing his hair to fall back and reveal his bronze-colored face. He then looked at the sea whale and suddenly raised a hand. To everyone's surprise, the sea whale's head exploded, and an enormous thing flew out of it, heading straight toward the ghost ship. It's the sea whale's crystal core, exclaimed Long Chen. Chapter 4065 Unmatched Power. When the giant crystal core flew into that person's hand, astral light flowed out. The next moment, the enormous crystal core shrank and was caught by him. The warrior directly opened his mouth and bit down, causing sparks to fly around. To everyone's surprise, the sea whale's crystal core was forcibly devoured bite by bite. Long Chen and the others stood in stunned silence, unable to react as they watched the astonishing scene unfold before them. The individual before them appeared utterly famished, devouring the crystal core with an almost desperate intensity. When he was done, a gradual spark of vitality slowly began to shine on his body. He seemed to have been revitalized. Suddenly, the ghost ship quivered and he actually jumped to the sea whale's head. That was where the crystal core had flown out of. He then reached in and pulled. As he did so, the heavens quivered and astral light condensed into a starry giant behind him. The starry giant was as tall as the heavens and was composed of the light of billions of stars. At this moment, this giant figure also reached toward the sea whale's head. With a heaven-shaking explosion, the sea whale's corpse unleashed huge waves, while Long Chen and the others saw something unimaginable. They saw the giant starry hand forcibly pull out the sea whale's giant spine. The immense power caused its corpse to deform and the sea demons to flee in terror. An enormous spine then appeared above the 9 heavens, so enormous that it looked like a heavenly whip, giving off a terrifying divine pressure. When the sea whale died, it dissipated all its defenses so that others could devour its body. However, there were 2 places where it could not dissipate its energy. Those places were its crystal core and its bones. The crystal core was where all its energy concentrated, while the bones were the foundation that supported its immense body. Thus, even the sea whale was unable to dissipate the energy within them. It was only once its flesh and blood were fully consumed that the energy of its crystal core and bones would slowly dissipate. And only then could its bones sink to the depths of the sea and continue providing food for the lifeforms at the bottom of the sea. When the spine was ripped out of its body, it was like a divine whip, an existence that shook countless souls. When the astral light and giant figure vanished, the whip rapidly shrank until it was only 3 meters long and then wrapped around the warrior's waist. The warrior looked around as if appraising where he was. After that, he simply stepped into the void. With a few steps, he vanished, leaving behind the shocked Long Chen and the others. How terrifying! What level is he at? Guo Ran and the others stared at each other, stunned. The heaven venerate that they had previously encountered had been so powerful that even their combined forces hadn't been enough to beat him. After that, they entered a fiend eye and saw Uncle Tree kill a heaven venerate with one blow. That told them that even heaven venerates were not unrivaled existences. Then they encountered this life form of the primal chaos era. He had been on the verge of death, but as soon as he woke up, he managed to rip out the sea whale's crystal core and spine. After he consumed the crystal core and seemed to take the spine as a weapon, he simply left. In front of him, perhaps even heaven venerates could only kneel and scram away. Following boss always lets me see more of the world. People ask me why I'm so low-key. The main thing is that how could I be high-key after seeing so many terrifying existences? Said Sha Chen with a hint of terror. Arrogant people were people who hadn't seen the world. People who had seen the world never felt themselves to be so powerful because they had seen a vaster world. Only frogs at the bottom of a well continued to croak loudly as if afraid others wouldn't know of their existence. Fuck, he didn't even say thank you. What strongest warrior beneath the starry sky? He's simply rude. Although Long Chen didn't mind, as he didn't think that this person could give him anything good anyway, for him to leave without even saying a word was not very polite. Boss, what are you talking about? Asked Guo Ran and the others, feeling startled. Long Chen had yet to tell them about the warriors of the starry sky. Now that they asked, he explained simply. Guo Ran and the others had also previously never heard of warriors of the starry sky. But after seeing this person's terrifying power, they had to agree with Long Chen's explanation. The strongest warriors beneath the starry sky. It seems that they need not have any qualms about that statement, said Sha Chen. That was because, I feel like once the Dragonblood Legion reaches the peak, we'll be the ones to have that title, said Guo Ran confidently. Who are you bragging to? If you have the energy, you should think about how to raise your own power. If you aim so high that the footsteps are too big, you might pull a muscle, said Long Chen. The power of this warrior was so great that it was enough to make others feel despair. Saying that they would surpass this person was definitely bragging too early. The warrior of the starry sky was gone, while the sea demons devouring the sea whale were also scared away. But it probably wouldn't be long before they all came back. On the ghost ship, no one dared to attack Long Chen and the others, so everything went smoothly. Sha Chen continued to steer them on their way, going around the sea whale's corpse. As they traveled, Long Chen tried to get the puppets under control. But despite his best efforts, he was unable to do so. Just like that, his dream of turning them into his puppets couldn't come true. Now, all they had left to do was take a long journey across the heavenly river. Thus, Long Chen decided to use the earth cauldron to refine pills. He should really refine more pills. As before this, all of his Immortal King pills had been distributed to everyone. Through the Huayan Trading Company, he was able to send pills to the Luo family in the Darklight Heaven, along with countless heavenly Dao fruits. Long Chen wanted to turn the Luo family into a supreme force to make up for his mother's actions. During this time, the Demon Moon Furnace and the Moon and Star Refining Furnace had not been slacking either. They helped Long Chen refine countless pills. Some were given to Sha Chen and the others, and some were sent away. Thanks to it, Sha Chen, Guo Ran, and the others reached the 7th heaven stage of the Immortal King realm. Their heavenly Dao crowns grew increasingly solid, and so did their control over heaven and earth's energy. Right now, only Long Chen was still at the initial Immortal King realm. He didn't even count as having reached the 1st heaven stage. In terms of realm, he had been tossed far into the distance. However, he was in no rush. Even the dragon expert had told him that the cultivation path of the 9-star hegemon body art was one that focused on the physical body as a foundation. After raising the power of his physical body, raising his realm would be as easy as raising a hand. Moreover, he didn't even have to worry about his foundation growing unsteady. When Long Chen took out the earth cauldron to refine pills, he suddenly realized a problem. If I use the earth cauldron to refine pills, won't my heart devil be released? In an instant, Long Chen's excitement vanished. If his heart devil was unleashed, it would disturb his mind and emotions. Furthermore, given that Long Chen had trapped him this time, no one could guess what kind of retaliatory actions he might pursue. Well, I suppose I'll take a look. Perhaps we can talk it out. Long Chen carefully opened the lid the tiniest bit. Any movement from his heart devil and he would slam it shut. However, when his mind crept into the earth cauldron, Long Chen's expression completely changed. The earth cauldron was completely empty, and the sealed heart devil was gone. Chapter 4066 Lost Heart Devil. Long Chen was wary of his heart devil suddenly trying to escape. Thus, he was rather reluctant to use the earth cauldron to refine pills, fearing that doing so would release his heart devil. As a result, he suspected that his heart devil was tricking him into fully opening the lid so that it would escape. But to his astonishment, Long Chen eventually found that his heart devil was truly gone, and the earth cauldron was completely empty. Even when Long Chen double-checked, he could find no trace of his heart devil's existence. How can this be? Long Chen was dumbfounded. His heart devil was really gone. Had it been refined? However, Long Chen quickly tossed aside that thought. His heart devil was another side of him, so it couldn't just disappear like that. Did he escape when I used the earth cauldron to smash the hell gate? Long Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. That was the only time the earth cauldron had escaped his control, which was also the only time the heart devil had a chance to escape. Long Chen felt a chill. Would he be like Lang Yuan in the future? Would there be two of him? Even after fully opening the earth cauldron, nothing happened. Long Chen was even hoping for his heart devil to attack him. However, there was nothing like that. The heart devil was really gone. Long Chen was disappointed and frustrated, to the extent that even his delight at being able to use the earth cauldron to refine pills vanished. The disappearance of his heart devil worried him, and somehow, he also felt like he had lost the most important thing to him. Long Chen did resent and fear his heart devil. But now that his heart devil was gone, his heart felt empty. His soul was incomplete. Fuck, where could he have gone? How could he leave without even saying goodbye? Long Chen muttered to himself as he examined the empty earth cauldron. However, no reply came. Perhaps the earth cauldron knew where his heart devil had gone. However, it didn't tell Long Chen. It was like a weapon with no emotions, simply icy cold. After a while, Long Chen suppressed his emotions. The fact that his heart devil had disappeared was simply reality, but Long Chen believed that he would come to find him. Without Long Chen, his heart devil was incomplete. In the same vein, he was also incomplete without his heart devil. Sooner or later, the two of them would have to face each other again. Right now, what he needed to do was increase his own power, as he couldn't afford to be beaten by his heart devil. Thus, Long Chen did his best to calm himself down. He then turned his attention to his next goal, refining pills with the earth cauldron. When Long Chen sent flames into the earth cauldron, he found that there was no reaction at all. He then kept the flames burning for an hour, but the earth cauldron remained ice cold. TCH, it seems that it's still too early to use it to refine pills. I'll need to use my flames to awaken its alchemy runes first, realized Long Chen. With the cauldron still in slumber, unable to assist him, Long Chen would need to awaken the runes first. As the heir to the Pill Sovereign's memories, Long Chen naturally knew that this was a necessary step. With Huo Linger's current power and his powerful spiritual strength, even a pill furnace that was a world domain divine item would have its runes activated in the blink of an eye. However, the earth cauldron had been in the middle of this process for an hour, and it didn't even heat up in the slightest, let alone activate the runes. Seeing this phenomenon, Long Chen knew that it would be impossible to activate it without warming it up for a few days. Long Chen then left the matter of heating the cauldron to Huo Linger. After all, he was in no rush. In order to not dwell on the matter of his heart devil, Long Chen did his best to relax. He spent every day with Yu Qingshan at the head of the ship, enjoying the scenery. Or drinking with Guo Ran and the others. The rest of their journey across the Heavenly River was treated as a vacation. With them being on the ghost ship, the dangers of the Heavenly River didn't dare to bother them, directly fleeing at the sight of the ghost ship. However, the Dragonblood warriors were still lively, and other than drinking wine with Long Chen, the rest of their time was spent on cultivation. They often exchanged pointers to corroborate each other's theories. After all, they had just consumed the double supreme heavenly Tao fruits, and this rise in power was still new to them. Fully grasping it was not something that could be done in just a day or two. As they merged this power with their own combat experience, they also trained their cooperation. The Dragonblood Legion was capable of following their boss because they were strong enough, and the important aspect of that was that they had to be able to make up for each other's weaknesses. Together, they would unleash a combined power that was far greater than just a simple addition. They knew that they were just normal people. The reason that they could reach their current level was, other than Long Chen's contributions, thanks to them being able to work together flawlessly. Outside of the Dragonblood Legion, they were nothing compared to their enemies. As the first gathered batch of Dragonblood warriors, they had to carry a greater burden on their shoulders, bearing the responsibility of finding more of their comrades and helping them return. But first, they had to find their old level of silent communication, letting the Dragonblood Legion become one iron plate once more. Once all the Dragonblood warriors were fully gathered, with their combined forces, even a Heaven Venerate was an existence that they could challenge fearlessly. During this time, xianxia didn't slack off either. She personally refined Immortal King pills for everyone, and her pills were actually much better than Long Chen's. That was due to Long Chen not having the time to personally refine pills. The majority of his pills were refined by Huo Linger and his furnaces alone. When it came to alchemy, if you weren't practicing, you were regressing. But Long Chen truly didn't have that much time to spend on alchemy. Xianxia was different. She focused on it and stubbornly went down the Tao of alchemy. Otherwise, there was no way she could have refined a peerless grade golden pill at such a young age, shaking the entire alchemy world. If Long Chen had the same focus on alchemy, his accomplishments would definitely not be inferior to xianxia's. However, he had too many things to do, and his attention was split across many things. He did not have xianxia's focus in this regard. Other than that, xianxia's core flame was the heavenly rainbow flame, and it was a very pure flame. On the other hand, Long Chen's flame was an amalgamation of many flames. Its destructive power might be amazing, but for refining pills, it was like being a jack of all trades and master of none. Xianxia spent her time refining Immortal King pills. A portion were given to Sha Chen and the others, while the majority were kept for Long Chen. After all, Long Chen had told her that he would need an ocean's worth of pills for when he started to raise his realm. Half a month passed in this manner, and at this moment, the Earth Cauldron's runes lit up, causing Long Chen to become excited once again. I can finally start. Let's see what pills refined by a primal chaos divine item are like. Chapter 4067 Rapid Refinement. Just heating up the cauldron already took half a month, so now Long Chen directly started on refining Immortal King pills. Although the ingredients for the pills were precious, the refinement difficulty wasn't particularly high, thus, they could only be considered a bit above average among the mainstream pills. As for why Long Chen refined them, well, it was his first time using the Earth Cauldron to refine pills. He didn't know what the results would be, so he chose the simple Immortal King pill. With the cauldron warming complete, Long Chen tossed the medicinal pills inside the cauldron and started refining them into powders. However, as soon as Long Chen started, he jumped up. To the side, xianxia, who was standing guard, was also stunned. The ingredients that Long Chen had tossed into the Earth Cauldron directly vanished, and not even the ashes remained. Xianxia and Long Chen exchanged a look. As alchemy masters, they had never seen such a thing. Long Chen tossed more medicinal ingredients, and this time, he saw it clearly. The ingredients instantly melted and were absorbed by the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen, do you need to sacrifice enough ingredients to the Earth Cauldron before you can start refining pills? Theorized xianxia. Perhaps that's the case. Long Chen began to toss in the medicinal ingredients. At first, it was just a few at a time, but then he started tossing in giant batches. By the end, Long Chen tossed medicinal ingredients out of the primal chaos space like they were garbage, while xianxia fed them to the Earth Cauldron. Every single one of these ingredients was incredibly precious, and anyone else would die from the pain of losing them all. Fortunately, Long Chen didn't care. He had as many of these precious medicinal ingredients as he needed. Devil Eye Water Lilies, Divine Whisker Daffodils, Dragon Star Grass, they were tossed out like common grass. Long Chen decided to see just which was greater, the number of medicinal ingredients he had, or the amount that the Earth Cauldron wanted. If it had the appetite, then it could eat them all. Seeing this scene, Yu Qingshan grew numb. She was unable to imagine just how many medicinal ingredients Long Chen had. A full 2 hours later, they had tossed around a 3,000-mile mountain of medicinal ingredients inside the earth cauldron. There was no way to calculate the value of these precious ingredients. In any case, Yu Qingshan had never seen so many ingredients in her lifetime. Finally, a touch of brown light came from the earth cauldron, and the medicinal ingredients that Long Chen tossed in stopped vanishing without a trace. It seemed as if the earth cauldron was finally full. As for the primal chaos space's enormous medicinal field, it was now almost barren. In order to rapidly restore it, Long Chen tossed another immemorial corpse onto the black soil. Just like that, the medicinal ingredients rapidly proliferated again. Long Chen finally began to formally refine pills and tossed medicinal ingredients into the earth cauldron. Those ingredients instantly melted, and in the blink of an eye, turned into powders. Yu Qingshan let out a startled cry. Refining the ingredients into powders was the first step of refining a pill. It looked simple, but in truth, the purity of the medicinal powders directly correlated with the final quality of the pill. Once the refinement of an ingredient was complete and it was turned into powder, the purity of the powder was set. No matter how many impurities remained, you could only use it or throw it away. There could be no second refinement. Otherwise, as you got rid of the impurities, you would also get rid of the essence of the ingredient. Yu Qingshan was an alchemy master, so she could instantly tell that these medicinal powders were of the utmost purity, something that should be impossible in practice. No matter how great your flame control was, there would always be the slightest bit of impurity. In the end, it was unavoidable as removing any further impurity would always damage the essence of the end product. It was the so-called essence and dregs being one. The only way to remove those impurities was to remove them further along in the refinement process, driving them out step by step. However, the greatest goal was to preserve the essence of the medicinal pill. To their surprise, these powders that Long Chen had just refined got no impurities at all. This defied the common knowledge of the alchemy world. Long Chen and Yu Qingshan suddenly thought of a possibility. Long Chen grew excited. Was this why the earth cauldron consumed so many ingredients? Did the earth cauldron consume countless medicinal ingredients to turn itself into the nourishing grounds for medicinal pills? When the pill refinement started, the cauldron absorbed the impurities and the essence that came with it to restore its own energy. Just because alchemists were incapable of something didn't mean that this pill cauldron was incapable of it. Thus, Long Chen and Yu Qingshan were stunned but also delighted. They saw another path of alchemy before them. Previously, they had only been caring about their own alchemy techniques, not relying on the pill furnace. But this powerful earth cauldron showed them another way to develop their alchemy skills. Long Chen then fed more medicinal ingredients into the earth cauldron, and they were instantly turned into powders without Long Chen even needing to do anything. Everything was simple. After the medicinal powders were refined, drawing them together, merging them, and closing the lid all went smoothly. There was almost no need for Long Chen to do anything. However, during the actual pill refinement, the earth cauldron's runes lit up. As Long Chen's hand was on the earth cauldron's lid, his essence, qi, and spirit were absorbed by the earth cauldron. Long Chen jumped in shock. In all his years, it was his first time encountering such a thing. In all his previous refinements, hadn't it been spiritual strength that was necessary? Usually, alchemists would use spiritual strength to draw in the power of heaven and earth, awakening the spirit of the pill. Why did it now require his essence, qi, and spirit? Suddenly, the dome of the heavens shook as tribulation clouds gathered. Yu Qingshan cried out, "The pill hasn't even formed, but the tribulation clouds have already come." In the immortal world, only golden pills were qualified to summon heavenly tribulation clouds. Spirit pills and treasure pills were not qualified by the heavenly Taos to unleash such a thing. However, even if there was heavenly tribulation, it would only occur when the golden pill formed and unleashed its powerful aura. That would then be sensed by the heavenly Taos, and they would unleash heavenly tribulation. Unlike usual, the pill had yet to condense, but the tribulation clouds had descended. This phenomenon was something that Yu Qingshan had never seen before. Gradually, more tribulation clouds gathered, covering the ghost ship. Clearly, the heavens did not care about a ghost ship. They would strike down even a ghost ship if they had to. Just then, the earth cauldron suddenly opened, and 9 pillars of light shot into the sky. The brilliant golden light left Long Chen and Yu Qingshan speechless. Top-grade golden pills. 9 top-grade golden pills. It had to be known that xianxia was capable of refining top-grade golden pills. In fact, she had even refined a peerless-grade golden pill. However, that was something that relied partially on luck. Perhaps not a single top-grade golden pill would appear in 100 of xianxia's refinements. However, Long Chen had refined 9 of them at once. They then looked at the beautiful lines swirling around the golden pill, feeling like they were dreaming. Just then, the tribulation clouds rumbled, and wild lightning crashed down like millions of lightning serpents at the 9 golden pills. Chapter 4068 Landing on the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. Long Chen was about to summon Lei Linger to consume the lightning, but the earth cauldron suddenly quivered again. After that, all the lightning serpents instantly vanished. Heaven and earth became silent as if nothing had occurred. As for the 9 golden pills inside the earth cauldron, lines of lightning now appeared on top of them. They had become tribulation pills. It's done. Long Chen was stunned. He felt like the refinement had yet to start, but it was already over. It was so fast that he couldn't even react. This lightning had almost been equal to the immortal king tribulation of a double supreme. But it was absorbed by the earth cauldron before it even fell. In the blink of an eye, the tribulation was over, and the golden pills turned into tribulation pills. At this moment, Long Chen simply stared at the immortal king pill sparkling with golden light and lines of lightning. He had to admit that he was truly shaken. At first, Long Chen had been thinking that using the earth cauldron to refine pills would be incredibly difficult. But after warming it up and sacrificing the medicinal ingredients to it, everything became easy, so easy that he couldn't believe it. It felt like a dream, it didn't seem real. When he picked up the medicinal pills, he could sense the vast medicinal energy inside of them. A single pill felt like an entire world to itself, and immense energy flowed within it, manifesting its own laws. These top-grade golden pills are incredibly powerful. I've never seen such powerful golden pills. Long Chen, you're amazing. Xianxia stared at the golden pills excitedly. It's not that I'm amazing, it's the cauldron. I don't dare to believe that this is real, said Long Chen. Long Chen continued refining pills. After tossing the ingredients inside, everything went as easily as before. At first, the cauldron was sealed in just a few breaths' time. Then, when Long Chen put his hand on the lid, a powerful suction absorbed his essence, qi, and spirit, triggering the tribulation clouds. In the end, the earth cauldron simply shook for a bit and all the lightning in the sky vanished, a sign that 9 top-grade golden pills were born. Following that, heavenly tribulation began to repeatedly gather and vanish. Each cauldron of pills was complete in just a few breaths' time, and Long Chen spent 4 hours refining like this. In the end, he was incredibly weary, his face pale and his aura weak. It felt like his essence, qi, and spirit were exhausted, so he had no choice but to stop. In 4 hours, Long Chen had done 240 some refinements, which resulted in over 2,000 golden pills. This result was terrifying. Every cauldron of pills contained only top-grade golden pills, and no other tiers appeared, let alone garbage pills. Looking at over 2,000 top-grade golden pills, Long Chen felt so blessed that he was going to pass out. I understand. The pill Tao is to gather the essence of vegetation with the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, turning it into one body. Between heaven and earth, the alchemist is the bridge. Thus, heaven, earth, and man are 3 entities in one. The heavens have 3 treasures, the sun, moon, and stars, while man has 3 treasures, essence, qi, and spirit. By drawing the essence, qi, and spirit into the pill, you can join the pill with heaven and earth, said Xianxia. While Long Chen was bitterly having his essence, qi, and spirit extracted, Xianxia was pondering what this meant in terms of alchemy. Why was the earth cauldron doing this? After comprehending, she grew excited. She had once more broken through a bottleneck on the pill Tao. Xianxia, why don't you try using the earth cauldron? Then we can take turns and refine more pills, said Long Chen. The earth cauldron wasn't something that could see the light of day. However, now they were alone on the heavenly river, so they could be brazen and use it like this. Once they arrived somewhere else, they wouldn't be able to be this careless anymore. But then, Long Chen felt powerless over the fact that the earth cauldron refused to pay any attention to Xianxia. She couldn't even send her flame into it. Thus, they could only give up. However, Xianxia wasn't disappointed. After the failed attempt, she simply took out her own pill furnace and started a refinement. The earth cauldron had enlightened her, and when her refinement was complete, it also drew down heavenly tribulation. This time, the earth cauldron didn't move. It seemed that it disdained absorbing heavenly tribulation that it didn't summon. Long Chen then called out Lei Linger, and she devoured the tribulation lightning. After she was done, Yu Qingshan opened the lid to reveal a top-grade golden pill, along with some other high-grade pills as well. This was not luck or coincidence. Her alchemy skills had greatly improved at this one moment. However, Yu Qingshan's top-grade golden pill had not gone through tribulation, so Long Chen simply handed it to Lei Linger, and Lei Linger quickly returned a tribulation golden pill to her. This is possible. Yu Qingshan was stunned. Was this not cheating? However, it was truly a tribulation pill. She had never thought that tribulation pills could be created like that. After resting for a few hours, Long Chen continued refining pills. The effect of top-grade golden pills was so great that Long Chen didn't dare to give them to Guo Ran and the others, afraid that they would have trouble with the pills. However, he had to take advantage while there was no one on the heavenly river to refine as many pills as possible. Yu Qingshan simply stood beside Long Chen, and at the same time, sensed the fluctuations of the earth cauldron, using the experience to corroborate her pill Dao. When Long Chen rested, Yu Qingshan refined pills herself, merging her new insights from the earth cauldron into her refinements. Even though she was merely using a world domain pill furnace, she was also capable of refining top-grade golden pills. Almost every single refinement produced one. Although they were both top-grade golden pills, the actual quality of her pills was inferior to the top-grade golden pills of the earth cauldron. But even so, Yu Qingshan had improved immensely compared to before. Yu Qingshan didn't even care about all the top-grade golden pills that she was refining. What truly excited her was that her comprehension of the pill Dao had climbed a level. It was like she had found the golden key to a treasure chest of enlightenment. As the two of them continuously refined pills, heavenly tribulation clouds kept forming above them, only to be absorbed by the earth cauldron or Lei Linger. It was truly a bizarre scene. While Long Chen and Yu Qingshan refined pills, the others didn't slack off either. They focused on their own cultivation. Although they didn't dare to consume the golden pills that Long Chen refined, they did consume the golden pills that Yu Qingshan refined. Yu Qingshan's golden pills were amazingly effective and so powerful that even Guo Ran and the others were almost unable to consume them. They were somewhat unable to suppress their medicinal energy, resulting in their realms almost charging into the 8th heaven stage after consuming one pill. However, if they simply broke through like that, it would not be a blessing but rather a problem, causing their foundations to grow unsteady. Hence, they did their best to suppress the power of the pill while also cultivating, which caused a portion of the medicinal pill's energy to be wasted. Although it was a bit wasteful, it was better than having their foundations grow unstable. A full month passed just like that. Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the Dragonblood warriors also managed to slowly break through to the 8th heaven stage thanks to the golden pills. On this day, Long Chen finally stopped refining pills and looked into the distance solemnly. The wind is rising. Everybody, prepare yourself. The ghost ship is about to land, and we're about to set foot into the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. Hearing this, everyone tensed up. The Nirvana Overflow Heaven was even more ancient than the Violet Flame Heaven, so there were countless experts here. It was their new challenge. At the same time, they looked forward to reuniting with their brothers that had been scattered throughout the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. Chapter 4069 Demon Tide. While sailing on the heavenly river, there was no wind or waves. Hence, for there to be wind now, there must be a landmass a day's travel away. Everyone was excited to set foot onto the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, a world on an even higher level than the Violet Flame Heaven. However, this also meant that there were more dangers there. This higher level referred to the fact that the laws of the heavenly Taoes were more complete there, along with more intact inheritances. Based on it, the Violet Flame Heaven was more intact than the Darklight Heaven, and the Nirvana Overflow Heaven was even more well preserved than the Violet Flame Heaven. Here, countless ancient inheritances had been fully preserved through the ancient battles. However, the stronger the world, the greater the competition. As the fighting got even more intense, the outcome was also crueler. Many heavenly geniuses that had crossed heavens to come here silently fell within this competition, becoming other people's stepping stones. In order to survive within this cruel world, you needed to obey a few laws of survival or had some trump cards that would allow you to adapt to this new environment. When it came to the heavenly geniuses that came from outside this heaven, perhaps they did have the ability to compete with the native heavenly geniuses, but they didn't have the sufficient backgrounds. As for the natives, they were naturally arrogant and looked down on any outsiders. They viewed the latter as frogs at the bottom of a well who had not seen the world. Thus, it was very difficult for outsiders to integrate themselves into this place. Even if they tried to seek shelter at some sects, those sects would keep a close eye on them and conduct a thorough investigation, not trusting the outsiders fully. Unless you were willing to have a slave mark placed on you, it was difficult to get anyone to accept you. But heavenly geniuses were heavenly geniuses, and to become someone else's slave was unacceptable to them. Of course, it couldn't be blamed on the sects for not trusting outsiders. After all, the Nirvana Overflow Heaven was different from the Violet Flame Heaven. In the Violet Flame Heaven, although there were many other races, the majority of cultivators were still human. Only a small portion were demonic beasts, and there were even less of other races. On the other hand, in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, humans were only 20% of all cultivators, occupying only 10% of the total territory. The Nirvana Overflow Heaven was truly a land of 10,000 races. All the human race, demonic beast race, devil race, blood race, spirit race, charm race, netherworld race, and others had inheritances here. Furthermore, some of their cultivation lands were forbidden for the human race. In fact, if someone were to act wrongly, it might even cause a war between two races. In any case, in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, you needed to be wary of the human race and also the other races. It was truly a place of opportunity and danger. With that in mind, the Nirvana Overflow Heaven had a lot of wild lands from the Primal Chaos era, which always drew countless adventurers. As a result, countless experts died within them every year. But in the same vein, countless treasures were also brought out of that place each year. If the Violet Flame Heaven had been 90% explored, then the Nirvana Overflow Heaven was a wilderness. People had only explored 10 to 20% of it. According to reason, considering how many experts were within the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, the exploration of these lands should be completed very quickly. However, the relationships between various powers within were rather complex. Many places were occupied by powerful immemorial races. But they themselves didn't explore parts of their land, and they refused to allow others to do so. Only a small portion of the masterless lands drew adventurers in, as they took the risk of venturing through them. But due to special restrictions from the laws of the heavenly Taos, many of those areas could not be entered. People could only explore the outer edges. Thus, when the Nirvana Overflow Heaven was mentioned, all the Violet Flame Heaven's experts wanted to go there but also didn't dare to. With the ghost ship about to land, they were about to arrive in a wild land of legends. Countless dangers and treasures awaited them, filling them with adrenaline. Boss, should we switch ships? It would be showing off too much to use a ghost ship. If the news from the Violet Flame Heaven reaches this place before us, we'll be exposed, said Sha Chen. Long Chen nodded. It would be good to be low-key for a while. Theoretically, the news from the Violet Flame Heaven wouldn't travel here so quickly. I heard that going from the Violet Flame Heaven to the Nirvana Overflow Heaven from the Heavenly River normally takes at least half a year. But we only took 2 months. So, in terms of the information leaking, we shouldn't have to worry about it for now. However, the Nirvana Overflow Heaven has too many immemorial races, many of whom don't have a good relationship with the human race. Thus, we'll be low-key first to figure out the situation here. Let's not instantly become the center of attention. After all, the Nirvana Overflow Heaven was not the Violet Flame Heaven. Without any helpers to support them, being more reserved was a must. Boss, now that we're in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, shouldn't you lead us through the ancient wild lands? Let's find some treasures, said Guo Ran. When it comes to that, it would be best if we wait until we find Mo Nian. As for me, I'll give up on that. With my bad luck, I kept brushing against death whenever I went somewhere like that. Don't come with me, and it'll be safer for you, said Long Chen with a bitter smile. Last time, in the 3,000 worlds, if it hadn't been for the Elder of the Heavenly Eye race taking action, they would have all died in the underground tomb. Thinking back, those terrifying immemorial corpses were probably at the level of heaven venerates. They weren't existences that Long Chen and the others could currently deal with. That feeling of powerlessness wasn't something that Long Chen wanted to experience again. After all, he couldn't rely on luck to live. He had to have the ability to protect himself before he started running around. Upon mentioning Mo Nian, Sha Chen, and Guo Ran's eyes lit up. They had agreed to go big with Mo Nian once they all arrived in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. Just who was Mo Nian? An absolute master at getting rich quickly. If they followed him, they would definitely make huge gains. Suddenly, they vaguely heard a rumbling sound far in the distance, startling them. What is that? It's the aura of the demon race, said Sha Chen. He then looked at the source of the sound but didn't see anything. As the ghost ship crossed the water rapidly, the demonic chi in the air grew stronger and stronger. Just like that, the rumbling noises also grew louder. It's a sea demon tide. The sea demons are attacking the land, said Long Chen. He had experienced this kind of tides before. Trillions of sea demons were charging toward the land, causing huge waves to rise out of the water. This water contained the power of the sea demons, so the waves alone were equivalent to a divine art unleashed by a peak expert, capable of destroying the human race's defenses. After the waves, there came the sea demons. They would slaughter anyone they saw, painting the land with a bloody and terrifying scene. Unexpectedly, Long Chen and the others ended up encountering such a thing as soon as they arrived in this place. Let's take a look. If the sea demons are attacking a human settlement, we'll help. If it's another race, we'll decide whether or not to help when we see them, said Long Chen. The ghost ship sped across the water, and they quickly saw land up ahead. The land was covered in sea demons that were charging forward. At this moment, rays of divine light blew through their ranks, blasting them apart. Yu Qingshan cried out, "It's the human race's magical arts. Then we're going to help." Long Chen nodded. He could see that these attacks contained the fluctuations of the soul, so they should be from the human race. Sha Chen cried out excitedly and sent the ghost ship flying straight toward the sea demons. Chapter 4070 Repaying Kindness with Enmity. As the ghost ship sped forward, endless demonic beasts appeared ahead of them. To their surprise, the majority of these demonic beasts had reached the immortal king realm, and their numbers were staggering. When those sea demons saw the ghost ship, they fled in terror. However, they were too slow compared to it. Thus, when the ghost ship passed by them, their bodies stiffened, and they simply floated on the surface of the water, dead. The ghost ship's terrifying aura was something that even heaven-venerate demonic beasts didn't dare to underestimate, so these immortal king sea demons simply died after being exposed to its aura. Wherever the ghost ship passed, sea demons floated to the surface of the water. There was no need for the Dragonblood warriors to do anything. However, they didn't slack off either. They dragged the corpses on board, as they knew that Long Chen was always gathering corpses. Long Chen directly tossed them into the primal chaos space, letting the black soil devour them. After all, the growth of the Fusong trees and the moon trees required an incredible amount of life energy. They were like bottomless pits. Long Chen could use as many of these corpses as he could get his hands on. Although the Fusong trees and the moon trees were still in their youth, the amount of life energy that they provided him was also incredible. Other than his eye, any wounds to his physical body could simply be ignored now. Long Chen and the others rapidly approached the landmass and saw that millions of sea demons had already climbed onto the land. Through the masses of sea demons, they were vaguely able to see rays of saber light and sweeping sword chi. So, there were human experts fighting the sea demons. At this moment, the ground was already dyed, red from fresh blood, and mountains of corpses were piling up. There is at least a heaven venerate here. It seems that we came for nothing. Long Chen sensed a powerful aura deep within the battlefield and couldn't help smiling. Although there were many sea demons here, even the strongest one was only at the level of an earth venerate. Thus, as long as there was a single heaven venerate here, then everything was under control. However, the ghost ship was already charging to the shore, so there was no time to turn around. They simply allowed the ghost ship to smash into the land. The ghost ship then smashed a ditch into the land, killing all the sea demons around the ditch. Thanks to its speed, in an instant, the ghost ship came crashing thousands of miles into the land, only coming to a stop at the heart of the battlefield. This was where the human race had set up their defenses. Here, countless experts were borrowing the power of special equipment to fight off the sea demons. When the ghost ship arrived, countless sea demons died, and only some stronger ones and those that were further away managed to flee like the retreating tide, leaving the battlefield empty. At this moment, tens of millions of human experts could be seen in the defensive formation, staring in shock at the giant ghost ship. They were terrified. For them, this ghost ship was even more terrifying than the endless sea demons. "Uncle Tree, keep your cultivation base concealed," transmitted Long Chen. Uncle Tree nodded and then suppressed his aura to the peak of the World King realm. After a moment, the people defending finally noticed Long Chen and the others standing at the head of the ghost ship. The speaker was a fair-skinned man with an acceptable appearance. However, he appeared incredibly arrogant, as if he didn't place anyone else in his eyes. Long Chen and the others had brought the ghost ship to drive away the sea demons, essentially helping them out, but that person wasn't the slightest bit thankful. Instead, he seemed like he was interrogating criminals. It seems that we were being meddlesome. Guo Ran curled his lips. Looking at the experts before them, he detected expressions of shock, curiosity, and hostility. But the only thing he didn't see was gratitude. The feeling of being snubbed despite their good intentions irritated them. With no other way to steer the ghost ship any longer, Long Chen and the others got off and prepared to leave. However, while Long Chen and the others wanted to leave, the human experts didn't allow them to go. As soon as they came off the ghost ship, that fair-skinned man led his people to block them. "I asked you a question. Who are you? What is this ghost ship? Are you mute?" he shouted, angry at Long Chen and the others' disregard. "I have no duty to answer you. If you don't want to die, scram." Long Chen frowned and looked at this man coldly. Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the others were also irritated. Were these people fools? Was this how they treated people who helped them? If Long Chen and the others hadn't come, who knew how many of their people would have died? Were they even humans? Even animals wouldn't repay kindness with enmity, right? Ha 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 ha, what a huge joke. Who do you think you are to talk to me, Yi Wenxuan, like that? This fair-skinned man was a late-stage immortal king. Despite that, his aura was extremely powerful. He was a double supreme, and he intentionally unleashed his divine pressure when he laughed so that his voice shook the sky. Before this, he had been leading everyone against the tide of sea demons, unstoppable on the battlefield. But just as he was in the zone, Long Chen and the others suddenly charged in, driving away all the sea demons and taking away his glory. Furthermore, they were actually driving a ghost ship, shocking him, as well as making him feel a bit envious. However, the thing that truly drove him mad was the beautiful Yu Qingxian. She had her arm wrapped around Long Chen's arm the entire time. "I don't care who you are, what your status is, or which backer you have. Don't try to probe who I am, and don't try to anger me to test my bottom line. Otherwise, by the time you regret it, it will be too late." Long Chen looked at Yi Wenxuan frostily. As expected, the information about this place was accurate. The native experts here could instantly tell who was an outsider to this heaven. Although they were all part of the human race, these natives would not welcome you and would even think of ways to make things difficult for you. Seeing that Long Chen could drive a ghost ship and also came from outside this heaven, it seemed that this Yi Wenxuan wanted him to hand over his secrets first. Long Chen intentionally glanced at a certain location behind the defenses. It was the place where he sensed the powerful aura of a heaven venerate. However, this heaven venerate did not reveal themselves, intentionally leaving things to Yi Wenxuan. Clearly, they didn't view Long Chen and the others seriously. They simply wanted him to hand over his secrets. "It seems that you'll refuse until you're forced to. Then I won't waste more words with you. Capture them all." Yi Wenxuan sneered and waved his hand. As he did so, dozens of experts stepped forward. The next moment, with a flash of cold light, dozens of heads flew into the air, accompanied by a rain of blood. Chapter 4071 Uncle Tree makes a move. At almost the same time, dozens of swords simply came out and returned to their sheaths, drawing the blood of experts in a quick slash. At this moment, the Dragonblood warriors looked very calm, their faces not showing even the slightest ripple, as though they had just done something completely insignificant when they killed over 20 double supremes in a beat. Yi Wenxuan roared. He hadn't viewed Long Chen and the others as a threat at the start. After all, none of them had the aura of the heavenly Taos of the Nirvana Overflow Heaven on them, so they were clearly outsiders. Thus, even if they had come on a ghost ship, he didn't view them as anyone amazing, thinking that 20 double supremes would be enough to frighten them into submission. Those 20-some double supremes had also thought the same. However, the Dragonblood warriors weren't playing with them, so they directly took the lives of these fools. Feeling furious, Yi Wenxuan took action himself, his sharp claws reaching for Long Chen's throat. When his manifestation burst into existence, a powerful pressure caused the heavenly Taos to rumble. It went without saying that Yi Wenxuan was very powerful. Furthermore, because he was an expert who had grown up in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, the heavenly Taos in this area supported his every move. This was different from any foreigners. Due to the different laws between heavens, if the foreigners wanted to establish themselves in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, they would need to first obtain the recognition of the laws of the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. However, for them to gain this recognition would require at least half a year's time. Only then would they be able to borrow the power of the heavenly Taos. Thus, any new foreigners would have very great difficulty integrating themselves into this world, and they would often be bullied by others. Without the support of the heavenly Taos, their magical arts and normal attacks would be flimsy. Essentially, a newcomer would lose half of their cultivation base's power, so they would usually have to be obedient to any other experts that they encountered here. Long Chen didn't even need to move. At this moment, a metallic hand had caught Yi Wenxuan's claw. Yi Wenxuan then saw the armor-clad Guo Ran and felt sharp pain striking his wrist. It felt like it would be torn off. "Release me." Yi Wenxuan kicked Guo Ran's abdomen. Although this was a normal attack, most people would avoid getting struck in their dantian and naturally let go of their grasp. Even if they didn't let go, the distraction would allow the enemies to easily pull away. However, Yi Wenxuan had miscalculated. Guo Ran was covered in armor and had no dead angles, so there was no such thing as a vital spot. Without it, there was no need for him to dodge. Also, when Yi Wenxuan's kick landed, needles sprouted out of Guo Ran's armor. It was like he was a porcupine. Following that, Long Chen and the others couldn't bear to watch it. Yi Wenxuan's calf was directly pierced through, leaving countless holes. Yi Wenxuan screamed like a pig being slaughtered. These needles were an automatic defense that contained some kind of poison. If it was just poison, it would be one thing, but it actually had the rust scraped off of the ghost ship. This rust had been modified by Sha Chen through a formation to turn into sharp needles, and anyone pierced by them would be doomed. As a result, Yi Wenxuan's bloody leg rapidly rotted. Most terrifying of all, it was rapidly spreading. "Release Wenxuan, or you'll all die." Just then, the void exploded. The Heaven Venerate finally revealed himself. He was a middle-aged man in white robes with golden threads throughout it, looking to be about 40 years old. He was glaring at Long Chen furiously. "Or we'll all die, haha, then I want to see how we'll die," sneered Long Chen. Long Chen knew that Yi Wenxuan's provocations were a test. But this kind of test was insulting and humiliating to him. First of all, ignoring that Long Chen had helped them, even if they had no relationship at all, such a test was clearly a slap in their faces. Long Chen was in the habit of slapping others in the face, but he refused to receive one himself. Long Chen knew that Yi Wenxuan most likely possessed some kind of special status. Thus, he was just planning on giving the latter a lesson and leaving it at that. Based on normal practice, when this Heaven Venerate appeared, he should first apologize and say that this child was lacking manners. And in order to give him face, everyone would take a step back. Long Chen also wouldn't make things hard on him if that was the case. This whole thing could be brushed aside as a little scuffle before becoming friends. Well, although they might not become friends, at the very least, things wouldn't go too far. However, this old fellow was so arrogant, saying that he would make sure that they all died. Who did they think they were? Long Chen was not so patient. "Ignorant junior, since you don't recognize kindness, you can die now." The Heaven Venerate pointed his finger and shot a ray of divine light toward Guo Ran, reaching his head almost the instant it appeared. Fortunately, Long Chen had long since been prepared and slashed the ray of light with his saber. With an explosive boom, Long Chen grunted and flew back, his blood chi flipping inside of him. He almost coughed up blood. He was instantly enraged. This old fellow had really launched a killing blow. "Uncle Tree, kill him." Feeling enraged, Long Chen gave up on holding back. As fellow humans, this old man just had to be so tyrannical. Even other races wouldn't treat him so badly, no. The Heaven Venerate was startled to see Long Chen block his attack. He had not been holding back at all, but a little immortal king had actually blocked it. At this moment, killing intent exploded from within him. He definitely couldn't allow such a figure to live. However, just as he was about to launch another killing blow at Long Chen, a silent wooden spear pierced through the ground behind him. Having not imagined that there would be another hidden expert here, he didn't even have time to dodge. His body was directly pierced through. In that instant, he was terrified to sense the energy in his body rapidly flowing away. Thus, he hastily formed hand seals and spat out a mouthful of blood, which then condensed into a strange totem in the sky. Sacred light blood evasion. The Heaven Venerate's body shook as he forcibly tore himself off the wooden spear, entering the blood totem. When he tore off the wooden spear, it was possible to see his flesh and innards be ripped out. Apparently, this spear had rapidly rooted inside his body. All that could be said was that he was truly a vicious character, as he was capable of making the instantaneous decision to sacrifice a portion of his body to flee. Just you wait, our Yi clan won't let you off. In an instant, the heaven venerate vanished once he entered the blood totem, but his furious roar echoed throughout the land. The blood totem suddenly exploded, covering Long Chen and the others in its light. At the same time, Uncle Tree's expression changed. Not good, he placed a tracking seal on us. Chapter 4072 Eternal Clan, Heavenly Divinity Race. Fine, since you're courting death, you can just die. Long Chen's fury ignited. Just what was going on? When he did good deeds, he still ended up being faced with animosity. Had he gone crazy, or had the world gone mad instead? Guo Ran and the others were also irritated. Were these people brutes? Even animals should know to thank people who helped them. As the Heaven Venerate managed to escape, Uncle Tree apologized. I'm sorry, I'm too used to the Nether Emperor's formation, so I was slow with my attack. Because of that, he escaped. For many years, Uncle Tree had relied on the formations of the Fiend Eye to subdue his targets, so his dexterity had regressed. Otherwise, this Heaven Venerate would definitely die. It's fine, it doesn't matter that he escaped. It's not like we could kill everyone here, consoled Long Chen. Release me, Yi Wenxuan shouted loudly, interrupting them. His lower body had already decayed, but he was still caught in Guo Ran's grasp, powerless to resist. However, his mouth continued to threaten them. If you don't, Long Chen didn't bother talking to him anymore. With a single point of his finger, he pierced Yi Wenxuan's head, channeling his spiritual strength. He directly did a brute force soul search. Eternal Clan, Heavenly Divinity Race. Through this soul search, Long Chen learned that this Yi Wenxuan came from an eternal clan that was called a part of the Heavenly Divinity Race. An eternal clan was an existence that had an eternal expert standing over it. This so-called eternal realm was the one above a Heaven Venerate. In this realm, it was said that you would be immortal and undying, possessing longevity as long as the universe. In the mortal world, the so-called gods and immortals referred to these experts. They were existences that countless cultivators never had a chance of encountering in their entire lives. When Long Chen first heard of this eternal realm, he first thought of that sweeping elder in the High Firmament Academy. Little Crane had told him that the Rainbow Crane race possessed an exceedingly long lifespan. She had already seen several generations of Deans, but that sweeping elder had sent off several generations of Rainbow Cranes. In Long Chen's mind, only an eternal expert possessed such a terrifying lifespan. The title of an eternal clan indicated that this family possessed an eternal expert or had once produced an eternal expert, possessing an eternal inheritance. As for this heavenly divinity race, they appeared in the immemorial era. When the so-called heavenly divinities were born, a heavenly manifestation appeared. Thus, they were called the gods of the heavens, celestial beings that obeyed only the will of the heavens. After the immemorial era, those heavenly manifestations stopped appearing, so heavenly divinities became a thing of legend. Long Chen hadn't expected Yi Wenxuan's background to be an eternal clan that was the descendant of heavenly divinities. It was no wonder that he was so arrogant. Regretfully, Yi Wenxuan's soul was protected by sacred energy, so Long Chen was barely able to grasp any information at all. Everything was inaccessible, from the rest of the information about his clan and the things that couldn't even count as secrets in his family. After Long Chen killed Yi Wenxuan, the other experts' expressions changed, and they looked at Long Chen in horror. They could not believe that a group of foreigners actually dared to kill Yi Wenxuan. They had brought about a calamity. Long Chen's gaze then swept over them. The experts around had the same robes as Yi Wenxuan. On every robe, golden threads formed the Julie immortal character for their Yi family name, so it was easy to recognize. When Long Chen looked over them, those people's hair instantly stood on end. It felt as if a wild beast had set its sights on them, leaving them with a chill in their spines. In truth, Long Chen had the urge to do more soul searches and see just what was so special about this Yi clan. However, if even a heavenly genius like Yi Wenxuan could only have this little bit of information, then he would probably get even less from the others. You, get out here. I'm going to ask you a few questions. If you don't want to die, you'll answer them. If you want to die, just kill yourself now so we can save time. Long Chen pointed at an old Earth Venerate. The Earth Venerate quivered but managed to walk forward. Putting on a cool appearance, he said, "You can ask, but I can't say anything relating to the secrets of my Yi clan even if you kill me. I'm going to ask, and you're going to answer. Anything more or less and you'll die, said Long Chen coldly. He then asked, what is this place? The elder cleared his throat and hastily replied, the Jiangning Prefecture. Is this the territory of your Yi clan? Asked Long Chen. No, we were asked to deal with the sea demon tide. Asked, did that cost money? Sneered Long Chen. Yi, yes. The elder was a bit embarrassed. Long Chen looked at the elder contemptuously. He didn't even need to ask more to know what was going on. Tell me, in the Jiangning Prefecture, is it possible to ask other powers for help? Asked Long Chen. Ah, well, the instant the elder hesitated, Guo Ran slapped him in the face, causing him to stagger. My boss asked you a question. You dare to hesitate. Next time, it won't be a slap in the face but my blade through your neck. That person was shocked and enraged. He, a grand earth venerate, was slapped in the face, and it was by a little immortal king brat. It was a huge humiliation for him. But looking at Uncle Tree beside Long Chen, he could only endure. That was an existence that had even scared off a heaven venerate. It is of course possible to ask others. However, the Jiangning Prefecture has a good relationship with my Yi clan, so naturally they asked us for aid first, said the elder, swallowing his anger. Your Yi clan really came up with a good scheme. You use the sea demon tide as a trial by fire. With it, not only can you temper the combat power of your disciples, but you can even make money. Most importantly, you get others indebted to you while profiting. Looking at the group of people that stared at him with conflicting expressions, Long Chen knew what was going on. On the battlefield, the Yi clan had joined forces with the disciples of certain powers to clean up the sea demons. The original experts here didn't get that chance. After all, the bodies of sea demons were filled with treasures. A sea demon tide was indeed a calamity, but it was also an opportunity. With righteous indignation, the Yi clan actually barged in to reap all the benefits from the natives and even forced them to pay a cleaning fee when doing so, making the Jiangning Prefecture owe them a debt. Based on the crap from Yi Wenxuan and the Heaven Venerate, Long Chen knew most of what was going on. By looking at the infuriated expressions of the experts in the distance, their expressions that were mixed with resentment and fear, everything was clear. HMPH, what eternal clan, what heavenly divinity race. Their manners are crap. You've already lost the face of your ancestors, sneered Long Chen. He had seen shameless people but not to such an extent. Such a major force was actually fighting over some scraps with this group of low-level cultivators. It was completely ridiculous. The elder was red from being exposed, but he didn't dare to make a sound, afraid that Long Chen would directly kill him otherwise. I know that your Yi clan will come for me. So, help me tell them that I don't care about them being an eternal clan or being part of the heavenly divinity race. Don't provoke me. If Boss Long San gets angry, the consequences will be very severe for you all. After saying that, Long Chen waved his hand. They all got on the flying boat, and under the gazes of countless people, they flew off. Chapter 4073 Pursuit of the Yi clan. Long Chen and the others had just left when the void erupted and three figures emerged at once, all of them wearing the robes of the Yi clan. One of them was the Heaven Venerate that had escaped back then. Bastard! Where did they go? Roared that Heaven Venerate, reporting, those interlopers just left in that direction. Pointed the elder who had been questioned by Long Chen. Idiot, how useless are you? Why didn't you stop them? Roared the Heaven Venerate. At this moment, his aura was still weak. Uncle Tree's attack had clearly given him a serious wound that he could not recover from in just a short time. Hearing this reprimand, that Earth Venerate immediately lowered his head and didn't dare to make a sound. Inside, he cursed that Heaven Venerate. If even you couldn't stop him, how could I? However, he didn't dare to stand up to this person, afraid of being killed with a slap, so he could only endure. Did he say anything? Demanded one of the other two that the fleeing Heaven Venerate had brought. These two were also Heaven Venerates. He did say something, but this lowly one doesn't dare to repeat it, said the elder. Speak, roared the Heaven Venerate. He said, help me tell them that I don't care about them being an eternal clan or being part of the heavenly divinity race. Don't provoke me. If Boss Long San gets angry, the consequences will be very severe for you all. Bam! Upon hearing this statement, the injured Heaven Venerate directly slapped that elder flying. Fuck, this brat really is arrogant. If I let you escape my grasp today, I'll change my family name to yours. That pitiful elder had only repeated Long Chen's words, but he was slapped unconscious. When he woke up, he would probably curse that heaven venerates entire family. HMPH, what an arrogant brat. Since he didn't report his name, killing him won't cause any big waves. Let's go. Once we catch up, we'll find out just whose family's brat dares to be so arrogant, snorted one of the other heaven venerates. In an instant, the three of them vanished from sight. The flying boat whistled away, instantly crossing thousands of miles. Long Chen and the others had left the shore, going deeper inland. Boss, why are we running? With Uncle Tree here, we can kill as many of them as they come. There's no need for such courtesy for these bastards. Guo Ran couldn't help complaining. They have more people there, and that is their battleground. That means they have a channel that can provide an endless supply of experts. Also, the Nirvana Overflow Heaven is not the Violet Flame Heaven. The Yi clan is an eternal clan, a part of the heavenly divinity race, so their foundation is definitely shocking. There's no need for us to fight them directly. Furthermore, if we are to be enemies with them, we'll need to be smarter about it, said Long Chen. He suddenly asked, did you not feel like the Yi clan's experts were a bit familiar? Now that you say it, they do seem a bit familiar. It's like we've seen them before, said Guo Ran after a moment's hesitation. That's right, their auras are familiar, said a Dragonblood warrior. Sha Chen slapped his leg. Boss, the Yi family was one of the 4 divine families on the Martial Heaven continent. When Sha Chen said this, everyone suddenly realized why they seemed familiar. Guo Ran exclaimed, yes, yes. Their auras are similar to the Yi family. That Yi Wenxuan's irritating face, the way that the damn ghost Yi Liangchen spoke, they all seem similar. Was the Martial Heaven continent's Yi family a branch of the Nirvana Overflow Heaven's heavenly divinity race? Sha Chen found it a bit inconceivable. Then what about the rest of the 4 divine families? It was the Long, Zhao, Yi, and Zhang families back then. Are they all part of the heavenly divinity race? Then doesn't that mean that Boss is also a member of the heavenly divinity race? Guo Ran looked at Long Chen in disbelief. Long Chen also sank into thought. Back in the Divine Dao Pavilion, Long Chen had flipped through countless tomes and had read about the mentions of eternal clans in the heavenly divinity race. However, when he flipped through the directory, he found that many tomes were missing, ones that seemed to relate to them. And when Long Chen asked about it, he was told that the dean had taken away a portion of those tomes. As for why, no one knew. Now that Long Chen thought back on it, given the High Firmament Academy's foundation, they definitely had to have a deeper understanding of the heavenly divinity race, so they must have intentionally kept this information from him. Could it be that the dean knows about my origins? Wondered Long Chen suddenly. Although Long Chen was now an immortal king, when he thought back to Dean Bai Lishan's aura, he still felt like the latter's cultivation base was like a vast sea. There was no chance that he was really just an immortal king. That air around him was something that not even heaven venerates could reach. At the same time, Long Chen thought of the sweeping elder. His pair of turbid eyes seemed to have long since seen through everything. Could it be that the Long, Zhao, Yi, and Zhang families are part of the heavenly divinity race? But then why would they stay in the mortal world? What is their goal? Long Chen couldn't figure it out. Could it be that this was related to some unspeakable secret? If it really was the case, then this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Long Chen smelled a scheme. Master, they're chasing us. Suddenly, Uncle Tree's voice interrupted Long Chen's thoughts. Uncle Tree, how many of them are there? Asked Long Chen. 3. One of them is the fish that escaped. Uncle Tree, leave that fish to me. Can you handle the remaining 2? Asked Long Chen. If I am prepared, I should be fine. 1 against 3. There's no need for Master to take that risk. If you were to be hurt, I would never be able to make up for it, said Uncle Tree hastily. It had to be known that the enemy was a heaven venerate, so even when injured, he wasn't something that a group of immortal kings could handle. If Long Chen were to be killed by him, Uncle Tree's conscience wouldn't be able to take it. After all, it was Long Chen who had freed him. If Long Chen then died under his protection, he would be guilt-ridden for the rest of his life. Uncle Tree, don't worry. I won't do anything that I'm not confident in. We've just arrived in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven and still have the aura of the Violet Flame Heaven on us. If we want to adapt to these heavenly Daos as quickly as possible, a big battle is the best option. We will force the laws of heaven and earth to change our auras. Coincidentally, a heaven venerate is one with heaven and earth, so we can borrow his power to change our auras. That way, we won't be instantly recognized as foreigners, and we will have an easier time traveling here, said Long Chen. Then be careful. Don't force yourself too hard. Uncle Tree could only hope that Long Chen was as powerful as he thought. As the void rumbled, 3 figures tore through space, giving off heaven-shaking auras and twisting killing intent. This place was an empty land surrounded by a mountain range. After following the tracking seal to this area, the 3 heaven venerate experts of the Yi clan came to a sudden stop. Stop hiding. Come out and face your death. The heaven venerate that Uncle Tree had injured roared. He knew that Long Chen and the others were nearby. Are you blind? Couldn't you see our giant group yourself? Just who is hiding? Long Chen looked at them disdainfully from atop a mountain, not hiding at all. Actually, they were standing there completely openly, but alas, this idiot just had crap instead of eyes. Upon spotting them, the fury of that heaven venerate exploded, and he shot straight toward Long Chen. Chapter 4074 Battle of Heaven Venerates. Ninth Elder, wait. The injured elder was grabbed by one of his comrades, stopping him. Seventh Elder, what are you doing? Roared the ninth elder, feeling furious as hell. These 3 people were the Yi clan's 7th, 8th, and 9th elders respectively. After the 9th elder was injured, as soon as he successfully fled, he summoned these 2 comrades of his. At this moment, the 7th elder pointed at Long Chen and Uncle Tree. Who are you? He demanded. Why are you provoking my Yi clan? If you don't give us a satisfactory explanation, you will die miserably today. While his tone was sharp, in truth, he was probing his enemy's bottom line. After all, someone who could injure the 9th elder so badly could not be a nobody. Although the 9th elder said that he had simply been careless, the 7th elder was not convinced. And indeed, when he spotted Uncle Tree, he could sense that Uncle Tree was a terrifying expert, his aura shaking the 7th elder's heart. Provoke your Yi clan. Hearing this ridiculous statement, Long Chen and the others simply laughed in fury. They had clearly been helping the Yi clan, only to be repaid with enmity and an attack, and that was called a provocation. Could there even be people less reasonable than them? Thus, Long Chen didn't bother arguing and directly challenged them. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If you don't, then scram. Where did all these worthless words come from? Long Chen was well aware that they wanted to know his backer. If he had a tough background that could challenge the Yi clan, then there would still be room for negotiation. However, if his background was weaker than the Yi clan, then they would immediately kill him without misgivings. In the cultivation world, there was an unwritten rule. If you were to be killed by someone without reporting your name and background, it would be hard to blame the killer. The Yi clan might be an eternal clan, but for them to want to figure out Long Chen's background at this time, it proved that even eternal clans did not possess absolute authority within the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. They also had forces that they were wary of. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother testing Long Chen's background. Since that's the case, you can just die. The 7th elder immediately erupted when he saw that Long Chen wouldn't reveal his identity, clearly looking down on them. 3 heaven venerates attacked at once, their manifestations covering the sky. It was like 3 celestial gods had descended, and the 10,000 Daos fell under their control. No one could resist them. Seeing this scene, Uncle Tree was forced to make his move. As a result, the aura of the undying race erupted, and a towering locust tree appeared before them, blocking their way. You're from the undying race. The 3 heaven venerates were startled. Uncle Tree had kept his aura concealed the entire time, so they were unable to see through his origins. But now, they recognized his aura. Facing this mighty attack, the 3 experts of the Yi clan blocked together, the impact causing mountains to crumble and terrifying astral winds to rage throughout the mountain range. As for Long Chen and the others, they had long since been prepared, but when the chi wave struck them, they were still blown back miserably. The power of heaven venerates wasn't something that they could resist yet. They're too powerful, Sha Chen cried out. It was their first time witnessing a true battle between heaven venerates. To their surprise, even the shockwaves alone were already difficult to endure. In an instant, the beautiful mountain range was destroyed. When heaven venerates fought, it was truly like the apocalypse. The cracks spreading in the sky from their blows shook people's hearts. Is the undying race so amazing? You dare to be enemies with my Yi clan? Courting death, the 7th elder roared furiously. Upon learning Uncle Tree's status, although he was a bit surprised, his misgivings were gone, so with his sword, he unleashed rays of light at Uncle Tree. Now, he no longer had any hesitation about killing Long Chen and the others. Although the undying race was powerful, their relationship with the human race was already bad, so killing them wouldn't make a difference. As the seventh elder's sword slashed out, Uncle Tree snorted coldly. The undying race isn't that amazing. But when it comes to killing the few of you, it shouldn't take much effort. Uncle Tree was wooden and slow, wishing to simply get along with everyone. Moreover, he wasn't easily angered. That was the only reason why he had managed to survive so long in the Fiend Eye. Someone with an explosive temper would have long since died from the outrage. Uncle Tree suddenly slammed his hands together on the seventh elder's sword. To everyone's surprise, the monumental power within this sword directly vanished without a trace. At the same time, a bark-like layer appeared on top of the sword and began to spread toward the seventh elder's hand. Seeing this scene, the seventh elder's expression changed. He didn't know what that was, but whatever it was, it gave him chills. With a shout, his manifestation darkened and power poured into his sword, enabling him to escape Uncle Tree's grasp. The bark on his sword then shattered and fell to the ground, leaving large holes where it landed. Those holes had just formed when it was like the land was infected. A layer of bark was rapidly spreading. Miles and miles on the ground, it was a shocking sight. At this time, the eighth and ninth elders' attacks came, their two swords piercing toward Uncle Tree's back. All of a sudden, a violet rod appeared in Uncle Tree's hand. As he smashed it at the two of them, it exuded violet divine light that turned the world purple. The berserk impact tore through the land, causing lava to spurt out of the ground, turning this world into a sea of fire. As the lava mixed with fragments of heavenly Taos, waves of death spread in every direction, extinguishing all living beings around. Indeed, when Heaven Venerates fought, they brought endless destruction. Long Chen and the others retreated further and further, but the astral winds coming from the battlefield still cut their cheeks. They appeared minuscule in front of Heaven Venerates. Heaven Venerates are incredibly powerful, as they are one with the Tao, and their will becomes law. With every move, the will of the heavens follows. There's no way to fight them. Yu Qingshan could only sigh as she watched Uncle Tree fight the three Heaven Venerates. The Heaven Venerate realm was a dividing line in the cultivation world. As a result, while Long Chen and the others could defeat multiple Earth Venerates without any fear, they were rather powerless in front of a Heaven Venerate. This feeling of powerlessness mostly stemmed from the Heavenly Taos. The Heavenly Taos were controlled by Heaven Venerates, and if the Heavenly Taos did not wish for them to live, just how could they go against them? Three flowers merged into one, fusing with heaven and earth. They really aren't easy to deal with. But the Dragonblood Legion has never submitted to the Heavenly Taos, so who cares about Heaven Venerates? Could it be that they are even greater than the heavens? Said Long Chen. Ever since Long Chen started cultivating the 9-star hegemon body art, he had constantly been fighting the Heavenly Taos. What tribulation of his wasn't one of sure death? However, he was still alive now, right? Even 1 against 3, Uncle Tree continued to fight, causing the world to darken from their power. However, Uncle Tree was not the slightest bit at a disadvantage. Even without the support of the Nether Emperor's formation, he was still incredibly powerful. Suddenly, a figure left the battlefield, shooting straight toward Long Chen and the others with an insidious expression. The elder's too tough, so I'll kill you brats first. The ninth elder smiled sinisterly, killing intent erupting from his eyes. We'll kill this bastard together. Seeing this scene, Long Chen reached behind him and clenched the Minghong saber's hilt. As for Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the others, they felt their battle intent ignite into a blazing fire. Chapter 4075 Crushing Weaklings. The ninth elder fought alongside the two elders of the Yi clan against Uncle Tree, but due to his injuries, he couldn't contribute much. Since his injuries hadn't recovered yet, he was unable to fully control the power of the Heavenly Taos, so his combat power was only 70% of his peak. In this state, it was very difficult for him to cause any substantial injury to Uncle Tree. Enraged by this, he decided to cast his fury upon Long Chen and the others, knowing that if he attacked Long Chen, Uncle Tree would be forced to save him. Then they would have the initiative over this battle. At this moment, the ninth elder's sword slashed down toward Long Chen. Divine Ring, Dragon King Battle Armor. As Long Chen's roar resounded throughout the world, his divine ring and battle armor manifested, their berserk blood chi energy blasting apart the clouds. The Minghong saber also flew out of its sheath and slashed out like a heavenly blade. When it appeared, the river of stars quivered, and an unmatched killing intent locked onto the ninth elder. The ninth elder had never dreamed that a little immortal king could unleash such power, to the extent that this saber actually gave him a sense of pressure. The impact caused heaven and earth to tremble, blowing Long Chen and the Ninth Elder back. In this exchange, the two were evenly matched. What? The Ninth Elder was stunned. His blood chi was flipping inside of him, but Long Chen seemed fine. Just as the Ninth Elder was knocked back, Guo Ran attacked, his crossed sabers containing the power of all the Dragonblood warriors behind him. As their scales lit up, their blood chi energy poured toward Guo Ran. When all their energy gathered on him, Guo Ran's armor and sabers blazed like the sun, looking like they were red hot. The Dragonblood warriors had continuously cultivated during their journey this time, so when all their power was gathered, it was almost beyond the limit of Guo Ran's armor and blades. When Guo Ran couldn't hold it anymore, a giant cross-shaped attack shot out precisely at the Ninth Elder. Having just been blown back by Long Chen, the Ninth Elder couldn't put on any defenses against this attack. Enraged, he spat out blood, which then ignited and caused his aura to leap to a new level. In this state, he had no choice but to ignite his essence blood for some breathing room. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive. The Ninth Elder's sword then slashed onto the blazing cross. But he was taken aback as his sword shattered upon impact, and a tremendous force slammed into his chest, sending forth a spray of blood from his mouth. The sensation was akin to being struck by a star, leaving him on the brink of collapse. "Brothers, good work," Guo Ran exclaimed in delight. Last time, their Dragonblood cross slash hadn't managed to have such an impact. Unable to accept that fact, they had been constantly training. As a result, not only did their cultivation bases go up, but their cooperation was also honed, and their energy transfer efficiency was optimized as well. Now, their combined force was even stronger than Long Chen's previous attack. This finally allowed Guo Ran to feel like he had vented a bit from their last defeat. Taking advantage of this, he shot after the Elder. However, just as he raised his sabers, he noticed a light smoke coming from his blades, their runes still burning. Hence, his expression changed slightly. "Crap, the runes have reached their limit. I'll have to wait a bit before unleashing a second attack." The combined power of the Dragonblood warriors now brought a heavy burden on Guo Ran's battle armor and sabers, hindering his ability to unleash successive attacks. It was because some of the runes of the blades were allocated as conduits for channeling the power of the Dragonblood warriors, while the larger portion was reserved for when he fought on his own. It was a pragmatic approach though, considering that he couldn't always be with the other Dragonblood warriors, as they frequently found themselves engaged in separate battles. With this in mind, Guo Ran had set up his runes with a high estimation of how much power the Dragonblood warriors could provide him. He had also thought that there was no need for further modifications before reaching the Divine Venerate realm, but now, the runes had reached their limit even before they got to the World King realm. Moreover, it had to be known that they only had over 400 Dragonblood warriors here. Once they were all gathered, their combined power would cause his armor and sabers to explode if he were to gather it all. Guo Ran was startled and surprised by this. If he were to strengthen his equipment again and all his brothers were gathered, their power could eclipse Long Chen's for one instant. Just as these thoughts ran through his head, the Ninth Elder roared. The latter was now covered in blood, with his clothes tattered and his hair in a mess, looking like a beggar. However, his expression was very frightening now. He had come to crush a few weaklings, but somehow ended up encountering hard boulders. Guo Ran's attack had damaged his internal organs, causing the internal wounds caused by Uncle Tree to flare up again. However, he could also see the smoke coming from Guo Ran's armor and sabers. So, he knew that this was his best chance to kill Guo Ran. Even though the Ninth Elder was severely injured, he didn't wish to give up on this good chance. After all, Long Chen was too far to save Guo Ran. Die. The Ninth Elder's sword had been shattered, so he took out a spear. However, just as he pierced his weapon toward Guo Ran, the void collapsed and rainbow flames materialized, manifesting a vortex of flames in front of him. Although Yu Qingshan didn't like combat, in terms of defense, she possessed immense might. Moreover, it was so great that the Ninth Elder's attack was unable to penetrate her defenses. When his spear touched the flame vortex, the spear's concentrated power was like molten iron landing in ice, all its power rapidly dissipated. "Slut!" The Ninth Elder roared in fury after his attack was blocked by Yu Qingshan. She had caused him to miss his best chance at killing Guo Ran. Just as he cursed her, he suddenly saw Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the rest of the Dragonblood warriors looking at him with an odd look. That look seemed to contain pity for him. Following that, he felt a pair of fiendish eyes behind him, and the temperature plummeted. The entire world seemed to hush, leaving only the sound of his own heartbeat reverberating in the stillness. When he slowly turned his head, his gaze fell upon Long Chen, who had resheathed his saber. Leaning forward akin to a leopard ready to strike, Long Chen exuded an icy aura of murderous intent that caused the world to quiver. Chapter 4076 The Sound of Courting Death. Looking at Long Chen's furious expression, Guo Ran and the others felt helpless. Now it's going to be over before it even starts. We won't even get to do anything. This bastard, why is his mouth so wretched? We missed such a good opportunity, grumbled the Dragonblood warriors. To dare to curse their boss's woman, it would be strange if their boss didn't do this. It was indeed a rare chance for the Dragonblood warriors to test themselves against a heaven venerate, but now that things had reached this point, they didn't dare to fight over him with their boss. Thus, they could only curse this fellow for having a bad mouth. At this moment, a pair of golden kunpeng wings appeared on Long Chen's back, and his figure instantly vanished. Seeing this scene, the ninth elder was shocked. As a heaven venerate, he controlled heaven and earth, as they were under his command. So in theory, no one could conceal themselves around him. However, Long Chen disappeared without a trace, leaving everyone unable to locate him. The ninth elder's initial assumption was that Long Chen hadn't concealed himself, but that his speed was so astonishing that even his divine sense couldn't keep up with it. All of a sudden, with a roar, he smashed his spear in front of him. The Minghong saber suddenly materialized, colliding with the spear. It was only after the impact that the distinct sound of the saber being drawn from its sheath echoed. What speed! Guo Ran and the others were genuinely shocked. The sound only came after the strike, and what they were seeing before them twisted, a sign that time and space were affected by the blow. The ninth elder had relied on his years of combat experience to block Long Chen's attack. However, blood still sprayed out of his mouth from the blow. Suddenly, a figure flashed and the ninth elder spun through the air, yellow teeth tumbling out of his mouth. They couldn't see the movements, but they heard the same familiar sound, the same familiar results. Guo Ran and the others knew that the ninth elder had just been slapped in the face. Boss's speed is amazing, exclaimed Sha Chen. In the Vermilion Bird Empire, Long Chen had also displayed these kunpeng wings. However, his current speed was incomparable to that time. The runes of the kunpeng wings needed to merge with their master bit by bit. Moreover, the wings grew along with their master. Because of this aspect, the kunpeng race's audacity to challenge the dragon race was not unbased. They truly did possess that power. These wings from Kun Tu possessed an astonishing might. However, when Long Chen first obtained them, they still weren't fully matured, and only a very small portion of the runes had been activated. So, although Long Chen had gained more kunpeng wings from the World King realm and the Divine Venerate realm, he was still using this set. Once he fully activated all its wings, he would then refine the next set. While refining pills on the ghost ship, he didn't know if it was due to the Earth Cauldron's influence, but these kunpeng wings actually began to actively merge with him rather than just passively be refined. By the time they reached the shore, the wings were already merged with him, and Long Chen could unleash the true power of these kunpeng wings. It had to be known that even a divine venerate kunpeng would at most be able to use a portion of Immortal King wings and couldn't fully merge with them. After all, they were a special race, and with every realm they advanced, more innate runes would appear on their body. However, the majority of those runes could not be activated. Every progress would be based on each individual's talent and bloodline. That was different from other races. Other races would naturally manifest their innate runes once their growth reached a certain point, and then they would be able to unleash those divine abilities. At most, it would only take some extra training. However, for the kunpeng race, they would get some extra runes when they reached the Immortal King realm and then more when they reached the World King realm. But whether or not those runes could be used depended on each individual's talent. In the kunpeng race, there was no one capable of activating all of those runes. Being able to activate half of them was the mark of a peerless genius. Kun Tu was viewed highly in the kunpeng race, even though he had only been able to activate 40% of the runes on his wings and only 30% of the runes on his body. As for his spiritual runes, he only managed to activate 20%. Although it seemed as if these runes weren't that useful as a result, there was a legend within the kunpeng race. Every now and then, a peerless genius would appear and activate all their runes, sweeping through the 9 heavens. Regretfully, such a legendary being stayed legend in the end. Even after countless years, this figure never appeared. Long Chen naturally didn't know about these legends or this information. All he knew was that now, these wings were very useful. With the runes on his wings fully activated, his speed reached a kind of limit. The ninth elder still spun through the air. Suddenly, everyone heard an identical sound as before, and he spun in the opposite direction. Due to his momentum, his upper body was moving in a different direction than his lower body, causing his body to twist like dough. These two slaps left the ninth elder dazed, his head blank. He couldn't tell the north from the south apart. Long Chen repeatedly slapped him like it was free, his afterimages flickering around the ninth elder. He cursed, "Who let you be so arrogant? Who let you speak so wretchedly? Who let you repay kindness with enmity, you?" The ninth elder was being spun around like a gyroscope, but he remained perfectly within Long Chen's control. Long Chen slapped him over 10 times, and then the ninth elder fell completely silent. He couldn't be dead, right? Sha Chen and the others were stunned. "No, I don't think he died, just fainted." "Boss's slaps never kill," said Guo Ran. As expected, the ninth elder woke up just as Guo Ran said this. But then he was slapped unconscious again. Suddenly, Long Chen retreated and the ninth elder continued to spin in the air. When the spin finally slowed down, Guo Ran and the others let out startled cries. Is that really him? They could no longer recognize him, as his face was swollen like a pig's, almost wider than his shoulders. His face had completely deformed and swollen to the very limit, looking like it might burst at any moment. For his thin shoulders to be carrying such a huge head, it was a shocking and comical sight. Guo Ran and the others' eyes had been opened to the world. This had to be the very limit. "No. Boss, your power and control have reached the pinnacle. Any more and you would have made his head burst. You are definitely unrivaled," praised Guo Ran after closely examining the ninth elder's face. "All of you, just wait." The ninth elder's mind only cleared up after hearing Guo Ran. Looking at his own wretched appearance, he quivered with rage, and tears leaked out of his eyes. A grand heaven venerate had actually been beaten to the point of crying. Guo Ran and the others couldn't believe this. Long Chen had really broadened their horizons. Just then, a terrified cry rang out from Uncle Tree's side, and the seventh elder and eighth elder were actually running away. It was unknown what technique Uncle Tree had used to scare them off. The two of them had just turned and started running when countless branches of the locust tree pierced down, tearing through their bodies like sharp swords. Chapter 4077 Disdaining to Kill. This sudden change made everyone jump. Previously, Uncle Tree had been at no disadvantage even against 3 heaven venerates, and that was already enough to shock everyone. But now those 2 heaven venerates were only thinking of fleeing, yet Uncle Tree instantly subdued them. In other words, Uncle Tree's power far surpassed his opponents, and everything before this could be considered mere probing blows. "Release me, otherwise, the Yi clan won't let you off," shouted the 7th and 8th elders. They had realized that something was off. It was because no matter how they attacked, they were unable to damage Uncle Tree's core. In other words, their attacks were unable to cause substantial injury to him. After all, the Undying race was famous for their regenerative powers and endurance, so there was no way that they could beat him through attrition. Thus, they chose to leave. But in that instant, Uncle Tree unleashed his full power after warming up his body. After all, he had been stuck in the Fiend Eye for too long and needed to get back into his top condition. At this moment, an enormous locust tree covered the sky, its crown locking down this entire area, and its leaves blocking the sun like a giant prison. No one could escape from this place. This was Uncle Tree's true body, and it was countless times larger than the one that Long Chen and the others saw in the Fiend Eye. Ignoring their threats, Uncle Tree simply turned to Long Chen. "Master, what do you say?" "Kill them," said Long Chen indifferently without even looking at them. "You dare?" The 7th and 8th elders cried out indignantly. But no matter how they shouted, the branches piercing their bodies still lit up. It was like the branches were pumping them full of gas, and they rapidly inflated before exploding. Just like that, the deaths of 2 heaven venerates caused heavenly runes to fill the air. Those were the core runes of heaven venerates, and they were slowly reabsorbed by heaven and earth. After all, the power of heaven venerates came from the heavenly Taos, and so when they died, everything returned to the heavenly Taos. What the heavens gave them was ultimately taken back. The sight of 2 heaven venerate being slain was deeply shocking, making Guo Ran and the others feel their hearts pounding in excitement. Those were heaven venerates, but they had actually been slain just like that. After that, They couldn't help looking at the ninth elder. He was quivering, his swollen face filled with fear. Coward! Scram! Suddenly, Guo Ran kicked the ninth elder. Enveloped by terror as he was, the ninth elder seemed to forget how to dodge and was kicked into the distance. The reason why Guo Ran kicked the ninth elder was because he noticed that the latter's pants got wet, and a strong odor was released into the air. Feeling like vomiting, Guo Ran immediately kicked him away. A great heaven venerate was terrified to the point of pissing himself, leaving the Dragonblood warriors filled with scorn. He was normally so arrogant that his tail was always up, and he looked down on other people's lives as if they were simply blades of grass. But when the tables were reversed, he became a coward. This person was very disgusting for the Dragonblood warriors. So even heaven venerates were only at this level. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll kowtow to you. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to be your slave, your servant. To their surprise, the ninth elder actually kowtowed repeatedly and cried for mercy, showing no backbone at all. Long Chen was already gripping the Minghong saber in preparation to cut off this fellow's head. After all, his mouth was extremely loathsome, only by killing him would it resolve the hatred in Long Chen's heart. However, the ninth elder was soaked in his own piss. If Long Chen used the Minghong saber to kill him, it would be a blasphemy to the Minghong saber. Long Chen then thought to have Uncle Tree kill him, but Uncle Tree was from the Undying race, a proud race. Long Chen also felt bad about ordering him to kill this trash. Long Chen couldn't help looking at Guo Ran. However, this time, Guo Ran was smart. Holding a cloth, he was focused entirely on cleaning his sabers. He pretended not to notice Long Chen looking at him. Please, spare me, I have a family, I have. The ninth elder wept until his face was covered in tears and snot as he repeatedly kowtowed. Long Chen cursed inside. How was he so unlucky to encounter such a piece of old trash? Boss, let me. A Dragonblood warrior stepped forward as he saw that no one wanted to do it. It was understandable though. How would you kill someone so pitiful? It was indeed a bit awkward. The ninth elder was so hateful that they wouldn't feel bad killing him. But it would feel a bit disgusting. Whatever, it's fine. Long Chen waved his hand. With the Dragonblood warrior's pride, how could Long Chen make them do something that he disdained doing? Turning to the ninth elder, he said, "Go back and tell your Yi clan that it's still the same thing. Don't provoke me as my temper isn't good. I've given you 2 chances now, but there won't be a third. If you provoke me again, then I, Boss Long San, will properly play with you until the end." We definitely wouldn't dare to do so. The ninth elder was overjoyed. Upon winning his life back, he repeatedly kowtowed with renewed vigor. The ninth elder kowtowed a few more times to Long Chen and then also to Yu Qingxian, which showed that he was at least a bit smart. Finally, he realized how he had drawn calamity upon himself. After that, the ninth elder rose and bowed respectfully to everyone before slowly retreating. It was unknown if it was to show his respect to everyone or because he was afraid of being attacked from the back. When Uncle Tree retracted his true body, the ninth elder sighed with relief. After retreating a certain distance, he suddenly crushed a talisman and vanished. "Boss, leaving this person will have some consequences," said the Dragonblood warrior that had been willing to do the dirty deed. "What consequences? With our current power, we are already able to beat him. Would we fear him in the future?" said Long Chen with a smile. Everyone smiled at that. True, they were already capable of beating the ninth elder. Given his advanced age, expecting him to make any significant further advancements was simply unrealistic, especially since his blood chi was already showing signs of regression. On the other hand, Long Chen and the others were still in their prime, experiencing their golden cultivation period. At the very least, they knew that they wouldn't have to worry about him alone. "Damn, what dogshit luck," added Guo Ran. Hearing that, they all laughed. That really was true. If this person hadn't pissed himself in fright today, then he would have definitely died. "I wonder if the Yi clan will be better behaved now," said Sha Chen. "That is unlikely. Losing 2 heaven venerates is like a slap in their face. Although it might not reach the point of battling to the bitter end, they definitely won't leave things be. They'll take time to investigate and assess our strength and backgrounds before making a move. So, we can relax for a bit. Speaking of which, Sha Chen, did you?" asked Long Chen. "Boss, don't worry. I recorded everything with a photographic jade," said Sha Chen. "Good. If the Immortal World's Yi clan is the same as the Mortal World's Yi family, then we'll directly release the recording," said Long Chen. "Let's go." Everyone once more got onto a flying boat and set off. Chapter 4078 Triple Supreme. Half a day after Long Chen and the others left, a lot of experts began to arrive in this place. Those people wore various robes, showing that they were not from a single force. Several of them were heaven venerates, and after investigating the battlefield, they couldn't help gasping. 2 heaven venerates were slain at the same time, merging back into heaven and earth the same way. Moreover, the killer possessed a powerful undying chi. It was definitely an expert from the undying race, said one elder, touching the ground solemnly. The important point is that they left behind no unyielding will. In other words, when those 2 were slain, they didn't even possess the ability to resist. Their fear was greater than their anger, said another elder. I heard that the Yi clan sent out 3 heaven venerates to hunt down a group of mysterious people. But it seems that 2 of them were killed and the third one somehow escaped. But looking at the clues of the battlefield, there were actually 2 battles, with one of them being very chaotic. In it, there's a powerful blood chi that doesn't seem to be from the human race. It really is a bit strange. But the death of a heaven venerate throws the laws of heaven and earth into chaos, so there's no way to do a temporal inversion to see what happened. As countless experts went through the battlefield, they managed to grasp many clues about what had occurred. Regretfully, it was so chaotic that they were unable to get a clear picture. The news about a team of foreign experts intervening in the battle between the Yi clan's disciples and the sea demons had circulated widely. After all, the Yi clan didn't defend that region alone. With so many experts around, it was not surprising that the Yi clan couldn't keep it a secret. With that information spreading, countless people secretly kept an eye on the Yi clan's movements, knowing that with their unreasonable natures, they would send people to hunt the mysterious group down. Hence, they all came here to watch a show. Regretfully, they were too slow, and everything was over by the time they arrived. However, from the battlefield, they could tell that this time, the Yi clan had kicked an iron plate. Despite dispatching 3 heaven venerates, 2 had fallen in combat. This was no trivial matter. The killer is an expert of the undying race, possessing an endless lifespan. Thus, even as fellow heaven venerates, the 2 sides have an immense difference. This was the conclusion that people made after a long time of deliberation and examination. There's no way around it. By the time humans get to the heaven venerate realm, they've usually exhausted their blood chi. So, in order to maintain their realm, they're forced to ignite their longevity. On the other hand, the undying race remains in their top condition, with their undying chi undergoing an endless cycle. We're already old by the time we reach the heaven venerate, while they're still at their prime, sighed another heaven venerate. Unless a human can reach the divine venerate realm within 100 years, they can only rely on burning their lifespan to maintain their realm. Sigh, you can only choose one, realm or lifespan. In this aspect, the human race is truly at a disadvantage compared to other races. Someone capable of becoming a heaven venerate within 100 years is incredibly rare, at least since the immemorial era, and achieving such a feat within 1,000 years is as rare as a phoenix feather or Qilin horn. Even for the likes of us who made our breakthroughs after 1,000 years are considered geniuses. Unfortunately, compared to other races, our human heaven venerates are just weaker. The heaven venerates here sighed. There was no way to deny this fact. The path of cultivation was like rowing a boat upstream. If you weren't advancing, you were regressing. For many geniuses, reaching the heaven venerate realm was their cultivation ceiling, and they were unable to advance a single inch afterward. The main thing was that it was very difficult to maintain this realm. They had to burn their longevity just to prevent it from regressing. To put it frankly, they were sacrificing their life for their realm. In comparison, the devil race, demon race, spirit race, blood race, and other races had an immense advantage in terms of lifespan, having far more longevity to keep their realms stable. For humans, burning their lifespan was only able to keep their realm just above the point of falling. That was not stable, and keeping it stable would require even more longevity. The human race's longevity was already short compared to other races. Thus, if they burned their longevities like the other races, it wouldn't be long before they died. That was why, within the same realm, the human race's heaven venerates normally couldn't match the undying race's heaven venerates. As for the Yi clan's experts, they were unlucky, thinking that just by relying on the name of the Yi clan, they could scare off everyone. Thus, they weren't even afraid of the undying race. Regretfully, as soon as they started fighting, they met a miserable end. Perhaps it was due to the Yi clan being too mighty of a tree. As a result, the monkeys that lived in the tree thought themselves to be gods. But, despite knowing that the Yi clan is an eternal clan and part of the heavenly divinity race, they still dared to kill their heaven venerates. These people have to possess extraordinary backgrounds. Right at that moment, the void resonated with a menacing rumble, and an ominous aura materialized. After that, the once bright sky dimmed, overshadowed by the arrival of a ferocious beast soaring overhead. This creature possessed the head of a dragon, adorned with deer-like antlers, and a donkey body. Yet, its form was entirely enveloped in black scales, while its eyes gleamed like polished copper. With the black chi swirling around it, it looked like an ominous beast from hell. It's the Shadow Qilin. The Yi clan's people have come. Startled cries rang out. The Shadow Qilin was an immemorial beast famed for its vicious, bloodthirsty nature. It was an extremely rare ferocious race amongst the Qilin race. The Qilin race was an extremely large race, with the majority being auspicious or spirit beasts. So, they were mostly all friendly and kind. However, there were also darker branches within their race, and the Shadow Qilin was well known amongst them, possessing immemorial runes on their bodies that gave them immense power. Upon its arrival, this Shadow Qilin instantly cast a dark cloud over the heavens. The pressure was so immense that even heaven venerates were afraid of it. Having reached the heaven venerate realm, the Shadow Qilin was also a symbol of the Yi clan. The rumors were that the Yi clan had a contractual agreement with the Shadow Qilin race that gave them the power to control Shadow Qilins. For the Shadow Qilin to appear, whoever its master was, they must have a high status. They should be a member of the main bloodline, not a branch elder, whispered someone. The Yi clan was an immense power with many branches. Nevertheless, the Shadow Qilin represented a mark of prestige within the clan, and as such, the branch elders lacked the qualification to possess them. Shish, everyone, you should leave. This person's expression isn't very good. Don't end up running into calamity. A heaven venerate immediately left upon seeing the person on the Shadow Qilin. Following him, the others also began to leave. Suddenly, the Shadow Qilin raised its head and roared. It seemed to be a declaration of war. However, that challenge was met with no answer. In the end, a young man jumped down from the Shadow Qilin, looking to be only 20 years old. Although his cultivation base was only at the peak of the Immortal King realm, his aura was as vast as a sea. In fact, it didn't seem much weaker than the Shadow Qilin that he was on. 3 flowers converged. He is a triple supreme. When the heaven venerates in the surroundings saw that man, they cried out in shock. Chapter 4079 Yi Clan Heavenly Genius Yi Wuxian. Before them stood a young man in white robes, his back adorned with 2 crossed swords. His face, though handsome, exuded an icy demeanor brimming with arrogance. Upon his arrival, he didn't even look at the experts in the surroundings who were whispering amongst themselves. It was like he looked down on everything within this world. When he came down, the giant Shadow Qilin trailed in his wake, sending even the heaven venerates trembling with fear. None dared to approach him, held back by the overwhelming aura he exuded. He condensed 3 flowers in the Immortal King realm. He's probably a supreme genius that can aim to become a heaven venerate within 100 years. 99% of heaven venerates only managed to awaken their 3rd necessary flower after becoming a divine venerate. After all, double supremes divine venerates could comprehend the workings of heaven and earth, using their own body to reflect the Tao, and search for the power that worked with them within heaven and earth. Using their double supremes as a foundation, they would draw in the 3rd force in pursuit of the realm where 3 gave birth to all things. It had to be said that double supremes who became divine venerates were already rare existences, but beyond that, those who could condense the 3rd kind of power were far rarer. First, ignoring the difficulty, the time required to reach such a high level of comprehension was enough to cause countless people's longevity to run out. Even if a person could condense the 3rd kind of power and summon the 3-flower manifestation, it required a huge amount of energy to merge the 3 flowers into one and become one with heaven and earth. Thus, by the time they became heaven venerates, they already exhausted 70 to 80% of their essence energy, and it was essentially impossible to recover. To put it another way, it was like a person who had used up all their energy to climb to the peak of a cliff, only to find that there was nowhere to stand upon reaching the peak. They could only hold on to the peak with all the energy that they had left in them in order to not fall. Having reached the heaven venerate realm, they possessed the power to look down on all others. However, it was very difficult for them to maintain this height. In order to maintain this realm, they could only burn their longevity and wait for death. Having worked so hard and so long to reach this point, even if they knew that they were quickening their deaths, they refused to give up. In other words, they were not afraid of death, but they were afraid of losing the glory of being heaven venerates. A double supreme could condense 3 flowers, but their flowers would be called acquired 3 flowers. On the other hand, some geniuses naturally possessed all 3 kinds of energy, and upon reaching the immortal king realm, the flowers were all awakened. They were called innate 3 flowers. The difference between the two was immense. If an innate 3-flower expert managed to climb to the heaven venerate realm within 100 years, they would receive the protection of heaven and earth. Then the heaven venerate realm would not be their ceiling, and they could pursue even greater heights. In other words, there was no need for them to burn their longevity to maintain their realm. Furthermore, with the protection of the heavenly Taos, when their manifestations were activated, they were backed by more than 10 times the heavenly Tao energy compared to that of the acquired 3 flowers. Essentially, triple supreme immortal kings already had a path paved for them to the immortal king realm. If they could become heaven venerates within 100 years, they had a chance to reach the eternal realm and possess longevity as long as heaven and earth, essentially becoming a legendary existence. Thus, when this man appeared, he caused a huge disturbance. Countless people stared at him in shock and awe. Very quickly, several elders of the Yi clan also arrived, and one of them had an incredibly swollen head. It was the 9th elder that Long Chen had slapped silly, and his swelling had yet to settle. These were all elders of the Yi clan, but they all came subserviently to the white-robed man's side. The young man looked over the battlefield and coldly said, "You idiots. The Yi clan's face has been lost by you." He pointed at the 9th elder. "After being beaten to this point, you still have the face to live. How could such cowardly trash appear in my Yi clan?" The 9th elder didn't dare to make a sound and just quivered. If this young man were to learn that this life of his was only preserved by begging, then he would definitely die. However, for the white-robed young man to call the 9th elder a coward for wanting to live irritated all the heaven venerates. For them, just maintaining their realm was a constant strain on their longevity. They already wouldn't have that much longer to live. Of course, they cherished whatever time they had. Like a young man cursing someone with 1 foot in the grave, he didn't even consider their point of view. Reporting, they had a terrifying expert of the undying race with them. "The 3 of us together were unable to beat him," said the 9th elder. The 9th elder didn't even have a chance to report what had happened before the white-robed man came and immediately decided to settle things himself at the battlefield. However, things were already over by the time he arrived. The reason why the 9th elder and the others managed to arrive right after him was to report what had happened to him. "If you couldn't beat them, why didn't you reveal that you were from the Yi clan?" demanded the white-robed man. "We told them, but those unreasonable people didn't care. Also, that black-robed fellow seems to possess an extraordinary background, as the heaven venerate of the undying race treated him subserviently, even calling him master," said the 9th elder hastily. He had no choice but to make it out as if Long Chen and Uncle Tree were incredibly powerful. That was the only way that his loss wouldn't be viewed as too embarrassing. "HMPH, so what? The Yi clan is not afraid of the undying race," declared the white-robed man. "They also said," the 9th elder gulped. "What did they say?" demanded the white-robed man. "He said to tell the Yi clan not to provoke him, that his temper is bad. He has given us 2 warnings and won't be giving any more. If we provoke him again, then he, Boss Long San, will play with us to the end," reported the 9th elder woodenly. With a roar, 3-colored divine radiance appeared behind him, piercing the void and causing countless cracks to appear. Heaven and earth almost crumbled because of his anger. It was like a single thought from him could destroy heaven and earth. That terrifying divine might caused even heaven venerates to quiver. It was because heaven venerates needed to summon their manifestations to unleash the power of heaven and earth. But this white-robed man was able to control heaven and earth's power at will. "HMPH, who does he think he is to dare to act arrogant in front of my Yi clan? I, Yi Wuchen, will test him." Yi Wuchen turned to the 9th elder. "Hand over your blood soul mark. I'll chase them down." This so-called blood seal mark was the tracking seal that the 9th elder had placed on Long Chen and the others. It was only thanks to it that they had managed to pursue them to this place. However, when it was mentioned, the 9th elder's expression changed. "My blood soul mark has been forcibly erased." "Nonsense. A heaven venerate's blood soul mark can't be erased so easily, except by an eternal expert," shouted the startled and enraged white-robed man. "But, It really has been erased," cried out the ninth elder. In truth, he was lying. When Long Chen let him go, he took the initiative to take back his blood soul mark. It was to show his sincerity, as well as because he was afraid that Long Chen would kill him if he didn't. Now that it was brought up, he didn't dare to say that he had taken it back himself, so he could only place the blame on Long Chen and the others. This inadvertently caused the white-robed man's expression to change. This lie made him think that Long Chen and the others were actually incredibly powerful. HMPH, you idiots. I'll give you a month. You must give me a detailed report on their status by then. The white-robed man snorted and jumped back onto the shadow. Qilin. After that, the shadow Qilin roared and shot into the clouds, vanishing. Chapter 4080 Endless Treasure Lands. Unaware that a terrifying opponent had set his sights on him, Long Chen soared through the sky aimlessly with everyone. Their battle with the ninth elder had bolstered their confidence. Within the expanse of the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, only when you could fight against Heaven Venerates could you travel safely. Besides that, having Uncle Tree's protection made them fearless even in a place teeming with Heaven Venerates like the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. Long Chen also felt rejoiced to have coincidentally stumbled upon Uncle Tree. Otherwise, taking a single step inside the Nirvana Overflow Heaven would be challenging. Through this battle, Guo Ran and Sha Chen were in a rush to remake the runes of Guo Ran's armor. His armor needed to be upgraded, or the power of the Dragonblood warriors would cause it to explode. As for Long Chen, he was starting to feel anxious. He wanted to increase his cultivation base, so his power would once more soar. But the dragon expert didn't let him. It just told him to wait and train in the dragon soul body forging art. Today, Long Chen and the others arrived in an ancient human city. This was the biggest city that he had found in their 3 days of travel. Here, Long Chen finally found the Wuxian Trading Company. After showing his status plate, they were all warmly welcomed. Under the protection of the Wuxian Trading Company, they could rest for a while. Just as Long Chen expected, in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, all the major forces were essentially led by Heaven Venerates. An Earth Venerate, even a 3-flower one, was unable to maintain order in this place. Likewise, the Wuxian Trading Company's overseer here was also a Heaven Venerate. However, to their surprise, he didn't have any of the air of a Heaven Venerate. He was both pale and plump, looking just like a rich family's leader, but he was very humble and polite. Long Chen had essentially found a safe resting spot here, so from here, Long Chen started to investigate the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. There really was nothing for Long Chen to complain about when it came to the Wuxian Trading Company. In a bit, they provided him with all their information on the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. When Long Chen flipped through this information, he couldn't help sucking in a cold gasp of air. The distribution and relationships of the powers in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven were even more complicated than he had expected. In this place, the human race was a minority, so it was difficult for them to survive in this place. Within this heaven, ancient relics from the immemorial era were scattered all over the place, and some races even had bloodlines that could be traced back to the primal chaos era. Due to the diverse and extensive nature of these bloodlines, the term, demonic beasts, which encompassed a single race in the violet flame heaven, had to be split into the demon race and the beast race within this domain. Regrettably, their relationships were far from friendly. In fact, large-scale battles often erupted between these two factions. The Nirvana Overflow Heaven was enormous, containing countless star fields. Within some of these star fields, the walls of the heavens were so weak that it was possible to connect channels to other worlds. As a result, there were star fields led by the Netherworld, the Ghost Dao lifeforms, and the Devil race. A lot of races even established their own world in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. Furthermore, the Devil race had many branches as well, and they often had misunderstandings between them that led to battle. The Blood race, Shadow race, Night race, there were countless ancient races with their own foundations. Here, to sum it up, the Nirvana Overflow Heaven was filled with complex relationships between power. It wasn't solely the human race that lacked unity within this domain, the other races experienced similar discord. On top of that, the relationships between races were even more complex. Some races looked friendly on the surface but honed their blades behind their backs. As for some other races, they fought for countless years, only to merge and unite against other races. Long Chen looked through this history and instantly got a headache. The relationships between the powers in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven were all complicated. However, after a moment, he noticed that the majority of these conflicts were based on resources. If two enemies could find profit by joining forces, they could easily unite. But without profit, they would be hostile. There was so much information that Long Chen couldn't possibly go through it all in one go. Moreover, this was only information from the current era. Anyway, something that was so far in the past that it couldn't be traced was not that useful. After getting a general understanding of this place, Long Chen started studying the forbidden lands in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. When he did that, his eyes lit up. The Nirvana Overflow Heaven had many forbidden areas, and a significant portion of them weren't controlled by anyone. Therefore, many of their entrances lay open for exploration, unhindered by cultivation levels, welcoming countless adventurers who dared to step in. However, most of the time, the adventurers that entered never came out. Of course, a small number of them were fortunate enough to come out, carrying treasures that made others greedy. There were unmatched cultivation techniques from the immemorial era, undying divine medicines that caused even heaven venerates to grow greedy, divine weapons with shocking origins, or even beast eggs from the desolate era. These forbidden lands were so dangerous that no power was willing to stand guard over them. The treasures might be shocking, but the gains were not proportional to the danger. As for the ones that were already occupied, they were comparatively safer. But of course, anyone who could occupy such a territory had to have immense power and had to maintain their top condition at all times. As soon as any power declined, there was no need for anyone to attack them. They would immediately retreat to avoid being targeted. In the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, major forces could be replaced with new powers very quickly. One power might soar like a shooting star and could also be destroyed overnight. A power with hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years of history, was not impervious. Even such major powers had to be wary of being wiped out. The treasure lands that those powers occupied were sometimes of little interest. They refused to give them up though, feeling like it would be a pity. Hence, there were many treasure lands with plenty of treasures, but they could only be seen, not taken. Anyone who made the attempt to do so would die. Throughout history, it was unknown just how many major powers had taken the gamble to try taking a treasure, only to suffer such hideous losses that they were forced to retreat. Their enemies then took advantage of their losses to wipe them out. In the end, not only did they lose their treasure land, but they also lost their lives. Thus, these treasure lands were a double-sided blade. If managed properly, they were good things. If not, they led to calamity. Some sects would send groups of people into treasure lands every year, but it was always limited in scope. Every time, the worst-case scenario was always considered. Even if all those people died inside, it wouldn't affect the sect's overall power. Some sects would even publicly invite outsiders who were unafraid of death to go through their treasure lands. If they could leave alive, then they simply needed to split a portion of whatever treasures they obtained inside. However, oftentimes, anyone who brought out any real treasures simply vanished after coming out. In any case, treasure lands were a great deal of trouble to look after. It was like a cat standing guard over a large fish. The cat wanted to eat the fish, but it didn't have the teeth to do so. The worrisome thing was that they had to guard against other greedy forces, as well as others who managed to consume their fish and evolve to a new level. Those stronger forces might then devour them. Thus, the Nirvana Overflow Heaven was a cruel world filled with dangers. Every life form was standing on edge, as if death would come for them at any moment. Damn, there are so many treasure lands. Mo Nian has probably long since gotten to work. When he read this, a face with a wretched smile instantly appeared in Long Chen's mind. Chapter 4081 Sage King Convention. In the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, there existed countless races and channels to other major worlds. In other words, compared to other heavens, it was possible to directly enter the Netherworld, Devil World, Undying World, and other worlds from here. Based on the historical records, after the Nirvana Overflow Heaven underwent that great battle, the flames of war spread throughout all worlds, piercing the walls between them. Even now, they had not healed. This resulted in there being many pathways to other worlds from here. Since it was possible to directly reach the Netherworld from here, Long Chen instantly thought of Lang Yuyan and Ming Kangyu, as well as his brother, Wu Tian. He hadn't known Wu Tian for long, but the two were truly like-minded and were sincere brothers. He could tell that Wu Tian felt the same toward him. Their fates were extremely similar, as were their characters, resulting in them being close. However, Wu Tian's situation was not much better than Long Chen's. He had even more enemies than Long Chen, and they were also stronger. If I have a chance, I'll definitely go take a look in the netherworld. Long Chen took a deep breath and settled this. The world was enormous, and with his current power, he was too minuscule. However, even so, arriving at the Nirvana Overflow Heaven brought him endless drive. If the Nirvana Overflow Heaven was connected to every major world, then his old friends would also be coming soon. After getting a general understanding of the situation between the races and worlds of the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, Long Chen then focused on the human race's information. When he read through it, he couldn't help sighing. He was shocked to find that over half of the Nirvana Overflow Heaven's human forces were subordinates to Lord Brahma. It had to be known that this was the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. Those who could actually establish a footing in this world had unimaginable power. Just what kind of power did Lord Brahma possess to make the majority of the human race here loyal to him? This was beyond Long Chen's expectations. Lord Brahma has not revealed himself in countless years, and the name of Divine Venerate Brahma is also something from countless years ago. No one knows what realm he has reached now. Has he already become eternal? Otherwise, how could so many powers submit to him? Long Chen had known that Lord Brahma would be incredibly powerful. Otherwise, there was no way that a crafty schemer like Enputa would be so loyal to him. If Lord Brahma had truly reached the eternal realm, then he would truly be terrifying. It had to be known that he was a god cultivator, and god cultivators were almost unmatched in the same realm. If Lord Brahma was an eternal expert, then he had to be one of the strongest experts within the eternal realm. Fuck, how is this bastard so powerful? Long Chen cursed inside. Originally, he had thought that the distance between him and Lord Brahma was shrinking. But the closer he got, the more he realized that what he had seen was just the tip of the iceberg. It seemed that he couldn't truly fight Lord Brahma yet and still had to be careful. Before he had the power to challenge his subordinates, it would be foolish to go at him directly. Long Chen also found that the human race had many domineering existences here. Some experts from mysterious sects and powers caused even the other races to feel great trepidation. Amongst those forces were the four immemorial sects, the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting sects. They rarely fought with the rest of the world, but their reputation was such that even the other races didn't dare to provoke them. What Long Chen found particularly surprising was that the Wine God Palace was also present here. Long Chen didn't know why Sha Guhong hadn't mentioned it to him. However, the Wine God Palace in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven was in tatters. It was said that it became ruins after the immemorial battle. These ruins still had terrifying laws that prevented even heaven venerates from entering. Even getting close would make them lightheaded, as if they were drunk. To his surprise, he found that some people had died of alcohol poisoning near the ruins. Thus, this place was called the Wine God Palace, as well as the ruins of the Wine God. Legend was that Wine God's portrait was present inside the ruins, but no one knew the truth of that. Many people had asked the Violet Flame Heaven's Wine God Palace to provide confirmation, but the latter never did. If the Wine God Palace was still present, why did they not repair the ruins? It was puzzling to the outside world. Other than the four immemorial sects, there were other ancient inheritances as well. However, they were mostly low-key and rarely interacted with the outside world. As a result, people only knew their names, but not their true bodies. Of course, no one dared to test them either because anyone who had previously done that had perished. Other than the four immemorial sects and those mysterious powers, the most conspicuous forces would have to be the 8 eternal clans. They were all said to be part of the heavenly divinity race, the Long, Yi, Zhang, Zhao, Ji, Wang, Wei, and Qin clans. Contrary to the other human forces, these 8 clans were not low-key. Their activity was spread over a wide area, and they also had business with other races. These 8 clans were extremely powerful, nurturing innumerable prodigies who emerged with each passing day. Also, their relationships with other races were a mix, with them being friendly to some and hostile to others. But due to their immense power, even other races did not wish to provoke them. It could be said that the 8 eternal clans were the representatives of the human race here. They were what intimidated the other races. If there was a war between the human race and other races, it was always these 8 clans that mediated things. Normally, the other races would at least give some face to these 8 clans. Since that was the case, the 8 clans were gradually pushed into being the representatives of the human race in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. Of course, this only happened after they received approval from certain forces. However, some mysterious forces with ancient inheritances didn't show any interest in them. The 4 immemorial sects were also uninterested, being only spectators. As long as others didn't provoke them, they wouldn't provoke others. No wonder the Yi clan was so arrogant. It seems that they really view themselves as overlords of the human race. No one from the human race can defy their will, said Long Chen. The most active members of the human race were the 8 eternal clans, so they were practically in control over all the human race's activity. Moreover, any forces that could compete with them simply ignored them, resulting in them being so arrogant. The Long, Yi, Zhang, Zhao, Ji, Wang, Wei, and Qin clans. I wonder what kind of relationships they have between themselves. If they are all united, it will be a bit troublesome. Long Chen frowned. According to the information that he had, the 8 clans had little to do with Lord Brahma's forces. They seemed to be afraid of him though and didn't get involved with him. Anyway, Lord Brahma was Long Chen's mortal enemy, and now the Yi clan was also his enemy. It was not a good situation to be in. Boss, the guild master wishes to see you. Just then, Guo Ran came in. Invite them in, said Long Chen hastily. This was their territory, so he couldn't be rude. Mr. Long Chen, we just received some information today. I think that you will be very interested in it. The guild master smiled and handed Long Chen a golden invitation card. Sage King Convention. Long Chen was confused when he saw the words on the invitation. Chapter 4082 Sage King Crown. This is one of the largest conventions of the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. All the immortal kings of the 9 heavens and 10 lands will come to compete for the Sage King Crown, said the guild master. Everyone in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Guo Ran was delighted to hear that. He and Long Chen thought of the same thing. Wouldn't that mean that the Dragonblood Legion would be reunited? Ah, a slip of the tongue. Only the most apex immortal kings of the 9 heavens and 10 lands will come. Normal geniuses would only be qualified to watch, said the guild master. Can you explain what this Sage King Convention is in detail? Long Chen was instantly interested. This Sage King Convention actually had a longer name, Nirvana Overflow 10,000 Race Sage King Convention. Every time it was held, its contents were different. Also, it wasn't held by any one person or power but automatically held by the Sage King world. The Sage King world was in the center of the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, a wild land that no one showed any interest in during normal times. However, every few hundreds of thousands of years, or perhaps even millions of years, the Sage King world would open, and the Sage King martial stage would descend. It was said that the Sage King martial stage was created jointly by the ancestors of the 10,000 races in the Primal Chaos era, so it contained the karmic luck of 10,000 races. It was only through their combined efforts that it was constructed. Anyone from any world, from the initial Immortal King realm to the full circle of the Immortal King realm, could attend this convention. Legend had it that there was once a period of comparative peace in the Primal Chaos era, and a major reason for this period of peace was the Sage King martial stage. It was said that the construction of the Sage King martial stage was proposed by the Spirit Race's Sage Emperor. He was the one who had led the 10,000 races in drawing up the agreement and laws of the stage. In the Primal Chaos era, the Sage King martial stage was activated once a century, and the winner would obtain the Sage King crown. This so-called Sage King crown was the karmic luck that the Sage King martial stage had accumulated from the 9 heavens, and it would all fall to one person, the champion. What was interesting was that the person who obtained the Sage King crown essentially had a 100% chance of reaching the eternal realm. With the Sage King crown, there would be no bottlenecks. Even if you just slept all day, the heavenly Taos would merge power and comprehension into your body, and it lasted all the way until you reached the eternal realm. Is this real? Long Chen jumped in shock. This Sage King crown was basically cheating. Of course it's real. However, in the current era, things have changed. The Sage King martial stage used to appear every century, but now it takes hundreds of thousands of years to millions of years before it can form. That is because it needs to condense enough karmic luck before it appears. In the Primal Chaos era, it only took a century. But now there is less energy in the world, and everything has changed. Counting the years, it has been a full 8 million years since the last opening of the Sage King world. Furthermore, in these 8 million years, no eternal expert appeared in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. Clearly, even with the support of the Sage King crown, it is not so easy to enter the eternal realm, sighed the guild master. 8 million years, and no one had reached the eternal realm. Then it really had to be difficult. No wonder he said that all the apex geniuses of the 9 heavens and 10 lands would come. Becoming eternal, that would be the true peak of the immortal world. Someone like that would even be able to fight Lord Brahma. Upon thinking of this, Long Chen's heart was instantly set ablaze. Ah yes, the Sage King crown isn't the only treasure there. Anyone who enters the top 10,000 will receive the blessing of karmic luck, and the top 1,000 will obtain primal chaos chi that cleanses the body and soul. Starting from the top 100, they will have their pick of various divine weapons, battle armor, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, battle skills, and other treasures. Even just getting in the top 10,000 is no small thing. Obtaining the karmic luck blessing alone will give a person more acknowledgement from the heavenly Taos. To the heavenly Taos, it would be like you were their son. The support of karmic luck is something extremely desirable, let alone the cleansing of primal chaos chi. You should know that the Sage King martial stage needed 8 million years to gather the energy for these rewards, so they definitely aren't ordinary. Thus, as long as they receive word of this, every major power's heavenly geniuses will go crazy. Heavenly geniuses that have been sealed for countless years will also awaken. At the time, the Sage King Convention will truly be a land of heavenly geniuses. Excellent. Then I'll be able to see Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Wan Ziyan, Ming Yu, Ziqiu, Xiao Chen, and the others. Long Chen's heart was set ablaze. He had previously been thinking about how to reunite with everyone. But now, his opportunity had come. Long Chen believed that everyone would see each other again soon. The Dragonblood warriors would know that Long Chen would attend, and so they would definitely do everything they could to come over. The Sage King martial stage is in the midst of activating. It will probably be fully activated in half a year. Mr. Long Chen, you have to make your preparations in advance. If you need anything from my Wine Trading Company, just ask. Don't stand on courtesy. I truly do need your help. I have some things on hand that I don't need, and some materials that I do need. To the side, Guo Ran finally had a chance to interject. In the 3,000 worlds, Guo Ran and Sha Chen had gained countless treasures. However, they didn't have an immediate use for most of them. Later on, they were always too busy to deal with them. Now, they finally had a chance, so Guo Ran naturally wouldn't let it go. He directly tossed out all the divine weapons and battle armor and various oddities from the 3,000 worlds. Keeping them on hand was a waste of space. The majority of these treasures were obtained from that odd tomb. Many of the divine weapons had already rotted, and some of the runes had lost their spirituality. However, they did have some value in terms of research. In Guo Ran's hands, they naturally weren't worth any money, as they had long since made copies of the runes. However, by giving them to the Wine Trading Company who could sell them to people who needed them, they could get a huge amount of money. Most importantly, the Wine Trading Company's business channels were incredibly widespread. They were always able to find a suitable buyer. When Guo Ran took out these treasures, even the experienced guild master was moved. He immediately called over some appraisers. Just like Long Chen, Guo Ran didn't even look at how they calculated it. He simply handed a list to the guild master. After that, Guo Ran directly asked them to gather the materials on the list. If the value of the treasures that he took out wasn't high enough, he told the guild master to directly ask for money from Long Chen. Hearing this, Long Chen rolled his eyes. It seemed that even now, he had to be raising Guo Ran. However, there was no way around it. Who asked him to be the boss? Long Chen also took this chance to toss out a random assortment of items that he had in the primal chaos space. Anything that he couldn't use, he took out. He directly said that if it had value, sell it, and if it didn't have value, just throw it out. In any case, he fully trusted them. At this time, another elder of the Wine Trading Company suddenly came running over. His expression was rather serious. "What is it?" asked the guild master, startled. "The Soaring Dragon Company's people have come. They're probably here for Mr. Long Chen." Chapter 4083 Business Dao, Human Dao. The Soaring Dragon Company. Long Chen was startled. They had actually come here. Did they come to look for him? Long Chen and the Soaring Dragon Company shared a tumultuous history, marked by an indelible stain of bloodshed. The Soaring Dragon Company's people were responsible for the tragic demise of the last surviving siblings from the Bai clan, an act that had left an unquenchable thirst for vengeance in Long Chen's heart. The brother and sister, known for their inherent purity and kind-heartedness, fell victim to a web of manipulation and extortion orchestrated by the Soaring Dragon Company, and Long Chen didn't have a chance to save them. Thus, in Long Chen's heart, the Soaring Dragon Company's destruction was already set in stone. However, due to various matters, he hadn't found time to cause trouble for the Soaring Dragon Company. Now, they had actually come to him, obviously not with good intentions. Judging by the swiftness with which information flowed between the Violet Flame Heaven and the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, it was highly likely that news of his plundering of the Soaring Dragon Company had just reached their ears. Whether it was the Wuxian Trading Company or the Soaring Dragon Company, they had no way to directly transmit news between two heavens. Otherwise, the information on the Earth Cauldron's appearance would have long since spread throughout the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. After all, to reach the Nirvana Overflow Heaven from other heavens, it was necessary to cross the heavenly river between the Nirvana Overflow Heaven and the Violet Flame Heaven. There was no way to use a transportation formation across heavens. Even the High Firmament Academy, with their foundation stones, could only move between the Darklight Heaven and the Violet Flame Heaven. But it was impossible for them to directly reach the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. Thus, the information from the Violet Flame Heaven would take at least half a year to reach the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. In other words, it had been half a year since Long Chen had started plundering the Soaring Dragon Company. However, that estimation was during normal times. Just yesterday, a huge change had gone through the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. The appearance of the Sage King Martial Stage was reported to have caused even the heavenly river to change. It seemed that the fiend eyes had been affected by some unknown force and had closed. With this, there was no need to go through long detours in the heavenly river, and it was possible to cross directly. Some heaven venerates also took advantage of this opportunity to cross the heavenly river, and they weren't attacked by the terrifying lifeforms within the heavenly river. It seemed that the appearance of the Sage King Martial Stage had caused heaven and earth to become more peaceful. None of the major forces was willing to be wildly hostile. After all, back when the Sage King Convention was first initiated, it was upheld by the 10,000 races, leading to an era of peace. So whenever it was held, the large races stopped attacking each other. They abided by the wishes of their ancestors and the agreements that they made. More importantly than that, if anyone dared to launch any large-scale invasions against another race, there was a legend that it would be sensed by the heavenly Taos, and the attacker would be struck by calamity. There were plenty of legends regarding this matter. As for their veracity, no one was willing to be the test subject. But one thing was for sure: when the Sage King Convention occurred, most of the races of the 9 heavens and 10 lands wouldn't make any large movements. Unless they were forced to, they wouldn't lightly do anything during this time. The Sage King Martial Stage had just appeared yesterday, so that was why Long Chen was sure that information about the Battle of the Vermilion Bird Empire had not reached this place yet. Have them wait a moment. I'll arrive shortly. Seemingly used to such a thing, the guild master sent his reply indifferently. I'll go with you. I also want to see what the Soaring Dragon Company is planning, said Long Chen. The guild master hesitated for a moment but then nodded, agreeing to go with Long Chen. For this matter, it wasn't convenient for Guo Ran and the others to tag along. After all, it wasn't a fight. The Wuxian Trading Company only talked about business, so Long Chen alone was enough to accompany the guild master. Guild master, our Wuxian Trading Company conducts its business in good faith without cheating anyone. So, why is the Soaring Dragon Company capable of competing with you in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven? Asked Long Chen as he walked with the guild master. Within the information that the Wuxian Trading Company had given him, shockingly, the Wuxian Trading Company only had 30% of the market share in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. Yet, even more shocking was the fact that the Soaring Dragon Company owned 60% of the business here. As for the remaining 10%, it was taken by a bunch of random trading houses that couldn't compare to the Wuxian Trading Company or the Soaring Dragon Company. This proportion was incomprehensible to Long Chen. In his perspective, the Wuxian Trading Company had consistently upheld the pinnacle of business ethics, at least in Long Chen's opinion. On the other hand, the Soaring Dragon Company was like a bandit group. There was simply no comparison. Their methods. The guild master smiled slightly. Oh, what do you mean? Before joining the Wuxian Trading Company, I was once a fugitive who walked the line between right and wrong. It was thanks to the wealth god's guidance that I came to the Wuxian Trading Company. There was a line in the wealth scripture that touched me profoundly, changing my fate. Translating it simply, every person is a businessman in the midst of exchanging goods for what benefits them. Everything that you have in your hands is a commodity. As long as there is enough benefit, those things can be sold for limitless money. Amongst those things are your youth, life, soul, and even faith. In the face of conflicting profits, you lose yourself and your direction. In the end, you are willing to use any means necessary to gain profit. Businessmen are truly frightening, because in their eyes, all things have a price tag. As long as the other side offers a high enough price, they are willing to do anything. Things that can be sold include family, friendship, love, truth, and faith. If a businessman with no faith is allowed to control this world, then this world will not be far from destruction. Senior's words are enlightening, truly admirable, praised Long Chen. These words truly were enlightening to Long Chen. To put it another way, the business Tao was also the human Tao, because the nature of business was also the nature of humanity, so the two were connected. This is the wealth god's divine teaching. It wasn't something that a foolish old fellow like me could come up with. When I joined the Wuxian trading company, the senior who tested me asked me a question. In your heart, what cannot be sold? And what was your answer? Asked Long Chen. I said my wife and children, laughed the guild master. Long Chen also laughed. And then what? And then there was nothing. That can count as passing, exclaimed Long Chen. Of course, I passed. Long Chen nodded. So that's the case. In truth, this question is asking where your bottom line is. Mr. is wise. I was befuddled by that question for a long time before understanding that, said the guild master. Then I understand. The Wuxian trading company has its bottom line, so it doesn't engage in certain businesses, for example, selling out their sense of justice, of right or wrong. The guild master laughed and didn't reply. It seemed that this question didn't truly have an answer. After all, everyone had different opinions. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. The Wuxian trading company's people truly were admirable. On this point alone, there were countless inheritances that couldn't compare to them. Most importantly, Long Chen could see that they were both selfless and fearless. Every one of them lived life to the fullest. That kind of satisfaction was something that Long Chen greatly envied. Long Chen, you brazen thief. Just as Long Chen and the guild master were laughing and talking, they walked into a large hall. But as soon as they walked in, they heard a savage shout. Chapter 4084. Come at me if you have the guts. As Long Chen walked into the hall, his gaze fell upon a group of over 10 experts wearing the robes of the Soaring Dragon Company. In particular, their leader, a Heaven Venerate, was blazing with killing intent. A couple of months ago, Long Chen might need to be a bit careful. But now, he no longer felt much fear toward Heaven Venerates. His source of confidence was the completely refined Kunpeng wings. At this full speed, even Heaven Venerates could not catch him. Moreover, the Dragonblood warriors' combined might was now enough to challenge Heaven Venerates. Even if they had to face a Heaven Venerate directly, they would still have the ability to fight. Most importantly, Long Chen had seen so many Heaven Venerates that he no longer found them special. The Soaring Dragon Company had sent over 10 people, with one Heaven Venerate among their ranks and the rest Earth Venerates. Although they still had mighty blood chi and could not be considered elderly, making them much stronger than the average Earth Venerates that Long Chen had fought, it didn't matter. They were still Earth Venerate and unable to threaten him. Looking at the Heaven Venerate indifferently, Long Chen curled his lips and said, "Can you not switch to a different opener? You don't need to praise me every time like that. I already know that I'm brazen, and my guts have always been big. If you keep praising me like that, I'll feel embarrassed." "Impudent brat," barked one of the Earth Venerates, reaching back for the hilt of his blade. Long Chen's expression sank. "This conduct of yours is very dangerous. I know that you came to intimidate me, but that action will only anger me. As the Wuxian Trading Company's land isn't for fighting, I don't want to have to kill you here." This Earth Venerate was truly idiotic as he actually tried to use his chi to lock onto Long Chen and embarrass him. However, he was far weaker than Long Chen, so his attempt was utterly futile. In Long Chen's view, he was like a mouse trying to brandish fangs at him, making Long Chen feel the urge to slap him to death. At this distance, if Long Chen wanted to kill him, not even that Heaven Venerate would be able to stop him. However, Long Chen felt great respect for the Wuxian Trading Company, so he didn't wish to kill anyone on their territory. In truth, he could have first slapped that idiot to teach him a lesson, but due to cultivating the dragon soul body forging art during this time, his power had soared, leaving him unable to perfectly control it. He was afraid he might accidentally kill this Earth Venerate with his slap. That Earth Venerate was enraged by Long Chen's disdain for him, but he was also shocked that he couldn't lock onto Long Chen. This indicated that Long Chen's power was very likely above his, and Long Chen's soul would have to be even stronger. The Soaring Dragon Company's people were surprised by Long Chen's power. Based on their information, although Long Chen could defeat ordinary divine venerates, his power was below that of earth venerates. However, all the earth venerates were unable to lock onto him, and that heaven venerate was also unable to see through Long Chen's spiritual fluctuations. Was our information false? A thought rose in all of their minds at the same time. What they didn't know was that back then, Long Chen's power truly was below that of an earth venerate. It was only after Long Chen entered the Vermilion Bird Empire and underwent the trial by fire, starting to cultivate the dragon soul body forging art, that he completely transformed. Although his realm hadn't changed, his power could not be compared to before. Everyone, let's talk nickel. Is there some misunderstanding between us? We can just resolve it with words. When doing business, it is amiability that makes you rich. Going to war is not the business Tao, said the guild master. Within the hall, there were only 3 experts of the Wuxian Trading Company, so in terms of number, they were outnumbered by the Soaring Dragon Company. Furthermore, the Soaring Dragon Company had come ferociously, practically waving their weapons, exuding frightening killing intent. At this moment, their heaven venerate angrily said, "HMPH, I came here today to demand an explanation from the Wuxian Trading Company. Long Chen has looted dozens of my Soaring Dragon Company's strongholds in the Violet Flame Heaven. He is a hateful bandit who must be punished. For him to seek asylum in the Wuxian Trading Company as soon as he arrives in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, he must be trying to shed responsibility for his actions. Furthermore, we suspect he is using your Wuxian Trading Company to get rid of his stolen goods." The guild master was about to reply when Long Chen took the initiative. "What are you talking about? We're all in the same profession. Why must we attack each other? Who is in the same profession as you?" barked the heaven venerate. "How are we not? You plunder people secretly, while I plunder people openly. In essence, we're the same. Also, you treat others as sacrifices, taking their wealth and then offering their lives as a sacrifice. You not only take people's treasures, but you also kill them. As for me, I only take your wealth, not your lives. In this aspect, aren't I much better than you?" declared Long Chen indignantly. While speaking, Long Chen kept a close eye on their reactions. The earth venerates were only further enraged, but Long Chen saw the flicker of panic in the heaven venerate's eyes. It seemed that the matter of sacrifices was a high-level secret in the Soaring Dragon Company, so only their most important members were aware of it. "What nonsense are you spouting?" roared the heaven venerate. His expression was now one of a wrongfully accused victim, but icy killing intent now filled his eyes. Wanting to kill someone to silence them, Long Chen instantly saw through his intentions. "I'm sure everyone is well aware about whether or not I'm spouting nonsense. Do you really need me to speak more clearly? If you're wise, you'll scram now. Remember, don't throw dirty water on the Wuxian Trading Company, or well, you understand." Long Chen chuckled at the heaven venerate. This elder instantly understood. Long Chen wanted their enmity to not implicate the Wuxian Trading Company. Otherwise, he would make this information public. Hence, the elder was actually delighted to be told to scram. That meant that Long Chen was temporarily not planning on announcing anything. "HMPH, my Soaring Dragon Company won't leave this matter be. You, Long Chen, will pay the price sooner or later," declared the heaven venerate. Long Chen simply smiled. This elder at least wasn't a complete idiot and could tell what Long Chen meant. As long as they didn't implicate the Wuxian Trading Company, they could come at him as they pleased, and he would accompany them to the end. Did they really think that he would stop after just plundering a few of their branches? Did they think the enmity of the Bai clan's brother and sister would be settled just like that? They were too naive. The Soaring Dragon Company's heaven venerate cupped his fists to the guild master, flung his sleeve, and then led his party away. Once they left, an earth venerate hastily asked that heaven venerate, "Senior, are we letting him off just like that?" "Letting him off? Do you think that's possible? Inform the shadow race that we want Long Chen's head. They can't ask for any price." A cold light appeared in the heaven venerate's eyes, while a sinister smile hung on his face. Chapter 4085 The Situation. "Mr. Long Chen, the Soaring Dragon Company will send endless assassins after you, as they are afraid of you publicly announcing this matter. In my opinion, they'll want to silence you as fast as possible." The guild master turned to Long Chen gravely once the Soaring Dragon Company's people left. The guild master knew of the matter of the sacrifices, because back in the violet flame heaven, Long Chen had passed this secret to the Wine Trading Company. However, Long Chen had not made this matter public and still kept it secret, waiting for a suitable moment to once more deal a grievous blow to the Soaring Dragon Company. The Wine Trading Company also didn't expose this secret. After all, they were businessmen who focused on business, so they didn't put much energy into such things. Furthermore, since it was the secret that Long Chen discovered, if Long Chen didn't make it public, they wouldn't do it without Long Chen's approval either. My enmity with them has long since reached the point of no stop until death. Also, there are plenty of people in this world who want to kill me. One Soaring Dragon Company won't make the difference. If I don't toy with them to death, how will I make it up for the Bai clan's brother and sister? Anything is fine as long as it doesn't implicate the Wine Trading Company, said Long Chen with a smile. In truth, if Long Chen had announced this secret earlier, the Soaring Dragon Company would have simply pushed all the responsibility onto a few scapegoats, and after executing them for justice, this matter would have been covered. Long Chen had long since seen through this play, which was why he was still waiting, or perhaps it should be said that now wasn't the time yet. As for the pursuit of the Soaring Dragon Company, he really didn't care. Even if Heaven Venerates came after him, he could still run. And if they dared to attack him, he would dare to keep plundering their branches. It just so happened that he was worrying about not having a chance to get good treasures. Guild Master, you mentioned that one of the reasons why the Wine Trading Company isn't as great as the Soaring Dragon Company in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven is because they use any means necessary for their business. Then is there another reason? Asked Long Chen suddenly. On the way here, Long Chen had chatted with the Guild Master, and the latter had said that there were actually two main reasons. One reason was that many sects and powers were followers of Lord Brahma, and so they chose to work with the Soaring Dragon Company. It was said that the Soaring Dragon Company had a close relationship with Lord Brahma. However, some powers weren't necessarily Lord Brahma's subordinates, but they were afraid of the Soaring Dragon Company abusing their power to intimidate them, so they had no choice but to work with the crooks. Thus, the Guild Master said that the Soaring Dragon Company would use any means necessary to conduct business. In truth, this wasn't business. Frankly, it was being bandits. You had to do business with them whether you wanted to or not, or they would crush you. These manners might appear lacking, but in truth, within the entire Nirvana Overflow Heaven, the human race's powers were essentially like that. For example, the Yi clan. Many powers had been extorted by the Yi clan to do what they wished. There was no way around it. Even if they weren't pressured by the Yi clan, other powers would subdue them. The Yi clan or the Soaring Dragon Company were all typical models of the human race in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. As for the Wine Trading Company, they focused only on business and didn't participate in these kinds of politics, not forcing anyone to buy or sell to them. Although their reputation was unmatched, and countless people wished to do business with them, these people simply didn't have the guts. Only some comparatively stronger powers dared to collaborate with the Wine Trading Company without the need to fear the pressure from others. Some smaller powers also secretly collaborated with the Wine Trading Company, but they were always tense and afraid of being discovered. Thus, it was only natural that the Wine Trading Company could not beat the Soaring Dragon Company. One was a nobleman, the other was a rogue. The second reason is due to the lack of medicinal pills that we can provide. Medicinal pills are the bloodline of any sect. In the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, the Sacred Pill Hall produces the majority of pills, and other than selling them themselves, they will also allow the Soaring Dragon Company to sell them. Thus, in order to obtain those pills, some powers have no choice but to collaborate with the Soaring Dragon Company, said the Guild Master helplessly. Long Chen came to a sudden understanding. It seemed that the Sacred Pill Hall used the carrot and stick method. If you wanted their medicinal pills, you had to collaborate with their side, or you would get no pills. But that doesn't make sense. In the Violet Flame Heaven and the Darklight Heaven, the Wine Trading Company's pill production isn't bad. Why can't you provide pills in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven? Asked Long Chen. It is due to the difference in laws here. In the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, it is many times more difficult to refine pills. Furthermore, natives who consume pills refined outside this heaven will find that they are much less effective. There will even be signs of rejection. Thus, even when our alchemists come to the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, we have great difficulty producing medicinal pills. The effect is worse, and the pill quality cannot be improved. This has been a problem for countless years, and we've never managed to find a good solution," said the guild master. There was such a thing. But Xianxia was still refining pills yesterday, and she wasn't affected, said Long Chen. What? That's impossible. Now, it was the guild master's turn to be shocked. However, it was true. Xianxia had refined pills yesterday, but for fear of causing a disturbance, she had intentionally only refined treasure pills, not golden pills. In truth, she had been paying close attention to the influence of the heavenly Taoes in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven on her pill Tao. After all, she was very dedicated to the pill Tao. After hearing this, the guild master quickly gathered dozens of alchemists. They then all gathered in the Wine Trading Company's specific alchemy room. Xianxia refined a furnace of pills in front of them. This time, she didn't hold back, and that very day, tribulation clouds gathered in the sky, stunning the guild master and the alchemists around. It had to be known that they had been refining pills here for countless years, but it was their first time seeing tribulation lightning. When the lid opened, they saw 2 top-grade golden pills. Even having watched the refinement, they still found it inconceivable. "How can this be? Do you come from the sacred pill hall?" asked an alchemist. Long Chen and Xianxia were startled, and a sudden bout of comprehension directly struck them. Although the two didn't say it, they were thinking the same thing. Dongfang Zichu. The sacred pill hall was one of Lord Brahma's 4 halls. As for Dongfang Zichu, he was an alchemy master, as well as a servant of Lord Brahma. Thus, he had to have a close relationship with the sacred pill hall, and perhaps he even came from there. In order to lower Xianxia's guard, and considering her shocking talent in the area of alchemy, he must have transmitted all his alchemy techniques to her. If not, Yu Xiaoyun would not have trusted him. In Dongfang Zichu's view, Xianxia would be sacrificed sooner or later, so he had no misgivings about transmitting techniques to someone who would die soon. Doing so allowed him to gain their full trust. However, Dongfang Zichu didn't pass on too many skills in terms of fighting. One reason was because Xianxia wasn't interested, while another reason was because he didn't wish for her to grow too strong to the point that she couldn't be controlled. Thus, in order to keep her vulnerable, he merely transmitted his full alchemy skills to her. So, the fact that Xianxia was still able to refine pills with the same ease as before without being affected by the laws of the heavenly Taoes was all thanks to Dongfang Zichu. "I wonder if," started one elder. "Mr. Zisong, please conduct yourself with dignity," said the guild master. He knew what this elder wanted to say. Xianxia looked at Long Chen. Seeing him nod, she smiled. "It's all right, I can transmit my alchemy skills to all of you." Upon hearing this, even the guild master revealed an expression of absolute joy. They couldn't quite believe their ears. Chapter 4086 Nirvana Divine Rune. That's a bit inappropriate. This sudden change left the guild master stuttering, well, just a bit. It had to be known that the sacred pill hall's secret arts were unique, and they were only transmitted to the most devout followers of the sacred pill hall. These techniques were what allowed them to refine pills easily in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. Over countless years, the Wine Trading Company and other powers had longed to learn those secret arts. That was the only way they could break the sacred pill hall's monopoly on the pill market. The price of the sacred pill hall's pills was incredibly high. However, no matter how high they raised the price, the demand never slowed down. As for the Soaring Dragon Company, they were an even bigger scammer and actually used auctions to sell these medicinal pills. During their auctions, the Soaring Dragon Company's own people would make bids to drive the price up. Unless it reached their ideal price, they wouldn't sell the pills. It could be said that the Soaring Dragon Company and the Sacred Pill Hall had gone too far in many ways, but there was no way around it. Unless all those cultivators suddenly stopped requiring medicinal pills, they had to let themselves be ripped off. As a result, countless human experts sorrowfully said that the reason the human race was bullied to this extent was largely thanks to the Sacred Pill Hall's contributions. If the Sacred Pill Hall wanted to make money, that wasn't a problem, but they couldn't be too evil. Roping in believers was also no problem, but it couldn't be done while harming the entire human race just for the development of Lord Brahma's followers. The Sacred Pill Hall prioritized selling to Lord Brahma's followers. This was why Lord Brahma alone could occupy the majority of the human race's powers. Hence, at this moment, if Xianxia could pass the secret arts to the Wine Trading Company and they became capable of refining medicinal pills containing the laws of the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, then the human race's entire structure would change. The guild master was still filled with disbelief. Long Chen smiled and said, There's nothing inappropriate about it. I really look down on the Sacred Pill Hall and Soaring Dragon Company's actions, so I won't ask for anything in exchange. As long as they're unhappy, I'm happy. Seeing that Long Chen was serious, the guild master immediately gathered the core alchemy elders of the Huayan Trading Company. Yu Qingshan directly shared the alchemy arts that Dongfang Zichu had taught her. As for what aspect of her technique was the main crux to being able to refine pills in this heaven, she was unaware of it. They would need to search for it themselves. However, Yu Qingshan's alchemy arts were vast, so these elders would need some time to digest her extensive skills. But then, the Huayan Trading Company had plenty of people in it, so such a thing was not difficult for them. After Yu Qingshan shared her alchemy arts with them, the elders immediately set off to secretly gather alchemy masters. If they could resolve the problem of medicinal pills, many human forces would not be forced to submit to the Sacred Pill Hall or Soaring Dragon Company. Then the Huayan Trading Company would be able to wrest away some of their market dominance. As a result, there would probably be some changes in regard to those powers that only joined Lord Brahma for medicinal pills. In order to allow these alchemists to comprehend the essence of her techniques faster, Yu Qingshan even specifically explained some of the more profound aspects, adding her annotations and interpretations. 7 days passed just like that. Finally, thanks to everyone's efforts, they found the crucial aspect of it when Yu Qingshan refined pills. She condensed a divine rune. Yu Qingshan said that this rune was something Dongfang Zichu taught her after she had obtained the heavenly rainbow flame. Furthermore, many of the pills that she had refined were taken by Dongfang Zichu. In truth, by that time, Yu Qingshan's skill in alchemy had far surpassed Dongfang Zichu's. This rune that Dongfang Zichu taught Yu Qingshan was called the Nirvana Divine Rune, and it stemmed from the original Nirvana scripture. He didn't tell Yu Qingshan because he didn't want her to know certain secrets. Actually, just transmitting the Nirvana Divine Rune to her was already a taboo. However, in order to obtain those pills, he had no choice but to take that risk. In any case, Yu Qingshan's life and death was under his control, so he didn't have that many misgivings about doing so. But never in his dreams would he have thought that this action of his would cause endless trouble for Lord Brahma. Once they found the Nirvana Divine Rune, these alchemists immediately got to work. The first few volumes of the Nirvana scripture were no secret, so many alchemists had a chance to read them. Anyway, the Nirvana Divine Rune was something only those who had trained in the Nirvana scripture could condense. Fortunately, many amongst them had learned the Nirvana scripture, and so they quickly condensed the Nirvana Divine Rune. When refining pills, by adding the Nirvana Divine Rune to the pill furnace, the energy of the heavenly Taoes no longer showed any rejection at all. When the refinement was complete, even the guild master couldn't help jumping excitedly. The pill condensed. It really did condense, and the medicinal energy is the exact same as the sacred pill halls. The alchemists cheered, and some were so emotional that they cried. The human race now has hope for rising. With these medicinal pills, the human race's overall power will quickly rise. We will no longer be bullied and slaughtered by others, shouted one alchemist. Long Chen was also moved. For these alchemists to be thinking of other people, of the entire human race first, it was truly rare. Most would be thinking about making more money or beating their competitors. This kind of aspiration, this kind of heart, it was something that those businessmen who only thought of money could not compare to. The Huayan Trading Company truly was a pure land in the business world. The alchemists repeatedly thanked Yu Qingshan and Long Chen. Now that they had the Nirvana Divine Rune, they started gathering and raising alchemists in large numbers. As for the matter of keeping it secret, Long Chen didn't have to worry about it. The Huayan Trading Company was always meticulous. The alchemists that they recruited and trained were fervent followers of the wealth god, so they were definitely trustworthy. The guild master expressed that he would immediately report this to the higher-ups, and the profits from the medicinal pills would quickly come down to them. However, he also apologetically said that at the start, the medicinal pills might not make much money. After all, these medicinal pills were a must-have for the human race's development, and the Huayan Trading Company wouldn't use them to make such a huge profit. They had their own bottom line. Long Chen replied that it was fine. The money was a minor matter. As long as it made the Soaring Dragon Company and the Sacred Pill Hall unhappy, he was happy. That was a typical case of someone with money not minding spending a lot for happiness. Having collaborated for so long, both in the mortal world and in the immortal world, Long Chen was indebted to the Huayan Trading Company. Although it was called a joint collaboration, Long Chen was still very grateful to them. Long Chen didn't participate in the rest of this matter, so Long Chen and Yu Qingshan left the alchemy room. When they did, they found that there were now hundreds of barriers set up in the surroundings. From this, it could be seen just how importantly the Huayan Trading Company viewed this matter. Long Chen and Yu Qingshan then took this chance to stroll around, holding hands. It was their first time getting a break since arriving in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, and this rare moment of peace was spent roaming the Huayan Trading Company's flower garden. This place was only for the people of Huayan Trading Company. Its scenery was beautiful and peaceful. It was a place for their disciples to rest and relax. Many people waved and greeted Long Chen when they arrived, but then made their excuses to leave, letting the two of them enjoy this place to themselves. That made Long Chen feel a bit embarrassed. After a while, Long Chen and Yu Qingshan arrived at a small lake. Just as they took out chairs to sit in, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. He then pointed at a large tree, and in response, a gust of wind swept through the area. Chapter 4087 Shadow Assassins. Yu Qingshan jumped in shock, not knowing what had just happened. Just as she was about to ask whether Long Chen was seeing things, her expression suddenly changed when she noticed the tree's shadow moving on its own. The tree's shadow swayed, and with a rustling sound, a black figure shot up the tree. When a gust of wind pierced the tree, an abrupt explosion-like noise rang out, drawing the attention of the Huayan Trading Company's people. Following that, the sound of an alarm rang out and multiple grand formations activated. Long Chen arrived at the bottom of the tree, looking at it. This tree was so large that it would take several people to wrap their arms around its trunk. From its surface, droplets of blood fell steadily. Long Chen then rubbed the blood between his fingers and sniffed it. This aura is dark, and the blood is cold. The fluctuations are strange. Long Chen solemnly examined the blood on his fingers. Even as he spoke, the blood grew lighter and lighter, its red color slowly fading until it was like pure water. In the end, that water also evaporated as if it had never existed. What kind of life form is that? Yu Qingshan walked over as well, stunned. She actually hadn't sensed it at all. How frightening. It should be an assassin from the shadow race. Mr. Long Chen. At this moment, the guild master also rushed over and examined the scene gravely. The evil spirit race's shadow spirit race? Asked Long Chen, his expression changing. Yes, the shadow race specializes in assassination arts. Their natural talent allows them to freely switch between bodies of shadows and bodies of flesh and blood. Due to this, they can kill people and then vanish without a trace. Fortunately, Mr. Long Chen could see through their camouflage, or it would have been dangerous. In terms of actual power, the shadow race wasn't very strong. But their camouflage and assassination arts could not be guarded against. As a result, even heaven venerates might be killed by an immortal king from the shadow race. I didn't really manage to see through their camouflage. I sensed it when they tried to get close to me. But then, I couldn't lock down their position. It was when they moved into the shadows that Qingshan's hairpin reflected light and exposed their position, said Long Chen. At first, Long Chen had only sensed that someone was present but had been unable to tell their exact location. At that time, he was quite shaken, as he knew that he had encountered a master of disguise. Originally, he had thought that the other side was hidden within the void. But no matter how he tried, he was unable to sense any spatial fluctuations. It was when Yu Qingshan turned her head that the sunlight reflected off of her hairpin. That light flashed by the tree's shadow, only to mysteriously vanish, so Long Chen almost instinctively attacked. Long Chen's reaction speed was quite fast, but the enemy still managed to escape, not exposing their appearance at all. We have no enmity with the shadow race, so why would they target us? Asked Yu Qingshan. The Soaring Dragon Company must have asked them too. After all, the shadow race has a close relationship with the Soaring Dragon Company. Some problems that the Soaring Dragon Company finds inconvenient to settle will be handled by the shadow race. Sometimes, when a power offends the Soaring Dragon Company, their leaders will be assassinated by the shadow race not too long after that. Their relationship is no secret in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. The shadow race are assassins that the Soaring Dragon Company hires to wipe away any blockades stopping their growth. For now, I will increase the defenses around here. You should stay here for some time, said the guild master. Long Chen smiled and said, Guild Master, you don't need to bother with it too much. I have experience dealing with assassins. So, if the Soaring Dragon Company wishes to play, I'll accompany them. The guild master wanted to convince him, but Long Chen simply brought Xianxia away into seclusion. Seeing him go into seclusion, the guild master sighed with relief. He thought that Long Chen had said some tough words for face, but in reality, he was still keeping his distance from the shadow race. Long Chen, you don't need to face them directly. Instead, you should take this time to increase your cultivation base, advised Xianxia. She knew Long Chen's temper, so she didn't want him to spend so much energy on dealing with the shadow race. Long Chen said, the main thing is that my cultivation path is different from everyone else's. It just so happens that I have nothing else to do at this time, and I was even thinking about how I could deal with them. After all, you can dodge them temporarily but not forever. I'll have to face them sooner or later. Don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not confident about. You can focus on your alchemy in peace. Once I've settled down enough, I'll make some minor adjustments. Since Long Chen had said this, Xianxia didn't pester him and entered her own alchemy room. As for Long Chen, he entered a cultivation room. Once the formation was activated, he asked, Senior, I've waited a long time. It's about enough, right? If I keep waiting, I feel like I'm going to rust. You really lack patience. Fine, the Dragon Soul Body Forging Arts Foundation has been 99% complete. If you start merging with the laws of the Nirvana Overflow Heaven at this time, it won't affect the foundation. You can start, said the dragon expert, feeling a bit helpless. Based on its plan, Long Chen should keep resting for about a month to see how the Dragon Soul Body Forging Art settled. It had to be known that Long Chen's Dragon Soul Body Forging Art was in its most foundational stage. It was also the most important stage, so there couldn't be the slightest flaw. As soon as there was a flaw in the foundation, there was no fixing it without tearing the whole thing down, which meant that Long Chen's future with the Dragon Soul Body Forging Art would be limited. Although Long Chen's display had surpassed the dragon expert's expectations, in order to be safe, it was best to keep waiting a while longer on the off chance that there were some adjustments that needed to be done. However, Long Chen was also unable to settle himself without cultivating after all this time. Even his emotions grew a bit unstable. If he were to wait another month while doing nothing, he might go crazy. In the end, the dragon expert belonged to the dragon race and possessed an unimaginable lifespan. A month, that was nothing to it. But the human race's nature was frantic. Although the dragon expert had never fully experienced what it meant to be human, it did understand Long Chen's character. Perhaps if it told Long Chen to keep waiting, he would rebel, so it helplessly agreed. With the dragon expert's approval, Long Chen smiled and began to form hand seals. The next moment, a 7-colored divine ring appeared. With the support of many formations, heavenly Tao energy was sucked inside of the divine ring, and the laws of the Nirvana Overflow Heaven flowed into Long Chen's body. Long Chen absorbed it all, not rejecting anything. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth poured into his body. As a result, his sealed cultivation base finally loosened. Hehe, it's time to exercise my fists in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. Boss Long San is about to rise once more. Chapter 4088 Dragon Spirit Blessing. When the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was absorbed by the divine ring, the dragon-shaped runes in Long Chen's body began to slowly awaken. Gradually, an invigorating force surged through his body, akin to a bottomless supply of energy. Long Chen had refrained from cultivation for a long time, and thus, the profound impact of this phenomenon caught him off guard, leaving him in a state of awe and wonder. The Nirvana Overflow Heaven is ranked second within the 9 heavens. It is currently the world with the most perfectly preserved heavenly Taos. In the Dark Light Heaven and the Violet Flame Heaven, due to the heavenly Taos being incomplete, your cultivation speed is limited. It is a bad thing, but also a good thing. It might have slowed down your advancement rate, but the good thing is even with the incomplete heavenly Taos, you could still merge with the power of heaven and earth, which causes your body to thirst for the complete heavenly Taos without you even being aware of it. Now that you are in this world with the complete heavenly Taos, your body will rapidly assimilate the power of the heavenly Taos, drawing you closer to them and increasing your rate of advancement. This is an advantage that the native experts here do not possess. The path of cultivation is like a race, so no one loses at the starting line. Just like that, running fast might not necessarily be a good thing, and running slow might not be a bad thing. In the end, what matters is how far you can run. As for you, you have always been too impatient, always running with your life on the line. It makes it easy for you to miss important things, said the dragon expert. Long Chen had been constantly trying to increase his cultivation speed and had no time to stabilize his base. This was a problem he had from the start. I can't do anything else. Fate is like an invisible hand forcing me forward, and there's a boulder behind it chasing me. The moment I pause, it will crush me to death. What else can I do? I wish I could slack off too, said Long Chen sullenly. The dragon expert didn't reply, but Long Chen suddenly said, Senior, why don't you tell me about the 9-star master? Let me see a bit further, so I can plan my own future. Just like you said, I should follow the set order. Give it up. Just pretend I didn't say anything just now. Don't try to dredge anything out of me. Long Chen had tried to get the dragon expert to divulge more secrets relating to the 9-star lines many times, but the dragon expert's mouth was airtight. It didn't let a single word slip. Since the dragon expert refused to speak, Long Chen simply continued to absorb spiritual qi. His body was like a dry riverbed greedily absorbing the rain. After receiving the nourishment of the spiritual qi, Long Chen felt like his body had become a part of heaven and earth. Long Chen had never had such a feeling before, so he was pleasantly surprised. He felt like he had reached the realm of merging with heaven and earth, the realm belonging to heaven venerates. Senior, have I reached the height of a heaven venerate in advance? At this moment, Long Chen felt close to heaven and earth, as though their energy would follow his will. This energy was now swirling around his body. When Long Chen extended a hand, heavenly Tao energy instantly covered it. That feeling of having the world move as he pleased was beautiful. That is the dragon spirit blessing of the heavenly Taos. When the dragon blood eggs first formed, they went to slumber. That is one reason I wanted you to wait, it was for the slumber to finish. The dragon blood eggs have now become dragon spirit eggs with the nourishment of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, receiving special care from heaven and earth. Because of that, you naturally can control the power of the heavenly Taos, and the feeling you have now does share commonalities with the power of heaven venerates. The only difference is the strength. Although my dragon race receives special favors from heaven and earth, we don't cultivate magical arts. Thus, even this special care will not provide you much help during battle, as it is only used to rapidly strengthen the physical body. As for using it in battle, I've never even thought of it. You can test it out yourself, said the dragon expert. Only then did Long Chen realize that it was the effect of the dragon soul body forging art. Even so, he was delighted. Looking inside his body, he found that the dragon blood eggs had become golden and translucent. He then saw strange runes within them. After 3 days of secluded cultivation, an explosive sound came from within his body, shaking the void. The next moment, giant cracks spread in every direction. The training room that Long Chen occupied quaked, its sturdy walls fracturing. At this moment, countless formations were blown apart, and the ceiling disintegrated, giving way to a golden pillar of light that soared into the sky. After that, a majestic dragon cry resounded throughout heaven and earth, a sign that Long Chen had advanced to the first heaven stage of the immortal king realm. However, the disturbance was so great that Long Chen himself was stunned. This was a top-tier training room, but it was still blown apart. At this time, Yu Qingxian, Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the others ran in to see what was going on. When they saw Long Chen's cultivation base, they instantly understood. Thus, seeing the state of his cultivation room, they got even more excited. Boss, you advanced to the first heaven stage, but you already caused such a disturbance. Hehe, boss really is the boss. Now, we'll dominate the Nirvana overflow heaven, chuckled Guo Ran. The stronger Long Chen was, the more excited they grew. He had just reached the first heaven stage but already caused such a terrifying qi wave. In the future, just how powerful would their boss grow? Having recovered from his shock, Long Chen hastily apologized to the Wyan Trading Company. Fortunately, the guild master simply laughed him off and praised him for being powerful. The aura that erupted from him advancing to the first heaven stage was comparable to when others advanced to the earth venerate realm. With this, Long Chen felt even more embarrassed, and he swore inside not to keep cultivating in this kind of training room. After advancing to the first heaven stage, Long Chen felt like he had become one with the Tao. With every move of his, the power of the heavenly Taos followed him, and he had a constant supply of energy. It was a wonderful feeling. Long Chen even had a feeling that he would be able to fight directly against heaven venerates. The current him was completely different. Although it was just the first heaven stage, Long Chen could feel the power of the heavenly Taos working with him, something that had never occurred before. Thus, it filled him with confidence. Guild Master, thank you for your care the past few days. Long Chen bowed to the Guild Master. Mr. Long Chen, are you? Yes, we're leaving. Are you sure? The Soaring Dragon Company and the Shadow Race are waiting for you. The Guild Master's expression changed. The path of cultivation is originally one where you must face difficulties head-on. You cannot retreat. If they want me, I can't let them wait too long. No matter how the Guild Master urged Long Chen to stay, Long Chen had made his determination. So, he directly left the gates of the Wuxian Trading Company. Seeing this scene, the Guild Master hastily alerted the higher-ups. In his opinion, by going out like this, Long Chen had signed his own death warrant. Furthermore, as soon as Long Chen walked out, he felt several subtle fluctuations. As a result, a sinister smile appeared on his face. I'll be able to get some practice now. Chapter 4089 Plunder the Rich to Help the Poor. It was noon when Long Chen and the others walked out of the Wuxian Trading Company, and the sunlight was bright. However, Long Chen could sense strange fluctuations in the shadows of countless buildings. After advancing to the first heaven stage, thanks to the dragon spirit blessing, Long Chen became closer to the heavenly Daos, and so his perception increased. To use the dragon race's words, this kind of perception was called a bloodline perception, which could sense any lifeform with blood qi. On a higher level than that was the soul perception. After all, some lifeforms could seal their blood qi to avoid being detected. However, the blood qi could be sealed, but the soul couldn't. Even if it really was sealed, this kind of concealment was meaningless. Alas, Long Chen was not a member of the dragon race. Without a dragon soul, he could only use bloodline perception. Even with that limit, it was already enough. Previously, Long Chen had only been able to sense the other side's killing intent but had been unable to lock down their position. But now, he could clearly sense over 10 fluctuations in the shadows. As he walked, more of those fluctuations appeared. It seemed that they were using some kind of method to move here through the shadows, leaving no spatial fluctuations. It was quite bizarre. Long Chen acted as if he didn't notice them. He then smiled and said goodbye to the Wuxian Trading Company, and simply swaggered down the road in the city. He had no intention of concealing himself whatsoever. "Boss, where are we going?" asked Guo Ran. "When your pockets and hands are empty, you have to root out the strong and support the weak, plunder the rich to help the poor," said Long Chen righteously. "Ha ha ha, good." Upon hearing this, Guo Ran and Sha Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. "What does that mean?" asked Yu Qingshan, her large eyes filled with innocent curiosity. In an instant, Long Chen was put in an awkward position, and he didn't know how to explain himself. He couldn't directly tell her that they were going to loot people. They quickly arrived at a set of buildings. Amongst them was a beautiful domed building with the name of the Soaring Dragon Company written in bold characters on top of it. It was then that Yu Qingshan seemed to understand something. The Soaring Dragon Company here was even greater than the Wuxian Trading Company. The buildings were also even more majestic. In the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, anywhere the Wuxian Trading Company was, there would also be the Soaring Dragon Company. Sometimes, the Soaring Dragon Company would be right across from the Wuxian Trading Company. This was why it didn't take them long to walk over to the Soaring Dragon Company from the Wuxian Trading Company's gates. As they walked toward it, Long Chen could sense more and more fluctuations appearing. Long Chen instantly realized that the Shadow Race's people were hidden within the Soaring Dragon Company. Previously, Long Chen had thought that the Soaring Dragon Company and the Shadow Race were two villains working together, but in order to put on an act, they maintained a certain distance from themselves. Now, he found that he was wrong. They really were arrogantly open about their position. It seemed that even these members of the Shadow Race were very curious as to why Long Chen would leave the Wuxian Trading Company. Furthermore, instead of running, he actually went directly to the Soaring Dragon Company. Originally, Long Chen had sensed that these people were restless, seemingly about to attack at any moment. But now, they began to calm down, as if waiting. Long Chen simply ignored them and swaggered toward the Soaring Dragon Company. When Long Chen arrived in front of the gates, he smiled derisively. The Soaring Dragon Company's steps were very tall. You had to look up from here in order to see the guards at the gate. How was this doing business? Business stressed two sides acting fairly from equal positions. But from the position of this gate, it showed the attitude of the Soaring Dragon Company. To do business with them, you had to lower your head first. The two divine venerate guards at the gate looked down on Long Chen disdainfully. "Stop, you're..." Long Chen sneered. It seemed that they clearly knew that he was coming. He refused to believe that the Soaring Dragon Company always had 2 divine venerates at the gates. I've come to collect taxes. Long Chen's Minghong saber slashed down on the gate. The entire city rocked and that giant gate was directly blasted into smithereens. As for the 2 divine venerates, they hacked up blood. The gust from that attack almost blew them apart. They had not expected Long Chen to directly attack, challenging the Soaring Dragon Company head-on. That was insane. Dozens of experts had been hidden behind the gate. Thus, when it exploded, they tumbled out wretchedly, smashing into the surrounding buildings and blowing them apart. Give me your money. Long Chen charged into the gate and roared. The entire city could hear him. Boss, aren't we here to collect taxes? Asked Guo Ran. Long Chen glared at him. Taxes need to be documented. Plundering people is faster. Get to work. How dare you, you little brat, you are courting death. Just then, a furious roar rang out. Even before he appeared, Long Chen already recognized his voice. He was the Heaven Venerate who had gone to the Huayan Trading Company to threaten Long Chen. As expected, he appeared, blazing with killing intent. But there was also a hint of excitement in his eyes. He had been in the midst of pondering how to silently kill Long Chen. But unexpectedly, Long Chen came straight to him. It was a nice surprise. This path was opened by me, these trees were planted by me. Everything here is mine. I'd advise you to not resist. After all, money belongs to the business, but your lives are your own. We're only here for money, not lives. If you don't resist, you can keep living, shouted Long Chen. Ha ha ha. The Heaven Venerate laughed furiously. This was the greatest joke that he had ever heard in his lifetime. Someone was trying to rob him. You idiot, do you think this is the Violet Flame Heaven? Today, not one of you will be leaving alive. Activate the Grand Formation. Slaughter them all. The next moment, the entire Soaring Dragon Company floated into the air, and barriers lit up. Dozens of them activated, instantly turning this place into an inescapable prison. Long Chen, you can die with your secret. Once the barriers formed, the Heaven Venerate laughed and waved his hand, causing the world to darken. A sinister chill then appeared, sending shivers down everyone's spine. It was like they were transported into the darkness of night. Long Chen also laughed. Are you really looking down on me that much? A few Immortal King rookies wish to kill me. Long Chen suddenly stabbed his saber into the ground and summoned a sphere of lightning in his left hand. Just like that, the darkness of night was pierced. Under the light of the lightning, it was possible to see multiple figures charging at Long Chen with sharp blades in their hands. Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the others jumped in shock. They hadn't even sensed these existences nearing them. Exposed by the lightning, they instantly fled like startled rabbits. Too late. World Extermination Lightning Radiance. The sphere of lightning exploded, transforming into a wave of berserk lightning that instantly devoured those lifeforms. Chapter 4090 Unparalleled Dragon Might. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, those shadow race lifeforms simply exploded. Their blood mist filled the air before suddenly vanishing. The Soaring Dragon Company's Heaven Venerate was greatly shocked by this. The Shadow Race's assassins were terrifying existences. How could they have been annihilated? There were 36 Immortal King assassins, all of them at the peak of the Immortal King realm. However, even elite assassins that had been specially picked out were unable to endure a single attack from Long Chen. It had to be known that any one of those 36 assassins was comparable to an Earth Venerate. Adding on the natural talent of the Shadow Race, they even had the capability to assassinate a Heaven Venerate, so mobilizing 36 of them could already be considered giving Long Chen a high estimation. But unexpectedly, they were instantly annihilated. What idiots! As expected, you die as soon as the light of day touches you. Once you're exposed, you immediately think of hiding again. Assassins always run if they fail their attack, but by concealing yourself, you lose your defense. When that happens, a random attack with no gaps will instantly take your lives, sneered Long Chen. Although he was not familiar with the Shadow Race, he was very used to dealing with the Bloodkill Hall and the 9 Underworld Hall. Thus, he could predict their movements. The reason assassins had such terrifying killing power was because they could instantly concentrate all their power during their assassination attack. Assassins also had great fleeing capabilities because they had abandoned all thoughts of defense and offense in pursuit of greater evasion and concealment abilities. Thus, an assassin would instantly flee after failing. But if they were caught, they couldn't do anything but be slain as easily as crushing a bug. This heaven venerate only understood why the shadow experts were slain so easily when he heard Long Chen say this. Although he had business arrangements with the shadow race, he hadn't known about their fatal weakness. HMPH, so you have some skill, but it still won't change the fact that you're all dead. This old man will do it personally. The heaven venerate sneered and extended a hand, materializing a spear in his grasp. For him to use his personal weapon against a group of immortal kings, it could be seen that he wasn't looking down on Long Chen. Long Chen told Guo Ran and Sha Chen, follow the plan. You'll be fine, right? Of course, it'll be easy. Guo Ran gestured for Long Chen to relax. Summoning his battle armor, he led everyone straight to the rear of the Soaring Dragon Company. Fools, die. Seeing this scene, the heaven venerate was enraged. The direction that they were going was their treasury. Even at this time, the Dragonblood warriors were still thinking of plundering their treasury, treating him as nothing but empty air. Thus, he furiously stabbed his spear at them. However, the moment he moved, a chilling killing intent locked onto him, causing his hair to stand on end. With his divine ring lit up behind him and golden scales covering his body, Long Chen launched his saber, slashing down on the heaven venerate. Long Chen had actually unleashed his full power in the blink of an eye. It was like a sheep had instantly become a dragon. Before this, Long Chen wouldn't dare to unleash all his power like that because his body wouldn't be able to endure it. Yet, with his strengthened physique and the dragon spirit's blessing, his energy was now more elastic and flexible, it wouldn't harm him. The heaven venerate's reaction was one of astonishment as he swiftly retracted his spear in a defensive maneuver. However, his manifestation barely materialized before Long Chen's saber struck him. As a result, he was sent flying like a shooting star, smashing through countless buildings which directly exploded on contact. In the end, the heaven venerate smashed into the barrier. He had flown from the front gate to the rear gate before bouncing back upon contact with the barrier. Due to the impact, he coughed up blood. To his surprise, Long Chen's first blow had instantly injured him. Shock, anger, and a sense of encroaching fear then surged within him. After all, he had only evaded death by summoning his manifestation at the last possible moment. He had thought that his power alone would be able to crush Long Chen and the others. Due to his carelessness, he hadn't even thought of summoning his manifestation. At the same time, he had been worried about damaging this area. After all, this was their territory, and everything damaged would cost money to repair. This misgiving almost cost him his life. Just then, Long Chen's roar resonated like the bellow of a celestial god, its intensity shaking the heavens. A resounding dragon cry followed suit. After that, from within his divine ring, a golden dragon claw emerged out of his divine ring. Before this claw even landed, the earth had been torn asunder along with countless buildings. As for the heaven venerate, his clothes began to fly off of him in tattered pieces. At that moment, he was completely horrified, unable to comprehend how an immortal king could possess such terrifying power. 3 flowers ignite the world, venerate of the heavens. The 3-colored world behind the heaven venerate instantly split into 3 flowers. As they ignited, all the power of heaven and earth seemed to ignite as well. At this moment, the heaven venerate was using a self-damaging technique just to fight Long Chen. For him, maintaining the heaven venerate realm cost him a large amount of longevity. Thus, now that he had ignited his 3 flowers, his longevity was rapidly withering away. If he ignited his 3 flowers with his manifestation, then it would give him 10 times the power for an instant. But after one attack, all his longevity would be exhausted, and even if he won, he would die. So, by splitting his 3-color manifestation back into the 3 flowers and then igniting them, he could unleash double his power. Although it was less effective, the price was within the realm that he could endure. The heaven venerate's spear lit up, its runes shining brightly as he poured all his power into it. When he was done, he stabbed it at Long Chen's dragon claw. After the dragon claw smashed into the ground, a wave of destruction spread, destroying all the buildings within the barrier. As for the countless experts inside, they were obliterated. When the dragon claw exploded, it revealed the heaven venerate lying at the bottom of the giant hole. His eyes were lifeless. He had ignited his 3 flowers, but even then, his attack was unable to suppress Long Chen's dragon claw. When the barrier covering the Soaring Dragon Company shattered, countless experts inside the city stared in shock and horror. The entire city was stunned. Chapter 4091, the fastest shortcut to getting rich. At this moment, the glorious buildings of the Soaring Dragon Company were in ruins, and people saw a dragon claw pressing into the ground at the center of this devastation. Seeing the elder who was on his last breaths caught underneath that claw, they didn't dare to believe their eyes. Was this really that arrogant Heaven Venerate? Even the Wyan Trading Company's experts were stunned. They had been worried about Long Chen and the others, so they had been pondering how they could protect them when this sudden turn caught them off guard. Long Chen took a deep breath. With the support of heavenly Tao energy, it was like a sledgehammer had a hilt added to it. Not only did it give the hammer greater destructive power, but it also protected the hammer from the backlash. Now, Long Chen could unleash his full power without misgivings. It was like grabbing the head of a hammer and smashing it into a stone versus grabbing the hilt of the hammer and striking the stone. There was an immense difference between the two. The first one, you couldn't even unleash your full power for fear of injuring your hand. But with the second one, you could freely smash it as you pleased. The dragon expert said that heavenly Tao energy would only be able to provide Long Chen with a limited amount of help. However, in reality, it was incredibly important. After all, he wasn't from the dragon race and didn't have an enormous body that could endure the backlash of his own power. Yu Qingxian simply stared dumbfoundedly. She also hadn't expected Long Chen to possess such terrifying power. It had to be known that she had been by his side this whole time. In the Violet Flame Heaven, their combined might had been unable to beat a Heaven Venerate. But in this short time, he had managed to reach the point of being able to beat a Heaven Venerate by himself. This rate of improvement was astonishing. "Boss, we got it." At this time, Sha Chen and the others came flying back, beaming with excitement. They had charged into the treasury, and while Sha Chen broke the formation, Guo Ran and the others broke the bindings on it. Unable to break open the treasury in such a short time, they chose to take away the entire treasury itself. After all, Long Chen no longer had the black dagger, so they had to use a different method to open it. However, this method was also extremely fast and clean. "Wow, old fellow, life must be painful for you. I'm a good person, so I'll free you from your misery." Seeing the Heaven Venerate still had a single breath in him, Guo Ran directly shot him with a golden arrow, killing him. Not even his Yuan spirit could escape. So shameless. Sha Chen looked down on him disdainfully. He knew that Guo Ran would definitely start telling others how he had personally slain a Heaven Venerate. Of all of them, perhaps only Guo Ran would be so shameless as to take advantage of this. "Let's go. More people will come soon." Sha Chen then took out the flying boat and embarked with the others, soaring into the sky. Just after their departure, a group of intimidating individuals descended, causing the onlookers to hastily flee in fear. 1, 2, 3, 4, heavens, they sent 9 Heaven Venerates. The Soaring Dragon Company's reaction speed is fast. Long Chen and the others had plundered the Soaring Dragon Company in an instant, being unbelievably efficient. However, the Soaring Dragon Company's reaction speed was also shockingly fast. The transportation formations were clearly broken, so how did they arrive so quickly? Other than the 9 Heaven Venerates, there were also hundreds of Earth Venerates, all of them filled with killing intent. When they saw the corpse of the Heaven Venerate, as well as the destruction around them, especially the hole where the treasury was, they all went crazy. Their gazes roved around, and anyone in the vicinity immediately hid, not daring to look at them. "Who did this? Get out here," shouted a Heaven Venerate. Reporting to Senior, it was a youngster called Long Chen. He led a group of people over. They came from the Wyan Trading Company," said someone. That person came from a power that was essentially subservient to the Soaring Dragon Company. Wyan Trading Company. The Heaven Venerate furiously turned to the Wyan Trading Company's side. But that person called Long Chen already left, added that person hastily. "He left. Even then, the Wyan Trading Company must give us an explanation." Just then, the tablets on their waists began to blink, causing their expressions to immediately change. Another Heaven Venerate cried out in disbelief, "Clear Rain City's branch is under attack." Could it be? With no time to spare for the Wyan Trading Company, the 9 of them used some magical art. The void trembled, and in an instant, they all vanished. No way. Long Chen didn't run and just went to the next one. The city's experts were left astonished, their jaws agape in disbelief. A giant cross attack tore through the Soaring Dragon Company's branch. As a result, the Heaven Venerate in charge hacked up blood, cracks covering his body. He was almost slain with this one attack. "Good, we're leaving," Long Chen shouted, and they once more got on the flying boat and flew off. All of you wait, the injured elder was about to stop him, only to cough up blood once more. The world then spun around him, and he almost fainted. Ha ha ha, that's the third one. We're moving twice as fast as the last 2 times. Clearly, there's a lot of room for us to enhance our teamwork, Guo Ran chuckled. Long Chen was in charge of barging through the door. Guo Ran and Sha Chen and the others went straight for the treasury, while Yu Qingshan drew the attention of their enemies with her flames. When the Heaven Venerate appeared, Long Chen would instantly launch a powerful attack that gravely wounded them. After obtaining the treasury, Long Chen and the others directly left. But after unleashing 2 all-out attacks, Long Chen was exhausted and unable to unleash the Cloud Dragon Immolation Claw again. The third time, it was the Dragonblood Legion that combined their power to attack, seriously wounding the Heaven Venerate. Also, in the last 2 plunders, they didn't kill the Heaven Venerate. They just took the treasure and left. We've really struck gold this time. The Nirvana Overflow Heaven's Dragon Soaring Company is filled with money. Now, we can really compete with Mo Nian, laughed Sha Chen. The Nirvana Overflow Heaven's Soaring Dragon Company was truly packed with treasures, including various materials that they could use. It was so great that they didn't even recognize all the treasures that they obtained. Alchemy materials, forging materials, cultivation resources, formation building materials, as long as you could think of it, they were there. Even if you couldn't think of it, it was still there. After plundering the Soaring Dragon Company, they felt like their eyes were open to a greater world. They also felt that their current knowledge was too narrow, as many of the things they obtained were not within the realm of their knowledge. As expected, plundering the wealthy is the fastest shortcut to getting rich. The amount of guts a person has is the amount of wealth they can produce, laughed Guo Ran. Everyone laughed with him, and only Yu Qingshan was silent. Chapter 4092 Flying Horse. Qingshan, what is it? Asked Long Chen. Is it really alright for us to do this? Yu Qingshan hesitated before stating her thoughts. Long Chen looked at Yu Qingshan. He knew that she had a good and honest character, so she naturally felt guilty when doing such things. Thus, Long Chen told her about how the Soaring Dragon Company was sacrificing living people to the Fiend Eyes, and how the Bai clan's brother and sister had been tricked. He spared no detail of their treachery. How can the Soaring Dragon Company do this? They sell out their own race. Yu Qingshan was stunned to hear this story, brimming with rage. At first, when Long Chen clashed with the Soaring Dragon Company in the Violet Flame Heaven, she thought that he was simply irritated with how arrogant they were acting, so he taught them a little lesson. Little did she expect such a deep enmity between them. Long Chen and Uncle Tree's conversation in the Fiend Eye was also secret, limited to just the 2 of them. Even so, Long Chen hadn't been trying to keep secrets from her. He just didn't want her beautiful eyes to see the ugly side of humanity. However, since Yu Qingshan had asked, he felt that it would be best to tell her. Otherwise, she would think that he was going too far. Didn't the guild master say something about this? When a businessman has no bottom line, that is the most frightening thing. As long as there are profits to gain, who cares about being the same race? They'll even sell out their own father and mother. I don't have the power to destroy them yet, so all I can do is rob the rich to help the poor, using their wealth to equip ourselves until the day we can completely wipe them out of existence, said Long Chen. Long Chen, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have questioned you. Yu Qingshan suddenly turned red. Long Chen smiled. Foolish girl, why can't you question me? I'm also a person who can make mistakes. If I do make one, you have to bring it up. Don't let me go further and further down the wrong path. How can you be wrong? I trust you. Yu Qingshan giggled. Long Chen also smiled, but inside, he told himself that all people made mistakes. The truly frightening thing was not realizing you had made a mistake in the first place. Boss, are we going to the next one? Asked Sha Chen excitedly. He was addicted to this. This feeling of instantly becoming rich was unmatched. Before Long Chen could say anything, it was Guo Ran who scolded him. You make it sound so easy. You're only in charge of unlocking the runes. Boss and us are the ones putting in all the work. Are you trying to make us die of exhaustion? After plundering 3 of their branches, other than Sha Chen, everyone else was already panting. They had used up all their energy and couldn't keep going. Long Chen nodded. Guo Ran is correct. Let's not be careless. The 3 Heaven Venerates that we encountered are not fighting Heaven Venerates. Not fighting Heaven Venerates? What does that mean? Those 3 Heaven Venerates in the Soaring Dragon Company, and even the guild master, are only in the Heaven Venerate realm as a sign of status. To put it frankly, they are the absolute bottom rankers of the Heaven Venerate realm. True Heaven Venerates are far stronger, said Long Chen. Just as he said this, the void rumbled and the heavens split apart. Sha Chen's flying boat instantly became locked down by immense divine pressure that came from every direction. Ignorant brats, you dare to rob my soaring dragon company. None of you will leave here alive. When this furious roar rang out, a large group of experts appeared around Long Chen and the others. The Heaven Venerates of the Soaring Dragon Company had caught up to them. They're quite fast. Even after being caught, no one showed any hints of panic. Long Chen stood atop the flying boat, looking coldly at the 9 Heaven Venerates in front of them. Brat, who are you? To dare to plunder the Soaring Dragon Company, are you prepared to die? Barked the leader. Other Heaven Venerates and Earth Venerates had completely surrounded them. They wouldn't give Long Chen and the others any chance to escape. TCH, what garbage words. You don't need to speak. If you want to set up a formation, just set it up. There's no need to draw my attention. If I wanted to leave, do you think that you could catch up to me? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Sneered Long Chen. Their leader had intentionally shouted at them to draw their attention while the others set up themselves in a specific arrangement around them, every single one of them holding a formation disc. It seemed that they wanted to capture Long Chen and the others alive. However, just who was Long Chen? How could he not tell? This level of ploy was far too low. Just as Long Chen said, if he really wanted to flee from them, he wouldn't be in a flying boat. Sha Chen would set up an indeterminate transportation formation, and then they would be gone without a trace. You mean that you lured us here on purpose? Asked the elder darkly. He suddenly had a bad feeling. It doesn't count as luring. Whether I leave or not is my matter, whether you chase or not is your matter, so whether or not we meet is up to everyone's destiny. Said Long Chen lightly. At this time, Uncle Tree was standing right behind Long Chen. He knew that his time had come. As for the Soaring Dragon Company, when they saw Uncle Tree, their expressions changed as they recognized his status. When they first arrived in the Nirvana Overflow Heaven, Uncle Tree's power was still in the midst of recovering from the Fiend Eye. That was why the Yi clan's 3 elders had misjudged his power. However, now, Uncle Tree's power had recovered to the point that the aura of the Undying Race was unmistakable. It was now much more difficult for him to fully conceal his aura. The Undying Race has no enmity with my Soaring Dragon Company, right? Do you represent the Undying Race? Are you challenging us to war? Demanded the elder. His fear of Uncle Tree was clear. As fellow Heaven Venerates, he was well aware that the Undying Race's Heaven Venerates far surpassed them. Even though they had 9 Heaven Venerates on their side, they still might not be able to subdue Uncle Tree. I don't represent the Undying Race. I just listen to my master. If my master wants me to kill you, I'll kill you, said Uncle Tree lightly. Master. That Heaven Venerate was stunned, unable to believe his ears. The Grand Undying Race was willing to become someone else's servant. Just then, the void rumbled and a group of flying horses flew through the void, their vast pressure causing ripples in the world. The celestial horses surged through the void, bearing passengers on their backs. Among them, 2 flying horses exuded remarkably astonishing auras. They were none other than Heaven Venerate demonic beasts. Upon seeing them, Long Chen's expression finally changed. He thought that the Soaring Dragon Company's experts must have come. Anyone who could control Heaven Venerate demonic beasts had to be extraordinary. However, he quickly noticed that the Soaring Dragon Company's expressions also changed. They were thinking the same thing as him. They thought that these people were on Long Chen's side. The flying horses whistled above Long Chen and the others. When they went past, both Long Chen and the Soaring Dragon Company's people sighed with relief. However, just as those flying horses were about to vanish, one of them suddenly turned back, leading the others back. Long Chen and the Soaring Dragon Company's people instantly tensed up again, preparing themselves for an immense battle. The flying horse then slowed down and stopped in front of them. After that, a woman came off the horse. This woman's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Long Chen was also stunned when he saw her. How can it be her? Chapter 4093. Once more encountering Feng Fei. Long Chen wasn't the only one. Even Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the others were stunned to see her. The woman emerged from the flying horse with an unmatched beauty, resembling a celestial goddess. Her imperial dress accented her natural majesty, amplifying her beauty that could cause the downfall of a nation. Yet, Even more remarkable was the three-colored divine light trailing behind her, akin to that of a heaven venerate. Though not a heaven venerate herself, this beautiful immortal king possessed the aura and pressure that rivaled one. The white-winged flying horse stood arrogantly behind her, coldly overlooking everyone. This heaven venerate demonic beast possessed an aura surpassing even the heaven venerates from the soaring dragon company. Belonging to the mutated lineage of the silver-winged celestial horse race, it had inherited their swift pace and evolved its own divine nature. By being by its side, it was even easier to get close to the heavenly Taos, increasing your cultivation speed and letting you pass through bottlenecks easily. Furthermore, this flying horse's wings had special divine runes that gave it the power to break through space. Being able to injure enemies and move rapidly, it was an extremely special type amongst demonic beasts. When they saw the mark on its saddle, the soaring dragon company's people relaxed slightly. They recognized these people's backgrounds. The soaring dragon company wishes to capture criminals. Does this heroine of the Zhang clan have any guidance? Asked the leading heaven venerate. These white-winged flying horses were the specific mark of the Zhang clan. Furthermore, their sleeves and cuffs had the Zhang clan's mark on them. The Zhang clan, one of the 8 eternal clans, was famous in the human race. Everyone knew of them. However, these people were rather low-key as they hadn't raised the Zhang clan's flag. Thus, the soaring dragon company's people didn't instantly recognize them. There were a total of 32 white-winged flying horses, and young immortal kings were sitting on them, their auras shocking, but they were also full of arrogance. As for that beautiful woman who seemed to be their leader, she didn't even look at the soaring dragon company's people. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock as she walked over to Long Chen. She had to look him up and down before finally speaking. It really is hard to believe. You're still alive. Long Chen soon recovered from his shock and smiled. Of course, I'm still alive. I'm also doing quite well. Fairy Feng Fei, I trust that you've been well. This woman was an original member of the martial heaven continent's 4 divine families, the Zhang family's heavenly genius, Zhang Feng Fei. The two could not count as friends, but they weren't enemies either. At the very least, when Long Chen fought the 4 divine families, Feng Fei did not stand on the side of her family or Long Chen. She had chosen to remain on her own side. It was precisely due to this that she hadn't died to Long Chen's hands. Now that Long Chen saw her again, he didn't know what he was feeling. Now the martial heaven continent was gone and his old friends had perished. Everything had changed with time. Within Long Chen's heart, remnants of bitterness remained, yet they were not directed at Feng Fei. Likewise, no camaraderie lingered between them. Seeing Long Chen recognize her, Feng Fei slowly smiled. She nodded. When I learned that you had vanished along with the martial heaven continent, I felt very bad. I even cried. This sentence startled Long Chen. At the same time, strange smiles appeared on Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the others' faces. Feng Fei continued, don't misunderstand, I only wept because I felt that the world without you was lacking the color that it should have. It was a very sad feeling. Oh, I didn't expect that you would think the world needed someone like me in it, said Long Chen. Of course, the world needs you. Although our positions are different, I really like your character. I wish I could be like you and fight against all injustice. After I cried, I straightened my emotions and worked hard on my cultivation. I only came out of seclusion a month ago because my master told me to go to the Zhang clan. I really didn't expect to run into you in such a place, said Feng Fei. Only then did Long Chen understand why Feng Fei didn't know that he was alive. So she had been in seclusion the whole time. The Zhang clan and the Long clan might not be allies like they had been on the martial heaven continent. So, even if Long Aotian told the Long clan that he was still alive, the Long clan might not spread it to others. As a result, it was understandable that Feng Fei didn't know his situation. Even if Feng Fei hadn't been in seclusion, she might not have heard of him. After our last parting, Fairy Feng Fei's power has only grown. It's truly enviable. Long Chen sensed Feng Fei's shocking aura. There was now immense power flowing within her body, causing Long Chen to sense a pressure from her body that was even greater than that of a heaven venerate. Long Chen knew that Feng Fei must have encountered some kind of opportunity in the Zhang clan. Otherwise, there was no way she could have such immense pressure. Feng Fei smiled slightly. As the Zhang clan's immortal sprout, I had a seed planted in me from birth. My current accomplishments are only natural. As for you, Long Chen, you relied on your own power to reach this level. I truly admire you. Other than that, Feng Fei suddenly looked around. eyeing the heaven venerates from the Soaring Dragon Company, as well as Uncle Tree behind Long Chen. A curious expression appeared in her eyes. Your character really hasn't changed. Are you pretending to be the pig to eat the tiger like usual? Feng Fei's eyes were truly sharp as she instantly saw through Uncle Tree's power. Long Chen awkwardly said, "This doesn't count." Seeing his embarrassed state, Feng Fei laughed. Even the young experts with her were dumbfounded. In all their time knowing Feng Fei, they had never seen her laugh like that. Long Chen, you really are interesting. This world really does need you, only then does it have more color. I'm busy now, so I'll take my leave first. But I'm very happy to know that you're still alive. I trust that it won't be long before we meet again. Let's chat then. Feng Fei smiled sweetly. She then leapt back onto her flying horse and waved goodbye. At this moment, the Soaring Dragon Company's experts were flabbergasted. They could also see that Feng Fei's power was absolutely terrifying, but she was actually an old acquaintance of Long Chen's. They were unable to figure out what their relationship was. Feng Fei only turned to the Soaring Dragon Company's people after waving goodbye to Long Chen. Due to the relationship between the Zhang clan and the Soaring Dragon Company, I'll warn you just this once. This fellow isn't someone you can afford to provoke. Feng Fei's flying horse then flapped its wings, drawing a beautiful arc in the sky as she led everyone flying away. In the blink of an eye, they vanished beyond the horizon. The Soaring Dragon Company's experts were struck dumb. They were doing business with all 8 eternal clans, and their relationship with the Zhang clan was quite good. That was why they relaxed when they realized that Feng Fei and the others were from the Zhang clan. However, Feng Fei actually warned them. They were lost. Just what was going on? HMPH, who cares what background you have? Capture him first. We can decide what we want to do later when he's imprisoned. When the leader of these experts shouted and waved his hand, all the Soaring Dragon Company's people immediately attacked. Chapter 4094 Uncle Tree's Innate Divine Ability. The Heaven Venerate of the Soaring Dragon Company had a bad feeling. Even the Zhang clan's people had said that Long Chen wasn't someone that they should provoke. However, he misinterpreted Feng Fei's intention. He thought that it was Long Chen's background that was very powerful, an existence that the Soaring Dragon Company couldn't provoke. Even so, with Long Chen having plundered 3 of their branches here, the Soaring Dragon Company naturally couldn't just swallow it. No matter how tough Long Chen's background was, the Soaring Dragon Company demanded an explanation. That was why he gave the order to capture Long Chen and the others, but he told them that Long Chen had to be caught alive. As for what to do with them in the future, they would leave it to the higher-ups. Anything was fine as long as they were caught alive. So, everyone understood what he meant and attacked at once, splitting up to capture everyone from the Dragonblood Legion. They split up to catch Uncle Tree off guard, as he couldn't possibly look left and right at the same time. If they could capture a portion of them, the others wouldn't stubbornly resist. It really is a case of kind words being unable to convince ghosts about to die. Uncle Tree, there's no need to hold back, said Long Chen when he saw that these people had ultimately chosen to attack. Just as those people made their move, Uncle Tree manifested his true body. The next moment, endless tree branches rained down upon this entire world like sharp blades, leaving no openings at all. The Earth Venerates in the lead were instantly pierced through and exploded, killed in body and spirit. As for the Heaven Venerates, they roared and resisted crazily. Countless branches descended like rain, assuming forms of swords and spears, rending the earth asunder. The area of devastation expanded ceaselessly, enshrouding heaven and earth within a sphere of annihilation. Uncle Tree didn't hold back. He directly mobilized his core energy, unleashing the divine ability of the undying dragon tree race. Even Heaven Venerates were unable to block his attacks. At first, they managed to brandish their weapons and cut through the branches, but the onslaught was endless, steadily diminishing their defensive area. With no escape route left, their bodies were eventually pierced through. A Heaven Venerate finally became afraid and roared. Regretfully, it wasn't Long Chen who said it, so Uncle Tree ignored it. His true body spread even more, covering the sky and raining down branches endlessly. In just 2 breaths' time, someone was unable to hold on. He was struck in the vitals and instantly killed. With that person's death, the others fully panicked, and in their panic, it became even harder for them to defend. Uncle Tree was merciless. The remaining Heaven Venerates were all slain one by one. From start to finish, it only took a few breaths' time. In the end, the 9 Heaven Venerates were slain. It was absolutely astonishing. Countless branches, resembling colossal spider legs, had previously impaled the ground. These branches were now uprooted, leaving behind a multitude of holes. Within many of these holes, traces of blood were evident, the blood of the fallen heaven venerates. Uncle Tree is incredible. Guo Ran and the others were also stunned. With one move, he unleashed an endless torrent of attacks, and anyone within Uncle Tree's attack range was caught inside. Within that domain, there was nowhere to dodge. In front of such a torrent of attacks, you could only take them head-on. Perhaps if there was someone on the same level as him, it would be more difficult, but even then, Uncle Tree could just rely on the Undying Race's terrifying life energy to exhaust his opponent. If the opponent was weaker than Uncle Tree, then they would definitely be slain in a moment. Most frightening of all, the outcome was the same whether he was targeting one person or multiple people. The sheer intensity and rapid fire of this divine ability were absolutely astonishing. Guo Ran and Sha Chen both knew that if they encountered such an attack, they would be utterly defenseless. No matter what formation they used, there was no way it would be effective. These attacks would slowly grind away at their defense until it was gone. When Uncle Tree returned to human form, Long Chen hastily asked, "Uncle Tree, are you all right?" Long Chen noticed that there was a touch of unhealthy redness on Uncle Tree's face now. Furthermore, the fluctuations of his aura were a bit off. Perhaps I stayed in the Fiend Eye for too long, leading to a significant drain on my core energy. Now that I used my divine ability that relies on my core energy, it ended up being too much. "Master, don't worry, I'll be fine once I rest a bit," said Uncle Tree. He was moved that Long Chen would be so concerned about him. Long Chen had never actually viewed him as a servant and was always very respectful. Long Chen nodded. "Then you should rest now." Sha Chen immediately summoned the flying boat again, and they flew off. This time, Sha Chen's flying boat was several times faster than the last one, and it left behind no aura at all. It would be much harder for anyone to track them. Previously, Long Chen had planned to use the Soaring Dragon Company's Heaven Venerates as a grindstone for the Dragonblood Legion to accumulate more combat experience. He wanted the Dragonblood Legion to be able to fight under the pressure of Heaven Venerates. After all, they would only be able to unleash their full power when they could face the pressure of Heaven Venerates fearlessly. Following numerous clashes, the once potent aura of the violet flame heaven in their bodies had gradually waned, intermingling with the heavenly Taos of the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. Just from their auras, without examining closely, others would be unable to tell that they were foreigners. The only thing that Long Chen hadn't expected was that they would draw over this many Heaven Venerates in one go. Although Uncle Tree had slain them all, Long Chen also saw his limits. It wasn't a matter of Uncle Tree lacking strength, rather, his core was still too damaged from the Fiend Eye. If Uncle Tree wanted to fully recover, he probably had to return to the Undying World. He would need the aura of the Undying World to recover his core energy. "Boss, Feng Fei seems to be doing very well. She even has a Heaven Venerate steed, and her power is even more shocking. How did she get so powerful?" asked Guo Ran. Long Chen nodded along. "I also found it strange. However, she said that she had a seed planted in her at birth. Now that I think back, the Zhang clan must have planted many such seeds. But probably not every seed manages to bear fruit. The current Feng Fei has managed to merge 3 flowers in the Immortal King realm and has reached the initial realm of controlling Heaven Dao energy. Such a genius can only be called a supreme genius." In truth, the instant Long Chen saw Feng Fei, he was badly frightened. It was his first time encountering someone in the immortal world who gave him such enormous pressure in the same realm. Long Aotian had already been strong enough, but in the end, his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone were not his own. On the martial heaven continent, despite Feng Fei's exceptional talents, her actual power was somewhat weaker than Long Aotian, Yi Liangchen, Zhao Rishan, and others. But unexpectedly, she had gone through a complete metamorphosis after coming to the immortal world. Although Long Chen didn't know the details, he knew that there had to be some karma behind this. He even felt that there might be some astonishing secret behind this. "Boss, where are we going now?" asked Sha Chen. Suddenly, they heard heaven-shaking explosions in the distance, and the aura of Heaven Venerates struck them. "There's Heaven Venerates fighting. Let's take a look." Chapter 4095 Old Friend from the Academy. Sha Chen sent the flying boat toward the battlefield. As they got closer, the fluctuations grew increasingly intense. From the distance, divine radiance shook the 9 heavens, causing the very void to constantly explode. It was a shocking battle. To their surprise, they sensed not just one heaven venerate battling but around 4 or more. Why is this aura so familiar? Long Chen's heart shook once they got closer. I'm going on ahead. Long Chen felt the flying boat was too slow, so his kunpeng wings spread, and he transformed into a streak of light. With Long Chen's speed, he left the flying boat far behind in an instant and quickly saw 4 figures. When he saw one of them in particular, he couldn't help feeling flabbergasted. Shu Chengchuan. This man had once been called the #1 handsome man of the High Firmament Academy. However, after the 9 Prefecture Convention, Shu Chengchuan had silently vanished and never sent back word. Qin Feng even joked at the time that he had run away in anger after failing in his pursuit of Bai Shishi. Long Chen hadn't expected to see Shu Chengchuan after so long. So the latter had actually come to the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. Shu Chengchuan had summoned his manifestation, wherein a resplendent full moon gleamed. Remarkably, he was personally engaged in combat against a Heaven Venerate adversary. By his side was another Heaven Venerate fighting against an opponent of the same rank. All 4 of their manifestations gave off similar fluctuations, and the auras of their blood qi and souls were all similar. It seemed that they came from the same race. Their blood qis were all extremely powerful. At this time, Long Chen noticed that Shu Chengchuan's body gave off an immemorial aura. He had to be an immemorial demonic beast, or he wouldn't possess such terrifying blood qi. However, even with his immense power, he was still in the immortal king realm after all and was outmatched by his opponent, so he had no choice but to rely on his Heaven Venerate companion to hold on. The 2 of them were at a clear disadvantage and were repeatedly being pressed back. It didn't look like they would last for much longer. Shu Chengchuan, accept your fate. The mantle of the full moon race's heir shall not belong to you. Mocked the Heaven Venerate who was targeting Shu Chengchuan. Despicable, you aren't afraid of me settling the bill with you once I become the successor. Roared Shu Chengchuan, you think that you'll get to become the successor? Keep dreaming. In your next life, remember to know your own limits, sneered his opponent. Just then, his opponent stabbed a bone spear at him. Shu Chengchuan's bone spear then exploded, causing him to cough up blood. Young master, the Heaven Venerate beside Shu Chengchuan roared. He wanted to save him, but his opponent completely locked him down, preventing him from charging over. Time for you to die. Shu Chengchuan's opponent laughed and stabbed his bone spear at Shu Chengchuan. Just wait, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. Shu Chengchuan could only glare resentfully at the bone spear, not closing his eyes. It was his final stubborn resistance. The bone spear fell, yet the Heaven Venerate only saw a flash of gold before realizing that he missed. Somehow, Shu Chengchuan had vanished. On the other hand, Shu Chengchuan had accepted his fate. Thus, he was shocked to find that someone had come to save him. When he saw who it was, he was even more shocked. Brother Chengchuan, it's been a long time, said Long Chen with a smile. You dare to interfere in the affairs of my full moon race. You are courting death. The Heaven Venerate furiously attacked Long Chen. In this world, is there anything that I, Long Chen, don't dare to do? Long Chen snorted and slashed the Minghong saber out. With a heaven-shaking explosion, both Long Chen and the Heaven Venerate swayed and forced back a few steps. That Heaven Venerate's expression changed. He hadn't expected that a seemingly insignificant immortal king could wield such formidable strength, matching him evenly in battle. Astonishingly, this puny immortal king was even stronger than Shu Chengchuan. Seeing Long Chen force back the Heaven Venerate, Shu Chengchuan was shocked. At the same time, he realized that his life was saved. Who are you? Do you know that interfering in the affairs of my full moon race will implicate your entire family? Roared that person. Shut your mouth. I dislike it when others threaten me. Are you forcing me to kill you? Long Chen's expression grew cold. He didn't truly understand what was going on here, and he didn't like being drawn into such a thing. But since he knew Shu Chengchuan, he couldn't just watch him die. Although the 2 of them weren't close, they had still fought alongside each other in the 9 Prefecture Convention. At that crucial moment, Shu Chengchuan had stood by Long Chen's side. Thus, Long Chen naturally couldn't just watch as he was killed. Moreover, this hateful fellow actually kept threatening him, saying that he was courting death, that his family would be destroyed. In an instant, Long Chen's fury was ignited. Don't force my boss. If you want, come at me, Guo ran. Dragonblood cross slash. When the flying boat arrived, the Dragonblood warriors flew out, led by Guo Ran. This damn brat, Long Chen cursed inside. This fellow was too impatient, actually launching a killing blow before even figuring out what was going on here. Guo Ran was clearly afraid of Long Chen making the first move, leaving him no chance to show off. The Heaven Venerate's attention was on Long Chen, so when this attack came, his rushed attempt to block left him disadvantaged. As a result, the explosive power behind Guo Ran's attack destroyed half his body, and he tumbled back into the distance. In an instant, the appearance of Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion caused the tides of battle to turn. The other enemy Heaven Venerate was shocked and enraged. However, when he saw Uncle Tree on the flying boat, his pupils shrank. Suddenly, he unleashed a fierce attack to force back his opponent and then flew off, grabbing his injured comrade on the way. After that, they directly vanished. Many thanks for saving my life. I will remember this. Shu Chengchuan looked at Long Chen gratefully. Just now, it really had been dangerous. He had only been the slightest bit away from dying. The other Heaven Venerate then came over. He hastily thanked Long Chen as well while also examining Shu Chengchuan's injuries. Seeing that they weren't too bad, he finally relaxed. Let's leave here first before talking. Long Chen beckoned for the two of them to get on the flying boat. After that, they sped off. Once they left, Long Chen asked, "Brother, you suddenly left without leaving a word." "We were concerned. I truly apologize. An urgent matter left me with no choice but to rush over here, but it was truly rude for me to not say anything," apologized Shu Chengchuan. Long Chen knew that it must be an internal matter of the full moon race, hence, he refrained from prying. After exchanging a few words, Shu Chengchuan ended up falling silent, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Shu Chengchuan suddenly gritted his teeth and looked at Long Chen. "Brother Long, this junior brother needs your help." Chapter 4096 Lending a Hand. Long Chen spoke cautiously. His intuition told him that what Shu Chengchuan wanted to ask him was not something minor. Although the two hadn't known each other for a long time, Long Chen knew just how prideful Shu Chengchuan was, so he wouldn't ask for help lightly. "I hope Brother Long can lend me a hand and help me claim the position of successor," said Shu Chengchuan. "Of course, I won't ask you to help me for nothing. Although my situation isn't good now, I still have a chance. If Brother Long helps me, once I claim the position of successor, I will give you the full support of my full moon race. In terms of power, the full moon race is not weaker than your human race's eternal clans. As long as I am present, the full moon race will always support you. Other than that, my full moon race comes from a life-forbidden area, which is filled with countless worlds lost in the immemorial era. You can explore them." Life-forbidden area. Sha Chen and the others were startled. They had heard of these places. Legend had it that these areas were spatial cracks left behind from the primal chaos battle before the collapse of the Nine Heavens. Although these cracks had gradually healed over countless years, there were still areas where life could not enter. Legend said that the majority of the immemorial era's inheritances were buried in these regions. There were countless pathways inside that led to unknown worlds. So, it could be said that the entire life-forbidden area was a treasure trove. Regretfully, the human race was not permitted there. As soon as they got close, their longevity would be devoured. Even so, some lifeforms had special talents that allowed them to live in those life-forbidden areas, and the full moon race was one of them. Furthermore, there existed not only one life-forbidden area. Instead, it resembled an extensive fracture winding through the expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, with many branches coming off of it. Like the veins of a leaf, it spanned the entire world. Long Chen had gone from the dark light heaven to the violet flame heaven, and then crossed the heavenly river to come to the nirvana overflow heaven. So, he could be said to have faced and survived countless dangers. But none of them could compare to the life-forbidden areas, where their paths could lead anywhere. When Shu Chengchuan brought up this possibility, Long Chen was moved. If he had a path through the life-forbidden areas, then all the 9 heavens and 10 lands could be freely traveled, and gathering the Dragonblood Legion would be much easier. "I don't know why you left the High Firmament Academy, but I know you need to establish your own force. The life-forbidden area is your best choice," said Shu Chengchuan, looking at Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the others. Long Chen nodded. "That's true, I do need a place to stay. The life-forbidden area seems like the best choice. But tell me, what kind of help do you need from me?" Long Chen knew that Shu Chengchuan had to be in a difficult position, or he would never ask for aid. After all, they were both in the Immortal King realm, and for him to ask Long Chen for aid was admitting that he was inferior to Long Chen. For someone as prideful as him, that had to be difficult. I only need you to think of a way to break through my enemy's blockade and send me to the full moon race, said xianxia. That's it. Just what kind of trouble did you encounter? Asked Long Chen. The current xianxia was unable to return to his own home. It's a long story. Xianxia didn't hold back and directly told Long Chen what he was up to. He told Long Chen that he was one of 5 top candidates vying for the position of successor of the full moon race. In terms of talent, xianxia was the weakest of the 5. However, he also had a particular latent talent. By pairing up with a metal attribute female expert, his latent talent could be triggered, and he could awaken his ancestral divine abilities. After xianxia noticed this latent talent, he searched everywhere for a suitable metal attribute partner. In the end, he found the High Firmament Academy's Bai Shishi. However, Bai Shishi always ignored him. At first, he felt that he could end up with Bai Shishi by relying on his looks and talent. But after Long Chen appeared, that dream was shattered. Despite this setback, he displayed remarkable decisiveness. He refrained from quarreling with Long Chen and promptly withdrew, searching for someone else. Perhaps it was the heavens looking after him, but he really did find a powerful metal attribute female cultivator who was even more suited to him. Bai Shishi's metal energy possessed a sharp characteristic, giving it greater killing power but not as much nourishing power. On the other hand, the companion that xianxia found possessed thick metal energy. In terms of sharpness, she was inferior to Bai Shishi, but in terms of the thickness of her power, she was even greater than Bai Shishi. Furthermore, her metal energy possessed a nourishing effect. Xianxia then put in a great deal of effort to finally manage to succeed in his pursuit of that woman. After the two underwent dual cultivation, xianxia's cultivation base soared. Now, he was just one step from awakening a 3-color manifestation and becoming a supreme genius. However, it was then that the selection for the position of successor was announced. With no time to advance that far, he hastily set off. Regrettably, what he hadn't expected was that news of his collaboration with a metal cultivator had been leaked to the other candidates, and they actually sent killers to intercept him on his way back. They were not planning on letting him participate in the selection. Fortunately, one of his uncles had gone to bring him back and managed to save him. But the two were still pursued. In the end, if it weren't for Long Chen showing up in time, xianxia would have faced a miserable end. To use xianxia's words, the reason the other candidates wanted to kill him was because as soon as he returned to the full moon race, they would have no chance to win. After all, he had awakened the full moon race's strongest manifestation, possessing limitless potential. The full moon race would definitely give him the position of successor. Thus, the others didn't want him to get back. If he couldn't make it in time, the position of successor would be given to someone else. After that, he would essentially be crippled. Although he had awakened the full moon race's strongest manifestation, without the support of the full moon race's ancestral energy, there was no way he could undergo the final transformation. Thus, xianxia found himself in a state of panic. At that very moment, Long Chen's sudden appearance was akin to another lifeline for him. Overwhelmed by the urgency of the situation, he cast aside any concerns for his pride and urgently implored Long Chen for assistance. As long as you can protect the young master until he reaches the life-forbidden area, the full moon race will not forget what you did. You will be our esteemed ally then, said the heaven venerate beside xianxia. As a member of the senior generation, he knew just how terrifying xianxia's potential was. That was why he had protected xianxia with all his power. Protecting him was protecting the future of the full moon race. Does your full moon race have other allies? Asked Long Chen. Yes. What about it? Asked xianxia. That might be troublesome. The ones who wish to kill you might not just be members of your full moon race, said Long Chen. Hearing this, xianxia and the heaven venerate shook, and their expressions instantly changed. They thought of the worst possible scenario. If that is the case, I have no choice but to accept my fate. Returning to the full moon race is no longer an option. Xianxia's complexion turned ashen. He appeared devoid of vitality, almost as if his very soul had departed. If Long Chen's conjectures held true, then since the other side dared to so brazenly hunt him down, they must be prepared to use their full effort to stop him. So, even with Long Chen's help, it would be useless. Why accept fate? Long Chen smiled. Brother Long, you, xianxia raised his head with surprise and delight. Chapter 4097 Heading to the Full Moon Race. Shu Changchuan's lifeless eyes were instantly filled with hope. He hadn't known Long Chen for long, but he always had a feeling that if Long Chen wanted something done, no one would be able to stop him. There was still some time until the Sage King convention. Long Chen was originally planning on using this time to do something, most likely plundering the Soaring Dragon Company. That way, he could get money and cause a huge disturbance, which would likely draw the Long clan's attention. As his father was imprisoned in the Long clan and Long Chen didn't know what his father's current situation was like, he had no choice but to use the worst plan. As long as he could make the Long clan afraid enough, they wouldn't kill his father. However, he still had a long way until he reached that point. If he went now, Long Aotian would definitely use any means necessary to kill his father. So, Long Chen's main goal right now was to become the Sage King Convention's champion. With the reward, gathering the Dragonblood Legion with his new fame would be easy, and then he would be qualified to demand Long Zontian's release from the Long clan. However, just as he was pondering how to use this half a year's time, which wasn't very long or very short, he ended up running into Shu Changchuan. Concerning the Life Forbidden area, he had a bit of knowledge about it. However, many things about this region were taboo and couldn't be passed through word of mouth, let alone written down. Because of that, in the High Firmament Academy, every record of the Life Forbidden area was very vague. But Long Chen knew that this place definitely hid a heaven-shaking secret. Since he had run into Shu Changchuan, he naturally wouldn't reject such an opportunity. Furthermore, sending Shu Changchuan home shouldn't be too difficult. As their flying boat sped through the air, Sha Chen set up some formations to prevent them from being tracked. In order to be safe, they even underwent 2 indeterminate spatial transportations. After traveling for a while, they stopped to rest in a valley. After all, Shu Changchuan and the Heaven Venerate needed to rest. While resting, Shu Changchuan stared at Yu Qingshan multiple times, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. In the end, when she started refining pills, he finally asked, "Brother Long, did you end up breaking up with Fairy Shishi?" "No." "Then how?" Shu Changchuan indicated Yu Qingshan. Even though Yu Qingshan and Long Chen hadn't done anything intimate in front of him, just from her warm eyes, he could see her deep love for Long Chen. "She's also one of my lovers," said Long Chen awkwardly. "And Fairy Shishi knows about her." "Damn, Brother Long, I want you to know that I admire your martial talent, but I admire this ability of yours even more," said Shu Changchuan. "What ability?" "Your ability to attract the opposite sex. I don't know why, but I also have this ability. From my youth, those other fellows were jealous of me. But later on, I found that I was only able to attract weaklings. My charm was far weaker against true experts. For example, I pursued Bai Shishi for so long, but she didn't even pay me the slightest attention. As for the one that I pursued recently, it took me tremendous effort. But you seem to be able to do it with ease. To tell the truth, I am willing to prostrate myself in admiration of this ability of yours," said Shu Changchuan. Shu Changchuan was incredibly handsome and possessed an illustrious background. To top it off, his talent was also amazing. It could be said that he was a dream partner for countless women. It was precisely due to this that he was always like the moon surrounded by stars. That arrogance of his was looked down on by Bai Shishi, so she completely ignored him. That was quite the blow to Shu Changchuan. Although he didn't hate Long Chen due to this, he wasn't happy about it. In the end, he secretly left the academy. This time, seeing another peerless beauty by Long Chen's side, and seeing that she only had eyes for him, to the point that Shu Changchuan didn't think that she had even looked at him, it was another serious blow to him. It had to be known that with his looks, no matter how prideful the woman, they wouldn't be able to help but give him a second look, whether it was for curiosity or appreciation. Hearing this, Long Chen was speechless. Shu Changchuan actually ended up admiring him in this regard. Now, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Brother Changchuan, do you know what the situation inside your race is like?" Long Chen changed the subject. "Brother Long, don't worry. My paternal grandfather is the race leader. As I am from the main bloodline with a very pure bloodline, my grandfather dotes on me. So, for these traitors to be trying to kill me on the journey, they are definitely doing it while keeping it secret from my grandfather. HMPH, once he learns of it, not one of them will live," said Shu Changchuan hatefully. With this response, Long Chen was much more at ease. If Shu Changchuan wanted to rely on his power to win the position of successor, Long Chen definitely wouldn't bring so many of his people to take that risk. After all, this was an internal matter of the full moon race, and Long Chen was a mere outsider who didn't know the full story. Sending Shu Changquan to the full moon race was all he wanted to do. After spending 2 days recovering, Shu Changquan and the Heaven Venerate were fully healed. They then set off in the direction that Shu Changquan indicated. Originally, Shu Changquan suggested going around this region. According to him, if they were to go directly to the full moon race, they would definitely encounter layers of blockades. However, Long Chen had a different opinion. If the full moon race's leader was on his side, Shu Changquan's enemies wouldn't dare to make too big of a movement. If Shu Changquan could think of it, then the other side could definitely think of it too. They were predicting that after Shu Changquan was hunted, he definitely wouldn't dare to go straight to the full moon race. Thus, the other paths had to be the ones covered in traps. Since Long Chen wished to go straight to the full moon race, Shu Changquan didn't argue. Although he was a bit worried, he chose to trust Long Chen. "Boss, there are fluctuations of a formation up ahead." Sha Chen suddenly stopped the flying boat. "Is it a probing formation?" asked Long Chen. "Can you handle it?" "Of course it's no problem." "Then let's go. Everyone else, prepare for battle." "We're barging straight through," said Long Chen. "Brother Long, are you sure?" asked Shu Changquan, surprised. Originally, he had thought that with Long Chen's intelligence, he would definitely think of some tricky way of avoiding the other side's traps. So, he hadn't expected Long Chen to just charge through. "I don't know, but let's try it." Long Chen shrugged. Shu Changquan turned pale. How could such a thing be randomly tried? If they failed, they would lose their lives. At this time, the flying boat's runes lit up, causing the entire flying boat to tremble. A powerful pushing feeling then appeared, as if trying to drag them to the earth. Suddenly, the flying boat accelerated and charged forward. As the image of an arrowhead appeared at the front of the flying boat, they directly pierced through a barrier. The flying boat was like a sharp blade, instantly piercing 8 barriers. With every breach of a barrier, the world dimmed a bit. Once they were through the 8 barriers, they saw a giant black gate up ahead. That was the entrance to the full moon race. Just then, countless terrifying auras rose from within that black gate. Chapter 4098 Full Moon Race Leader. Shu Changquan was emotional upon seeing the gate. This was one of the entrances to the full moon race. In fact, it was the main entrance. As long as they passed through it, he could take everything that was his. However, this gate wasn't so easy to pass through. "Young master, it's you." A Heaven Venerate appeared and cried out in delight. "Uncle Yun, it's you." Shu Changquan was also delighted to see him. This was a Heaven Venerate that had looked after him ever since he was young. "This is wonderful. Don't go in there, it's a giant trap," said Uncle Yun while looking over everyone. Shu Changquan's heart shuddered. As expected, they really had set up a heaven-encompassing net inside. "Come with me, I'll bring you somewhere safe." Uncle Yun then grabbed Shu Changquan's arm. However, Shu Changquan's expression suddenly changed. "Uncle Yun, you." Shu Changquan felt a terrifying power envelope him. When he saw Uncle Yun smile, he instantly realized that he had also been bought. "Die." Uncle Yun smiled sinisterly, and explosive power poured into Shu Changquan's body. However, this power didn't explode, and instead, Uncle Yun died as an icy wooden branch pierced his body. "I knew you weren't sincere. If you really wanted to help, you'd have long since told the race leader. Why would you be here, guarding the tree stump for the rabbit's return?" sneered Long Chen. Uncle Yun had appeared far too suddenly, leaving Long Chen stunned at first. But then he sensed the intense fluctuations inside Uncle Yun's body and instantly had a bad feeling, so Long Chen directly told Uncle Tree to stop him. It all happened suddenly. Fortunately, Long Chen reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, Shu Changquan would have died to someone he trusted. How hateful. Shu Changquan felt a mix of emotions, not expecting his Uncle Yun to betray him. The Heaven Venerate by his side was also stunned. Even now, he hadn't reacted. "We're charging in," ordered Long Chen. "Brother Long, we can't." Shu Changquan was startled to hear that. If there was already a trap on the outside, wouldn't the inside be a den of dragons? Once they went in, they would never leave. However, Long Chen ignored Shu Changquan. Sha Chen was already sending the flying boat through. When the flying boat passed through the gate, the dim world suddenly grew bright. In this place, a full moon hung in the sky, its gentle divine radiance illuminating every corner of this world. This was their first time seeing the light of the moon shining as brightly as the sun. Furthermore, in this world, the light was gentle, making them feel as though they had entered a peaceful holy land. However, within this holy land, icy killing intents shattered the peace. You dare to barge into the full moon race? Don't leave a single one of them alive. Countless ferocious auras surged forth, accompanied by over 10 heaven venerates and hundreds of earth venerates. At the same time, an ear-piercing alarm resounded throughout heaven and earth. Stop, I am Shu Changchuan, Shu Changchuan shouted, but he couldn't even hear his own voice over that ear-piercing alarm. In that instant, he realized that his enemies had come prepared. They would give him no chance to ask for help. Most likely, when Uncle Yun noticed them, he immediately sent a message to the people inside. Countless attacks shot toward them. These people clearly knew who they were, but they didn't give Long Chen and the others a chance to speak. Like this, even if they learned that they had killed the wrong person, they could simply say that it was a mistake. Then they would shed most of the responsibility, and the punishment would be shared amongst all of them. Even if they killed a successor candidate, they wouldn't be badly punished. Facing so many attacks, Shu Changchuan only had one thought. It was over. Even his heaven venerate protector shut his eyes as none of them could receive such attacks. However, just then, countless roots broke out of the ground, weaving into a giant wall in front of them, but they rapidly exploded under this torrent of attacks. The roots were all blown away, and a chi wave came crashing toward them. It was then that Uncle Tree, with a sudden flourish of his wooden staff, intervened. Arcane runes flew through the air, shattering all their attacks. All on his own, Uncle Tree managed to block their killing blow. After all, Uncle Tree was from the Undying race, so offense wasn't his strong point. However, his race excelled in the realm of defense, and it was being showcased right now. The wooden wall eroded most of their power, and by the time their attacks arrived, they were powerless. Just like that, Uncle Tree managed to block the attacks of so many experts. Shu Changchuan almost cried out when he saw this. The heaven venerates were also dumbfounded. All they knew was the information that Uncle Yun sent them, which indicated that there were only a heaven venerate and a group of youngsters. How did such a terrifying existence end up appearing? Friend of the Undying race, may I know what brings you to my full moon race? If you don't explain yourself clearly, I might not be able to let you leave. Just then, a voice filled with dignity and power rang out, echoing throughout this world. After that, the fabric of space twisted, and a large, muscular man appeared. The pressure that he gave off was suffocating. Even though he was also a heaven venerate, his aura was far stronger than anyone else here. Race leader, your child is back. Upon seeing this large man, Shu Changchuan wept from emotion. He shot over, sobbing. Changchuan, what is it? This large man was startled to see Shu Changchuan. Race leader, you must find justice for your child. There are people within the family who wish to kill me, so I cannot compete for the position of successor, shouted Shu Changchuan. Upon hearing this, a noticeable shift in expressions coursed through the gathered assembly. Even the countenance of the race leader darkened, his intent to kill emanating palpably as his gaze swept over the crowd. In return, those people lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. How could he not understand after seeing this? He clenched his fists furiously. However, he didn't explode right at that moment. Instead, he looked at Uncle Tree and cupped his fists to him. Thank you, friend of the Undying race, for escorting my family's child back. My full moon race will definitely repay you. There's no need to thank me. If you need to thank someone, thank my master. He is the one who made me do this, said Uncle Tree indifferently. He directly retreated behind Long Chen. Human race. When he saw them, the race leader instantly frowned. He seemed displeased, as if he loathed the human race. That made Long Chen's heart quiver slightly. Were the rewards about to vanish from existence? Chapter 4099, deliberately making things hard. Guests from far away, come take a break in my full moon race. Although it seemed as if he disliked the human race, the race leader still gestured invitingly to Long Chen and the others. Race leader, Shu Changchuan pointed at the people who had attacked him. Seal all the gates. Without my orders, no one may open them, shouted the race leader. It seemed that he didn't wish to deal with internal matters of the race in front of outsiders. That was understandable, as he didn't want others to laugh at them. First, he would handle the matter of Long Chen and the others before dealing with the rest. The race leader beckoned to Long Chen. It went without saying that as the leader of his race, he was quite precise in terms of etiquette. He didn't treat them rudely just because their cultivation bases were lower. Long Chen then cupped his fists and led everyone to follow them forward. Up ahead was a beautiful mountain range. The scene here was picturesque. Clouds and mist winded the land, and the gentle moonlight gave everything a mysterious feeling. On the way up, no one spoke. Actually, none of the heaven venerates dared to say anything, and some of them were pale. Those were the ones to attack xianxia. They hadn't expected him to really manage to get back, so they felt uneasy. As for the other heaven venerates, they seemed to understand something. They quickly arrived at a mountain valley with a giant figure at the end of the path. Upon seeing it, Long Chen and the others' hearts shook. It was a colossal rhinoceros, its form suspended amidst the heavens and became a part of the constellation's embrace. With its head held high, it directed its gaze toward the luminous full moon. Now, it was clear that the full moon race was a demonic beast race. That giant rhinoceros gave off its own divine radiance, and it seemed to be nourished by the light of the moon. Long Chen and the others sensed endless power within it. It was like a single move from that rhinoceros could destroy heaven and earth. That shocking feeling made even Long Chen feel minuscule. That is our full moon race's ancestral spirit, our almighty totem. Anyone who bears malice toward my full moon race will be executed by the ancestral spirit, said the race leader. Long Chen couldn't help frowning. What was that supposed to mean? My full moon race is always direct and straightforward. We disdain using schemes, playing word games, and mixing right and wrong. So, any outsider who comes here must go through this process. It is an ancestral teaching for us to distinguish good and evil, said the race leader. Although I don't like it, I respect your customs, said Long Chen. This method of the full moon race was a bit humiliating, but for them to not hide it and instead get straight to the point, that was refreshing. If he hadn't mentioned it, they wouldn't have even known about it. The race leader nodded and continued leading them forward. There was a large open space ahead. In the surroundings, there were no palaces like in the human race's territories. Instead, it was a giant outdoor plaza with a feast prepared for Long Chen and the others. Today, I'd like to thank you all for helping xianxia and bringing him here. I represent the entire full moon race in thanking you. The race leader was extremely direct, not adding anything superfluous. He then raised his cup of wine. Long Chen raised his cup as well and touched his cup to the leader's cup. The race leader continued, "May I ask who you are?" "The High Firmament Academy's 7th branch dean, Long Chen," answered Long Chen with the same approach. This title of his startled everyone, including xianxia and the race leader. Clearly, they were well aware of the reputation of the most ancient academy in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Long Chen was so young, yet he had claimed the throne of the dean in one of their branches. Was that a joke? No wonder xianxia would ask you for aid. You really aren't some ordinary person. Personally, I tend to be rather direct. So tell me, what do you want? Asked the race leader. He was shocked by Long Chen's title, but he trusted Long Chen to not be lying about it. Xianxia told me that if he becomes the successor to the full moon race, he can provide the life forbidden area as a place for me to rest if I need it. He also said that we could collaborate in the future in exploring it, said Long Chen. What nonsense are you babbling? How can such a thing be randomly permitted to anyone? Xianxia has colluded with foreign races, selling out the full moon race. A coward like that cannot be allowed to be the heir to the full moon race. Shouted a heaven venerate. When did the great full moon race ever sink into begging other races for aid? That is a complete disgrace in itself. But xianxia has even sold out the full moon race's benefits in doing so. He has betrayed the race and must be executed. Race leader, it doesn't matter what the reasons are. Those are all internal matters of the full moon race. Xianxia sold out our race to live, and that is already touching the bottom line of the full moon race. He cannot be allowed to rule the full moon race. We won't accept it. One heaven venerate after another stood up to criticize xianxia. Are you saying that I should have just died to your sinister schemes? Raged xianxia. He had only asked Long Chen for aid because he had no other choice. Now, these people were actually using that against him. But then, xianxia was too young. These old fellows only had to say a word to make him feel too enraged to properly argue. For someone competent, all troubles and difficulties are merely trials. Even in front of a life and death trial, you can't lose your bottom line. However, you, xianxia, sold out your own race just to live. What qualifications do you have to become the race leader? What face do you have to even live? Demanded a heaven venerate righteously. You, xianxia pointed at him furiously. If there wasn't someone holding him back, he might have directly attacked this heaven venerate. Suddenly, they heard the sound of clapping, and everyone's attention was drawn to the source. The clapper was Long Chen. Amazing, truly amazing. Race leader, if I were you, I'd slaughter these old fellows right now, laughed Long Chen. Oh, and why is that? The race leader was surprisingly calm. As for those heaven venerates, they sneered. Just as they were about to insult Long Chen, they heard the race leader speak, so they swallowed their insults. Because they are slapping you in the face, no. Long Chen shrugged. You little brat, you dare to spout slander. The human race is nothing good. Do you think that your words can deceive the race leader? My full moon race is always direct and straightforward. We disdain using schemes, playing word games, and mixing right and wrong. Long Chen didn't even look at them. He simply rose and took on the exact appearance of the race leader when he spoke those exact words. Everyone knew exactly who he was imitating. Once he repeated those words, everyone fell silent, and those sneering heaven venerates twitched, looking like they had been slapped. Chapter 4100 Test. Previously, the race leader had stated that he looked down on the likes of the human race's scheming. At the time, Long Chen had been irritated with his statement, but thinking about it, compared to other races, the human race really did fight and scheme amongst themselves the most, so there was no room for him to argue. However, now these people were actually doing the same to xianxia, and they even did it so sanctimoniously as if they had the moral high ground. Long Chen laughed at the hypocrisy. Covered in fur, they insulted others for being furry. Boss, they didn't mix right and wrong, but directly flipped black and white. They're allowed to use shameless schemes, but if others were to ask for aid, well, that would be completely disgraceful. Even the human race would have to admit our inferiority in this regard, added Guo Ran delightedly. The race leader's expression sank, as this slap in the face was truly resounding. His expression was quite frightening now. He had secretly told his people to keep this matter to themselves in front of outsiders like them. This matter was supposed to be dealt with after Long Chen and the others left. However, it seemed that they couldn't give up the chance to kill xianxia here, so they disregarded his order. The internal affairs of my full moon race aren't for a brat like you to interfere with. Roared a heaven venerate. Long Chen curled his lips. Who would want to get involved in your family's stupid affairs? I'm just responding to the race leader. But from one corner of the picture, the whole scene is revealed. It seems that the full moon race is only on this level. To be able to so shamelessly flip right and wrong, it seems that there is no way to get any reciprocation for my favor. Well, I don't wish to participate in your family's affairs. Brother xianxia, we came from the same sect at least, and it doesn't take much effort to send you here, so don't mind it. Let us meet again. Long Chen stood up to leave. xianxia couldn't help standing as well and angrily said, Brother Long, you can't leave like this. Then wouldn't I, xianxia, become a petty little person whose word counts for nothing? xianxia suddenly knelt to the race leader and announced, Race leader, if you truly think that I have lost the dignity of the family, then I have no words. I have no other strong points, but my word has always been golden. After I promise someone something, I always do it. If I can't do it, then this life should simply be given to Brother Long. You dare to threaten the leader. This is a revolt, roared a heaven venerate, but while he appeared angry, he was actually quite delighted by this turn of events. As for Long Chen, he also hadn't expected the seemingly weak xianxia to have such a tough spine. He dared to say such a thing to the race leader. Before this, Long Chen didn't know that he was such a man. With just that one move, Long Chen felt that this trip had been worth it. As for whether he could get anything out of it, he didn't really care. Then are you not afraid of me executing you? Raged the race leader. You taught me that if a person's word is not solid, they can have no solid place in the world. In the full moon race, our words must be kept. This time, I was willing to pay any price to return home, not because I coveted the position of race leader, but because I couldn't allow the position of leader of our race to fall into the hands of such schemers. If they were to succeed your position, then with their treachery and shamelessness, the full moon race will only be brought to destruction. Then I, xianxia, would go down as a failure condemned by history. If my competitors truly surpass me in talent and character, then I won't even ask to compete for this position. I would rather return to my free days of wandering the world. You said that everything is for our race, then why would I be afraid of dying for our race? Kill me if you wish, but I can openly tell you that there is not one person amongst my competitors who can become the race leader," cried out Shu Changchuan. Several heaven venerates sneered delightedly when they heard Shu Changchuan's emotional plea. They knew that their leader hated the arrogance of youth the most. After all, Shu Changchuan's words were truly quite arrogant. It was like without him, the full moon race would be doomed. This kind of speech would only enrage the race leader. You lack respect for your superiors. If you want to die, then you can die. Suddenly, the race leader slammed a palm at Shu Changchuan's head, causing everyone to jump. This was too sudden. After that, the sound of a blade coming out of its sheath rang out, accompanied by a burst of divine light. Long Chen swiftly launched an attack on the race leader. The full moon race's experts were enraged to see someone attack their leader, so all of them took out their weapons. Uncle Tree manifested his true body, while the Dragonblood warriors summoned the Dragonblood battle armor and unsheathed their weapons, a sign that a great battle was about to erupt. Long Chen's saber wasn't wielded defensively. After all, he could only save Shu Changchuan by attacking the race leader and forcing him to pull back his killing blow. Although Long Chen's relationship with Shu Changchuan wasn't deep, he respected the latter as a man, so he wouldn't allow Shu Changchuan to die because of being implicated by him. However, when Long Chen's saber was about to reach the race leader's hand suddenly changed direction. He lightly pressed 2 fingers around the Minghong saber. In an instant, Long Chen sensed his blood qi churn within, a formidable force nearly forcing him to cough up blood. The might of this full moon race leader was utterly immeasurable. Shocked, Long Chen was about to summon the Dragon King battle armor, but the race leader let go, a touch of astonishment appearing on his face. After that, the overwhelming power vanished. When the race leader shouted, all the full moon experts paused their attacks. The race leader's expression was originally dark, but now he smiled, looking at Shu Changchuan and then Long Chen before nodding. Long Chen was startled, suddenly realizing the race leader's intention. Not saying anything, he simply sheathed the Minghong saber and returned to his seat. Just now, he had instinctively moved to save Shu Changchuan. Now that he thought back to that moment, he knew that the race leader had no intention of killing Shu Changchuan. His goal was to test Long Chen. Shu Changchuan's reaction was much slower in comparison. He had already closed his eyes and accepted his death, so now, he was lost. "Starting today, you are true friends of my full moon race," said the race leader, looking at Long Chen and the others. Those experts who had been delighted twitched. Many of them didn't understand what he was saying. "Good child, it seems that I didn't teach you for nothing. Go stand over there for now." The race leader patted Shu Changchuan's shoulder. Shu Changchuan was still stunned. Just being patted on the shoulder by the leader of his race was probably the greatest achievement of his life. After he blankly walked to the side, the race leader's expression suddenly changed. His smile was gone and sharp killing intent replaced it. "There are no outsiders here now. Let us probably settle any debts." Ancestral spirit totem. All the experts who had howled for Shu Changchuan's death instantly became terrified, their bodies quaking where they stood. Chapter 4101 The Hand Behind the Scenes. Just then, the very sky trembled, and the surroundings became illusory-like. Before all those present, a diagram of a rhinoceros gazing up at a resplendent full moon materialized. As soon as this diagram appeared, every member of the full moon race, without exception, rose from their seats in a dignified manner. Following that, they all knelt, their left hands over their chests, as they performed an extremely ancient etiquette. After this was done, the race leader returned to his seat and coldly said, "I don't want to waste words. Everyone who participated in this matter, stand up." Following his order, several heaven venerates and hundreds of earth venerates stood with their heads lowered, along with thousands of other experts. "Brother Changchuan, what is going on? Why are these people so afraid?" whispered Long Chen. "Brother Long, this is my full moon race's ancestral spirit totem. Every member of the full moon race has received her blessing, so every single one of our movements and every thought in our minds, they are all known to her. No one can lie in front of the ancestral spirit. However, summoning her is a major affair, as it exhausts the core of the full moon race's karmic luck. Actually, I never expected the race leader to do this. Perhaps the race leader is truly enraged this time," said Shu Changchuan. "Enraged? Perhaps it's not so simple." Long Chen shook his head. As the leader of his race, the one who decides the fate of an entire race, he cannot let his anger influence his decision-making, said Long Chen. He felt that this matter was definitely not so simple. The race leader's expression was frighteningly dark, causing the experts of the full moon race that stood up to look as pale as paper. They didn't know what kind of punishment they would receive. It had to be known that the ancestral spirit totem had not been summoned in hundreds of thousands of years. Normally, it was only summoned to drive off enemies. Right now, there were no enemies, but the race leader still summoned her, so all these people had a bad feeling. Long Chen's gaze swept over these experts and sensed 17 heaven venerates. All of them had powerful auras, far surpassing the heaven venerates of the human race that he had fought before. It seemed that the human race was truly at a disadvantage compared to other races in the heaven venerate realm. Those who didn't know of this matter, leave, ordered the race leader. Quite a few people left, feeling relieved. Many people only attacked at the start because they had heard the call that enemies had come. They knew nothing about this matter. However, just as they left, 7 of them exploded. Their blood was then absorbed by the ancestral spirit totem. These idiots, they dared to lie in front of the ancestral spirit totem. That is the greatest blasphemy, raged Shu Changchuan. Every person in the full moon race had received the sacred blessing of the ancestral spirit totem. That was what allowed them to have their current accomplishments. The ancestral spirit totem was their ancestors' heroic spirit, and these people had hoped to trick her. Their audacity enraged the experts of the full moon race. The race leader's expression sank even further. He coldly said, "Those who didn't interact with other races may leave." 2 heaven venerates left with relief, along with the majority of the earth venerates. Now there were 15 heaven venerates and just over 100 earth venerates remaining. They were all terrified. The race leader looked at them for a long time before finally sighing. Scheming to harm Changchuan over the competition for the position of race leader might be a sin, but it is not to the point of deserving death. However, his voice then grew colder, and killing intent exploded out of him. However, colluding with other races to shake the foundation of my full moon race, corroding the foundation that our ancestors left behind, there is no greater sin than that. Death is not enough to atone for your sins. Toward the end, his voice became a roar. He was clearly enraged. Right now, the full moon experts who were innocent stared in horror at these people, not daring to believe it. How did the competition for the position of race leader develop to this point? It was no wonder that the race leader summoned the ancestral spirit totem. Race leader, we didn't collude with other races. Although our methods might not have been right, we believe that a suitable leader must possess both power and intelligence. We might have sinned, but not to the extent of deserving death. As for collusion with other races, that's a false accusation. We merely do some minor business with them. It is all to strengthen the full moon race, shouted a heaven venerate righteously. The race leader snorted coldly. HMPH, so you won't cry until you see your coffins. Do you know why I summoned the ancestral spirit totem? I can't tell if you're lying, but the ancestral spirit can. Tell me, were you the ones to think of the plot to harm Changchuan, or did others help you come up with it? In an instant, that heaven venerate began to sweat and obediently answered, the majority was made up by them. HMPH, I knew it. With your brains, there's no way you could come up with such a meticulous plan. You only know how to fight with brute power. Then tell me, who thought of killing Changchuan first? Did you think of it yourselves, or did they suggest it? It was them. The heaven venerate could only answer truthfully. Did you pocket any benefits from them? This is a question for all of you. If you haven't, you can leave, said the race leader coldly. Hearing this, quite a few people twitched, but in the end, not one of them left. They had all received benefits from outsiders. A pack of fools. How can you be so foolish? Roared an old heaven venerate who wasn't in their ranks. If they didn't view Shu Changchuan highly and didn't think that he was suited to lead them, resulting in them sending people to bar his way, it was a sin, but not one deserving death. However, receiving benefits from people outside their race changed the matter completely. You're the fool. Your entire family are fools. All of you are fools. Suddenly, the heaven venerate to answer the questions cursed, throwing caution to the wind. He pointed at the race leader and sneered. And you are the greatest fool of the full moon race. You don't know kindness when you see it. The full moon race will be destroyed due to your stubbornness sooner or later. You dare to insult the race leader? Are you looking to die? Countless experts roared in fury. Who cares about the ancestral spirit totem? What can it do to me? You wish to judge me? Are you even qualified? Suddenly, that heaven venerate formed hand seals, and a holy figure appeared, its light enveloping all of the offenders. When Long Chen saw that figure, he instantly shot up. Lord Brahma, Chapter 4102 Fulfilling Promises. Although it was just a vague figure, Long Chen recognized that it was Lord Brahma. "You traitors, you dare to betray the full moon race!" roared the race leader. "What betrayal? It's you who remains pedantic and cannot adapt to the present era. Lord Brahma's divine light has covered the majority of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, so why would our full moon race resist him? We guard this life-forbidden area, but what benefits do we get out of it? Every year, so many of our warriors die while standing guard over the dark world. But who gave a damn about us?" The Heaven Venerate instantly grew fearless after summoning this holy figure. "What bullshit! We stand guard over the dark gate to fulfill our duty, our promise. When did our full moon race break its promises?" raged the race leader. "Our promises, our duty, so what? Let me tell you the truth. If the full moon race continues to refuse to move forward, the only thing awaiting you is death. Do you know, quite a few powers in the life-forbidden area are secretly loyal to Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma will soon control the 9 heavens. How laughable is it? You refuse to follow him due to some promise made by some foolish ancestors. Even with your deaths at hand, you don't realize the truth. How many lives does the full moon race lose to guard the dark world? How many places in the life-forbidden area are we powerless to enter? Wouldn't working with Lord Brahma be far more beneficial?" The Heaven Venerate sneered. Seeing that they were exposed, he directly told them the truth. Hearing this, Long Chen understood. It seemed that they had fully become Lord Brahma's followers. Lord Brahma didn't reveal himself personally, but his hands had spread to the life-forbidden area, having even infiltrated the full moon race. His methods were truly powerful. "Bastards, you have betrayed the full moon race. To cast your loyalties to Lord Brahma, you deserve 10,000 deaths. Have you forgotten that the blood of the full moon race is flowing in your veins?" demanded the race leader. "Ha ha ha, so what? We have been cleansed by Lord Brahma's sacred light. My soul is together with Lord Brahma. Since you refuse to change your ways, don't blame us for not warning you. When Lord Brahma personally descends, it will be the time of your destruction, ha ha ha." The Heaven Venerate laughed. The race leader furiously unleashed a punch, unable to hold himself back. He also didn't bother asking about the full truth of this matter. However, what shocked everyone was that this punch simply passed through that holy figure as if they had become illusory. "Ha ha ha, you might be powerful, but you are only a slightly stronger ant in front of Lord Brahma. This is all I will say. If you still can't differentiate good from bad, don't blame me when I make rivers of blood flow in the full moon race." The holy figure twisted, forming a giant whirlpool that absorbed the traitors. They then vanished without a trace. The race leader quivered with rage. Clearly, they had made their preparations in advance. They only dared to act so brazenly with Lord Brahma supporting them. Most infuriating of all, these traitors that deserved to die had escaped in front of him, the race leader. That was practically a slap in the face. "Race leader, activate the totem's soul-chasing art. We will recall their souls," proposed a Heaven Venerate. The race leader shook his head. "It is useless. Their souls have been cleansed by Lord Brahma. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to be so crazy." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression became grim, and an engulfing silence descended over the whole plaza. Blazing killing intent could be seen in their eyes. After all, traitors were always the most hateful existence. "Speak, are you Lord Brahma's people?" Suddenly, an elder turned to Long Chen and the others. Sha Chen, Guo Ran, and the others couldn't help laughing. Even Long Chen couldn't help being amused. This fellow had gone crazy from rage. Did he think that everyone was Lord Brahma's subordinate? However, it wasn't that strange. After all, Lord Brahma was from the human race, and so were they. It was plausible that Long Chen had come and driven these people away to gain the full moon race's trust. By saving xianxia and sacrificing a few pawns, Long Chen would have the full moon race's full trust. If he really were Lord Brahma's subordinate, that would be a great plan. "What are you laughing at?" demanded the full moon race's experts. "Have you not heard my boss's great name? Or do you not pay attention to news from the outside world?" asked Guo Ran. "Brother Guo Ran, our full moon race's information network really is limited. There must be some misunderstandings. Please help us out," said Shu Chengchuan hastily to stop a conflict from erupting. Only then did Guo Ran solemnly say, "Do you know of Lord Brahma's 4 halls?" "Of course, the 9 Underworld Hall, the Bloodkill Hall, the Sacred Pill Hall, and the Martial God Hall. That's old news from many years ago. Who doesn't know about it? Said one elder frostily. Then do you know who the master of the 9 underworld hall and the Bloodkill hall are? Asked Guo Ran. The elder impatiently said, of course. Liao Benkang and Enputa. Do you think that I'm a child? What's the point of such senseless questions? Alright, then do you know that the 2 of them have been killed? All the full moon experts were shocked, including the race leader. Seeing their shocked expressions, Guo Ran was very pleased. He continued, Liao Benkang and Enputa both died at our hands. Why don't you tell me whether we're on Lord Brahma's side? Died at your hands? Impossible. You're just bragging, shouted a full moon expert. He refused to believe such a thing. It had to be known that Liao Benkang and Enputa were both god cultivators with Lord Brahma's divine seal on them, meaning that they could utilize Lord Brahma's power. Let alone some immortal kings, even heaven venerates would at most have a chance at defeating them, but definitely not killing them. TCH, first of all, we're too arrogant to bother telling lies. Secondly, we're smart enough not to tell lies that would be exposed. It won't be long before news from the violet flame heaven reaches the nirvana overflow heaven. You can just ask around then. If you don't know anything, don't randomly accuse others. You're not losing your own face but the face of your full moon race, snorted Guo Ran. You. That elder was enraged. Guo Ran's words didn't leave him with any face. The race leader suddenly waved his hand, interrupting him. He then looked at Long Chen. I will fulfill Chengchuan's promise. Race leader, you can't. All the experts of the full moon race cried out. Chapter 4103 The Last Generation Leader's Death. My full moon race has always kept its word. My decision is made, so don't make a racket, ordered the race leader sternly. Countless members of the full moon race were shocked by his declaration, but they were also powerless to resist, so they could only shut their mouths. Chengchuan, bring your guests away to rest. We will discuss the concrete arrangements and process later, ordered the race leader. Yes. Shu Chengchuan hastily rose and brought Long Chen and the others away. Once they left the plaza, Shu Chengchuan gratefully thanked Long Chen. Many thanks for risking your life to save me, Brother Long. Shu Chengchuan was extremely moved that Long Chen would try to stop the race leader from killing him. Aware that his relationship with Long Chen was only so-so, Shu Chengchuan knew that Long Chen only helped him due to his promise, which made their relationship look more like a transaction than one backed by a tie of friendship. Even so, in that situation, Long Chen still dared to save him from the race leader, showing that he would risk death for Shu Chengchuan. That was nothing more than a test from the race leader, said Long Chen with a smile. However, Shu Chengchuan shook his head. With the race leader's power and wisdom, he definitely didn't give you any time to think when he attacked. Even though it was just a test, you had no time to think about that. For you to have still saved me was entirely due to your own heart and instinct. Brother Long, you are a true friend. Shu Chengchuan was solemn. It seemed that in so many years, only Long Chen alone had been willing to take such a huge risk to save him. Long Chen nodded. Shu Chengchuan normally seemed arrogant and childish like a spoiled child, but he did have some integrity. Inside, he was still a hot-blooded man. Once Long Chen and the others had walked away, a heaven venerate of the full moon race couldn't help but argue, Leader, you must reconsider this matter. The human race's sinister schemes are endless. That's true. In terms of power, we're not afraid of them. But in terms of scheming, we're not a match for them. If Lord Brahma really was willing to sacrifice some of his pieces as a scheme, then we'd have fallen for it completely if we let them in. Who knows if Long Chen only killed some clone or avatar of Liao Benkang and Enputa. The other heaven venerates began to speak up as well. After all, the full moon race never collaborated with the human race. Although they weren't afraid of the human race in terms of martial power, they did fear the human race's sinister schemes. Seventh uncle, do you remember how I became the race leader? The race leader looked at an ancient elder. This elder was startled by this sudden question. Sinking into his memories, he murmured, I remember that your martial talent was outstanding, but you were too stubborn and never listened to anyone's advice. Many of your thoughts were also against the established standard of the full moon race of that time. I remember that the previous leader disliked you, thinking that you would cause the full moon race to decline if you were to succeed him. Later on, the ancestral spirit totem manifested on your body, making you the leader. This matter could be considered a secret in the full moon race, and only some senior experts were aware of this matter. However, they had never mentioned it, so no one in the junior generation was aware of this. Now that everyone heard this, The experts who were unaware of this were completely shocked. Was this not saying that the position of leader was not decided by the test and trials? Were they chosen by the ancestral spirit totem? However, ever since you took over the full moon race has truly declined a great deal. In overall power, we cannot compare to the last generation, said the seventh uncle with a bitter smile. The others were startled. Was this not a slap in the leader's face? It was fine as long as he kept this thought to himself, so why did he have to say it out loud? Fortunately, the race leader simply smiled and said, "Seventh uncle, are you doubting my leadership abilities? Why have we declined? After I took over the leadership position, we underwent 3 dark battles. Also, not counting this time, we've staved off 7 attempts of Lord Brahma infiltrating our ranks. We've fought dozens of large and small battles, but I always act firm, not giving Lord Brahma any face, resulting in the sacred pill hall completely locking down our supply of medicinal pills. Naturally, our power can only decline." The seventh uncle coldly said, "Had you continued the previous leader's softer strategy, we wouldn't be fighting Lord Brahma to death. The previous leader also wouldn't have died on the battlefield." The seventh uncle's tone was not polite at all. When the other experts heard this, their expressions changed abruptly. So the last generation had not appeared because they were dead. That was a heavy blow to them. What nonsense. You don't know anything. The race leader finally lost his patience and roared, "What do you know? What softer strategy?" That was bending the knee and fawning, begging for mercy at death's door. When did our full moon race need to rely on other people's mercy? Did you think that the last dark battle caused 76 heaven venerate elders to die on the battlefield? They died to the ancestral spirit totem. This time, everyone felt like they were struck by a bolt of lightning, including the seventh uncle. Those 76 heaven venerate elders were all bought by Lord Brahma. They tried to carry out a rebellion in that dark battle, so they were executed by the ancestral spirit totem. Because it was on a dark battlefield, Lord Brahma's holy form was unable to protect them. It was due to this that the previous leader was filled with guilt and could not endure it. To protect our race, he fought against 2 of Lord Brahma's divine commanders. Even when he was severely injured, he didn't retreat. As a result, he died on the battlefield, while one of the divine commanders was almost crippled. All you saw was that I was unable to save him. What you didn't know was that while I could save him once, how could I save him from himself for a lifetime? I could only respect his decision, but I've had to carry the blame for so many years. Do you think that I'm happy about it?" Toward the end, the race leader was practically cursing. He had clearly been suppressing this for a long time. He continued, "I respect the last generation's strength and character, but I will not be so polite as to lie about his plan. His strategy was trash. Once I took command of the race, I put on an unyielding attitude to the inside and the outside. Although our current power is weaker, the message that I have given to Lord Brahma is that my full moon race would rather shatter as jade than live as a clay tile. Even so, Lord Brahma's infiltration sneaks its way through every hole, and people are still brainwashed by him. If I was like the previous generation, then there would no longer be a full moon race. We'd have long since become only one of Lord Brahma's subordinate powers. Without blood and spine, we will no longer be the full moon race. Do you wish to live disgracefully or die with pride? You choose for yourselves." Upon hearing this, the seventh uncle directly knelt on the ground. "I am to blame for misunderstanding and misjudging you. This disrespect to the leader of our race cannot be forgiven, but I won't make you dirty your hands." Suddenly, he stabbed his own finger toward his forehead, causing countless startled cries to ring out. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.